You just charged a set of equipment for the girl in the mobile game. Yet he said he would come to repay you. The next day, a bloody golden box he sent appeared on your phone. It suddenly led you to discover that your phone is connected to another world. The items you feed him will be transmitted to his world, and vice versa. I'm sorry, but I must inform you that your muscle atrophy has spread to the chest area, and if it worsens, your breathing may become an issue. In the hospital room, you leaned against the pillow, looking at the wilting snowdrop on the bedside table, feeling desolate. Your phone, silent for a long time, suddenly vibrated, indicating the installation of a new game, Survival of the Apocalypse. The screen showed a dark little warehouse, with only a beam of light shining inside, filled with dust and messy, wrinkled furniture. A frail girl with disheveled hair was huddled in the corner, trembling, and her complexion was equally poor. Some dirt and dried blood stained her matted hair, and at 7 meters tall, she curled up like an injured wildcat. As the scene unfolded, faint zombie growls could be heard outside the dilapidated warehouse, and a voice of near despair emanated from the phone. For some reason, your heart tightened as you noticed how much the girl in the game resembled you. You tried to click on her to make her explore the room, but her body trembled and did not move. A message popped up on the phone screen, stating that her current physical condition was extremely poor and she couldn't move. Hesitantly, you looked at the pop-up and kept poking at the girl on the screen. Just as you were puzzled, another message popped up. For a first charge of 6 yuan, you could receive a survival physical gift pack. No way, you have to spend money before even playing the game? It must be a scam. You were about to click the exit button. Help me, I don't want to die. A desperate, helpless voice pleaded from the phone, causing your finger to tremble. You felt that the girl in the scene was from another world, perhaps reflecting anger at a messed up life or unwillingness to face her impending death. Your finger, initially poised over the exit button, turned and clicked the first charge button. The recharge was successful, unlocking the physical gift pack. In the game's realistic graphics, a sudden distortion of space occurred on the dust-covered floor, and then 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 bags of bread mysteriously appeared. Watching the items appear on screen, you thought the game's developers were pure scammers. For a first charge, this was all they offered? Even a certain big company would be more generous. However, unlike your reaction, the girl squatting on the ground trembled all over when she saw the food appear beside her. She looked around in panic and exclaimed, "Where did this food come from? Wow, this has real interaction. This game is getting interesting." Witnessing the girl's reaction, Miller became intrigued, his eyes fixated on the screen. In the underground storage room of Unit 3 in Jing'an Community, Xiao Shengsheng stared blankly at the food in front of her, her expression filled with astonishment. The pressure of hunger and cold instinctively made her cry for help. She never expected the food to actually appear, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she questioned the reality of the food. Suddenly, she felt something poke her body, and then her body moved uncontrollably toward the food. Xiao Shengsheng looked around warily. The warehouse was silent, but the bread on the ground had its packaging automatically opened, and the cap of a bottle of mineral water twisted open by itself. Terrified, she watched the scene unfold. The suddenly appearing food was real, and her body moved automatically, as if some invisible force was controlling everything. Her little mouth opened wide, and from Xiao Shengsheng's understanding, the only thing capable of achieving such a phenomenon was that rare spatial ability. There was no time to think deeply, her stomach churned, and she felt dizzy from hunger. If she didn't replenish her nutrients, she feared this time she might not wake up after fainting. She grabbed the opened bread and stuffed it into her mouth, savoring the fragrant taste of wheat that instantly filled her palate. The surprise in her previously frightened eyes sparkled with delight. This bread was delicious, soft, and sweet, definitely not something available in this apocalyptic world. Thinking of this, her hand clutching the bread trembled with reverence, her big eyes filled with sincerity. These things were too precious. She vowed to remember this act for a lifetime. As she spoke, she picked up the bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go, feeling the cool, pure, and sweet taste spread throughout her body. On the other end of the phone, you were dumbfounded, thinking, it's just a few loaves of bread and bottles of water. However, watching the girl on the phone, she cautiously and stealthily opened a bag of bread, carefully tearing it apart like a nearsighted kitten. The corners of her eyes crinkled in happiness as she chewed the food. Through the screen, you felt as if you were infected with her happiness. Your long-lost, empty heart seemed to be illuminated by a ray of sunlight, beating once again. This game was getting a bit addictive. On the screen, Xiao Shengsheng licked the crumbs from her lips, gazing longingly at the last piece of bread. After a long hesitation, she carefully stuffed it into the lining of her coat. With the quality of this food and water, she could probably trade them for a low-quality golden box in the black market. Feeling fortunate, she stuffed 2 bottles of mineral water into her sleeves, looking adorably like a squirrel storing its stash, which made you smile as you tried to click on the girl's body on the screen. A new data panel popped up, and you were surprised to see that consuming food had unlocked several new statuses, considering her identity as a scavenger. No wonder she had such a hard life. Watching the emaciated girl on the screen made you feel a twinge of sympathy. You thought, since I won't live much longer anyway, let you enjoy a better life in this game world. You tried clicking on the iron door in the warehouse. In the warehouse, Xiao Xingxing's small body trembled like a sieve at the faint sound of the door, and she looked in surprise toward the door. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she thought, "Are you telling me to leave here? But there are zombies outside, and my down jacket has already been torn. If I get hurt, I might clench my fists a bit too tightly," Xiao Shengxing thought, feeling a bit shameless. If given a choice, she would rather starve here than become a mindless monster. The frail girl stood motionless at the door, and on your side of the phone, you slapped your forehead. "Sorry, I've played too many monster-slaying games and was just thinking it was time to go out and slay some monsters." You immediately stopped your random clicking. Suddenly, a low-quality recharge prompt popped up on the game's interface. Unable to leave the warehouse due to the zombies, Xiaoxing clicked the button below to recharge 100 yuan, instantly unlocking a set of white-quality military battle axes for beginners. Looking at that low-quality recharge ad, the interaction animations were so well done. Why not use that technology to make a decent domestic blockbuster? Instead, you use it for this garbage game. Impressive. Cursing to yourself, you still clicked the button, despite your complaints. Just the hospital bills would cost around 30 a month. You're going to die soon anyway. What's the point of saving money? In the real world, you're meek, but in the game world, you must strike hard. In the dark corner of the warehouse, the dust twisted, and a heavy military battle axe appeared out of nowhere in the shadows. Xiaoxing was stunned in the warehouse, clutching her little hands nervously to her chest, peering around with her neck drawn in, but received no response. She felt something poke her in the back and couldn't help but walk toward the military battle axe. Xiaoxing's ears felt a bit warm. She always had a habit of poking at things when she got close, silently feeling a bit shy. Seeing that heavy military green outfit, she remembered seeing people in the safe zone wearing it. It was said to have been worn by the soldiers responsible for protection before civilization collapsed. It looked quite outdated, but in the apocalypse, it was priceless. Not only was it warm, but its internal fiber structure could withstand zombie scratches and even a few bullets. She initially thought about refusing, but the outfit had already been pushed towards her. Since it was like this, she reassured herself that she would remember this favor and repay it someday. Hurriedly, she untied her dirty clothing to reveal a form-fitting black thermal outfit that accentuated Xiaoxing's nearly perfect curves. The black thermal suit was a complete set. From top to bottom, although her body was slender, it was wrapped tightly by the outfit, creating an impressive silhouette. On the other side of the phone, you watched Xiaoxing in her outfit, your eyes almost wanting to dive into the screen. Who says virtual waifus aren't appealing? This is definitely appealing. Meanwhile, Xiaoxing donned the military uniform and began to move, finally stepping toward the warehouse's iron door. On the synchronized game interface, a new interaction panel popped up almost instantly. "Please head to room 304 in Building A to search for clues." Surprised, she looked at the task that appeared on her phone. You can probably guess why Xiaoxing is trapped in a warehouse. Poor thing likely tried to go through the underground parking garage and ended up in room 304 via the fire escape. Unfortunately, she probably didn't expect that the underground parking garage was also filled with zombies, and ultimately, she panicked and sought refuge in a warehouse. The warehouse's iron door was a rolling shutter gate. As it slowly lifted, Xiaoxing took a deep breath and clenched her little fists. After stepping out, she looked into the darkness outside the warehouse, which had already fallen silent. Nothing was visible in the palace's underground parking garage. The only visible things were two puffs of white mist about 10 meters away, jumping continuously. As the mist twisted closer, the silhouettes of two tall figures in security uniforms came into view. Their faces were covered in bloody scabs, their eyes were bloodshot, and they were exhaling hot white breath, with a tongue lolling from their jaws, constantly dripping salty liquid. No matter how many times she saw such a sight, Xiaoxing instinctively froze in fear, her body twitching reflexively. Terrified, she leaped sideways as if pushed by some invisible hand. Her body could move again, and amidst her fear, a flicker of gratitude crossed her face. That nameless you urged her not to daze, to run away. In a panic, she looked around, her tense expression suddenly relaxing as she finally spotted a green emergency exit sign in the dark left corner. Without hesitation, she dashed toward it, the screams behind her like shadows, not daring to look back, only able to close her eyes. The hot breath exhaled from the zombie's mouth reeked, brushing against her back like a little demon urging for her life. Finally, the heavy fire door was within reach. With a shy little push, she leaned back against the door. The zombie chasing the closest behind her reached out with its large hand in an attempt to push the fire door again. At that moment, Xiaoxing used her body as a shield and slammed against the door. The heavy fire door slammed shut, crushing the zombie's hand in the gap. Xiaoxing pressed against the door with all her strength, contending with the zombie behind it. The terrifying roars echoed around her, and that hand reaching through the door twisted and clawed, several times grazing her shoulder. Thankfully, with the military battle axe, she wasn't injured. As the pounding outside intensified, the gap in the fire door widened. Xiaoxing's body was pressed against it, her little face turning pale as snow from fear. On the other side of the phone screen, you watched as she was about to be attacked by the zombie breaking through the door, feeling a surge of anxiety. For some reason, even though it was just a game, you found yourself deeply invested in it. The girl on the other side was frantically tapping the game screen when suddenly an interaction prompt appeared. Move your little hand and give her a hand. Try tapping the buttons on the screen quickly to fend off the zombies. On the screen, a red button appeared on Xiaoxing's back. As your thumbs frantically tapped the button, a look of surprise crossed your face. Why did it feel as if you were really touching something? Meanwhile, as you frantically tapped on the phone screen, Xiaoxing inexplicably felt an invisible hand reaching out from behind, pushing her and giving her strength. Occasionally, it seemed to poke at her waist, causing her to feel a tingling sensation throughout her body. Her face flushed slightly as she sensed the support from behind. With both hands, she pushed with renewed strength. This time, with the boost of that invisible power, she pushed against the door with all her might, crushing the zombie's hand in the gap and slamming the fire door shut. A purplish-black hand dropped at her feet. Xiaoxing stared in surprise at the closing iron door. Thank you for helping me so many times. I owe you too much. She glanced at the empty staircase, her face slightly flushed, but there was silence, no reply. But on the other side of the phone, you couldn't help but smile, thinking, what a clever way to tease me. However, that feeling just now, could it be that my gaming condition is affecting my fingers? How could there be such a real sensation? Bewildered, you looked at your fingers, then glanced down at the screen, where Xiaoxing was blushing and shyly looking toward your side. You pointed toward the direction of the staircase. Meanwhile, hollow knocking sounds echoed at the entrance of the corridor. Xiaoxing buried her head in the large military cap. Was this urging her to go upstairs? She shrank her small hands, resembling a little mushroom as she stepped toward the corridor. Pushing open the fire door on the third floor, she was met with a long hallway, where she could see the elevator area and a long row of residential doors. Following the room numbers, she found no zombies in the hallway. This must be the good luck you brought me, she murmured, as Xiaoxing tiptoed to the door of room 304. Slowly turning the doorknob, she was surprised to find that the door was unlocked. Pushing it open, Xiaoxing stepped inside. The long uninhabited living room was filled with dust, and there were scattered shards of ceramic bowls on the floor, indicating something had happened here. After entering the living room, she began to search through the surrounding cabinets. What's this? Chocolate with filling? How lucky. It's only been expired for half a year. A smile instantly spread across her face as Xiaoxing carefully tucked a softened piece of chocolate into her pocket. She continued to open the drawers visible in the living room, but apart from rotten scraps and foul-smelling clothes, she found nothing. Maybe the photos weren't in the living room. Trying to move from the living room to the bedroom, she remained highly alert, her body tense. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, she had just poked her head in when a sharp scream suddenly erupted beside her. There was no time to look up. She felt a black round mass suddenly drop from the ceiling, landing on her head. A pair of decayed, greenish little hands clawed desperately at her face. Looking closely, it was clearly a rotten, green infant zombie that had lost all semblance of a face, lying in wait on the ceiling for some unfortunate person to open the door. Instinctively, she covered her face with her arms. The infant zombie's long nails scraped against her, like steel blades. Thankfully, the high-quality white military uniform held up well. No matter how much the claws scratched, they only left shallow marks on the fabric. Sensing the military battle axe's presence, Xiaoxing took advantage of the infant zombie's moment of distraction to grab its throat with her left hand, as if choking its lifeline. The infant zombie flailed its arms and legs madly, and as Xiaoxing applied pressure downwards, the weight crashed down, exploding a thick green liquid onto the floor. The zombie's neck twitched, it was dead beyond revival. Xiaoxing steadied her nerves amid the chaos, looking at the zombie's body on the ground, forcing herself not to search through the house. On the bedside table, there was a framed photo of a man and a woman embracing, the woman noticeably pregnant. Xiaoxing hurried to the bedside table and picked up the frame, her expression changing dramatically. Meanwhile, on your side, a new notification popped up above Xiaoxing's head. Task completed. Would you like to continue exploring room 304 or start returning to the black market at the mine? Oh, is this making me choose between free exploration or completing the task to enter the main storyline? Looking at the panel that appeared on the screen, Du Ziren began to ponder carefully. Generally speaking, Games designed this way have their reasons, like a certain famous island game where an early plot choice gone wrong predetermined a unique lock for the subsequent storyline. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility of a prank involving a life or death choice. This current choice. Duziran stroked his chin, his gaze shifting to the album in Qiu Xingxing's hands. Is it asking me whether to continue exploring? 304? Actually, upon closer inspection, the photo is of a pregnant woman and her husband. If the client is the husband, then could that baby zombie we just saw be the child in the pregnant woman's belly? Wait a minute, there's a trap in here. Suddenly, Duziran seemed to realize something, hurriedly clicking on the door of 304, signaling Qiu Shengsheng to leave. Just think, if the husband ran away, leaving the pregnant woman and the baby, then what about the pregnant zombie that just appeared? Killed by her husband? How is that possible? If he had the ability to kill zombies, how could he have escaped? Run! Qiu Shengsheng, run! He shouted anxiously at the Qiu Shengsheng on the screen, but she was still looking around in confusion, her head held high. Senior? Did you just knock on the door? Who are you? Let me leave? If it's your request, I understand. Nodding, she stuffed the album into her arms and quickly walked towards the door of 304. Roar, but it was as if something had triggered a death CG, and suddenly a gloomy roar came from behind the glass door of the living room, bathroom. Boom! In the next moment, the frosted glass flew out of the doorframe, and a swollen, hollow-bellied female zombie emerged. She exhaled hot breath, holding a rusty pair of scissors in her hand. Upon closer inspection, this zombie had a somewhat swollen giant appearance, her face so bloated that her eyes were nearly closed, and her torn-open belly was spilling out inch-long black intestines. It looked as if she had forcibly cut open her own belly before turning into a zombie to take the baby out. As this pregnant zombie roared, the intestines hanging outside her belly began to twist bizarrely. This is a mutated zombie? It has abilities too? Qiu Xingxing's face turned pale as she finally understood why no one was eager to take on a task to retrieve the photo. As it turned out, there were so many hidden dangers inside. This is bad. This is bad. This thing, how could I? Swish! Before Qiu Shengsheng could utter another despairing word, the large intestine that had fallen outside her belly whipped towards her like a snake. Fast! Too fast! There was no time to react. Qiu Shengsheng felt her body suddenly suspended, completely wrapped in the bloody intestines, already bound in midair. No! Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the large intestine kept whipping, pulling Qiu Shengsheng towards the pregnant zombie's belly. No matter how much she struggled with her arms, the writhing intestines only tightened further. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I still have a younger brother. Sister. Buzz. Before her moans could finish, Qiu Shengsheng was completely sucked into the belly of the giant pregnant zombie. Thud thud, the huge belly kept twisting and writhing, as if it were absorbing and digesting Qiu Shengsheng. Damn! At the same time, Duziran looked at the scene on his phone, his face darkening. Why? Did I not make the right choice? I get it. No matter which option I choose, this death CG will trigger, right? Buzz buzz buzz, the phone screen vibrated continuously, and the dark scene lit up with a blood-red warning. Warning! Warning! Qiu Shengsheng is being attacked by a mutated zombie. If she is not rescued soon, she will be digested. Only 198. Only 198. Bring home a white quality dagger. Would you like to spend 198 to purchase a military dagger? This dagger cuts through iron like mud, a must-have for newcomers. Damn! Trash game. Waiting for me here, huh? Charge! Damn it! Knowing that this game had a trick to squeeze money like many previous mobile games, but seeing that helpless girl with a shy smile die right in front of him, Duziran couldn't bear it. Damn it! I'm willing to be scammed for your money. Qiu Shengsheng, stay alive. Ding dong, your bank card ending in 0304 has been charged 198 yuan. As a consumption notification popped up at the top of the phone, the game screen simultaneously displayed a successful transaction. Inside the pregnant zombie's belly, Qiu Shengsheng's breathing became increasingly labored. Her eyes were blurry, and she was closing them tightly. Am I going to die? I just wanted my little brother and sister to live a little better. The flashing images in front of her reminded Qiu Shengsheng of many people. Her little brother and sister, her parents who died in the mouths of zombies, the years spent living like a homeless person in the outer districts. All the burdens seemed to vanish like smoke. In the end, she unexpectedly thought of the senior who had suddenly helped her. I'm sorry, senior. I owe you. I really want to meet you. You must be a very gentle person, right? As her eyelids gradually drooped, a strange coldness pulsed in her palm. Stay alive. Qiu Shengsheng. Buzz. Suddenly, a man's voice exploded in her ears, and Xiao Xingxing's eyes snapped open, revealing a cold, long dagger in her hand. This, senior? I understand now. Tears unconsciously streamed from the corners of her eyes. All along, she had silently endured many things. Xiao Shengsheng had no support, she had no noble ability awakening, nor did she have a strong family background. In fact, at the age when she should have been spoiled, she had been scavenging everywhere for her little brother and sister. The helplessness and desolation in her heart seemed to find a support at this moment. All of this was given to her by that person. I want to live. To see him. To repay his kindness. Hiss. The pregnant zombie, still shaking her belly, suddenly had a huge gash torn open on her abdomen. Bright red blood splattered as Qiu Shengsheng, gripping the dagger, cut through large chunks of flesh and burst out covered in blood. The massive belly sprayed blood, and intestines rolled out onto the ground. The pregnant zombie looked at Qiu Shengsheng in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a person could suddenly pull out a dagger out of thin air. Moreover, that dagger was extraordinarily sharp. The terrifying bleeding from her belly made the pregnant zombie stagger back in disbelief. Tap tap tap. Finally, after she retreated several steps, the enormous corpse crashed to the ground. Blood pooled into a large puddle, and the massive body no longer moved. Huff huff huff. With her small hand tightly gripping the dagger, Xiao Shengsheng lay on the ground, frantically inhaling the fresh air around her. She stared intently at the pregnant zombie, fearing it would attack again. Senior, thank you. The emotions of surviving a disaster erupted, and Xiao Shengsheng frequently bowed to her surroundings. Now, she probably understood the senior's good intentions. The other party had never directly saved her but had provided her with tools to fight the zombies, training her abilities. The other party was cultivating her. Even in the apocalypse, they were willing to invest effort in nurturing newcomers. Either they wanted her to be their death servant or were looking for an heir. However, in either case, Xiao Shengsheng was deeply grateful to the other party. Senior, if Shengsheng sees you in the future, I will definitely repay you. She bowed heavily again to her surroundings, then stood up and walked towards the fallen pregnant zombie. Mutated zombies, also known as ability zombies. Such zombies are extremely difficult to hunt, but the relative benefit is, they generally contain a zombie crystal core inside. This type of crystal core is highly valuable. When crushed and soaked in hot water, if one is lucky, they might awaken their abilities and become an ability user, thus achieving greatness. If unlucky, it can still significantly improve physical fitness and enhance immunity. One could say, a crystal core is a tiny hope for an ordinary person to turn their life around. Although the probability of awakening abilities is low, hope is still hope. For an ordinary person to obtain a zombie crystal core is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For example, just now, if it weren't for that senior's intervention, could Xiao Shengsheng have killed the mutated zombie crystal core? If I can use it, perhaps I have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming an ability user and leading my younger siblings to a better life. But Shengsheng knows in her heart that without the senior, it would have been impossible to kill this zombie. So, the sharp dagger suddenly pierced the pregnant zombie's head, and a red crystal core wrapped in blood was taken out by Qiu Shengsheng. She held it in both hands and respectfully offered it to the void above. Please, senior, accept this insignificant gift from Shengsheng. At this moment, Duziran looked at the screen, where Qiu Shengsheng held the crystal core, with both hands, her face full of reverence, and he was astonished. My goodness, this interaction ability is too strong, right? What do I need this for? What? Can you really send it to me from the game? He teased, poking her blushing face, and a pop-up appeared. Name, Xiao Shengsheng. Identity, scavenger, a survivor living outside the safe zone, relying on simple tasks to survive in the apocalypse. Age, 19, height, 170 cm, weight, 45 kilograms, measurements, happiness value too low, temporarily unable to unlock, physical condition, morbid, hunger level, 30, warmth level, 5, happiness level, 3+2, boosted by the joy of surviving, equipment, military uniform, white, military dagger, white, your apocalypse survival character is sending you a gift, do you accept? Ha, what? You can really send it to me? With a hint of mischief, he clicked to accept, purely finding it amusing. Why didn't he let Xiao Shengsheng stay and use it himself? Because he guessed that with the nature of this pay-to-win game, he could definitely spend money to get the best crystal core for Qiu Shengsheng, awakening the best superpower. As for this crystal core now? What? This trash game company can really send me a proportional model offline? Forget it, I should hurry and refresh the mission. I'm a bit looking forward to it. If my happiness value goes up, can I? Hee hee. With a pig-like grin, Duziren completely failed to notice that the crystal core in Xiao Xingxing's hands had suddenly disappeared after she clicked accept. Great! The senior accepted it. Did he recognize me? At the same time, in room 304, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the disappearance of the crystal core in her hand, her face lighting up. This was already the most face-saving gift she could give. This crystal core was her only chance to cross classes. Although for that senior, it might just be a consumable, for her, it was as rare as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as it's for him, even if it's the only chance for me to turn my life around, I'm willing. Her ears inexplicably turned red as she recalled the shout from when she was on the brink of death, and her heart began to race. If I heard correctly, the senior's voice seems very young. Her cheeks started to heat up, and Xiao Xingsheng came back to her senses, patting her little head. What am I thinking? Even if the senior is very young, how could he possibly like me? I should clean up and head back to the black market to hand in the mission and get paid. Hastily wiping the blood from her face, Xiao Shengsheng quickly walked out of room 304. Following the path she came from, she made her way down to the underground floor, deliberately avoiding the -1 level, where 2 zombies were still blocking the fire exit. She tiptoed out of the underground garage on the -2 level, moving stealthily. Whoosh whoosh. Outside the community exit, the world was a vast expanse of white. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, and the snow on the ground had already accumulated to over 10 centimeters thick. Hoo-ha! Looking at the endless white, Xiao Shengsheng exhaled. She tightened her grip on the food and photos in her arms, walking alone in the desolate snowy landscape. Wow! The graphics of this game, this real scene, could be used to shoot a Hollywood blockbuster. Tisk tsk tsk, it's such a pity to make such a money-grabbing game. In front of his phone screen, watching Xiao Shengshan walk out of the community, Duziren marveled again at the game's excellent graphics. Just as he was about to stretch his upper body, changing arms to hold the phone, knock knock knock, someone knocked on the hospital room door. Who is it? Ziren, it's me, Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, what's wrong? Oh, it seems someone sent you a package, and it's at your door. I saw it and brought it in for you. What? Ha? Was there someone at the door just now? Creak. The hospital room door was pushed open, and Duziren looked in surprise at Dr. Liu, who walked in holding a small cardboard box. This was considered a high-care area of the hospital. Not to mention how the delivery guy got in. Usually, it was so quiet here that you could hear a pin drop. How did this package end up silently at the door? What? Has my hearing been affected by ALS? Thud. Staring blankly as Dr. Liu placed the package on the bedside table, Duziren's eyelids twitched. The box clearly had the words "sent by Xiao Shengsheng" written on it. What the heck? This lousy game company is so fast? Ziren, do you want me to help you open it? Considering Duziren's physical condition, Dr. Liu kindly asked a question. Duziren nodded. Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Liu. It's nothing, I'm actually curious. Who is this Xiao Shengsheng to you? I remember, it seems like no one has come to see you. She, tentatively stealing a glance at Duziren, Dr. Liu knew it wasn't appropriate to ask this, but it was her duty to understand the patient's family relationships and emotional changes. Xiao Shengsheng. She is someone very important to me. Important. A friend. Yes, a friend from the game. Originally, he wanted to say that Xiao Shengsheng was a game character, but the girl's smile and frown inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and Duziren didn't want to label her with the cold identity of a game character. Even if it was just an imagination, Duziren hoped she was a real friend. Oh, a friend you met in the game? Continuously observing the changes in Duziren's expression, Dr. Liu suddenly smiled with her lips pressed together. Ziren, you, could it be that you are in an online romance? Ah, online romance? How could that be? You, why are you shy? I've been through it all. He. With a meaningful smile, Dr. Liu had an expression of "I understand" and stopped asking further, tearing open the sealed tape on the package. Sizzle. Let's see what your online romance partner sent you. What a thing. The word "thing" hadn't even left her mouth when Dr. Liu's expression suddenly changed. A strong smell of blood wafted out from the cardboard box. A stone, shimmering with a seductive red light and stained with blood, lay quietly in the box. What is this? Years of medical intuition told her that the blood on the stone was not a decoration, but real. Zombie crystal core? Squinting at the stone in the box, Duziren was also stunned. It was exactly the same. It was a perfect 1:1 replica of the crystal core that Xiao Shengsheng had dug up at that time. Damn! This dog company makes such amazing merchandise? With this level, why not sweep the surrounding market instead of making this money-grabbing game? His eyelids twitched violently, and Duziren reached out. Dr. Liu, let me see that stone. Ziren, your friend sent you this thing? Dr. Lu, feeling uneasy, put on gloves and took out the blood-soaked stone. She looked at the blood-red stone from left to right, but still couldn't figure out what it was. An artistic product? A blood gem? And the blood on it had a rotten stench. Where on earth did this come from? This thing is a game merchandise sent by a friend. The blood on it should have been deliberately poured on to ensure a realistic effect. It's fine, it's not food. It should be okay to hold it. Game. Merchandise? Wiping the blood off the stone, Dr. Lu examined it several times and, after finding no abnormalities, finally handed it to Duziren. Hiss. Such precise craftsmanship. Taking the crystal core with his left hand, Duziren held the stone up to his eyes for a closer look. Inside the red stone, there were structures resembling blood vessels flowing. Not bad. This game is worth the money. After playing with it for a while, perhaps feeling bored, Duziren casually placed the stone into the flower pot of Snowdrop on the cabinet. The Snowdrop was a gift from Dr. Lu, and the crystal core was a gift from Qiu Shangshang. Both items held significant meaning for Duziren. By the way, Ziren, the weather is nice today. Would you like me to push you out for a walk? Seeing Duziren lying flat on the bed, Dr. Lu took the initiative to ask a question. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Duziren's eyes, but it quickly extinguished. He knew Dr. Lu meant well, but every time he sat in a wheelchair and looked at the sympathetic gazes of others, he felt oppressed and uncomfortable. Forget it, Dr. Lu, you can go back now. I might as well play games with my friends. Shaking his head, Duziren picked up his phone. On the screen, Qiu Shangshang was still walking alone in solitude. Dr. Lu glanced over but only saw the dim screen. She nodded, thinking it was just Duziren's phone locked. That's fine. Let your online partner keep you company. Sometimes, the human experience gives birth to many great miracles. To facilitate these miracles, a good mindset is needed. If playing games makes you happier, remember to rest, Ziren. After covering Duziren with the blanket again, Dr. Lu poured him a cup of hot water and then left the ward, looking back 3 times. Creak, the ward door closed again, and in the dim room, Duziren smiled self-deprecatingly. Miracles? Even the miracle flower, the Snowdrop, has withered. Let alone me? Glancing at the Snowdrop on the bedside table, Duziren didn't notice that the already dried and yellowed petals were eerily starting to stand tall and green again. Forget it, let my Shangsheng keep me company. I hope that before I die, I can let you live a good life. Tapping on the phone screen, Duziren looked at the girl walking alone in the snow, and a faint smile finally appeared on his lips. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the cold wind hit her face, and Qiu Shangsheng gritted her teeth, stepping out into the snow one step at a time. Creak creak, not knowing how long she had been trudging. After leaving the community, she walked towards the deserted suburban street. Gradually, a mine with a huge open entrance appeared before her. Black Market Mine. Once a very famous city mine, it was abandoned after the ore was exhausted. But after the apocalypse arrived, the deep mine became an excellent battleground that was easy to defend but hard to attack. After being occupied by a group of people, it gradually developed into a makeshift safe zone. I'm back. Rubbing her small hands, Qiu Shangsheng strode into the mine. The walls of the mine were filled with dense shallow pits, resembling small burrows. Inside, a group of elderly people with waxy yellow faces, emaciated bodies, and curled up in sleep were huddled together. They were all disabled, scavengers, abandoned by this cruel era, forced to hide on the outskirts of the safe zone, living day by day. Passing by these shallow pits, Qiu Shangsheng's face stiffened as she arrived at a large entrance wrapped in iron mesh. She then shook off the snowflakes from her clothes and respectfully shouted inside, ID 0929. Scavenger, Qiu Shangsheng, mission accomplished, requesting return. 0929? I remember. Weren't you supposed to carry out Professor He's mission? How come? As soon as the words were spoken, a chubby man in a down jacket, with a face full of flesh, walked out from the deep mine behind the iron mesh. His gaze first scrutinized Qiu Shangsheng's face, then finally fixed on her entire military uniform, his small green bean eyes flashing with greedy envy. Where did you get that combat uniform? Changing the subject, the chubby man squinted at Qiu Shangsheng. Qiu Shangsheng originally wanted to say a senior gave it to me, but as she opened her mouth, her expression suddenly turned cold. I dug it out from a family in the community. Oh, you really are lucky. Did you find the stuff? I found it. Alright, wait there. I'll call someone to check if you have any wounds. If not, you can come back. Hey, get a woman. I shouted towards the cave behind me, and immediately a disheveled woman in mink stockings ran over. Lord Wu Hai, is there something you need? You, go check her body for any wounds. Understood. Understood. The woman obediently stood by the barbed wire. The barbed wire blocking the depths of the mine suddenly twisted and contorted, opening a human-shaped doorway. Go! After squeezing through the doorway, the woman grabbed Xiao Xingxing's arm and walked towards a nearby unoccupied pit. She seemed very skilled at checking for wounds, unzipping Xiao Xingxing's jacket and unhesitatingly reaching for her body. "Ha, what is this?" Splash! A beautifully packaged bag of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water fell from Xiao Xingxing's arms, and a glimmer of greed clearly flashed in the woman's eyes. Such pure water. And this bread. You? Looking at Xiao Xingxing in surprise, her expression changed, and she immediately handed a bottle of mineral water to the woman. "Sister Xia, take this water. You and Gardwu should try it. It tastes really good." "Ha, you're quite clever." With a sly smile, the woman unceremoniously grabbed a bottle of mineral water and stuffed it against her chest. Xiao Shengsheng frowned but didn't dare to say much. The couple had always been in charge of guarding the entrance, and anything brought back by those going out would be checked by them. If one wasn't smart or generous enough when going out, it was hard to say what kind of tricks this couple might play to make things difficult for you. "Alright, it's fine now. You can go in. Your brother and sister have been talking about you for several days. If nothing's wrong, just come to the door to take a look." The woman smiled, seemingly in a good mood after receiving an unexpected surprise. Thank you. Xiao Shengsheng nodded repeatedly, and after wrapping her clothes back up, she followed her to the barbed wire. "Is it done?" Sister Xia said it's fine." "Then good, go in." With a casual wave, the barbed wire opened another human-shaped gap with a crack, and without looking back, Xiao Shengsheng walked deeper into the cave. "Hiss, that barbed wire is a supernatural ability?" Meanwhile, Du Ziren held his phone, looking at Wu Hai's actions in astonishment. He was sure there were no electrical devices in this pit. The twisting of the barbed wire just now seemed like it was being controlled by an invisible force. "I remember, Xiao Shengsheng once thought I was some space supernatural ability master. So, this fat gatekeeper is also a supernatural being?" As the scene moved, Du Ziren tried to click on Wu Hai's profile. Buzz instantly, Wu Hai's personal information appeared before Du Ziren's eyes. Wu Hai, metal ability user, white quality ability level, level 3 ability user identity, former leader of the Poison Snake mercenary group, injured during an outing, and after trading with the mine black market, became a black market gatekeeper. Oh, I didn't expect this guy used to be quite a character. Now he's down on his luck, lying flat and using his ability to guard the gate? Curiously, he clicked on Wu Hai's ability level panel, and after the detailed explanation interface popped up, Du Ziren finally understood the supernatural ability setting in the game world. Scavenger referred to ordinary people without supernatural abilities who could only take on simple tasks to survive in the base. Above the many scavengers were the high and mighty ability users. The ability users are rare, and it is not guaranteed that one will awaken their abilities just by using a crystal core. The levels of abilities are even more complex to cultivate. Ability users, super ability users, awakened ones, evolved ones, and Irin. This is the classification of abilities established by science after the apocalypse. An ability user refers to a human who has awakened their abilities but has limited usage. The next level, super ability users, are beings who can use their abilities almost infinitely and can even amplify their power. As for the awakened ones, they reach a stage where their abilities are mastered to perfection, and their genes merge with their ability memories, beginning to comprehend extraordinary ability techniques. Once they grasp these techniques, their abilities will exceed imagination. The evolved ones are monsters that have completely fused with their abilities. The final classification, Irin, is something that no one has ever achieved. In scientific research, each stage has 10 levels of strength. Each advancement requires a large amount of crystal cores for sustenance, so the higher the level of the ability user, the rarer they become. This is why Xiao Shengsheng looks at Du Ziren with admiration and fear. In her mind, Du Ziren might already be an evolved one, an old monster. So, even a mere third-level ability user can act like a corrupt official in the safe zone? It seems. I need to find a chance for Xiao Shengsheng to awaken her abilities. Clicking on the screen, Xiao Shengsheng has already arrived at a cave with many earthen houses along the path. She walks towards the largest earthen house, which has the words task handover point written prominently on it. Upon entering the earthen house, her eyes are met with gray-yellow square earthen walls, covered with various detailed task posters. Oh, this does have a bit of a Japanese RPG game feel. Watching the screen quietly, Xiao Shengsheng walks straight to the bar on one side of the earthen wall. In front of the bar stands a woman with yellow-brown hair. To Do Ziren's surprise, the woman's hair, skin color, and even her eye color are all yellow-brown. Black Market Task Administrator, Linya Identity, Ability User Ability Level, 5th Level Ability User Ability, Earth Control, White Quality. The information about the other party appears as he clicks, and Do Ziren raises an eyebrow. As expected, such good jobs in the safe camp are all taken by noble ability users. Sister Linya, I'm here to hand over the task. Hey? Little Shangsheng, what's with your outfit? Got lucky, found it in the neighborhood. That's good, if you sell this outfit, you won't need to go out for a month. What Do Ziren didn't expect was that Chiao Shengsheng surprisingly had a good relationship with Linya. She greeted her, and her gaze swept over Chiao Shengsheng's clothes without a hint of envy or jealousy. Handing the photo to the bar, Linya squinted and, without hesitation, took out a small bag from under the bar and handed it to Chiao Shengsheng. Here, take it, 30 copper coins, make it last, it should be enough for a week. Thank you, Sister Linya. Receiving the money bag, Chiao Shengsheng rarely showed a hint of a smile. Chiao Shengsheng completed the task, find the photo, and received 30 copper coins. Successfully returned to the safe camp, happiness +1, warmth +10. Current happiness, 6. Current warmth, 15. With the task completely handed over, Chiao Shengsheng's personal information panel updates again. 30 copper coins, 30 copper coins, and a bag of bread, a bottle of water. Your younger siblings will definitely be very happy to see these, right? In the narrow dirt path lined with earthen houses, Chiao Shengsheng held a heavy money pouch, her little face flushed. The girl's face was filled with the joy of life's aspirations. So nice, so nice. Little Shengsheng is so cute, so cute. You should just stay home and let me support you. On the other side of the phone screen, Do Ziren looked at the girl's smiling face, unable to suppress the smile creeping up his lips. For some reason, watching Chiao Shengsheng get better step by step filled him with a bit of sunny confidence. Even though you are a game character, even though you are just a string of data, but you are indeed the little sun in my dark world. Don't worry, I will definitely help you live a good life. Staring at the screen, Do Ziren leaned against the bed, suddenly feeling a bit numb in his chest. Must be from staying in one position too long? He didn't mind, just gazing at the girl in his hands, a smile on his face. In the survival camp of the black market in the mines, in a corner of a dirt house, the cramped, damp, earthy-smelling house had only about a dozen square meters of space, filled with small earthen furniture and a large earthen bed. But even in such an environment, if the 10 copper coins due each month were not paid on time, they would still be kicked out into the pit outside the barbed wire. The large earthen bed was covered with a somewhat damp cotton quilt, inside which were 2 children under 8 or 9 years old, a boy and a girl, both with dirty faces. In the dark environment, the girl blew on her palm and weakly asked the boy with a purplish face beside her, "Second brother, when do you think sister will come back? How about we go check by the gate again? Is there still a pancake at home? We can bake it and take it to sister?" Okay, the 2 little ones crawled out from under the quilt, wearing only a somewhat darkened cotton coat. They shivered as they took out a hard pancake from the quilt, ready to stuff it into their arms. Tap tap tap. At that moment, footsteps came from the door. "Xiaoning, Xiaojing, I'm back, sister." The 2 little ones trembled with excitement and ran towards the door. At the entrance, Chiao Shengsheng, wearing a large military uniform, looked at the 2 figures inside with a relieved expression. At that moment, her tense face relaxed, feeling somewhat at ease. It was as if all the grievances she had suffered outside dissipated into thin air upon seeing her younger siblings. "Sister, are you okay outside?" Xiaoning hugged Chiao Shengsheng's arm, anxiously looking her up and down. "Sister, your coat looks so cool." Little sister Chiao Jing, with snot dripping from her nose, also ran over to cling to Chiao Shengsheng's leg. "Don't worry, sister will be fine. Sister, I met a good person this time." "Ah, really? But sister, didn't you say not to trust anyone in the apocalypse?" He's different. While talking, Chiao Shengsheng slowly took out the piece of bread and the bottle of mineral water from her pocket, as if retrieving a treasure. "Tada, look, what is this?" Like showing off, as soon as the pure water and white bread appeared, the 2 little ones' eyes lit up. "Sister, what is this?" Xiaoning's eyes widened. "Wow, such clean water. I've never seen water like this, sister. Is it good to drink?" The 2 little ones asked one after another, and Chiao Shengsheng smiled as she opened the mineral water and bread. "Here, eat slowly. Drink the water sparingly. Once you finish eating and drinking, sister will take you to buy new clothes." Oh, in the small room, the romantic voices of children echoed, as 2 little ones carefully tore at the bread. So delicious. "Sister, you eat too." "You guys eat. I've already had some on my way back." No, sister, you eat. You eat." The small bread was torn into several pieces, and 2 little black hands offered the crumbs. Chiao Shengsheng's smile had never been so peaceful. "So nice. so nice. Watching the happiness overflowing from the phone screen, Du Ziren was just about to look for a recharge screen to improve Qiu Xingxing's living environment. Thump thump in his chest, his heart's beating inexplicably grew heavy. Huff huff huff, a tingling sensation spread across his chest, and his breathing began to quicken. It felt as if a 1,000-pound stone pressed down on his chest, and Du Ziren could only feel a burning pain. No matter how he inhaled, it seemed that oxygen couldn't reach his lungs. That sense of oppression, that burning pain, at this moment felt like accumulating frost, becoming more profound. Damn it! Is my chest's neurons dying too? The phone he held fell to the ground with a thud, and Du Ziren's pupils widened. He felt the grim reaper that had lingered over him for days was finally swinging down the sight. Am I finally going to die? Cough cough cough. His eyelids began to fight, and Du Ziren gradually recalled the past like a revolving lantern. He thought of his parents, thought of his childhood self, but somehow, the last thing that came to mind was Qiu Shengsheng from the Survival of the Apocalypse game. The girl's every frown and smile seemed to nourish his heart like a sweet spring. After I die, will she be bullied by others? She's so silly, will she be harmed? I don't want to die. I still want to watch her. Watch her. At this moment, the powerful desire to survive clashed with his drooping eyelids. Du Ziren didn't know why he was thinking of a game character at this time. Coincidentally, at this very moment, in the empty, dark earthen house, Qiu Shengsheng was eating bread when she suddenly choked. It was as if she sensed something, her gaze turned to the hollow surroundings. Is Senior doing well at this time? Through the phone screen, their longing seemed to converge. I can't die. Forcing his body to move, hearing the voice from the phone, Du Ziren looked hopefully yet despairingly at the bedside table. I probably still can't make it. The snowdrop has withered my life. In a fleeting glance, Du Ziren's eyelids twitched. Because that pot of dying snowdrop, at this moment, was full of life, the flowers and leaves vibrant. Representing the flowers of miraculous survival, they had actually come back to life. When did this happen? Huff huff huff, his breathing grew more rapid. Du Ziren looked at the flourishing flowers, his eyes filled with disbelief. The dying, miraculous flowers had revived. Then why couldn't he, Du Ziren, survive? I want to survive. I want to watch her step by step towards happiness. Tightly gripping his fists, the stubborn creaking sound of bones echoed incessantly. Du Ziren's eyelids twitched, and a flash of red light caught his eye. In the flower pot of the snowdrop, the figurine crystal core sent by the game company was shimmering with an enchanting red glow. Qiu Shengsheng, the gift from Qiu Shengsheng? With a strong stretch of his arm, Du Ziren grabbed the crystal core from the flower pot and held it in his palm. He could feel a warm current surging from the crystal core throughout his limbs. Gradually, it seemed like he had regained some sensation in his lower body. Waves of warmth crawled over him, making Du Ziren comfortably close his eyes. It felt like it had been a long, long time since his body had felt this good. Ziren, wake up, are you okay? He didn't know how long he had slept, but Du Ziren only felt a calling sound by his ear. He refreshed himself and moved his body, instinctively sitting up from the bed. You can move? This action immediately startled the exclamations to grow louder. What's wrong, Dr. Lu? Rubbing his eyes, Du Ziren noticed that his vision seemed to have improved quite a bit. He tried to move his arms and suddenly realized that the crimson crystal was still in his hand. However, when he opened his hand to look, the crimson crystal had turned into an ordinary white stone, losing the exquisite bloodlines it had before. Ziren, you can move your upper body? Dr. Lu covered his mouth, looking incredulous. It seemed so. Only when Dr. Lu reminded him did Du Ziren realize that only his lower body still felt a bit numb. The rest of him was almost fully active. What on earth is going on? Squinting his eyes, Du Ziren recalled everything from last night, finally fixing his gaze on the crystal in his hand. Dr. Lu, I remember that my ALS flared up last night, and I was already having difficulty breathing. But thinking of a certain someone, I held this thing and fell asleep. Now that I wake up, it seems my condition has improved a lot. Rubbing his head, Du Ziren looked at Dr. Lu in confusion. Hearing this, Dr. Lu stared at the crystal in Du Ziren's hand, suddenly seeming to understand something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. I understand. This is the power of love. Du Ziren was stunned. Can love really cure illness? What? Ziren, do you think I'm joking? Let me tell you, there are quite a few late-stage cancer patients who have recovered after going on trips with their spouses. You have to know, the wonders of the human body far exceed our understanding. Perhaps it's because of your online romantic interest that you found the will to live. Your body sensed your obsession, and that's why it fought back against the deterioration of your nerves. Listening to Dr. Lu's words, Duziran fell silent, his face slightly flushed. It seemed to make sense. Last night, he was thinking about Chiu Shengsheng, so, I survived because of my two-dimensional waifu, Wodafa? Feeling somewhat profound, Duziran didn't dwell on the crystal in his hand. He believed the doctor's scientific explanation more. This must be his body trying to save itself. So, if my obsession with Chiu Shengsheng is strong enough, is it possible for me to stand up from the sickbed? Absolutely possible. Ziran, treat that girl well, she might just be your lucky star. Excited, he patted Duziran's shoulder, and Dr. Lu was also quite enamored with such a medical miracle. Is she my lucky star? Rubbing the warm, crystal core in his hand, Duziran suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh no! Hastily picking up his phone from under the bed, he clicked back into the Doomsday Survival game. How much is this coat? What? It costs 10 copper coins? In front of the mid-level trading stall at the Mine Black Market, Chiu Shengsheng looked at a plush coat in the stall with a somewhat conflicted expression. The coat was actually a size smaller than her younger siblings. It was clear that it had been scavenged from somewhere outside. But what could she do? After so many years of the apocalypse, well-preserved clothes were considered treasures. For example, the combat uniform she was wearing could sell for at least 200 copper coins if she were willing to part with it. Hey, are you buying or not? I see you wearing it so well, you wouldn't be stingy with this little amount, would you? The stall owner sized up Chiu Shengsheng and shook his head, about to take the clothes back. Chiu Shengsheng's face flushed slightly, and she gritted her teeth. 2 pieces. I want 2 pieces. Oh, that's great. You're generous. Can I get a discount for 2 pieces? No discounts at all. Do you want them or not? Yes. Reluctantly taking out 20 copper coins from her pocket, Chiu Shengsheng was thinking of saving a few coins to buy some food. Originally, she only had 30 copper coins, and with the mid-level rent, after paying the last 10 copper coins, she would have nothing left. Sister, we don't want it. Right, we don't want the clothes. What will you eat after spending all the money? It's not cold. Hiding inside the house, Xiaoning isn't cold. The voices of the 2 little ones came from beside her, and Chiu Shengsheng looked over to see their little noses were red from the cold. The more they acted like this, the more determined Chiu Shengsheng became, swiftly buying 2 down jackets. It's okay. Sister can still go out to take on missions and earn money. Rubbing her younger siblings' little faces, Chiu Shengsheng forced a smile. So pitiful. Without any abilities, she has to take care of 2 little ones. Compared to Chiu Shengsheng, I seem to be much weaker. On the other side of the phone screen, Duziran secretly lamented the girl's helplessness, feeling inexplicably heartbroken. The copper coins are all spent, and the food brought back has all been eaten. What are we going to do tonight? Go hungry? Shaking his head, he began searching for the recharge interface on the screen. No way. He couldn't let his electronic wife suffer a little. Recharge fiercely. After searching along the screen for a while, Duziran finally discovered that dragging the game screen would reveal several unlocked gray frames. Lucky Wheel, unlocked with 1,000 yuan. Beginner Food Gift Pack, price 6 yuan, refreshes daily. Beginner Adaptation Equipment, price 198, currently has Beginner Protective Gear and Beginner Dagger, can continue to purchase to unlock other sets. The beginner set has hidden effects, more functions. Unlocked Chiu Shengsheng's happiness value. Goodness, so it was hidden here? If I hadn't discovered this, would Chiu Shengsheng have to face a pop-up asking me to recharge every time she encountered danger? 198 for the beginner set? Buy. Daily Refreshing Food Gift Pack? Buy. What else? I ordered everything I could in one go, and Duziran realized that this consumption was far from enough to unlock the Lucky Wheel for 1,000 yuan. Maybe. Is it still not a certain storyline, and the mall hasn't been unlocked yet? After thinking about it, it seemed like many large game companies initially wrap themselves in a guise that prevents you from spending, and when you reach a fixed level, you can't get past it. Suddenly, a mall would pop up in the game, prompting you to click in. TMD. Duziran was already used to the tricks of game companies. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 204 yuan, detecting frequent spending on games. Please be mindful of moderate game consumption. It is recommended that you enable the youth anti-addiction mode, and refunds for minors. Buzz, even the bank text message on his phone popped up this time, starting to kindly remind Duziran. What addiction? Buying food and necessities for my wife, isn't that only right? Ignoring the text message reminder on his phone, Duziran clicked the button in the game. The 6 yuan food package showed that it was being delivered, and with the click, an image of a pistol appeared along with the beginner's adaptive equipment. Beginner recommended equipment, Desert Eagle, includes 60 rounds of ammunition. You have gathered the beginner equipment, combat uniform, military dagger, desert eagle. After equipping all 3 beginner items, the hidden effect Luck +1 is activated. Yo, a set? For this kind of setting, Duzirin didn't even glance at it, it was simply a familiar design in all games. He clicked on the pistol, and the screen displayed delivering. On the other side, in a dark and cramped little earthen house, Xiao Shengsheng looked at her younger siblings bundled up in thick down jackets, sleeping on the bed with smiles on their faces, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Guliulu, her stomach had already grown several times. However, she pretended not to hear and quietly took out the chocolate she had previously obtained from 304. Here tonight, you can share this candy, and tomorrow, when I go out again, I can bring back a lot of food. She unwrapped the already softened chocolate and held it to her younger siblings' mouths. Sister, aren't you hungry? You eat. Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Shengsheng with concern, and without saying a word, Xiao Shengsheng stuffed the chocolate into her brother's mouth. Delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. Xiao Jing wants some too. Okay, the sweet chocolate was gradually shared, all fed to her younger siblings. Xiao Shengsheng looked at the chocolate wrapper that had been licked clean, pressed her lips together, and held her stomach as she walked to the door. All right, go to sleep quickly, sister will wash her hands and then sleep. Okay, the sounds of her younger siblings settling down came from behind her as Xiao Shengsheng stepped outside. At the entrance of the small house, a clay jar was filled with gray-brown water. That was the only benefit in the middle layer, a regularly provided water source. Full of gravel, dust, and yellowed groundwater, Xiao Shengsheng had been drinking it for many years. Guliulu just as she was about to take a couple of sips to ease her hunger. Thud in the corner of the small earthen house, the space twisted. A cold pistol, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bags of bread appeared in Xiao Shengsheng's view. Ha! She had gradually gotten used to such strange occurrences. She stared blankly around and weakly asked, Senior? Senior, is this for me? Tat tat tat. There was still no response, but the items on the ground had already been pushed to Xiao Shengsheng's feet. This. As she saw the handgun placed on the food, Xiao Shengsheng's eyelids twitched violently. A handgun. That is the only thing that can quickly bridge the identities of a scavenger and a superhuman. Such items have long been strictly controlled. After all, a person with a gun has the chance to kill a superhuman with a single shot, but a beginner superhuman could never instantaneously kill an ordinary person. This. Looking at the cold handgun, Xiao Shengsheng's heart raced thump. Senior, do you mean? Let me take this for self-defense? Bang bang bang. There was still no response, but Xiao Shengsheng's body stumbled forward uncontrollably, and the handgun had already moved into her embrace. I understand. Thank you, Senior. She had already sworn that if she could meet this senior again in the future, she would definitely repay him with her life. So, after putting away the gun and ammunition, Xiao Shengsheng boldly picked up the bread and mineral water from the ground and walked back into the small earthen house. Her younger siblings were still leaning against the bed, holding their stomachs and unable to sleep. Children are in a growing phase. How could one chocolate fill them up for a whole night? Stop pretending. Sister found food. Splash splash splash. Opening the bread and mineral water, Xiao Shengsheng walked to the bedside with a beaming smile. Wow, sister, where did you get this food? Wow, it's the white bread and clean water we had today. The eyes of the 2 little ones lit up, and Xiao Shengsheng smiled. It was given by a very nice big brother. Wow, big brother? Don't ask too much. Just eat. Rip. As the packaging was opened, in the cramped room, the 3 siblings buried their heads in the bread, feeling an excitement and satisfaction they had never experienced before. Gurgle, drinking the mineral water and savoring the sweet bread felt like a dream. My little tummy is so full, so happy. Little Qiao tilted her head, lying on the bed, her little face flushed. Happy? Is it happy? While munching on the bread, Xiao Shengsheng tucked her younger siblings in, unable to help but smile. Xiao Shengsheng's happiness +3, from food. Xiao Shengsheng's happiness +1, from handgun. Current Xiao Shengsheng's favorability is 10. Favorability has reached the threshold, unlocking the special item Little Horn. You can purchase the Little Horn item for communication with Xiao Shengsheng. The Little Horn can only send messages of 15 characters or less, priced at 20 renminbi each. What the hell? $20 to say a word? Why don't you go rob a bank? I'm dying. It could just rob me directly but pretends to give me a horn. On the other side of the screen, Duziren looked at the newly popped up message in the game, his face initially filled with joy. But it quickly darkened. Damn! Duziren, jumped out of the hospital, rolled off the sickbed. I won't buy a little horn. TMD. Do you really think I'm a fool, just to explode my gold coins? Are you a bandit? Why don't you go rob? Looking at the pop-up message in the game, Du Ziren felt that the game officials were treating people like idiots. Talking to game characters, one sentence costs 20? What? Don't they consider money as money? Just as he was about to ignore this message and continue playing, suddenly, in the quiet little earthen house at midnight, after Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing had fallen asleep, Qiu Shengsheng lay in the corner, stroking the handgun in her arms, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She thought of all the opportunities here. She scratched her head, as if she had made some kind of determination, and looked towards the hollow dark circles with a peachy pink hue. Senior, what does Shengsheng mean to you? The girl's eyes were filled with spring water, making Du Ziren's face flush. He had originally been cursing the game company, but his words faltered. This. After gesturing at the screen for a long time, Du Ziren couldn't respond to the girl's question. Watching her expectant gaze gradually dim, Du Ziren gritted his teeth and immediately looked at the little horn, choosing to purchase. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged 20 yuan. It has been detected that you have recharged too much for the game package. We suggest you. Shut up, Snow Leopard. Ignoring the text message on his phone, Du Ziren hesitated, pressed the horn item, and with a somewhat complicated and embarrassed expression, said, You are my little son in the dark world. Ding after the recording was completed. You are my little son in the dark world. Du Ziren's clear voice surprisingly echoed in the small house in the game. As soon as the voice came out, Qiu Shengsheng on the other side seemed to have a brain crash, standing there in a daze. After a long time, her face turned as red as a fiery cloud, blooming like a summer peach. What does it mean? Her heart inexplicably thumped. Qiu Shengsheng felt her little head was about to smoke. Senior, is this a confession to me? No, it shouldn't be, right? What the senior means is that I am a more interesting scene in his boring life, right? Covering her face, Qiu Shengsheng could only persuade herself like this, because she really couldn't understand how someone as noble as the senior would notice her. It must be that the senior is just bored and teasing me. It must be. Senior, what a bad person. Despite constantly persuading herself, Qiu Shengsheng buried her face in the quilt, yet she still slightly curled her lips and smiled as she fell asleep. Hee so cute. My Shengsheng is really cute. Looking at the shy appearance of the girl on his phone, if it weren't for the fact that she needed to rest, Du Ziren would have wanted to buy 10 more little horns. Who said this little horn was a money trap? This little horn is just too good. I'm an idiot. I love spending money. It's fun. I love playing. Damn it. So good. Meanwhile, in the middle layer of the black market, in front of a large earthen house, a group of tightly dressed youths were gathering together. The large earthen house had the words Viper Mercenary Group hanging prominently. In the dark of night, a group of people moved swiftly into the house, where 2 men and 1 woman were standing inside. Under the candlelight, one could clearly see Wu Hai's bloated face. Bro, you said you were fine. Why did you call the brothers to gather in the middle of the night? Beside Wu Hai, a young man who looked about 70 to 80% like him, but was much thinner, muttered with some dissatisfaction. He and Wu Hai were brothers, and since Wu Hai had fallen flat, the Viper Mercenary Group was now led by him. Wu Tao, I'm here today to bring you good news, Wu Hai said, his large hand mischievously squeezing the waist of the woman in his arms, making her giggle. Good news? Oh my brother, look at the state of the world now. How scarce are resources? Good news? What good news could there be? Wu Tao curled his lips in disdain, just as he was about to retort his brother a few words. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wu Hai directly pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the woman's arms. Clang under the candlelight, the glimmer of the mineral water reflected in Wu Tao's eyes, causing his eyelids to twitch violently. Is this pure water? My goodness, big brother, where did you get this from? This purity. Snatching the mineral water from Wu Hai's hand, Wu Tao examined it like a treasure, looking left and right. He had never seen such pure water in his life. The appearance of this bottle even stirred the young people in the mud house, who frequently glanced at the bottle of mineral water. Precious. It was truly too precious. Decades of apocalypse had left the world polluted like wasteland. There were still water resources, but they were all contaminated wastewater. To extract perfect, healthy water in the apocalypse, there was only one possibility, that was for a water system ability user to conjure water out of thin air. But once such ability users awakened, they would immediately become targets of plunder by various large survival bases, something that could be encountered but not sought after. As for the so-called 3-line safe camp of the mining black market, having a superpowered person stationed there would be remarkable enough, let alone a water system ability user? What a joke! Hiss. Big brother, where on earth did you get this thing? You didn't find a water system ability user, did you? My goodness, if we knew someone like that, wouldn't we be flying high? Wu Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Wu Hai sneered coldly. Hey, I'm not familiar with water system ability users, but this thing was scavenged from a scavenger by your sister-in-law. The key point is, that guy was still wearing an old combat uniform. Do you know what that means? His eyes, hidden beneath fat, squinted into a slit, exuding a cold light like a venomous snake. Wu Tao's expression changed, and he immediately understood. Big brother, are you saying that guy might have discovered something inside a material storage room? She might know the direction of a large batch of survival supplies? Exactly. Such water, aside from the possibility given by an ability user, could only have been placed in a well-sealed warehouse by someone. I'm thinking, should we come up with a way to swallow her? Swallow her? Big brother, what kind of background does this person have? Hearing Wu Hai's words, Wu Tao's expression clearly showed some hesitation. What background? Put. Just a little kid, with 2 small children. What background does she have? Just luck. She found some clothes, stumbled upon supplies, her luck is quite good. This water is a gift from her to me. Suddenly, the woman in Wu Hai's arms stood up, twisting her waist, her originally cunning eyes narrowing like a viper. If you ask me, there's no time to waste. Tomorrow, we should set a trap. The next day, Xiao Shengsheng woke up from a warm slumber, curled up in the quilt like a cat, slowly opening her eyes. The comfortable and peaceful feeling made her reluctant to leave the bed. She could no longer remember how long it had been since she had slept so sweetly. Delicious food, sweet water, and safe combat uniforms. All of this was given to her by that mysterious senior. Senior, truly, you are my lucky star. Rubbing her little face, Xiao Shengsheng forced herself to crawl out of the bedding. Her younger siblings were still asleep, and she reluctantly hurried out of the mud house. It's time to make money. Tensing her heartstrings, Xiao Shengsheng arrived at the task room in the mid-level safe zone. She had already spent all her money, and she needed to earn the money required for her next living expenses within a day or two. The mysterious senior was very kind to her, but she couldn't just sit there with her mouth open waiting for him to feed her every day, right? Living off him like a maggot. Just thinking about it made Xiao Shengsheng feel disgusted. No way. The senior has already helped me too much. I need to grow up quickly. With this equipment, touching the handgun in her pocket, Xiao Shengsheng confidently walked into the mission room. In the early morning, it was already filled with people, each selecting suitable tasks. At the bar, Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who was tilting her head to choose a mission, with a somewhat surprised expression. Hey, Shengsheng, didn't you just earn 30 copper coins? What's up today? Oh, Sister Linya, I'm here to pay this month's rent. Handing over the last 10 copper coins at the bar, Xiao Shengsheng touched her empty pocket and smiled a little shyly. The safe zone doesn't protect you for no reason. Anyone who dares to be a day late on rent will be immediately kicked out. Of course, it didn't matter much to Xiao Shengsheng alone. She was worried about her younger siblings encountering danger outside. You paid the rent, so you still have money, right? To buy some expired steamed buns, you. Linya accepted the money, looking at Xiao Shengsheng with some confusion. But Xiao Shengsheng just shook her head. My younger siblings need new clothes. You, just being alive is good enough. Why go through all this? Sister Linya, you don't understand. I just want to give them a better life. Enough talk, let me see if there are any suitable missions. Turning her small body away, she stubbornly looked at the missions on the wall. Linya could only let out a faint sigh. Suddenly, a mission announcement appeared in front of Xiao Shengsheng. Mission, explore the map of Jing'an community. Mission details. To ensure that the ability users can explore Jing'an community smoothly, we urgently need a scavenger to go to the property building of Jing'an community to find the original blueprints of the Jing'an community. Bring back the original blueprints of Jing'an community to the submitter, and the reward is 50 copper coins. Hey, you need the blueprints of Jing'an community? I'm familiar with that place. Eagerly taking down the mission paper, Xiao Shengsheng secretly sighed at her good luck. Sister Linya, this is the mission. I accept it. Waving the paper in her hand, Linya glanced at Xiao Shengsheng's mission with a somewhat astonished expression. This task seemed to have been posted by an individual. It wasn't there yesterday. Just this morning, the client's money and mission requirements appeared at the bar, which is how this task came to be. What a coincidence! Could it be that heaven is taking care of Shengsheng? Without thinking too much, Linya gave Xiao Shengsheng a thumbs-up gesture. Be careful on your way. With a sweet smile, Xiao Shengsheng strode out of the mission room, heading straight for the outside of the black market. Buzz buzz buzz, the morning sunlight shone through the glass onto Du Ziren's face. Feeling the vibration in his chest, Du Ziren rubbed his eyes and suddenly jumped up from bed. Hey! The air was filled with the fragrance of snowdrop, and he was surprised to find that he seemed to have some sensation in his thigh. Perhaps if that opportunity from that night came again, he might be able to get out of bed. Buzz buzz buzz, the phone in his chest kept vibrating. Duzirin picked it up and looked. On the dim screen, a line of large text was displayed. Your apocalypse survival character has accepted a new mission. Find the construction blueprints of Jingyan community. Mission completion reward, Xiao Xingxing's happiness value +2, copper coins +50. Did my Shangsheng accept a mission again? That's good. With an increase in happiness, this game should have more playability, right? Rubbing his eyes, he set his phone in front of him. The game's survival of the apocalypse started. Lying on the bed like a shut-in, Duzirin felt incredibly energized after watching Xiao Shengsheng have a good time last night, and he even managed to sleep well. In the game, a girl was walking alone in the snow. Duzirin occasionally clicked on the mission, but the more he looked at that mission, the more he felt something was off. How to put it? This mission appeared neither too early nor too late, but precisely when Xiao Shengsheng needed it. Moreover, it seemed tailor-made for her. Could it be that the luck effect of the newbie set has been triggered? But that doesn't make sense. This mission description is about finding blueprints for superhumans? Isn't that a bit too obvious? Can't superhumans find it themselves? Filled with doubt, Duzirin stared intently at the phone screen. He wasn't worried about any accidents happening to Xiao Shengsheng. After all, he was her most powerful cheat. Whoosh whoosh, white snowflakes fell on her face as Xiao Shengsheng blew a few breaths into her hands. She looked towards the gate of the Jingyan community, a flicker of joy passing across her face. Rustle 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 on the thick, heavy snow. There seemed to be some movement, and a few patches of snow trembled on the ground. Is it just my imagination? A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes as Xiao Shengsheng stood frozen for a moment. Suspected anomaly detected, please choose a response. Just as Xiao Shengsheng was lost in thought, a prompt sounded on Duzirin's phone. Proceed as usual, take out the military dagger or retreat, take out the military dagger. Another choice question similar to triggering a death CG appeared. Duzirin hesitated for a moment but decisively chose the latter. Based on his intuition, he felt that this mission was a bit off. After clicking retreat, take out the dagger, Xiao Shengsheng, who had been dazed in the snow, suddenly seemed to be pushed by something, hurriedly stepping back a few paces, and the dagger in her arms fell abruptly into her hand. Is it my senior? Is my senior telling me to retreat? Could it be? Already familiar with this sudden sensation, Xiao Shengsheng gripped the dagger in her hand and took a few steps back in the snow. Rustle rustle rustle, in the next moment, a large net made of thick rope suddenly sprang up from the snow, heading straight for where Xiao Shengsheng had just been standing. Thud, the heavy coarse net landed heavily on the snow, missing its target. Thud thud thud. Immediately after, from beneath the thick snow, a dozen young men dressed in black down jackets, with a viper emblem on their chests, suddenly emerged. Oh, didn't catch her? Damn, didn't expect this little thing to react so quickly. Not catching her is fine. Dealing with a little girl is still an easy task for us. The coarse net was being pulled by a few young men, while the remaining ones grinned as they approached Xiao Shengsheng. You guys, are you from the Viper mercenary group? What do you want with me? Her face, pale from the cold, was filled with astonishment. Xiao Shengsheng couldn't understand. As a mere scavenger, why would a mercenary group have their eyes on her? Pretending? Who are you fooling? Don't think we don't know. You secretly brought back good stuff to the safe camp. Tell us, where's the rest of it? Otherwise, you'll be in for it. One young man sneered, pulling a small dagger from his waist. He looked her up and down, feeling that this girl probably had never seen blood, like a rabbit in a cage, so easy to kill. TSK. Just a bit too skinny, not fun at all. Speak quickly, or I might just have to carve a few cuts on your face. The man waved the dagger in his hand, while Xiao Shengsheng continued to retreat, her face as pale as paper. Now, even if she was slow-witted, she had figured it out. It was that nurse, Sister Xia, who had betrayed her. The bottled water she had bribed her with might have been shown to her lover, Wu Hai. Wu Hai was the former leader of the Venom mercenary group, and his brother was the current leader. It was not hard to imagine the twists and turns involved. I don't have it anymore. Those things are all. With her mouth trembling, Xiao Shengsheng didn't want to sell out her senior, but she couldn't articulate why. Don't have it anymore? Are you lying to your mother? The approaching man cursed loudly, raising his knife to stab Xiao Shengsheng in the face. Xiao Shengsheng's body trembled, but having already gone through the baptism of the mutated zombies, she was no longer just dazed. She instinctively drew the dagger hidden in her hand. Whoosh, the two daggers clashed. With a spark, the military dagger sliced through the opponent's dagger like cutting through mud, and with a poochie, it opened a gash in the man's stomach. Pooh, in an instant. The man, who had been aggressive just moments before, froze in disbelief, staring at his bleeding belly. You. He opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something more, but before the surprise in his eyes faded, his body fell to the ground with a thud. Gurgle blood stained the snow, and the smell of blood spread. The men who had been watching the scene were stunned. She killed Air Guzi? She actually dared to fight back? Damn it, that bitch. After a brief shock, more than a dozen men seemed to snap back to reality, drawing daggers from their waists. Several blades glinted coldly as they surrounded Xiao Shengsheng. Huff huff huff. Surrounded by the crowd, Xiao Shengsheng instinctively felt a bit scared, her body trembling again. After all, she was still a girl who had just stepped out into the world, and facing an attack from so many people, it would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. But she also understood that once these mercenaries had their sights on her, it wouldn't matter what she said. The apocalypse was a world where zombies eat people, and people eat people. If she died outside the black market, who would care? Today's mission was just a bait set by the Venom mercenary group to draw her out, all to avoid violating the rules of the safe camp. Now, whether she had any food or not, she would inevitably be tortured by the Venom mercenary group. I can't die. I want to live. I still have younger siblings. I still have my senior. She gripped the dagger tightly in her hand. With a buzz, a cold chill blew from behind her, as a man wielding a dagger swung it horizontally towards the back of her head. Please click the flashing button on the screen to help Xiao Shengsheng dodge the attack. At this moment, on the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren's phone was already displaying countless nodes where the men were about to attack. Oh, this is reaction training. Easy. His hands quickly tapped on the various flashing points on the screen. Immediately, Xiao Shengsheng's previously dazed body moved like a dancing serpent. Her legs bent at an incredible angle, and she leaned back. As countless daggers flashed past, Xiao Shengsheng dodged all the attacks, and with a sudden flick of her wrist, a dagger was hurled directly into the forehead of the man behind her. Thud! The man looked bewildered at Xiao Shengsheng's actions, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground. What the hell is this? What kind of skill is this? Damn! Is this a scene from an action movie? Unbelievable! It was simply unbelievable. The circle of men surrounding them were dumbfounded. What kind of reflexes must one have to dodge an attack amidst so many assailants and then counterattack? Damn! Everyone, stop dawdling. Get to it. No matter how amazing she is, can she really take on 10 at once? Get to it. One man, his eyes bloodshot, raised a dagger to stab, while the others also held their daggers high. Please pay attention to the moment. Quickly aim for the opponent's head, shoot to kill the target, and assist Xiao Shengsheng in evading death. Just as a dozen daggers were raised again, the silver glint making Xiao Shengsheng's face turn pale. On this side, Du Ziren's phone screen froze on this scene, and on the heads of the men surrounding Xiao Shengsheng, red dot areas similar to judgment markers appeared. This setup was somewhat reminiscent of the survival judgment that appeared when Lara encountered danger in Tomb Raider. After a mocking smile, Du Ziren continuously adjusted the angle with his thumbs while frantically clicking on the judgment areas within the lightning-fast judgment time. A nice shot! You've even stolen Lara's game settings. Bang bang bang! As Du Ziren kept clicking on the heads of the men in the scene, Xiao Shengsheng had already raised her handgun. Is it the senior? Feeling her body making impossible reactions, Xiao Shengsheng simply gave up control and focused intently on her actions. Draw the gun, chamber around, aim. It was almost seamless. In the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the dozen men who had been fierce and menacing in front of her had their heads explode in a shower of blood. Puff puff puff. Their ferocious expressions were frozen on their faces, but perfect, precise blood holes had already appeared in the center of their foreheads. Puff puff puff. In the next moment, the dozen men who had surrounded her all fell to the ground with a loud thud. Blood gushed out in a pool, and only the girl in the center of the circle stood holding the gun, covered in blood, yet completely unharmed. Hoo. The cold wind blew as Xiao Shengsheng stood alone in the snow, calmly looking around. In the distance, the members of the Viper mercenary group who had been closing in were now dumbstruck. What the hell? What kind of gun god is this? Such fast shooting. No way. Could she be some kind of shooting instructor? No way. Where would an instructor come from now? Where did she get the gun? Boss, she has a gun. The chaotic screams erupted. A few remaining mercenary members, disregarding the coarse net in their hands, shouted and ran towards a patch of snow. Shoot! Leave no survivors. Just then, in a daze, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly heard a prompt in her ear. Senior? Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Shengsheng hesitated. She had killed zombies before, but this was her first real kill. If you don't kill him, they'll remember the grudge and will eventually kill you. Think of your younger siblings. Another prompt sounded. Xiao Shengsheng bit her lip and immediately raised her handgun. Bang! 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 Although she had never used a handgun before, under the previous control, Xiao Shengsheng unexpectedly grasped the technique of using the gun. Puff 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 in the distance. Although the fleeing men were not shot in the head, they were all hit in other parts of their bodies without exception. Blood sprayed from their bodies, and the pain caused them to collapse to the ground. Boss, help me, save me! The wound was gushing blood, even though it hadn't hit a vital spot. In this heavy snowfall and with such massive blood loss, they wouldn't last long. Damn it! Damn it! Under a corner of the white snow pile, Wu Tao watched the scene before him, his entire face darkening to the point of dripping water. Unbelievable! Simply unbelievable! Their mercenary group had 15 members, 14 big men plus one ability user. Wherever they went, it was a slaughter. This TM. Today they were actually wiped out by a little girl? Was this a joke? Wu hi, ICNM. Is this the girl you said had no background? This is a damn gun god. Damn. Cursing, Wu Tao slowly took out a few silver needles from his jacket pocket. He knew that today's grudge was settled. If he didn't kill this woman in front of him, he would never get over this hurdle in his life. I don't believe it. No matter how awesome you are, can you be a match for an ability user? Go! With a sudden wave of his hand, 4 or 5 silver needles shot like white light into the icy wilderness. Flickering with ghostly light, several silver needles shot towards Xiao Shengsheng's chest like arrows in the cold wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sharp wind blew past, and Xiao Shengsheng didn't catch any abnormality. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren, who had just spent $40 persuading Xiao Shengsheng to strike hard, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a line of text flashed on the screen. Ability attack detected. Please choose a response. Beginner's 3-piece set luck hidden ability triggered. You need not worry about this attack. Oh, the set ability was triggered? Staring blankly at the screen. Bang bang bang. The next moment, a series of metallic sounds erupted from Xiao Shengsheng's chest, and 5 shiny steel needles fell from her chest. Ouch! Xiao Shengsheng felt a dull pain in her chest and hurriedly reached for her pocket. A few bullets from the Desert Eagle had inexplicably developed several scratches. What? What happened? Xiao Shengsheng stared blankly at the abnormal bullets, still not understanding what had happened, while Du Ziren on this side was laughing. Damn! So this is how luck is triggered? All the attacks hit the bullets. How damn lucky is that? Damn! Why is she still fine? Why? On one side, Du Ziren was laughing, while on the other, Wu Tao was going crazy. The attack he had painstakingly built up, and the other party was still standing there, bouncing around as if nothing had happened. To know, this move, among ability users of the same stage, absolutely few could withstand. Why? Why could that woman? Damn! What she's wearing, could it be some limited edition, enhanced bulletproof vest? No! Impossible! I want her dead! I want her dead! His teeth clenched tightly. Wu Tao couldn't think of what other tricks Xiao Shengsheng had. He only had the ability of Ability User Second Stage, which could only be activated twice a day. This time I'll aim for her head. I don't believe it. Buzz buzz buzz, the silver needles in his pocket buzzed again. Wu Tao's face darkened, staring at Xiao Shengsheng like a viper. Ability attack detected. Please take appropriate countermeasures. At this moment, Du Ziren's phone screen lit up with a warning again. Who is it? Why is there still an NPC setting that likes to ambush? Attacking a girl with an ambush, is there no shame? Frowning slightly, if you were to ask Du Ziren what he hated most about gaming, that must be the archer who likes to hide behind the front row and shoot arrows in the dark. Right now, this invisible archer was already making him a bit irritated. After quickly purchasing 2 small speakers, Du Ziren pressed the talk button. Xiao Shengsheng, lie down. After using the first small speaker, he used the second one again. This time, Du Ziren changed the option of the small speaker from only for Xiao Shengsheng to for everyone. Thus, in the game, Du Ziren's warning echoed. The guy shooting arrows from behind. Come out right now. Thud almost as soon as the first small speaker went off, Xiao Shengsheng's dazed expression remained, but her body obediently fell into the snow. She looked like a silly deer, completely clueless about what was happening, and dumbly collapsed into the snow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few silver needles whizzed past her head, and Xiao Shengsheng buried her head in the snow, remaining motionless. Whatever my senior says, I will do. My senior must be helping me. Her frozen little face pressed against the snow, Xiao Shengsheng thought to herself. Little did she know. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. You dog who shoots arrows from behind, come out. This voice sounded like a furious roar coming from the depths of the abyss. Say, senior? Her face buried in the snow turned a bit red, and her ears involuntarily flushed with color. This was the first time she experienced the feeling of being spoiled by someone standing up for her. She was engulfed in a different kind of emotion, her small body trembling slightly. What the hell? Who Who is this? On the other side, Wu Tao, also huddled in the snow, was dumbfounded. His expression was one of shock as he frequently looked around, trying to find the direction of the voice. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see a single extra shadow. It's over. It's over. Who told me this girl had no one behind her? Wu Hai, Ding Chuanxia, ICNM. Come out. Come out. The resounding shouts echoed in his ears. At this moment, Wu Tao felt like he could kill his own brother. Was this a black eats black situation? Was this person looking for death? My God, the person behind this little girl must at least be a high-level boss with the sonic ability, right? The aura of this voice. His scalp began to tingle. Wu Tao had crawled and fought for over a decade in the apocalypse. He knew exactly what this world was like. There were no human feelings in the apocalypse, only killing and fighting. Now, as long as he dared to show any signs, he would definitely be killed by that boss. Guaranteed. He hasn't discovered me yet. As long as I wait for that girl to leave on her own, I will immediately leave Wan'an City. TMD. I've kicked a steel plate. No, before I leave, I still need to beat up my big brother and sister-in-law. Crouched in the snow, Wu Tao had completely lost any desire to covet Xiao Xingxing's supplies. At this moment, he just wanted to survive. Rustle, 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 the snow had already covered his entire body, freezing his teeth to chatter. He didn't dare to move at all, shrinking under the snow like a corpse. Senior, can I move now? On the other side, Xiao Xingxing was still lying in the snow, weakly asking a question. Don't move! A cold voice came from her ear, and Xiao Xingxing shrank her neck, not daring to ask again. Through the phone screen, Du Ziren's expression was not good. Having played this game until now, he wasn't sure if the game character could be revived if they died. So, he didn't dare to let Xiao Xingxing move, fearing that this little cutie would be killed by the ability. That guy is taking too long to show up. He's just a threat. So annoying. Is there any item to change the terrain, or some AoE skill? On the screen, a warning kept flashing above Xiao Xingxing's head, indicating that there was danger nearby. Ding dong, suddenly, a pop-up appeared. Your game character is currently in a state of danger. Given this situation, you have two choices. 1. Take a risk, but if your game character dies, you can only bind a new character and restart the game. 2. Purchase a beginner's luxury life-saving package, randomly refreshing a one-time protection skill. Damn! This damn game. Here we go again? Staring at the game's pop-up, Du Ziren unhesitatingly chose option 2. Are you kidding? My Shangsheng is so cute. Let her take risks. Is she even human? Come on, spend. Let me see what your life-saving package really is. After pressing option 2, the interface directly popped up a low-quality advertisement. Are you still worried about your game character? Are you still concerned that the character you painstakingly raised might die suddenly? Don't worry, just 648. Just 648. You won't lose out, you won't be fooled. 648. Take home super luxurious skills. Trash game. If it weren't for Shangsheng, after fiercely pressing the recharge button, and with another warning from the bank card, a golden skill icon appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Inside that icon, various patterns with skill descriptions kept flashing. Super ability stage Burning Sky, Mutant stage Frozen Sea, Awakening stage Lion's Roar. Various luxurious skills kept bouncing, looking like they were meant to be randomly selected. I remember, the strongest setting in this game is called Mutant, right? Come on, draw a Golden Legend. Buzz slapping down on the flashing skill, the icon gradually slowed its flashing and froze on a skill glowing with blue light. Awakening stage spatial ability Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash, slide the screen, the area your finger slides will be struck by several spatial blades. Split mountains and seas, immense power. Damn, Awakening stage? Man, this luck isn't great. Huh? Looking somewhat disappointed at Dimensional Slash, what left Du Ziren speechless was that this skill just kept freezing on the screen. Moreover, below this skill, there was a number, charge 1. What does that mean? It means that Dimensional Slash will appear here as a long-term fixed skill, and for 648 yuan, you can charge it for one use. That's right, it's that heartless. This kind of game setting, Du Ziren had only seen in some low-quality advertisement games, belonging to the category of pay-to-win official value skills. Damn it, you want me to treat 648 like pocket change, huh? Damn game developers. Despite cursing, Du Ziren still looked at the phone screen. He purchased the small horn he once looked down upon and said to the game screen public chat, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't come out, you're dead. This line was still directed at that archer. What if that guy couldn't hold back and came out? $20 for a 648, what a deal. But, after another thunderous shout, the white snowy ground still showed no sign of anyone appearing. Trying to trick me out? Hey, I won't go out. As long as you can't find me, what can you do? It's confirmed, that girl behind him is at most just a mutant. If he were some superhuman, he would have already charged in without a word. I'm not going out. Not going out. Crouched under the snow, Wu Tao sat there like a turtle in its shell. Little did he expect. Another furious shout rang out. Damn it! You are really worth a lot. You forced me, wasting my 648. What's 648? He was pondering in confusion. Buzz 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 buzz. Countless snowflakes in the sky and on the ground began to vibrate and twist strangely. Crack 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 centered around Xiao Shengsheng. The air around her started to hum. Dark cracks abruptly tore through the air, as if something from the void was about to emerge. What the hell? What the hell? Spatial ability? Under the snow, Wu Tao was already dumbfounded. Spatial abilities are incredibly rare. Is this the skill of a awakened? Buzz buzz buzz. Countless tearing black cracks continued to widen, and then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, white vortex blades, invisible to the naked eye, shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Boom! Where the spatial blades passed, the snow on the ground instantly disintegrated, and the land beneath the snow was gouged out into deep grooves. Buzz buzz buzz. Nothing could be seen, yet everything was visible. The snowy scene around Xiao Shengsheng instantly turned into dark, overturned earth. Buzz. Moreover, the formless spatial blades continued to spread, and in the distance, the gate of Jing'an community exploded into powder with a loud bang. The world seemed to be collapsing. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Under the snow, Wu Tao could no longer stay still. This is insane. Awakening period, spatial master. Wu Hai, damn it. Thud just as he jumped out of the snow and ran a few steps. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His body felt like it was pierced by something, and as Wu Tao took the next step, his entire body crack 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 was sliced into pieces, falling to the ground in a heap of flesh, clattering everywhere. Swipe swipe swipe. I'm swiping. On the phone screen, Duziran kept sliding through the game interface. With each click, countless invisible spatial blades scattered across the snow, creating grooves. Finally, a clump of snow exploded under the snow, and Wu Tao was cut into a pile of flesh. Xiao Xingxing's crisis has been resolved. Detected that you have spent over 1,000 yuan, qualifying you to activate the lucky draw. The lucky draw is now open. You can click the bottom right corner of the screen to check the lucky draw. With the game pop-up reminder, a colorful roulette icon lit up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Duziran completely ignored it and continued swiping on the screen for a while before stopping. Are you kidding? Spending 648 for a few special effects, if he didn't swipe a few more times, would that be worth his 648? Look at the damage. This 648 is not bad. Alright, the crisis is resolved, time to collect the loot. He pointed at Xiao Shengsheng still in the snow. Ah! On the other side, Xiao Xingxing's butt went numb, and she immediately popped out of the snow. Senior! She stomped her feet, her face both shy and flushed. But, when she saw the surrounding black earth churning, the ground full of muddy grooves and flesh, she was left speechless. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. Just now, she also felt that this senior had activated his ability. But how could she have imagined that in such a short time, the entire snowy ground had been wiped clean? The ground is covered with marks from the blades. The air is still vibrating. Could this be the legendary spatial blade? Senior, you're really amazing. Staring blankly at the scene before her, Xiao Shengsheng felt a tingling sensation run down her back. She immediately understood and followed the push sensation along her back, walking towards a pile of minced flesh. Although the Viper mercenary group was mostly made up of ordinary people, they were at least well-equipped and had considerable experience fighting zombies. Therefore, these people generally had some belongings on them, more or less. As she rummaged through the turned-up flesh, Xiao Shengsheng found 5 boxes of wafer biscuits, a bottle of high-purity canned water, a small bag of pre-made mixed jerky, and 2 cigarettes. These items didn't seem like much, but you have to understand, this is the apocalypse, and it's been decades. Just the 2 cigarettes that Xiao Shengsheng found could sell for 40 copper coins. Continuously cleaning the bloodstains off the items, Xiao Shengsheng stuffed everything into her jacket pocket, until her combat uniform was bulging, making her look extremely inconvenient to move. What should I do? Their daggers are worth quite a bit too. I seem to be unable to carry it all. The small body stood dazed beside the corpse, her brows furrowed into a small ball, and Xiao Shengsheng found it hard to let go. Detecting that your apocalypse survival character is collecting supplies. Detected, your apocalypse survival character's storage space is insufficient. Would you like to spend 100 renminbi to unlock a storage slot? Suddenly, on the other side of the phone screen, Duziran's vision went dark. Here it comes again. I knew this GB game had its quirks. Unlock. Just unlock 3 slots. How can I let my Shangxing carry a heavy load? Unlock. He vigorously tapped the locked item slot that popped up at the bottom of the screen. After clicking 3 times, a consumption prompt appeared. Would you like to spend 700 renminbi to unlock 3 storage slots? What the hell? 700? Wait, what kind of fraudulent charge is this? Looking at the charging reminder, Du Zirun's mouth twitched. As if knowing he had doubts about the amount, a line of explanation popped up next to the item slot. Unlocking the first item slot requires 100 renminbi, the second slot 200 renminbi, the third slot 400 renminbi, and so on. Damn. Alright, you money-grabbing game. Charge it. Gritting his teeth, Du Zirun clicked to pay, and another consumption warning message popped up on his phone. He had become numb to it. However, thinking of Qiu Shangshang, thinking of her smiling face, he felt it was worth it. A gaming addict? No. Spending money on an electronic wife is only right. Click with the unlocking of the 3 item slots. Du Zirun clicked on the items in Qiu Shangshang's hands, with wafer biscuits *5, taking up 1 slot and canned water *1, taking up another. Only those 2 cigarettes and a conveniently portable bag of pre-made jerky were hidden in Qiu Shangshang's embrace. Buzz, suddenly feeling light in her arms, Qiu Shangshang looked down at her chest in surprise. Ha, where are my biscuits and water? The little one clearly had never received so much food before. With more than half of her supplies disappearing in an instant, she anxiously spun around in place, until Du Zirun's small horn transmitted a sound again. Don't worry, I've stored them for you, to prevent you from being stripped by the guards when you go back this time. Ah, so it was Senior. Shangshang understands now. Thank you, Senior. You really are a master of the space system. I didn't even react, and the items just disappeared. The girl frequently bowed towards the empty surroundings, her eyes filled with admiration. TSK. This real-life interaction is really amazing. Reflecting on Qiu Shangshang's reaction in the scene, Du Zirun pointed at the bloodied corpses on the ground. Click. Suddenly, more than a dozen shiny silver daggers appeared on the ground. Along with them, the military dagger that had been embedded in a man's forehead also appeared on the ground. Is this Senior asking me to collect them? Step in the muddy ground. Qiu Shangshang skillfully gathered the spoils. When her arms were piled high with daggers, the 14 daggers once again buzzed and disappeared, occupying the last item slot as dagger *14. Thank you, Senior. The girl's sweet smile radiated through the screen, and Du Zirun couldn't help but grin widely. Shangshang is so cute, by the way. I almost forgot about that ambushing little boss. He pointed at the fresh corpse that had exploded in the distance. Among the shattered remains, there were no daggers or food drops, despite the strange quivering. However, as the skull continued to separate from the corpse, a shimmering metallic crystal core slowly rolled out from the flesh. Wu Tao's ability crystal core had been revealed. Ability crystal core, magnetic energy, white, second tier. The screen displayed the attributes of the crystal core, and Qiu Shangshang frequently glanced at the writhing fragments of the corpse. She quickly walked over and pulled the crystal core from the bloodied flesh. She wiped the crystal core with her combat uniform until it shone brightly. Then, without any hesitation, she raised the crystal core high into the empty void with both hands. Senior, please accept this crystal core. Without a hint of selfishness, Qiu Shangshang immediately lifted the crystal core towards the sky. She was very clear, for the Senior, this crystal core was the only thing about her that could catch the Senior's eye. Although, at the Senior's level, they might not even bother to glance at this crystal core. Your apocalypse survival character has delivered the second wave of gifts to you. Do you accept? Yes/no. The phone screen once again popped up with interaction information. Du Zirun looked at the shining crystal core, hesitating for a long time. I mean, can this crystal core be used to awaken Qiu Shangshang's ability? Last time, didn't I receive a offline peripheral? It would be pointless to have another one. Besides, this one doesn't look good. He tried to click on the crystal core, pushing it back into Qiu Shangshang's arms. Buzz. Suddenly, a line of warning text jumped out on the game interface. Detected that the current crystal core quality is too poor. If forcibly used by Qiu Shangshang, the strength of her awakened ability will be greatly reduced. Do you want to force Qiu Shangshang to use this crystal core? It affects the character's later development? Then forget it. He hurriedly clicked the yes button. Du Zirun didn't dare to randomly give Qiu Shangshang the crystal core. Who plays a game and randomly clicks on the skill tree in the early stages, affecting the character's later development? With a buzz, the metallic crystal core that Qiu Shangshang was holding suddenly twisted and disappeared. Did the Senior accept it? In the scene, Qiu Shangshang's face lit up with joy, her small face showing a sincere smile. She wiped the blood off her hands, but when her gaze fell on Wu Tao's corpse, she inadvertently revealed a hint of envy. Ability users are fundamentally different from ordinary people. Who wouldn't envy an ability user? Damn it! No matter how bitter it gets, we can't let the child suffer. Where can I find a good quality crystal core? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren keenly caught the envy in Xiao Xingxing's eyes. That feeling was like a little princess watching another girl with a new dress while she had none, revealing a hint of disappointment. The disappointment was mixed with a sense of understanding, making one feel even more heartbroken. No way, others have it. Our Shangsheng can't fall behind either. Just thinking about Xiao Xingxing's helplessness in front of ability users, Du Ziren wished he could make her an ability user right away. Detected, your apocalyptic survival character urgently needs to become an ability user. We recommend you use the Lucky Roulette, with a rich prize pool and a chance to win legendary abilities. A chance? Looking up at the new pop-up in the game, Du Ziren's eyes widened. Prize pool settings, chance. Isn't this the usual trick to milk money from every mobile game? For Shangsheng, spend. In the end, he clicked on the Lucky Roulette in the corner. After entering, the huge roulette was plastered with nearly 40 different types of items, or ability crystals. Among them, there were only 2 of golden quality, 4 of purple quality, 8 of blue, 10 of green, and 18 of white. In the center of the roulette, there was even a setting for the current percentage of luck. This kind of operation screen made Du Ziren think of a certain glorious prize pool setting. Clicking on the luck percentage setting, Du Ziren realized that this GB game was way more money-grabbing than a certain glorious game. Lucky Roulette, single draw 128 once, $9.99 for a 10 consecutive draw discount, guaranteed to get purple-blue quality items in 10 draws. Each draw increases your luck by +1. When luck accumulates to 365, a golden quality item is guaranteed. What the hell? So, if I'm unlucky, I have to spend over 30,000 to get a golden crystal core? Damn! You're even better at milking money than a certain game. Staring at the large roulette flashing with strange colors, Du Ziren squinted his eyes. Tap 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 suddenly. In the game screen, Xiao Shengsheng walked desolately towards the distant snowfield. Du Ziren took a glance, and his heart ached. At that moment, in a fit of rage for his beloved, his finger pointed at the 10 consecutive draw. Your bank card ending in 0304 has been charged 999 yuan. The colorful roulette began to spin. Congratulations, you have 1 small horn, white, *9, dimensional blade, blue, *1 in this draw. Your dimensional blade skill has charged +1. Current luck value 10. What the hell? I spent 999 for this? Again! Congratulations, you have 1 small horn, white, *8, dimensional blade, blue, *2. Your luck value is charged to 20. Again! Congratulations you! Again! It was as if he was possessed. You can never understand a gamer's obsession with top-tier items. Warning, your daily recharge spending has reached 30,000. This is a reminder. Please do not participate in online gambling. From the phone, even the bank sent a reminder message. Du Ziren's face darkened, and he resentfully clicked the last 10 consecutive draw button. Last time. If I still don't get a gold, I'll have to ask Dr. Lu to help me draw. His mind was filled with the obsession of giving Xiao Shengsheng the best. Du Ziren had never even considered not going for it, he only doubted his luck. Finally, with a luck value exceeding 300, this time, the 10 consecutive draws finally landed on a golden core. Congratulations, you have 1 mineral water, white, *3, honey glazed jerky, white, *6, rare crystal core immortal ability, gold, *1 in this draw. Your luck value of 323 points has been reset. My god! Looking at the finally appeared golden crystal core, Du Ziren collapsed onto the bed, as if drained, letting out a long sigh. As expected, this is just a money pit game. After cursing the game developers for the 18th time, Du Ziren opened the game's warehouse. At this moment, the items from the draws had filled the warehouse to the brim. Just the 20-unit small trumpets amounted to over 100. Granting Du Ziren short-term freedom of conversation. The rest included over 50 bottles of mineral water, more than 10 packs of honey glazed jerky, 12 charges of dimensional blades, and over 10 various blue crystal cores of abilities. Among the dazzling array of items, Du Ziren fixed his gaze on the only crystal core radiating golden light. Then, without hesitation, he clicked on this golden crystal core. Subsequently, he directly shoved it towards Xiao Shengsheng, who was still walking in the snow. Thought a sudden warmth surged in his chest, and Xiao Shengsheng, still walking in the snow, froze in shock. Ha! Her small hand reached into her chest, and she was astonished to find a scorching golden crystal core. This golden crystal core had a rather peculiar shape. Unlike other crystal cores, which were oval, it was shaped like a small person. Inside the entire core, golden lines flowed, clearly indicating its high quality. What is this? Holding the core, Xiao Shengsheng was completely stunned. Even she, no matter how foolish, understood what this core represented. Senior, is this for me? Her mouth agape, Xiao Shengsheng felt her mind was about to crash. Just a second ago, she was lamenting that she wasn't an ability user. The next second, the senior had sent her a core she had never seen before. What kind of grace was this? Senior, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it. In a panic, holding the core high, Xiao Shengsheng knew that even if she sold herself, it probably wouldn't be worth a fraction of this core. She was terrified and didn't dare to accept this core. What I gave you, just use it. The authoritative yet youthful and friendly voice echoed in her ears. However, this time, the senior's voice sounded somewhat weary, as if drained. Senior, my worthless life is not worthy of this. I said, just use it. Without waiting for Xiao Shengsheng to argue, the core slipped from her hand and fell into her embrace. Senior. Xiao Shengsheng's eyes turned red. Throughout her life, not even her parents had treated her this well. What can I give you in return? Even if I sold Shengsheng, I still couldn't repay your kindness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The core in her arms radiated warmth, and tears streamed down the girl's face. Didn't you say that you would do anything for me when we meet again? That alone is enough. A calm voice came, and Xiao Shengsheng's small face stiffened, then she nodded vigorously. Shengsheng vows with her life. This life of Shengsheng belongs to the senior. The senior can have Shengsheng do anything. What are you doing? Is it all okay? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren felt a pang in his heart after using so many small horns at once. Suddenly hearing this sentence, the corners of his mouth twisted. Then if I ask you to do my homework. As he thought about it, Du Ziren couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't imagine what expression this resolute girl would have when she saw the equations. Ha 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 ha, the laughter reached Xiao Shengsheng's ears on the other side. Ha, senior, are you very happy? Looking around in confusion, the laughter suddenly stopped. Yeah, just seeing you makes me happy every day. Ha, her face suddenly flushed bright red, and Xiao Shengsheng was really unsure whether the senior was flirting with her or teasing her. Senior, She suddenly leaned towards the distant Jing'an community, and the urging voice came again. Use this crystal core first. Don't waste time. I understand. Nodding, Xiao Shengsheng ran towards the community, pushed by the force behind her. An hour later, in a dusty, cramped, dark room on the first floor, Xiao Shengsheng was cleaning the dust from the bathtub in the bathroom, opening the glass window to start sending large amounts of snowflakes into the bathtub. In the apocalypse, water resources are precious, and most people use crystal cores to awaken their abilities by collecting snowmelt. Once the snowmelt melts, they grind the crystal core and put it into the snowmelt to soak their bodies and absorb it. Although the pollution level of snowmelt is also very high, what other choices do ordinary people have? Whoosh whoosh, constantly scraping the snowflakes, Xiao Shengsheng's little hands were turning a bit red from the cold. Suddenly, a reprimanding voice exploded in her ear again. Are you planning to soak in snowmelt to absorb the crystal core? Senior, is that not okay? You want to use snowmelt with a golden crystal core? That's simply wasteful. If you're going to take it, take the best. Use mineral water. A commanding voice rang out, and Xiao Shengsheng's face showed a look of difficulty, just as she was about to say where she could get so much mineral water. Buzz buzz buzz. In the corner of the small bathroom, nearly 30 bottles of mineral water suddenly fell. This is too extravagant, right? Her mouth opened wide. Xiao Shengsheng couldn't believe it. This was the apocalypse. Who was so extravagant as to use mineral water for washing? Only a person of the senior's caliber could produce such lavish supplies, right? Senior. Her face began to twist again. Du Ziren seemed to have predicted Xiao Shengsheng's embarrassment and sent another calm urging. Don't think it's wasteful. Using such a good crystal core with snowmelt for soaking is the real waste. Hurry up and clean the bathtub, fill it with water. Understood. In a hurry, after pouring out the snowflakes from the bathtub, Xiao Shengsheng, with an extremely pained expression, opened more than 30 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the bathtub. Every time she opened a bottle of mineral water, she muttered resentfully, "What I owe the senior, I must repay for a lifetime." It seemed that only by saying this could she use the water with peace of mind. Whoosh! In a moment, the tub was filled with shallow, clear water. The clear water reflected Xiao Shengsheng's flushed little face as she weakly took out the golden crystal core from her bosom. She tried to use a military dagger, to start grinding the surface of the crystal core. With a crack, surprisingly, not a single scratch was left on the surface of the golden crystal core. What? What should I do? Having never seen anyone awaken their superpower, Xiao Shengsheng held the crystal core in confusion. Your doomsday survival target cannot grind the crystal core. Please assist her in crushing the core. Buzz buzz buzz. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren suddenly noticed that a button the size of a palm had appeared in front of Xiao Shengsheng's small hands on the game screen. Please touch the palm-covered area to assist Xiao Shengsheng. Is this some kind of interaction for affection? He tried to slide his finger over Xiao Shengsheng's hand. Suddenly, a flurry of commotion came from the screen, and Xiao Shengsheng felt a large hand grasping her small hand for an instant. The hand was unfamiliar, yet very warm. Say, Senior. Red clouds fell on her neck, and Xiao Shengsheng allowed her small hand to be caressed, starting to chip away at the surface of the golden crystal core, bit by bit. Crack crack crack. The fragments of the crystal core, like golden sand, fell into the pool, and Xiao Shengsheng's face grew redder. She thought, if I absorb it while bathing later, will Senior be able to see it too? The girl's face flushed, as if steam was about to rise from her head. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren kept rubbing the screen, his expression growing stranger. Hiss. This texture feels a bit slippery. Oh no, I can't be having another episode of ALS, can I? Crack crack crack. After the tiny fragments of the crystal core fell into the pool, it was as if hot coals had been thrown into the water. The calm surface of the water instantly erupted with a large number of bubbling steam, and mist quickly enveloped the room. Initially, Du Ziren was worried about how cold water would absorb the crystal core. Now it seemed that the reason for using the bathing method to absorb the crystal core was indeed valid. The crystal core could heat the water, and high temperatures could stimulate the pores to open for absorption. Compared to swallowing, soaking in crystal core, water could indeed better digest the power of the crystal core. Puff 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 puff. Once a whole crystal core completely turned into golden powder and dissipated, the pool before him looked like a dazzling golden medicinal bath, radiating terrifying heat. Xiao Shengsheng stood in front of the pool, her face flushed from the heat, and finally gritted her teeth, slowly removing her outer clothing. Her small fists were tightly clenched, and she self-deprecatingly muttered in a voice only she could hear. Xiao Shengsheng, what are you thinking? Is Senior the kind of person who covets your body? Just look at how thin you are. Senior is kindly helping you. What's there to be embarrassed about? Even if Senior really wants to see. Then, splash. After taking off her military uniform, she was left in a black bodysuit that highlighted Xiao Shengsheng's thin yet curvy figure. After entering the water in this bodysuit, her long hair, dampened by the mist, fell over her chest, making the outfit even tighter. The peaks of her chest were startling, and the shoulders of her outfit sagged, revealing her delicate yet rosy shoulders. She covered her chest with her hands, her neck dampened by the mist, looking as soft and ripe as a peach ready to be squeezed. Wow, so well endowed? Such fair skin, it would be a shame not to scrape it. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren stared at the screen with a lecherous expression. Invincible. The figure of his two-dimensional wife was simply unbeatable. It's just a pity that the mist from the golden crystal core obscured most of the view. Even though Xiao Shengsheng was under the damp bodysuit, he couldn't enjoy the sight. Splash. Her long legs entered the water, and Xiao Shengsheng instantly submerged, leaving only a wet head above the surface. Her entire face was flushed, constantly lowering her head, too shy to look around. Puff puff puff. The golden liquid kept bursting open. What is visible to the naked eye is, the golden water in the pool is surging towards Xiao Shengsheng, and the color of the golden water is continuously diminishing. The powder of the crystal core is being absorbed by the pores of Xiao Shengsheng. As long as all the golden water is absorbed, perhaps Xiao Shengsheng will awaken that immortal ability. In the swaying water ripples, Xiao Shengsheng's small face gradually revealed a look of pain. Her face began to flush red, but she bit her lip tightly and said nothing. Detected that your doomsday survival character is absorbing crystal core blood vessel blockage. Please click the designated area to start sliding. Suddenly, on the game interface, a large area of white mist appeared on Xiao Shengsheng's back in the water mist. Have I become a guasha master? Sliding her finger on the phone screen, Du Ziren's expression was one of astonishment. Hiss. As he rubbed his fingers, Du Ziren's eyes widened. It seemed like the screen had become slippery? Hiss. It can't be that the effects of ALS are affecting my sense of touch. But. At the same time, Xiao Shengsheng, who had been gritting her teeth and holding on, suddenly felt a numbness in her back, and her whole body trembled as if struck by lightning. She felt a pair of fingers pressing on her back through her wet clothes, continuously applying pressure. As the fingers pressed down, she felt an unprecedented flow of blood, her face turning so red it seemed like it would bleed. Senior is just helping. Xiao Shangsheng, what are you thinking? Burying her head in the water, Xiao Shangsheng blushed and let out a series of bubbles. Your doomsday survival character, happiness value +1. Happiness value +1. Continuously clicking on the screen, Du Ziren found it very interesting. Every time Xiao Shengsheng's face just surfaced, he would poke it with his finger, and Xiao Shengsheng would immediately bury her head in the water, her face flushed, like a little frog. Such real-life interactive responses were refreshingly new, making Du Ziren unable to put it down. After a while, he reluctantly watched the golden water recede, and the screen was completely covered in mist. Current happiness value of Xiao Shengsheng, 20. After a wave of friendly interaction, plus the assistance in awakening her ability, Xiao Shengsheng's happiness level shot up by 10 points. Just as Du Ziren was wondering what the high happiness value was useful for, whoosh 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 suddenly, the mist on the screen completely dissipated, revealing Xiao Shengsheng in her bear-themed underwear. She had already taken off her outer clothes and looked at the screen in astonishment. I feel like my body has become much lighter, and it seems like my strength has also increased. But I don't feel like I have any abilities. Standing up from the water, the clear water flowed over, washing Xiao Shengsheng's snow-white belly and long legs under her underwear. Her skin was delicate and lustrous, like jade, making Du Ziren on the other side of the phone look like a lecher. Oh, so this is the benefit of the increased happiness level. Awesome, really awesome. Watching Xiao Shengsheng put on her combat uniform, Du Ziren looked at the already clear pool water with some regret, feeling a bit curious. Could it be that after absorbing the crystal core he spent 3 on, Xiao Shengsheng still hadn't awakened her ability? He poked Xiao Shengsheng's head, and suddenly, something brightened in front of Du Ziren. Name, Xiao Shengsheng. Identity, ability user, ability level, ability user first stage, awakened ability, immortal, golden, ability immortal, characteristic 1, your body undergoes special transformation, and the zombie virus will not be able to harm you. Trait 2, your physique will grow infinitely, wounds will heal faster, and immunity to ability attacks will be enhanced. Trait 3, as long as you have breath, your body can unleash an immortal recovery. Age, 19. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 55 kg. Measurements, 84. 62. 86 physical condition, far surpassing ability user's saturation level, 20 warmth level, 65 happiness level, 20 equipment, military combat uniform, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white, items, wafer biscuits *5, iron kettle bottled water *1, pre-made jerky *1, dagger *14. Mission, find the architectural blueprint of Dingin Community Hiss. This ability is a bit impressive, as expected of a golden ability. Staring intently at the introduction of Immortal, Du Ziren roughly understood the strength of this ability. Its most terrifying aspect is not how strong it is, but that it can grow infinitely. What does that mean? Given time, Xiao Shengsheng's body could grow to the hardness of diamond, and her recovery ability could reach the point of instant rebirth from a severed limb. This is simply invincible. A humanoid monster. Because the happiness level has increased, Xiao Shengsheng's measurements have been unlocked for me, and Xiao Shengsheng has grown taller? Hiss. It seems that the goal of letting Xiao Shengsheng live a good life is getting closer. On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren kept marveling at the perversion of the ability Immortal. On the other side of the screen, Xiao Shengsheng frowned, looking lifelessly at the water, wishing she could dive in and drown. The senior gave me such a precious crystal core. I actually haven't awakened any abilities? I'm simply. Her small hands tightly gripped the rolled-up combat uniform, and what Xiao Shengsheng didn't notice was that she had actually created several finger holes in the fiber material of the combat uniform. You should know, this thing is hard to pierce even with bullets. Are you daydreaming? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ears, and Xiao Shengsheng thudded to her knees. Senior, I'm sorry, I wasted a crystal core of yours. Wasted? How did you waste it? I didn't awaken any abilities. I'm just like most people, my strength has increased, and I've grown a bit. How about we do an experiment? Seeing Xiao Shengsheng's dejected state, Du Ziren knew that just explaining the terror of the golden level ability Immortal to her might make the girl think he was fooling her. Going directly into practical combat might explain everything better. Experiment? What experiment? Her small face looked puzzled as she glanced around, and Xiao Shengsheng's body uncontrollably moved toward the window. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the cold wind blew. Outside the window, snowflakes were still fluttering, and on both sides of the community's path, a few emaciated zombies were howling and exhaling hot air. Aren't you supposed to go get the blueprint of Gingan community? Now, you are not allowed to use a pistol, use a dagger to kill your way to the property area and obtain the architectural blueprint. This is my test for you. A profound and somewhat authoritative tone echoed in her ears. Xiao Xingxing's expression froze for a moment, and after a bit of hesitation, she nodded, but senior, we already killed that group of Wu Tao, so the blueprint is actually useless, right? Whether it's useful or not, you can take it to exchange for 50 copper coins. Why not? That's true. I'm afraid that Wu Hai will end up losing more than he gains this time and might seek revenge on me later. But within the black market of the mines, he can't make a move. Senior, is this a test of my courage? Even without abilities, as long as one's character is good enough, can one carve a path in the apocalypse? I understand. Senior, clenching her fists, Xiao Shengsheng was very grateful to the senior who had always taken care of her and had not given up on her until now. I will not let you down. Even without abilities, I can still be your bodyguard. Thud, she nimbly leaped out of the window. Even Xiao Shengsheng herself was astonished. In her loose combat uniform, how could her movements be so swift? Could it be because I've grown? Shaking off her confusion, Xiao Shengsheng took out a military dagger from her pocket and tiptoed closer to a zombie by the roadside. Her plan was to deal with the zombies one by one and push them towards the property area. She was always very aware of her own strength. Although the crystal core had enhanced her physical abilities, in the apocalypse, one careless bite from a zombie could turn even an ability user into a zombie with abilities in the end. Tap 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 like a little deer. Xiao Shengsheng didn't even realize that her tiptoeing speed was extraordinary. Roar roar under the two buildings in the community, a male zombie in a tattered suit kept bumping into a streetlight. Its eyeballs had already decayed, and it just kept crashing into the lamppost. 50 meters behind it was an elderly zombie, holding a pet leash. At the end of the leash was a zombie golden retriever with exposed fangs. Roar roar snowflakes danced in the air as three zombies loitered on the road, their roars echoing. Suddenly, tap tap tap, Xiao Shengsheng crouched like a cat, quickly approaching the suited zombie before springing up to draw her knife. Swoosh, a cold glint flashed at the neck of the suited zombie, and a head rolled to the ground with a thud. Roar, to Xiao Shengsheng's surprise, the headless body fell, and the rolling head was still exhaling warm breath, suddenly turning towards her with a sinister grin. He, although it could no longer move, the sinister laugh seemed to signal the elderly zombie in the distance. Roar roar! With yellowed teeth bared, the elderly zombie let go of the pet leash, and both it and the dog charged towards Xiao Shengsheng at sprinting speed. Seeing the rapidly approaching zombies, Xiao Shengsheng instinctively flinched. She recalled being chased by two zombies in the underground garage and involuntarily took a few steps back. Tap tap tap, but just as she retreated, she sensed something was off. Slow. Too slow. The running speed of the elderly zombie and the golden retriever zombie was no less than that of sprinters. Yet in her eyes, it felt like she had entered a slow-motion movie, everything stuttering. I seem to be able to dodge their attacks? Xiao Shengsheng didn't know where this premonition came from. Her body, which was originally retreating, suddenly tensed up. Like a tiger entering hunting mode, Xiao Shengsheng held the dagger, her body arching. The first to charge was the golden retriever zombie, its once golden fur now a sickly green. With its fangs bared, it lunged at Xiao Shengsheng's chest, aiming to bite her neck. Slow. Too slow. As the hungry tiger pounced, Xiao Shengsheng's eyes narrowed. With her slender body, she merely sidestepped to avoid the attack, and with a swift motion, her dagger slashed towards the head of the golden retriever zombie as it flew past. Blood flowers fluttered beside her, and pools of hot blood splattered in the air. With a thud, the golden-haired zombie not only missed its target but also fell to the ground, a large hole opening up in its head, blood gushing out, never to rise again. Roar roar, the elderly zombie that followed seemed to sense something. Its fleeing motion paused, as if it wanted to retreat. But Xiao Shengsheng had no intention of letting it go. Tap tap tap, with a few sounds of footsteps in the snow, Xiao Shengsheng's figure blurred as she rushed forward, instantly appearing in front of the elderly zombie. The cold gleam of the dagger flickered and then vanished, and the elderly zombie's head flew off. Puff puff puff, black blood spilled everywhere, and after the headless corpse fell again, Xiao Shengsheng stood before the bodies of the three zombies, panting heavily, looking around in disbelief. Did I kill all of this? No, I didn't rely on the power of my predecessor. Did I do it myself? She murmured in shock. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren opened Xiao Shengsheng's information panel. In the section for her ability level, a new piece of information clearly appeared. Ability level, first stage, 3 out of 100. Oh, Xiao Xingxing's ability can actually be enhanced by killing zombies? Just now, was that the so-called enhanced state? If she's already this fast at the first stage, What if she becomes an extraordinary person? Xiao Xingsheng might just become a human tank? Watching Xiao Xingsheng's performance in amazement, Du Ziren felt a sense of satisfaction as if a child had finally grown up. Not bad. Your ability is performing well. In the snowy ground, the still bewildered Xiao Shengsheng heard a familiar voice in her ear. Her expression froze for a moment, then turned to joy. Predecessor. So, I actually awakened my ability? Otherwise? Have you ever seen someone whose body was enhanced and could see the opponent's attacks slow down? I guess not. Then, what exactly is my ability? The time will come, and you will naturally know. Not planning to explain her ability in detail, Du Ziren thought it might be a good strategy to let Xiao Shengsheng gradually understand her own power. Go get the blueprint and prepare to head back. Understood. The dejection on her small face vanished in an instant, and the girl's eyes sparkled with hidden thoughts. Now that I have ability, in the future, I can help my predecessor, right? Thinking about this in her heart, Xiao Xingxing's lips curled into a smile as she walked towards the Jing'an Community Property Garden. Jing'an Community Property Garden. The gate of the property garden had long been damaged. In the dust-filled hall, several zombies dressed in sales uniforms were wandering around, constantly making roar sounds. Outside the gate, Xiao Shengsheng was crouched beside it. After observing the movements inside for a while, her gaze fixed on the community construction blueprint posted on the wall. 1, 3, 10. If there are 10 zombies, I can fight them. It's just that, once that state is activated, it seems to get hungry very quickly. Guliulu, her little stomach was a bit hollow, and Xiao Shengsheng didn't understand why she felt so hungry after just killing a few zombies. She had only eaten bread last night, right? She didn't want to eat the pre-packaged jerky in her pocket, thinking of bringing it back for her younger siblings to try. Then, if I'm fast, I should be able to get the blueprint and then run out, right? Let's give it a try. Picking up a stone from beside the door, Xiao Shengsheng threw it towards the corner of the hall. Bang! In the next moment, the wooden door of the warehouse at the corner of the hall was struck by the stone she threw, creating a hole. Roar in an instant. 10 sales zombies immediately rushed towards the warehouse, clawing and gnashing their teeth as if ready to attack. As a result, a horde of zombies gathered at the door, constantly scratching at the wooden door. Roar roar. The scene before her was somewhat comical, but Xiao Shengsheng did not dare to be careless. Staring at the moving zombies, she waited until she felt their speed slow down before she dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. Tap 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 on the dusty floor of the hall, several footprints flickered as she moved towards a wall. Then, sizzle. After the blueprints posted on the wall disappeared, more footsteps echoed. Huff huff huff. By the time Xiao Shengsheng reappeared, she was already standing at the entrance of the Jing'an community. The sales zombies didn't even react. Xiao Shengsheng had already run far away. Guliulu. The hunger in her stomach grew stronger, and Xiao Shengsheng wanted to force herself to walk back to the mine black market. As a result, thud, with her next step, she trembled and fell to the ground. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and the heat in her body was dissipating. This reaction was typical of hypoglycemia, but Xiao Shengsheng didn't understand. She just shivered and held on. Warning, warning, your apocalypse survival character's hunger level is too low. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren looked in shock as Xiao Xingxing's hunger level plummeted from 30 to -5. So, using abilities consumes hunger level? He glanced down at Xiao Xingxing's ability level. Ability level, level 1 ability user, 10 out of 100. Does using abilities also increase ability level? So, actually, as long as there's enough food, Xiao Shengsheng can outpace other ability users at the same stage by several streets. Is this the terrifying part of SSS level abilities? He hurriedly pulled out the honey glazed jerky he had won in the last lottery from the warehouse, along with a few bottles of mineral water, and made his way towards Xiao Shengsheng. He couldn't bear to see her suffer even a little. The terrifying hunger hit her, and Xiao Shengsheng felt an overwhelming ache all over her body. She silently vowed never to use her abilities on an empty stomach again. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, in the freezing snowy ground, a bag of honey-glazed jerky and a bottle of mineral water flickered into view, and Xiao Xingxing's face lit up with joy. Senior, eat. Look at your stingy self. If you want to eat, just eat. I can afford to feed your siblings too. I can support your whole family. This. Her face flushed bright red. Xiao Shengsheng felt a shy sensation as if someone had poked her in the back, but inexplicably, she also felt a sense of happiness. What the senior said makes it sound like I belong to him. He wants to support me? Support a dead servant? But it sounds like supporting a woman. A woman, huh? If I were the senior's woman. Like a ripe apple, Xiao Shengsheng thought, her little face turning so red that steam seemed to be rising from her hair. What on earth is my Shengsheng thinking? Why does she act like a steam girl every day? Watching the girl on the screen with a flushed face and a shy expression, Du Ziren poked her. Your apocalypse survival character has fallen into a beautiful fantasy, happiness level +1. Current happiness level 21. Du Ziren was stunned. Not a buddy. Can self-delusion also bring happiness? What wonderful thing is Xiao Shengsheng thinking about? Through the screen, Du Ziren opened the packages of honey-glazed jerky and mineral water. Sliding the items, Du Ziren brought piece after piece of meat to Xiao Shengsheng's little mouth. Now, due to low blood sugar and weakness, Xiao Shengsheng lay on the ground like a corpse, unable to move. Senior, are you feeding me? With her crimson little mouth open, warm breaths blew into the void ahead. Watching the delicious jerky being stuffed into her mouth, Xiao Shengsheng inexplicably felt a little thrill of being a delicate wife. It seemed like time slowed down, and she was just being fed like this. How about? Next time I pretend to faint, so you can feed me? Damn it! Xiao Shengsheng, what are you thinking every day? Her face turned even redder. Your doomsday survival character has fallen into a beautiful fantasy, happiness value +1. Current happiness value 22. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren looked at his wet fingers, a face full of question marks. No, if you play like this, buddy, I'm going to start swiping. Just as he was about to swipe a few more packs of secret jerky for Xiao Shengsheng to see if he could boost the happiness value. Above Xiao Shengsheng's head, her fullness value reached 24, and she slowly got up from the ground. Her neck and earlobes were flushed pink, and he couldn't help but wonder what Xiao Shengsheng had just thought to be so excited. Can't think about it. Xiao Shengsheng, you need to know the boundaries between you and your senior. Work hard, that's what you should be worried about now. Only by becoming strong enough can you qualify to stand by your senior's side. Lifting the mineral water in the snow, Xiao Shengsheng drank it all in one go and patted her cheeks. After bowing and kneeling around her, she pursed her lips and hurriedly ran off in the direction of the mining black market. Mining black market Iron Gate Guard Station. Wu Hai was snuggling with Sister Xia, comfortably curled up in a dirt nest, his hands constantly rubbing the woman's thigh. Be a little more honest with your hands. Sister Xia pretended to be shy and swatted Wu Hai's hand away, then narrowed her phoenix eyes, drawing circles on his chest. You say, if we get our hands on this batch of supplies, how do we split it? How to split? Of course, I take the lion's share. I get 60%, my brother 30%, and you 1%. You, Wu Hai, you heartless one. If it weren't for me, could you get these? TCH, look at you talking nonsense. If it weren't for my brother, would you even have a share? Wu Hai's hand once again reached under Sister Xia's thigh, and although she pressed her lips together, she didn't dare to say much. On the surface, to outsiders, she appeared to be Wu Hai's woman. But that wasn't the case. She wasn't Wu Hai's legitimate wife. She was just someone he had taken a liking to in the mid-level zone of the mining black market. Through their physical relationship, she had become his permanent woman and subordinate. In this apocalypse, to survive, Sister Xia had no choice but to do so. But, if the supplies from Xiao Shengsheng's side were really abundant, Sister Xia was sure that tomorrow, the one searching the outgoing personnel wouldn't be her. Who knows, maybe tomorrow a beautiful sister or Tingjia would step up. Given Wu Hai's nature, he would definitely use supplies to trade for a woman every day. Once we get the supplies, I'm going to buy a permanent safe spot on the 3rd floor of the black market, and I won't bother serving you anymore. The two, stuck together, were each harboring their own thoughts at that moment. Why is Wu Tao's movement so slow? It's just a girl, and she hasn't come back for so long? Furrowing his brows, Wu Hai was somewhat impatient. Just as he was about to unbutton Sister Xia's top, tap tap tap, a series of footsteps echoed from the dark corridor outside the iron door. Listening to the noise, it didn't sound like a group, but rather a single person. With a scowl, Wu Hai reluctantly poked his head out of the pit. When he looked towards the iron door, his previously impatient expression suddenly turned to one of surprise and confusion. Outside the door was none other than Xiao Shengsheng, her complexion rosy. In just 2 or 3 hours, this woman seemed to have changed her skin. Not only did her complexion look better, but her body had also grown quite a bit. Are you 0929, Xiao Shengsheng? Furrowing his brows, Wu Hai couldn't believe it. No way. Why? How could it be? A group of 15 men from the Viper mercenary group, surrounding a defenseless woman, and she could return unscathed? Yes, it's me. I completed my mission outside. Please let me in, Wu Men Shou. Xiao Shengsheng's expression was calm, and when she looked at Wu Hai again, the previous timidity was gone. This encounter had stripped away her former girlhood frailty, replacing it with a hint of a ruthless edge. What did you call me? Wu Men Shou. His brows instantly knitted together. Wu Hai had never been addressed like this by a scavenger. Only ability users dared to call him that. What else? You're just a gatekeeper. I completed my work, and according to the rules of the mining black market, after checking that everything is in order, you should let me in. Xiao Xingxing's face was cold, looking at Wu Hai with neither humility nor arrogance. Alright, you completed the mission, right? Where's the stuff? Grinding his teeth, Wu Hai inadvertently exposed his scheme. Oh, how does Wu Men Shou know I was supposed to bring something back? Nonsense! I have more channels than you've had meals. Since you say you completed the mission, how can I be sure you did without anything? Here, casually pulling out the construction plan for Jingan Community from his pocket, Wu Hai's expression froze. He clearly hadn't expected that Xiao Shengsheng, all by herself, could obtain such a thing. Damn it! Did Wu Tao and the others eat shit? Not only did they let her back, but they also allowed her to complete the mission? His face growing darker, Xiao Shengsheng slowly put away the blueprint at the door and gestured to Wu Hai. Wu Men Shou, still not opening the door? You, Xia, go check her. You understand what I mean, right? Patting Sister Xia in his arms, her gaze was cold, seemingly displeased with Xiao Xingxing's return. With a stern face, she walked to the iron door, and when the iron net opened a human-sized hole, she took a few steps to Xiao Shengsheng and grabbed her shoulder. Come with me, pulling at Xiao Xingxing's arm with some anger. But, as they entered a pit, just as Sister Xia was about to make a move, Xiao Xingxing's slender little hands swiftly struck Sister Xia's arm. Crack in an instant, Sister Xia felt her shoulders clamp down like iron pincers, her whole body trembling in pain. You, Xiao Shengsheng, what do you want? Screaming like a shrew, but Xiao Shengsheng remained cold-faced, expressionless. Sister Xia, last time I respected you and specially brought you water. I didn't expect you to have the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, wanting to kill me. What are you talking about? I said, this grudge, I, Xiao Shengsheng, have noted it down. I can't make a move in the mining black market, but in the future when you go out. Crack, her shoulders were being squeezed tighter, and Sister Xia was already in tears from the pain. She really didn't expect that the much slimmer Xiao Shengsheng would have such great strength. You dare to threaten me? Wu Hai, she shouted hoarsely. Thud. The next moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside the pit, and Wu Hai had already appeared at the edge of the pit, shouting inside, what's going on? She threatened me, saying that if we go out, she would kill us. What? Wu Hai's brows furrowed into a shape. Standing at the edge of the pit, his face dark and frightening, yet he hesitated to go in. Although it was the apocalypse now, the mining black market had its own rules. If a man dared to cause trouble or peek while a woman was examining a wound, he would face severe punishment. This was set by a high-level ability woman in the mining black market, and Wu Hai dared not disobey. You check if she has any injuries first. We'll talk about the rest later, he shouted helplessly. Inside the pit, Sister Xia's face was cold as she shook her arms. Did you hear that? Do you still want to go in? With a cold face, she released Sister Xia's shoulders, and Xiao Shengsheng stretched out her arms, waiting for her examination. Splash! The moment Sister Xia unbuttoned her top, suddenly, that pack of pre-made jerky and 2 cigarettes, with a thud, fell out of the pocket of her top. What is this? Looking at the items that fell to the ground, there was no glimmer of greed in Sister Xia's eyes this time, only a hint of surprise, because she had seen those 2 items before. The pre-made jerky belonged to a member of the Viper mercenary group, named Xiao Wu, and Sister Xia had originally planned to use it to exchange for a taste after sleeping with him twice. As for those 2 cigarettes, they were the monthly tribute given to Wu Hai by the Viper mercenary group. But, unexpectedly, these items came from Xiao Xingxing's pocket. What does this indicate? She could get these things from the Viper mercenary group? With the temperament of the Viper mercenary group, would they give her things? There was only one answer. She either snatched them, tricked them, or stole them. But this is impossible. How could she, alone, get things from 15 members of the Viper mercenary group? Could it be that she actually took them by force? Does she have some power behind her? Having been through the apocalypse for many years, Sister Xia immediately thought of the only possibility. After all, she found it easier to believe that Xiao Shengsheng had a backing than to believe that she single-handedly took down the Viper mercenary group. Right. No wonder she said that if we go out, she would kill us. Could it be that this little girl has hooked up with some big shot outside? Her gaze kept sizing up Xiao Shengsheng, and although she was reluctant to believe it, Sister Xia could only analyze it this way. This time, she didn't dare to stuff the items into her own arms. Biting her lip, she immediately picked up the items from the ground and stuffed them back into Qiu Xingxing's top. Then, pretending to check Qiu Xingxing's body, her originally cold face suddenly broke into a smile as bright as a flower. "Oh, Sister Shangshang, you can't blame me for this. You know, I have to sleep with Wu Hai at night. If he sees that water, wouldn't he ask about it? You know, as a woman, how could I dare not say anything putting on a victim's posture?" Sister Xia didn't dare to offend someone who could wipe out the Viper mercenary group. She kindly draped a coat over Qiu Xingxing, who glanced at her sideways without saying a word, just flicked her sleeve and walked out of the pit. "How did it go? That little girl, you clean up." Outside the pit, Wu Hai originally thought it would be Sister Xia who came out, looking quite pleased. But, upon seeing Qiu Shangsheng walk out unscathed, his eyes narrowed. "Xiao Xia, here, here." Inside the pit, Sister Xia hurriedly ran out, glancing at Wu Hai and signaling him with her eyes that she's fine. She's fine. Wu Go, let her in. Wu Hai looked at Sister Xia with suspicion, then glanced at the calm Qiu Shangsheng, feeling uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his large hand. Ka in the distance, a human-shaped outline opened in the iron gate, and Qiu Shengsheng walked towards the door without looking back. Tap tap tap. After witnessing Qiu Shengsheng leave, Wu Hai's gloomy eyes finally turned to Sister Xia. "Wang Xia, if you don't give me an explanation, oh my Wu Gu, something big has happened." "What? Guess what I saw on her." "What did you see?" "Xiao Wu's jerky, and those few little guys gave you cigarettes." "What?" After a moment of daze, Wu Hai fell silent. For a long time, he looked again at the distant Qiu Shangsheng, his expression shocked, muttering, "How is that possible? How could it be? Did she really steal it? And did someone help her?" "Sister Linya, I'm here to submit the mission. Mining Black Market, mid-level mission room." Qiu Shengsheng held up the blueprint and quickly walked to the mission handover counter. "So fast?" Linya looked at Qiu Shengsheng in disbelief, then her gaze began to scrutinize her from head to toe. As a superpowered person, she could clearly feel the change in Qiu Shengsheng. The previous softness that could be pushed over like a bean sprout had disappeared, replaced by a sharpness as alluring as a rose. Lucky. The zombies in the Yi property garden must have been cleared out in advance. I got lucky. Casually explaining, she handed the blueprint to Linya, who glanced at it and then her gaze lingered on Qiu Xingxing's face with a hint of meaning. "Is that so? Then your luck really isn't bad. Here, this is this time's mission reward." Pushing a heavy bag of copper coins in front of Qiu Shengsheng, Linya casually joked, "This time, it should last you a week, right?" It should be enough. By the way, Sister Linya, do you know where to sell items?" After receiving the copper coins, Qiu Shengsheng tried to ask, "Oh, did you have unexpected gains?" Some equipment. And this." As she spoke, Qiu Shengsheng directly pushed the cigarettes onto the counter. What the hell? Cigarettes? You found this thing?" Even the usually calm Linya couldn't help but curse upon seeing the cigarettes. "Cigarettes? Who has them? Where?" At the mention of cigarettes, almost all the men in the mission room turned to look. Qiu Shengsheng remained calm, holding the cigarettes steadily, because she knew, in the mining black market, no one dared to cause trouble, unless they could take on the superpowered person / 8th level creator. "Hey, it's really cigarettes. Beautiful lady, I'll buy one from you for 10 copper coins, how about it?" 10 copper coins? You must be joking. 20 copper coins. 25. Instantly, countless men surrounded Qiu Shengsheng from behind. It was about to turn into a long line, with people pushing and shoving to get closer. Behind the bar, Linya's expression changed in a panic as she immediately took the cigarette from Qiu Shengsheng's hand. "Sister Shengsheng, how about this? I'll give you 100 copper coins. Just give me both, okay?" Deal. Nodding, buying 2 cigarettes for 100 copper coins was definitely a profit for Qiu Shengsheng. Moreover, her relationship with Linya was quite good. "Sister Linya, do you smoke?" she muttered softly, and Linya smiled and shook her head. "No, my dad likes this, but he hasn't smoked in a long time. I bought it to satisfy his cravings." "Oh then, can you help sell other things here?" Do you have other things?" Daggers, self-defense daggers. That works. How many do you have? I can help you take them." After thinking for a moment, Qiu Shengsheng pretended to take something from her chest, but her small eyes kept glancing into the void as she said in a particularly small voice. Seniors buzzed the next moment. Clang clang clang, 14 daggers clattered onto the bar. Linya's eyes widened in shock. Is this what you call some things?" Yes. Qiu Shengsheng nodded lightly, and Linya's expression changed again as she looked at the girl. 14 daggers. It was understandable for such things to appear in first-tier survivor bases. But this was a third-tier black market in the mines. 14 self-defense daggers? Where did they come from? Did she raid a weapons depot? Or did she kill and loot? A weapons depot? That's a joke. The entire Wan'an city had been stripped bare, and Xiao Shangsheng could never have gotten to a weapons depot. There was only one possibility left. This seemingly weak girl had robbed a team of at least 14 people. But, Xiao Shangsheng robbed a team? Such a thing could never happen, right? She was so small. Shangsheng. You. Linya opened her mouth, unable to suppress her curiosity, wanting to ask about the reason behind it. But looking at Xiao Shangsheng's calm and unchanging expression, she forced down her curiosity and put the daggers under the bar. 14 daggers. I'll give you 10 copper coins each, a total of 140 copper coins. How about that? Okay. Nodding, Xiao Shangsheng was too lazy to carry the daggers around to sell, so she simply agreed. All right, you keep this money. Another heavy bag of copper coins was pushed onto the table, and Xiao Shangsheng's small pocket suddenly gained 290 copper coins. The bulging coins in her waist pouch brought a faint smile to Xiao Shangsheng's face. For some reason, seeing Xiao Shangsheng smile again, Linya no longer felt that her smile was innocent. She always felt that Xiao Shangsheng had gone out and completed a transformation, becoming another person. Sister Linya, then I'll head home first. Watching the girl's sturdy back as she left, Linya fiddled with the daggers under the bar, her eyes narrowing. Your apocalypse survival character Xiao Shangsheng has completed the task and received a task reward of 50 copper coins. Xiao Shangsheng's happiness value +1. Due to additional gains, Xiao Shangsheng is in a good mood, happiness value +1. Current happiness value 24. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziran watched Xiao Shangsheng's decisions with satisfaction. He thought his silly girl would still be timid and deferential to others. Unexpectedly, this time she was sharp and striking, like a wild rose. Look at you, still putting on a cold face. Actually, you must be overjoyed inside, right? She tried to poke Xiao Shangsheng's face. In the narrow dirt path of the small earthen house, Xiao Shangsheng's originally tense expression suddenly turned rosy. Senior, can you please tell me in advance next time before you touch me? She lowered her head shyly, completely different from the cold-faced Rose just moments ago. Seeing this contrast, Du Ziran's lips curled into a slight smile, suddenly thinking of a possible future. A cold-faced queen of the apocalypse on the outside, but privately blushing and acting cute with him. Damn, just thinking about it is exciting. After casually poking Xiao Shangsheng a few more times, Du Ziran followed her to a simple market. She spent 40 copper coins here to buy 2 newer quilts. With her small body carrying the 2 quilts, she walked back to the little earthen house in the corner of the middle layer without even panting. Xiao Ning, Xiao Jing, I'm back. The moment her sister's voice rang out, creak, the wooden door of the little earthen house opened, and 2 little ones ran out. Oh, sister is back, back! Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing shouted, and then saw the 2 bundles of quilts on Xiao Shangsheng's back. Sister, why did you buy quilts? I remember, quilts are expensive. The older Xiao Ning's expression was somewhat bitter. He knew how many times his sister had risked her life for these new quilts. It's okay, Xiao Ning, sister has money now. Sister, tomorrow I can take you both to the 3rd layer to take a bath and eat a meal of white rice. Xiao Shangsheng smiled lightly, holding 200 copper coins, which already made her a small wealthy person in the middle layer. White rice? Is it that sweet-tasting thing that doesn't upset your stomach? Little Xiao Jing tilted her head, and upon hearing white rice, her little eyes lit up. Yes, we'll go tomorrow morning. But, sister, where did you get so much money? Xiao Ning's little brows furrowed, fearing that his sister had done something bad for them. Xiao Ning, don't overthink it. Sister just met a really, really good person. Sister can even kill zombies by herself now. Seemingly sensing her brother's worries, Xiao Shangsheng patted his head and revealed the handgun from her arms. Sister, Shu. In any case, Xiao Ning, remember, we will get better and better. Got it, sister. Let's go in and change the bedding. That old one is all black from use. Tap tap tap. The 3 siblings chatted and laughed as they pushed the door and entered the house. The little earthen house was lit by warm candlelight. After changing the old bedding on the dirt bed for new ones, Xiao Shangsheng took out the only pre-packaged jerky from her pocket. Then, she weakly looked around. Senior, buzz without saying a word. 5 bags of wafer biscuits, a can of iron kettle water, along with several packs of honey-glazed jerky and mineral water, suddenly appeared in the corner of the house. Sister, did you awaken a space ability? Xiao Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the suddenly appeared items in the room. Wow, There's food at home now. Little Chiu Jing didn't understand what abilities were, she just kept picking up food and stuffing it into her arms. This reaction was quite similar to how Chiu Shengsheng hid things. No, didn't sister say before? Sister met a really, really good person. This is what he sent. Chiu Shengsheng smiled and respectfully bowed to the surroundings. Good person? I'm afraid you've entered some kind of serious organization, right? Another handgun, and with a spatial ability? What do they want from you, sister? Xiaoning furrowed her small brows, her little head smoking from the effort of thinking, and she couldn't understand what the other party could gain from her frail sister. Could it be, they like my sister? She speculated, glancing at Kaya Shengsheng's face. Her little thoughts kept churning. Sizzle sizzle on the small earthen table, several bags of honey-glazed jerky were torn open, the aroma wafting through the air. Wow, so delicious, so tasty. Little Chiu smacked her lips, her eyes squinting in delight. Kaya Shengsheng was just about to join in and take a few bites. Bang bang bang, suddenly, the wooden door of the small earthen house was knocked on. Instinctively, like a cheetah, Kaya Shengsheng crouched down and looked towards the door. Who? Oh, Shengsheng, it's me, Linya. Sister Linya? What brings you here? Blinking suspiciously, although Kaya Shengsheng had a good relationship with Linya, it wasn't to the point of dropping by unannounced. Actually, I have something I want to discuss with you. I just don't know if you're free? Wait for me to come out. Hesitating, Kaya Shengsheng still walked to the door, lifting it slightly and slowly stepping outside. Outside the door, Linya stood by the entrance, her side glance not catching much of the interior, but she caught a whiff of the meat aroma, her gray-brown eyes narrowing, confirming her suspicions. Sister Linya, what do you want to talk to me about? Closing the door behind her, Kaya Shengsheng revealed a friendly smile. Linya's smile grew wider, but, the next moment, her words made Kaya Shengsheng's heart skip a beat. Shengsheng, sister, I want to meet the person behind you. What do you think? Is that okay? What person behind me? Sister Linya, what are you talking about? A hint of panic flashed across her face, and Kaya Shengsheng appeared innocent and clueless. Linya stared intently at Kaya Shengsheng's reaction, her expression still certain. Stop pretending. Sister Shengsheng, I mean no harm. Do you know? You're just a little girl, and suddenly pulling out so many things can only mean one thing. That is, you either stumbled upon something, or you met someone who helped you. Stumbling upon something, with that gatekeeper Wu Hai's character, you could never have brought back these things. So there's only one possibility. You must have encountered some expert, right? Linya's gray-brown eyes fixed on Kaya Shengsheng, her sharp analysis leaving Kaya Shengsheng somewhat at a loss. She didn't know how to argue but still maintained a stern face. No, I brought these back myself. For some reason, Kaya Shengsheng didn't want to share the matter of the senior with anyone else. She just wanted to keep it to herself. Although this thought was a bit selfish and strange. But, someone like the senior probably wouldn't like others disturbing him, right? Thinking this, Kaya Shengsheng bit her teeth firmly. You should go. I really don't have any experts behind me. Shengsheng, I truly mean no harm. I can even say this. As long as the senior behind you is in existence above a superpower, I, Linya, would give myself to him. I only ask for one thing. Let him take us to a high-level safe camp. You know, the opportunities at high-level camps are always more than at the black market mines. As Linya spoke, her gray-brown hair fell over her chest. Her curvaceous figure displayed the charm of a mature woman, as if waiting for a prince to come and take her away. Her performance made Chiu Shengsheng even more anxious. The seniors could actually see it. What if the senior suddenly chose Linya and abandoned her? The other party was sexier, more mature, and more beautiful than her. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Chiu Shengsheng could only helplessly look into the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Du Ziren lay on the hospital bed, quite interested in the game screen. Turtle, is this game really that open-ended? The NPCs are actively asking me for benefits? A potential stock is seeking your assistance. Do you choose to help Linya? By choosing to help Linya, you will unlock all of Linya's perspectives, and she will unconditionally fulfill all your requests. By helping Linya, you will gain 50 happiness points from her, and minus 10 happiness points from Chiu Shengsheng. What? If I help her, my Shengsheng will be so sad? Then I won't help at all. Get lost, get lost. He immediately clicked. No. Are you kidding? Du Ziren was a pure love warrior? What harem? What multi-perspective characters? In front of a pure love warrior, those were all trivial matters. In reality, he was a pure love warrior, and in the game, he still was. He couldn't do anything that would hurt Chiu Shengsheng even a little. Get lost. Almost the moment he pressed, no, a strange wave of energy rippled out in front of the cramped little earthen house. Get lost. The soul-stirring sound wave spread out, and Linya, who had been posing with her hips out, froze, her face turning pale from fright. This sound wave, This sound wave is coming from afar. There's definitely no sound wave ability user in the base. That means the person behind Xiao Shengsheng is at least a awakened sound wave expert? My god. Thud without a hint of hesitation. Linya directly knelt in the mud, starting to bow her head to the surroundings. Senior, I was wrong. Since the senior doesn't care for a worthless junior like me, I'll leave now. In a fluster, she bowed her head while moving towards the yard. Linya was very smart. She knew that with such high-ranking individuals, if you argued with them a bit more or flaunted yourself a little longer, you might provoke them, and they could easily get rid of you in an instant. As for whether they dared to kill in the mining black market, don't be ridiculous. The creator of the mining black market was an ability user, level 8, and he wouldn't dare to make a sound. Compared to taking shortcuts, her life was more important. Thud thud thud, the sound of her bowing continued until she disappeared into the distance, and only then did Xiao Shengsheng blankly look at the pitch-black surroundings. For some reason, her heart felt warm. She couldn't quite describe this feeling. It was as if she was the only one favored by the senior, giving her a sense of joy and happiness. Your doomsday survival character has fallen into a happy fantasy. Happiness points +1, current happiness points, 25. Ward off? I just scared away an NPC asking for benefits, and my Shengsheng is happy again? Does she have some kind of love brain? On the phone, seeing Xiao Shengsheng standing there in a daze, Du Ziren poked her. Time to go eat, blushing. Xiao Shengsheng smiled and like a little deer, she darted into the earthen house. The little earthen house was once again filled with a lively atmosphere, and Du Ziren looked at the phone screen, slowly placing the phone on the bedside table. Now I can say I've played the game's prologue well. I have to say, this game really kills time. He looked out the window. It had already gone from morning to noon. Slowly moving his upper body. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the sick room was pushed open, and Dr. Lu walked in again, holding a package. Ziren, I saw another package addressed to you at the door. It wouldn't be that online romance of yours sending you something again, would it? He raised the package in his hand, which was almost the same size as the last one. On the package, it still read in big letters, Xiao Shengsheng sent to the senior. I guess. Sort of. Dr. Lu, give me the wallpaper knife, I'll open the box. Taking the package and the knife, Du Ziren, now able to move his upper body, naturally didn't want to rely on others for everything. Swish whoosh. After opening the tape-wrapped package, a strong smell of blood wafted out. Buzz buzz. This time, what was sent inside was an oval-shaped, metallic-colored, crystal core. Oh, this Wu Tao's crystal core is quite well restored. Holding the crystal core up to the light, Du Ziren saw the flowing metallic liquid inside, looking very high-tech. Another one of these things. Hey, you young folks, why do you all like sending this? Dr. Lu looked at the crystal core in Du Ziren's hand, her expression gradually easing. To her, this was just another decorative item, much uglier than the last, blood-red crystal core. Anyway, it's a peripheral benefit from the game company, why not take it? Holding the metal crystal core, Du Ziren felt a warm sensation in his palm. Suddenly, he had a whimsical idea and placed the crystal core in front of his two numb feet. I wonder if it can warm my feet with ALS too. You child. Believing in this, you might as well let the caregiver help you with rehabilitation, but if it was sent by your little girlfriend, it might actually have some miraculous effect. Smiling, Dr. Lu didn't comment much on Du Ziren's actions. She looked at the bright sunlight outside the window and asked again, Ziren, the weather is nice today, do you want me to push you outside to take a look? Maybe not. I want to play some more games. Alright then, make sure to rest. After tucking Du Ziren back in, Dr. Lu shook her head and walked out of the sick room. Buzz buzz buzz. A warm sensation spread in the soles of his feet, and Du Ziren felt warmth gradually spreading through his lower body, making him so comfortable that his eyelids began to droop. I'll take a little nap. Closing his eyes, what he couldn't see was that the liquid inside the metal crystal core was slowly transforming into a metallic glow, flowing towards his lower body. His previously pale and thin feet gradually regained color, and suddenly, they moved. All right, Ziren, there's going to be a patient with gradual paralysis moving in next door. He got this disease in old age, and his emotions are very unstable. You might have to get used to it. Creak. The sick room door was suddenly pushed open again, and Dr. Lu poked her head in to ask. She thought she would disturb Du Ziren's rest, but unexpectedly, he had already started to snore softly. Sleeping so quickly? Looks like Ziren is in a good mood today. Scratching her head, Dr. Lu quickly walked out of the sick room. In the distance, an elderly man surrounded by a large group of people was being carried on a stretcher to the sick room next to Du Ziren's. Beside the old man, his wife, son, daughter, and grandson, almost all his relatives were comforting him. Old man, it's okay. It's just that the nerves in my legs are damaged. Can I still push you out in the future? Yeah, Dad, technology is very advanced now. There are smart wheelchairs for going out. You can still go out alone. Dad, it's okay, even if you can only stay at home. With internet-connected TVs, caregivers, and smart voice assistants, we can prepare everything for you. You won't get bored even if you stay indoors for a lifetime. The concerned inquiries from family members did not satisfy the old man. He just shouted, "My legs! My legs! I won't be able to go out for a walk anymore. Why am I so miserable? Why did it have to be me who got into an accident?" Like a little old child wailing, the more his family comforted him, the more distressed he became. It seemed that by getting their attention, his mood improved somewhat. Sigh. This old man, getting sick in old age, having the whole family to care for him, is already a great blessing. In contrast, Zirun, when he got sick, he didn't say anything, not even cried. Watching the old man making a fuss in the distance, Dr. Lu could only sigh at the vast differences between people and the disparities in fate. I hope the arrival of this old man won't trigger anything in Zirun. His expression darkened. Dr. Lu knew that, in fact, there was an invisible comparative relationship in the hospital. This relationship wasn't about money, but about illness and the comfort of family. For example, a patient in the early stages of kidney dialysis shares a ward with a patient in the late stages. The early stage patient has family companionship and hope for recovery. The late stage patient has nothing, lying alone on a bed, and may not live much longer. Just think about it, the late stage patient, seeing the early stage patient laughing and talking with family every day, how painful must that be? But maybe Zirun's girlfriend can really bring him a miracle, even if it's very small. Sigh with a sigh, Dr. Lu bypassed the old man's family and quickly left the ward floor. After quite a bit of fuss, in the next room to do Zirun, the old man's family finally settled him on the hospital bed. However, the old man still wore a sour face. His son, being filial, immediately stepped up. "Dad, don't worry, from today on, my wife, and my son will come to see you every morning, and we'll come in the evening too. Dad, I'll come to see you every noon." Right. Old partner, if there's nothing going on, I'll push you out to bask in the sun. A group of relatives tried their best to comfort the old man in front of the hospital bed, and the old man raised his chin, which eased his mood a bit. Sounds nice, but you better follow through. Definitely. Actually, Dad, your illness isn't serious. Just stay in the hospital for observation, and after that, we can take you out for walks regularly. In comparison, I heard about the person next door. TSK, only 18 years old, already completely paralyzed. You see, aren't you lucky? Seeing the old man's mood improve, his son immediately began to compare with excitement. Some people are just like that. They love to compare everything. Those with lighter illnesses compare themselves with those who are more seriously ill, naturally feeling better. If you ask them if they think this hurts the feelings of those with serious illnesses, they wouldn't even consider it. Yeah, the one next door just finished the college entrance exam, doesn't even have a girlfriend, hasn't even gone to college. He'll just lie in bed for his whole life. Look at you, how good you are. At least you've experienced everything. Right. I heard that he has lost his whole family. Look, our family is all here. We're all with you. He's so pitiful all alone. Several relatives beside him echoed, and upon hearing this, the old man immediately felt much more at ease. Yes, the one next door is much worse off than himself. Come, you push me. I want to see how miserable the child is. Hearing how miserable the other party was, the old man immediately wanted to take a look, trying to gain some comparative joy from Zirun. Alright Dad, come, I'll carry you. The son, upon hearing this, disregarded any personal dignity or medical relationship, and immediately carried the old man, heading towards the ward. Instantly, the people in the room gathered in groups of 3 or 5, rushing towards Zirun's ward. This scene made the passing nurses frown. People can be disgusting, but not this disgusting. Although their behavior was quite uncouth, no one stepped forward to stop them. Go! Hurry up! The old man urged his son, and a clamor arose in the corridor. Thud thud thud, the sound grew heavier. While Zirun was sound asleep in bed, his brows furrowed into a knot. He was dreaming, and it was a very strange dream. In the dream, he had really learned superpowers, and not just one. He was using superpowers, battling a gigantic alien beast in an unknown place. Creak! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a door opening startled Zirun awake from his dream. Who? He suddenly sat up in bed, looking towards the ward door. A young man was carrying an old man on his back, the old man leaning over the young man's shoulder, constantly stretching his neck to look at Zirun. Oh, so this is that very miserable kid. So young, and can't move, that's really miserable. The old man spoke sarcastically without any reservations, causing Du Ziren's expression to darken. Who are you? Oh, don't misunderstand, I'm your neighbor in the ward, but I only have ALS in my legs, and should be able to be discharged soon. Unlike you, probably for a lifetime. The old man was boasting. Thought a crystal core rolled off Du Ziren's bed. Du Ziren ignored the old man and focused on the crystal core. The originally metallic-colored crystal core, like the previous blood-colored crystal core, had lost its color. Has the special effect liquid time passed again? TSK. A bit disappointing. Attempting to bend down to pick up the crystal core from under the bed, Du Ziren's body suddenly felt strength in his lower half. With a jolt, he flipped over and stood up. I can stand up? A sudden shock hit him. Du Ziren realized he could actually stand up? Holy crap! The old man at the door was stunned. Son, did we enter the wrong ward? This isn't wrong. I specifically arranged for you to be next to that late-stage patient. The young son scratched his head, looking at Du Ziren in confusion. Late stage? Late your sister. This person just jumped down from the bed. Tell me, which ALS late-stage patient can stand on the ground? Bang! A cane was directly swung at the son's head, the old man looking very displeased. He originally wanted to see someone worse off than himself for some satisfaction. Now seeing someone able to get out of bed and move freely, he felt incredibly uncomfortable inside. Ouch, Dad, why are you hitting me? I definitely didn't arrange it wrong. This is that person's ward. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in the patient room? The young man looked at Du Ziren with suspicion, and Du Ziren shrugged. That's right. I am the one you all talk about. The very miserable person. You, who are you trying to fool? You are that person, how could you possibly get out of bed? I healed myself, is that not possible? Healed yourself? What nonsense! There are hardly any cases of self-healing from ALS worldwide, right? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Slowly picking up the crystal clear crystal core from under the bed, Du Ziren carefully placed it into the pot of the snowdrop. You, no way, I have to report this. Report someone occupying another's bed. The young man looked displeased after being hit by the old man. He was certain that this person in front of him must be another patient who had mixed into the ward of late-stage ALS patients. In his view, how could there be an ALS patient who could get out of bed by themselves? Help! Doctor! Nurse! How is your housing area planned? Shouting loudly, several doctors and nurses hurried over from a distance. Leading them was Dr. Lu, wearing a badge that read Attending Physician of Neuromuscular Medicine. She frowned and looked at the young man with annoyance. What now? Is your father throwing a tantrum again? What tantrum? Let me tell you, other patients have come into your ward. What? Look, isn't it said that this room has a late-stage ALS patient? Look, this one standing on the ground, lively and jumping around, is this late-stage? This is not a vigorous period? Missing a beat, the young man pointed at Du Ziren inside the room. What are you talking about? This is Ziren's ward, and you can't. As she spoke, Dr. Lu was stunned, because she saw the most unbelievable scene of her life. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the ward, and the young man held a white snowdrop, standing in the sunlight. The spring breeze blew, the snowdrop swayed, and the young man showed her a radiant smile. Dr. Lu, I think, I really got better. This. Her mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Dr. Lu even rubbed her eyes and slapped her face hard. This isn't an illusion, right? The last time a patient could move their upper body, Dr. Lu could still find some potential reason for Du Ziren's young body. But now, an ALS patient, standing right in front of her? And a late-stage one? This is definitely a miracle. Ziren, how did you stand up? Tap, taking a few steps to Du Ziren. Dr. Lu squatted down and began to knead Du Ziren's leg muscles. The calves that should have been sickly thin were now incredibly firm. This is simply unscientific? Dr. Lu murmured, and Du Ziren scratched his head in surprise. Dr. Lu, do you think it could really be the power of love? Dr. Lu's lips twitched, stunned. This reason was something she had previously used to comfort Du Ziren, hoping he could let go and live happily in the last moments of his life. In reality, the probability of healing a disease through love is lower than winning the lottery. What happened? No way, buddy. You really recovered from an online romance? Are you kidding? After confirming Du Ziren's strong muscles again, Dr. Lu's lips trembled. No, Ziren, come with me. I need to notify the director immediately. A miracle. It's simply a miracle. A late-stage ALS patient has directly recovered. You are definitely going to be the headline news tomorrow. grabbing Du Ziren's hand. Dr. Lu didn't care about anyone or anything around her and hurriedly ran towards the hospital director's office. Tap tap tap. After waiting for the two urgent figures to run far away, the old man's family stood at the door, stunned. Hey, son, I can't be hearing this wrong, right? Late stage ALS. Self-healed? This is clearly Chinese characters, but when they are put together, I don't understand. The old man's mouth twitched, and the young man was even more dumbfounded. Self-healed. Self-healed from late-stage ALS? This luck. Dad, how about we transfer to another hospital? I'm afraid you might get depressed. Originally, he wanted to compare the illness to give his old man some confidence. Now, the young man was afraid his own father would get depressed. Others can self-heal. What kind of unbelievable luck is this? The previous mockery felt like childish nonsense. Transfer immediately. I can't take it anymore. Why can he self-heal? My leg. Another round of unreasonable noise erupted in the ward area, and the crowd that had gathered looked at the old man with a sense of bad luck and dispersed in an uproar. Wannan City Muscle and Nerve Institute Dean's office. At this moment, two men were sitting in the dean's office. One was a dignified middle-aged man in a white coat with a dean label on his chest, and the other was a young man in a suit, holding a briefcase, with a cheerful expression. The young man was respectfully introducing some documents in the briefcase to the dean. Dean Huang, look, with our Norman Pharmaceutical Company's level of drug research and development, we can completely meet your medication needs. As long as you establish a cooperative relationship with us, we will prioritize supplying you with medication in the future. Moreover, we will calculate it at 80% of the order price for you. How about that? The young man smiled warmly, and on the chest of his suit was a nameplate that read Norman Pharmaceutical Company. Salesman's son really has a way with words. It is also my honor to cooperate with your esteemed group. Then it's settled. By the way, regarding what our company mentioned, has your hospital encountered any special talents? Special talents? Are you referring to patients who have successfully fought cancer or self-healed from late-stage conditions? I know your company's philosophy is to extract disease-resistant vaccines from them to develop corresponding drugs for unresolved diseases. However, you also know that in this current environment, those who successfully fight cancer are definitely in the minority, let alone those who self-heal from late-stage cancer, bad blood, AIDS. Those are all medical miracles. How could I possibly have miracles here? Dean Huang casually joked. Bang! The door to the dean's office was suddenly pushed open, and Dr. Lu rushed in with Du Ziren. Dean, it's a miracle. Ziren has self-healed from ALS. P.S. Just stacking up, the protagonist's blood was useless to them, so the protagonist used it to exchange for money. How convenient. What are you doing? You didn't even knock. So reckless. What kind of manners are these? Wait, what did you say? Dean Huang, who was initially a bit displeased by the noise of the door being pushed open, instantly turned from a dissatisfied expression to one of astonishment upon hearing Dr. Lu's last sentence, followed by a look of disbelief directed at Du Ziren. His old eyes behind the thin-framed glasses widened in shock. Dean Huang knew Du Ziren. After all, there were not many big shots who could continuously pay for hospitalization. Self-healed? ALS? Late-stage ALS? Self-healed? It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Dean Huang scrutinized Du Ziren up and down for a long time, his mouth twitching. Is there really a miracle happening? He adjusted his glasses, while Sun, who was beside him, had his eyes shining brightly, constantly scanning Du Ziren. Ziren, tell me, what have you been doing during this time? You just healed yourself? With a sincere, intense gaze filled with a pleading desire, Du Ziren scratched his head in confusion. I just slept, ate, played games, and had an online romance? Ha, that's it? Du Ziren nodded repeatedly. Director Huang didn't believe it and turned his gaze to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu also nodded, and only then did he let out a hiss. My child, this is simply a miracle. Although it's a bit hard to believe, the human body is indeed mysterious. If you really have healed, Ziren, the active blood cells in your body might be a blessing for every future ALS patient. Perhaps having seen a lot in life, Director Huang's emotions gradually stabilized. He patted Du Ziren's shoulder. Ziren, would you consider donating blood for our research? Of course, it would be compensated. Halfway through his sentence, the ever-listening son quickly interjected. 1 million. This Mr. Du, if your situation is true, my company is willing to offer 1 million, just to seek 150 milliliters of your blood for disease research. What do you think? How about it? Who are you? Hearing this, Du Ziren finally noticed the man in the suit in the corner, who quickly stood up. Norman Pharmaceutical Research Company, Sales Department, Sun Kong. Oh, 1 million. Hearing this number, if it were the old Du Ziren, he would have brightened up and nodded immediately. But now, his family's compensation was already 3 million. Even with nearly a month of hospitalization expenses and additional costs, he still had around 2,700,000 left. Although the Du family didn't have a particularly wealthy background, they at least had a 3-bedroom apartment in the city. As long as Du Ziren didn't recklessly start a business, living comfortably for a lifetime would be enough. 1 million. Constantly pondering this number, Du Ziren didn't immediately agree, and Sun Kong became anxious. Mr. Du, listen to me, your situation has definitely spread in the hospital. At that time, many pharmaceutical companies or national medical institutions will contact you. Providing blood samples benefits the public, but I can guarantee that many hospitals won't be able to offer this price. Rather than being harassed by them, it's better to cooperate with us. If you don't care about money, we can ensure you won't be disturbed and provide a suitable living environment. Of course, all of this is free. Sun Kang's face was wrinkled with a smile like a chrysanthemum. Du Ziren looked at him, expressionless. He wasn't stupid. This guy just wanted to seize the opportunity to be the first to obtain the sample blood. As for the seemingly nice offer of free accommodation, don't be ridiculous. That was just a laboratory observation room. Who said I don't want money? I have a request. If blood must be drawn, let me see what experiments are being done with the blood on site. I don't want to see my blood injected into some lab mice, resulting in a bunch of dead test subjects. This, you won't agree? If you don't agree, I think the official people should be arriving soon, right? Fine. Reluctantly agreeing, Sun Kong immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello? Hey, it's me, Sun Kong. Get a few people from the research department over. I found a case of self-healing from ALS. Also, have the finance department prepare $1 million in cash flow immediately. Knock. Almost the moment this call was made, Director Huang's door was knocked on again. Academician Huang Qishan, we are from the National Center for Disease Control. I heard you have a patient who has self-healed from ALS. Please cooperate with our work. Creak. Before Director Huang could open the door, it was pushed open by several middle-aged men in official uniforms. Oh, isn't this Mr. Lu Yi? You're here too? Upon seeing the visitors, Huang Qishan was about to step forward and exchange pleasantries, but the leading middle-aged man quickly waved his hand, his gaze immediately shifting to Du Ziren. You must be Mr. Du, right? We sincerely invite you to cooperate with our National Center for Disease Control for blood sampling. You should know that your cooperation in this sampling will affect the future of the entire group of ALS patients. Of course, we wouldn't dare to infringe on a citizen's freedom. Whether to cooperate or not is entirely up to you. Louis looked earnestly at Du Ziren, who stared back at him. Is that it? What do you mean? I mean, if I cooperate with the sampling, is there no compensation? Well, we can apply for a bonus from above. Oh, I see. Since you're here, I just signed a contract with Coleman Pharmaceuticals, so let's do the blood sampling for them first, shall we? Coleman Pharmaceuticals? Louis's gaze suddenly turned to Sun Kong in the corner, who put away his phone, a smug smile on his face. He had already thought it through. As long as he could get the blood sample first, he would be one step ahead in research strategy, one step ahead in producing medication, and one step ahead in capturing the pharmaceutical market. Compared to such foresight, that 1 million really didn't matter. Dr. Lu, since you're here, why not take a look at my company's research technology? No thanks. Let's collect blood samples from each other and go our separate ways. The atmosphere in the director's office began to grow a bit stiff. Du Ziren held the snowdrop in his hands, waiting boredly for the researchers to arrive. He knew that becoming a self-healed patient of ALS would definitely attract attention. He wasn't that selfish. If his blood sample could save other patients, he wouldn't mind donating a bit and maybe earn some money on the side. If he could resolve everything today, he could return to a normal life afterward. Tap. About half an hour later, 2 more groups of people arrived outside the director's office. These 2 groups carried coolers and mobile observation instruments. Almost the moment they entered the room, both parties set down their equipment, and all the eyes in the room turned to Du Ziren. Du Ziren shrugged. What are you looking at me for? Pay up. Such a mercenary attitude made those around him frown. However, Du Ziren didn't care about the gazes around him. Whatever he could get was his own. What was his was Chiu Xingxing's. What's wrong with asking for more child support for his wife? What's wrong with loving his wife? Not embarrassing, not shameful. Mr. Du, our finance department is ready. Please provide your card number. 69845. Alright, they hurriedly recorded the card number on their phones, and under Sun Kang's operation, Du Ziren's phone soon buzzed with a vibration. Your bank card ending in 0304 has received 1 million yuan. Current balance, 3,704,000, alright. If it's in, you can start the sampling. Rolling up his sleeves, Du Ziren walked over to the medical personnel from Coleman Pharmaceuticals, intentionally or unintentionally pointing at Louis. Louis frowned and immediately instructed a young man beside him. Go! Apply for the bonus, then transfer it to Du Ziren's account. Understood. The young man nodded and immediately ran out of the director's office, making a phone call. Zzzzz as the cold syringe was inserted into the bicep, Du Ziren watched as 150 milliliters of his blood was drawn out. This amount of blood wasn't much, and after it was taken, he even felt a bit energetic. All right, Dr. In, we can start the preliminary research now. Sun Kong called out, and a female doctor from Coleman Pharmaceuticals immediately dripped a few drops of blood from the test tube under a microscope. Blood sample activity. No different from an ordinary person. Blood sample analysis. White blood cells, red blood cells normal. Suddenly, Dr. An's words paused. What happened? Everyone in the room instantly looked at Dr. An, who raised her head, her face filled with disbelief. His blood, contains two special active molecules, maintaining high-intensity activity. Perhaps, it is these two active molecules that have allowed his ALS to heal itself. That's great. Can this thing be extracted? Hiss. It seems not. Why? Because from the very beginning, these two active molecules have been rapidly disappearing, and now they are gone. I can assure you, the two active molecules in this blood sample are almost all dead. As she spoke, Dr. An raised the 150 milliliters of blood extracted from Du Ziren's arm, her expression somewhat helpless. What? So you're saying, the blood sample we bought for $1 million is now worthless? Sun Kang's face turned pale. Spending this $1 million was faster than buying a house. I'm sure because, given the strange molecule's rate of disappearance, the blood in that test tube must now be no different from an ordinary person's. Dr. An shook her head, looking regretfully at the blood sample already placed in the freezer. Oh, if that's the case, Mr. Du, may I make a request? Our CDC will also pay you $1 million, but your blood will be injected into a white mouse immediately. Do you agree? Seeing Coleman Pharmaceuticals take a hit, Louis's eyes lit up. Since drawing blood would cause the active molecules to disappear immediately, what if Du Ziren's blood was injected into the mouse right away? Would those two strange active molecules disappear? Or could they remain in the white mouse? Another $1 million. I bet my parents never expected I'd make money this fast, right? Du Ziren thought to himself, casually nodding. Alright, but the prerequisite is, I need to see the results. Okay, Xiao Jiao. He shouted towards the director's office, and the young man who had run out earlier had already returned. Report. The application has been completed. Good. Immediately transfer $1 million to Mr. Du's account. Understood. Buzz 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 as the phone vibrated again. Du Ziren glanced at his bank balance, which had skyrocketed to 4,704,000. Goodness. He got a terminal illness, and not only did he not go bankrupt, but he was getting richer. Du Ziren felt that all of this was changed by the arrival of Qiu Shangshang. Shangshang, wait for me. After I finish donating blood, I must give you a 648. No, 10 consecutive 648s. He rolled up his sleeves again, and the other arm of Du Ziren was also drawn for 150 milliliters of blood. Almost the moment the blood was drawn, a doctor injected it into a white mouse. Chirp 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 after the little white mouse was injected with blood. It only squeaked a few times, and nothing else changed. About 15 minutes later, the medical staff drew blood from the injection site of the little white mouse for examination again. After a while, report. It's gone. Those two magical blood-active molecules are gone. Inside the director's office, there was a dead silence. Great. Another $1 million wasted. Countless eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Du Ziren, who shrugged. What are you looking at me for? If you're not satisfied, just spend more money and draw blood again. That thing disappearing has nothing to do with me. Hey, Louis frowned, waved his hand, and led his subordinates out of the director's office. Disperse. This kind of self-generated blood product might only be produced by his bodily functions. The heart transports blood, and the blood produces those two active molecules. Unless we dissect his heart to analyze the birth of the active molecules, studying the blood sample is meaningless. As for dissecting the heart, killing a person who can heal from ALS to study his body, that would be killing the chicken to get the egg, utterly pointless. There's no need to keep his information under wraps. Just say he faced the disease optimistically and miraculously recovered in the end. Louis glanced meaningfully at Du Ziren, shook his head, and left in disappointment. Tap tap tap. After he left, Sun Kong, with a dark face, exchanged a few polite words with Huang Qishan and quickly left with his people. Inside the director's office, only Du Ziren, Dr. Lu, and Director Huang remained. Director Huang, do you still want to study my blood? Du Ziren looked at Huang Qishan mischievously, who frowned and shook his head repeatedly. Ziren, don't tease me. If they couldn't figure it out, how could I dare to touch it? Tonight, you can go through the discharge procedures. Congratulations, you're discharged. Upholding his responsibility as a doctor, Huang Qishan forced a smile, and Du Ziren smiled slightly. Thank you all for your care over the past few days. You're too polite. So, Director, can I take Ziren away? Dr. Lu spoke up, and Huang Qishan sighed, watching the two leave. Go on. Sigh. Why did the two active molecules in the blood disappear? Could it be that two entities were born in Du Ziren's body, continuously producing energy? Damn, I must be overthinking it. What kind of energy bodies can be born in a human body? Slapping his face, Huang Qishan interrupted his absurd thoughts. At night, in front of Wannan City Muscle Nerve Hospital, Du Ziren, holding a pot of snowdrop, waved to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, thank you for your care all this time. Hey, what have I taken care of you for? If you want to thank someone, thank your online dating partner. It seems that all good things start from online dating, right? Well, I'll definitely treat her well. I hope in my lifetime, I can drink to your wedding wine. Dr. Lu joked, and Du Ziren's expression immediately turned strange. Drink to my wedding wine with my electronic wife? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'll try my best. Waving his hand, Du Ziren repeatedly bid farewell to Dr. Lu and hailed a speeding taxi. Driver, to Wannan Garden. Alright young man, hold on tight. The evening breeze blew through the taxi window, the snowdrop in his hand swayed and danced, and seeing this neon city again, Du Ziren felt a mix of emotions. My life is back, Du Ziren murmured. Zzz. At that moment, the taxi's radio broadcast began to play the news. Good news. Our city's neurology hospital has reported the world's first case of a patient self-recovering from Lou Gehrig's disease. It is said that during his illness, the patient remained positive and faced life with confidence. Let's congratulate him for overcoming the disease with the great song of life. On August 18th, the Leonids meteor shower in the mountainous area of Wannan City, a once-in-a-century spectacle. The broadcast was filled with delightful news, causing the driver to nod along. Hey, these days, there are all sorts of amazing things happening. Even Lou Gehrig's disease can self-heal? Young man, do you know? Lou Gehrig's disease? That person in a wheelchair from the beautiful country has this illness too. They say it's harder to treat than AIDS. I remember there have been 7 cures for AIDS globally, which is impressive. But for Lou Gehrig's disease, we are definitely the first. That person must be so lucky. They've cured this disease. The driver sighed, while the expression on Du Ziren's face was complex. Yeah, that guy really is lucky, right? I wonder how he became so optimistic. If I had this disease, I would definitely be depressed. Maybe he has a spiritual support? Du Ziren smiled and opened his phone with a sense of relief. The Doomsday Survival game had actually been running all along, and in the screen, Xiao Shengsheng was also having her happy day, taking her younger siblings to soak in a bath, eating rice, shopping. On this day, Xiao Shengsheng was very happy. Spiritual support? Huh? Young man, are you talking about being in love? I think so too. Chi. The car stopped at the entrance of Wannan Garden. Du Ziren paid the fare and smiled in relief. Right, that lucky guy must be in love. Tap tap tap. Walking back to the bottom of an apartment building, he looked at the flickering lights of thousands of homes. But there was no light that belonged to him, and Du Ziren's gaze suddenly darkened. Buzz. His phone rang with a series of notifications. Looking down, he saw, your Doomsday Survival character has had a pleasant day. Happiness value +1. Current happiness value, 25. On the phone screen, Xiao Shengsheng had finished her rice and was looking up at the darkness outside the earthen house, softly murmuring, Senior, what are you doing now? He must be very busy, right? I'm so curious about what kind of person he is. He must be a very capable, strong, and kind person, right? The little girl leaned against the earthen seat, looking up at the sky, her cheeks flushed. Pat. The next moment, Xiao Shengsheng's face was suddenly poked. Senior, how could you eavesdrop on me? A blush rose on her face, and all her little thoughts were overheard, causing her to lower her head. The loneliness at the bottom of the apartment building was instantly swept away for Du Ziren. Who said there was no light for him among the thousands of homes? Xiao Shengsheng's heartfire would always burn for him. Shengsheng, it's really good to meet you, even if You are just an electronic virtual game character. Gently stroking the girl's cheek, Du Ziren held the snowdrop and climbed up the stairs. Room 702. This is Du Ziren's home, and because it has been unoccupied for a long time, it was already filled with dust. Du Ziren didn't encounter any relatives trying to take over his house. After all, who would want to live in a house where a family of 3 had a car accident? After tidying up a bit, Du Ziren ordered takeout and sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching the scene from Qiu Xingxing's side. Sister, this rice, even without any dishes, is so delicious. So tasty. The family of 3 sat in the earthen house, continuously swallowing the few grains of rice on the table. It is said that white rice has become a scarce resource in the apocalypse. Only those level 1 safe camps have the freedom of rice. Eat slowly. After we finish eating, let's go to the black market and see what we can get for the house. Wiping the rice grains off her younger siblings' faces, this meal of rice cost Qiu Shengsheng a full 30 copper coins. But now Qiu Shengsheng's little wallet was a bit bulging, and she was unwilling not to let her younger siblings enjoy some luxury. There are still 220 copper coins. We need to buy some practical things. Holding Qiu Ning with her left hand and Qiu Jing with her right, the 3 siblings left the rice house and walked towards the street in the center of the middle layer. The mine black market, as the name suggests, the main business here is black market trading. In the central commercial street of the middle layer, you can see stalls selling ability user crystals and others selling 95% new female models. As long as you want it, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to sell. Boss, I'll take 2 pounds of soft bread. Standing in front of a stall selling expired bread, Qiu Shengsheng confidently raised 2 fingers. Oh, looks like the god of wealth has arrived. 2 pounds of expired bread will cost you 60 copper coins. The vendor rubbed his hands, indicating that payment was needed first. Here, taking out a money pouch from her pocket, the vendor immediately began to bag and weigh the bread with a grin. Although the expired bread was past its date, it was still bread, better than hard steamed buns. And this kind of expired bread clearly looked like it was collected by the stall owner to sell for profit. Boss, what's this? Among the pile of expired food, a manual caught Qiu Xingxing's attention. It looked somewhat like an old textbook, but on the wrinkled cover, 4 large characters were written, Ability Manual. Oh, you mean this? I was tricked into buying it for 20 copper coins at another safe camp when I just became an ability user. There's nothing special about it, just some basic knowledge for ability users. What? Little sister, do you want it? Seeing Qiu Xingxing's interest in that ability manual, the vendor's eyes lit up. How about this? If you buy another pound of expired bread, I'll give you this for free. What do you think? This? Qiu Shengsheng was clearly a bit hesitant. But, suddenly, a prompt sound rang in her ear. Buy. Senior? Immediately, Qiu Shengsheng took out 30 copper coins again and handed them to the vendor. I'll take it. Quick decision. A little while later, the 3 siblings, each carrying a pound of expired bread, walked back towards the outskirts of the middle layer. Today's spending had already dropped their copper coin savings to 130. Such extravagant spending made Qiu Shengsheng a bit anxious, and she decided not to spend any more money and head home. Tap 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 on the muddy little dirt road. As Qiu Shengsheng walked, 2 familiar figures suddenly darted past in front of her. It was Wu Hai and Sister Xia. However, the moment their eyes met, Wu Hai and Sister Xia immediately lowered their heads, as if avoiding a disaster, and quickly turned away from Qiu Shengsheng, escaping several meters away. Are they afraid of you, sister? Xiao Ning looked at this scene in surprise, while Qiu Shengsheng said nothing and went straight back to her little mud house. Damn, how could I run into her at such a bad time? That damn bitch, she killed my brother and now spends his money like this? In the distance, on the dirt path, Sister Xia and Wu Hai had different expressions. The former was scared, while the latter was scared but also somewhat unwilling. Yesterday, the news that Qiu Shengsheng had boldly sold 14 daggers had already spread in the mid-level. If Wu Hai had doubts about Qiu Shengsheng's return before, now, a day later, his brother Wu Tao still hadn't come back, with no news at all, and on top of that, Qiu Shengsheng had sold 14 daggers. Even he knew what had happened with the Viper mercenary group. Damn it! That bitch! She actually killed my brother and wiped out the Viper mercenary group. I must find a chance to kill her. Clenching his fists tightly, Wu Hai angrily stomped on the ground. Sister Xia sneered, "Humph! You dare to lay a hand on Qiu Shengsheng? Aren't you afraid of the big boss behind her?" This. The suffocating words stuck in his throat. Wu Hai stomped the ground a few more times, grabbed Sister Xia, and walked off into the distance. Damn woman, come with me, help me vent my anger. Inside the little mud house, the younger siblings were fiddling with various flavors of expired bread, while Qiu Shengsheng was flipping through the ability manual continuously. For her, becoming an ability user didn't mean she knew the common knowledge of ability users. In the knowledge domain of ability users, she was as naive as could be. The manual was densely packed with information on the classification of ability users, cultivation methods, and basic knowledge. Things like medicinal baths to open pores and maximize the use of crystal cores. So far, there had never been a mutant level in the human realm. These things fascinated Xiao Shengsheng. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren was looking at other information. For example, the subsequent cultivation methods for ability users. For a regular ability user to make a breakthrough, they needed to kill mutant zombies, obtain crystal cores, and absorb them through medicinal baths. With the absorption of crystal core energy, the ability level could naturally be improved. Of course, this involves a common knowledge issue. If you absorb a magnetic ability crystal core, and then your second absorption is a fire ability crystal core, can you awaken a second ability? The answer is no. Everyone's first successfully absorbed and awakened ability crystal core determines their future ability direction. If you are lucky enough to absorb a fire crystal core and have awakened fire ability, then even if you later absorb a golden crystal core, it will only recharge your fire ability. So, when Du Ziren planned to have Qiao Shengsheng use a metal crystal core to awaken, the game system warned him that it would ruin Qiao Shengsheng's future. As expected, a good foundation leads to stability later. Can everyone only have one ability? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren tapped Qiao Shengsheng's little hand. Shengsheng, turn to the next page and see the explanation of ability holders. Oh, her little face flushed. Qiao Shengsheng immediately understood, and when she turned to the next page, both of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Yikes!" The manual actually had this passage written. Ability users will only awaken one ability, which will accompany them for life. But, it is said that in the early days of the apocalypse, there was once an ability user with multiple abilities, possessing countless abilities, truly an anomaly. Multiple abilities? Turtle, what kind of chosen one is this? Looking at that passage, there was no further record of where this person went. Du Ziren thought for a moment and felt that this person should be an Easter egg in the game settings. Not taking this matter to heart, Qiao Shengsheng was looking at the ability manual, while Du Ziren tapped on Qiao Shengsheng's panel. Name, Qiao Shengsheng. Identity, ability user, ability level, ability user first stage, awakened ability, immortal, golden, cultivation progress, ability user first stage, 12/100, plus, age, 19, height, 178 cm, weight, 55 kilograms, measurements, 84, 62, 86, physical condition, far beyond ability user, hunger level, 65, warmth level, 80, happiness level, 25, equipment, military combat suit, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white, items, none. Oh, has my Shengsheng grown taller again? She's almost catching up to me. Can abilities make people grow taller? What is this cultivation progress? Tapping the plus sign after, cultivation progress, a panel suddenly popped up on the phone. Detected that your apocalypse survival character's ability level is too low. Would you like to submit a Crystal Core 4 auxiliary training? So this is what you were waiting for me. Skillfully opening the game, warehouse, Du Ziren took a glance. He remembered that the last time he drew, Immortal, he also got a bunch of lower tier, crystal cores. If he submitted them to Qiao Shengsheng, perhaps it could help her advance to the third or fourth stage of ability users? Thunderfire Crystal Core, purple, *2, Windwing Crystal Core, green, *4, Crimson Blood Crystal Core, white, *13. There were many crystal cores in the warehouse, and Du Ziren slid a Crimson Blood Crystal Core over to Qiao Shengsheng's face. He only submitted the white crystal cores, not because he was stingy, but because he was afraid that the energy from higher tier, crystal cores, would be too much for Qiao Shengsheng to handle. For example, the last time with the Yi Golden Crystal Core, the energy was so abundant that Qiao Shengsheng almost had her blood vessels burst. Although he could massage and help her. But, he couldn't possibly give her a massage every time she trained, right? There would always be times when he wasn't around. Thump the next moment, a distortion of space occurred in front of Qiao Shengsheng's chest. With a buzz, a crystal core resembling a ruby fell into Qiao Shengsheng's arms. Ha! What is this? A hint of surprise appeared on her face as Qiao Shengsheng looked around and immediately reacted. Senior, what is this? Take it to grind and absorb. Your ability level is too low. Although you are now an ability user, you are still a muggle in front of high-level ability users. I understand. Without much hesitation, Qiao Shengsheng knew that only by continuously becoming stronger could she qualify to stand beside her senior. She hurriedly put away the ability manual, and immediately started fussing with the water tank in the small earthen house. The water tank contained medium-level, common sewage, with muddy water and poor quality, making Du Ziren frown. Detected that your apocalypse survival character's training environment is too poor, and the training resources are mismatched. To ensure training progress, would you like to activate the monthly card service? Wodafa? This money-grabbing game of yours is also learning to do a monthly card? After a moment of hesitation, the benefits of the monthly card service popped up. Activate monthly card service. Every morning at 8 o'clock, Xiao Shengsheng will receive a Vitality Crystal Core, which perfectly matches Xiao Xingxing's current ability attributes. The first activation of the monthly card comes with a water purification bucket *1. Activating the monthly card service requires a payment of 3,228 yuan. Would you like to activate it? Wodafa? Are you kidding me? Why don't you go rob some money? Du Ziren had never heard of a game where the monthly card cost over 3,000. Today, he was truly enlightened. But looking at Xiao Shengsheng fiddling with the broken water tank on the screen, Du Ziren frowned and immediately clicked on recharge. Recharge! Damn it! How can I let my Shengsheng suffer after just earning 2 million? Whatever resources others have for cultivation, my Shengsheng can't fall behind. Your bank account has just been charged 3,228 yuan, current balance 4,707.72 yuan. Buzz 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 with the recharge notification coming through. In the game, a 1-meter wide metal water tank suddenly appeared in Xiao Xingxing's little earthen house, accompanied by a small golden crystal core. Wow, what is this? On the earthen bed, Xiao Ning and Xiaoya looked bewildered at the suddenly appeared large tank in the room, curiously moving closer. The metallic tank was smooth all over, and in the very center, there was a golden crystal core embedded, shimmering with brilliant light. Is this for bathing? Little Xiaoya poked the tank's body, feeling as if it had absorbed something, wiping the dirt off her hands. What's going on? What's happening? Attracted by the commotion in the room, Xiao Shengsheng rushed in with a water bucket. Sister, look at this. Ha, this is a water tank? Looking at the metal water tank in surprise, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly realized. Senior, is this also a tank for purifying water, with a crystal core inside? Remember to use it regularly every morning. The calm voice echoed in her ears again, and Xiao Shengsheng swallowed hard, looking at the metal tank, her heart filled with mixed emotions. A tank that can purify water, its value in the apocalypse is simply self-evident. And that crystal core at the bottom of the tank, at first glance, was not an ordinary item. The senior even said to use it regularly every morning? What does that mean? Is it guaranteeing her future cultivation resources? One must know that even the founder of the black market for mining had to kill zombies one by one for his cultivation resources. What right did she have to enjoy such treatment? Senior, don't say anything about being unworthy. First, get mixed up with a big shot. I understand. Her hesitant gaze gradually became resolute, and Xiao Shengsheng directly poured all the water from the bucket into the tank. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, but the next moment, the originally murky water surged into the tank, and the mud and sand in the water were instantly absorbed by the metal walls of the tank. In an instant, the water in the tank became crystal clear. Crack 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 at the same time, the golden crystal core at the bottom of the tank began to shatter rapidly, turning the entire tank of clear water into golden soup. Puff 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 steam filled the little earthen house, and Xiao Shengsheng bit her lip, looking at her younger brother and sister beside her. Xiao Ning, Xiaoya, you guys. Xiao Shengsheng had thought about letting her younger siblings try the medicinal bath. Who knows, they might awaken superpowers too, but she felt too shy. Blushing, she didn't dare to bring up any more requests to the senior. The girl fidgeted, while Du Ziren on the other side of the phone couldn't see through her thoughts. You're still too thin-skinned. He chuckled and poked Xiao Xingxing's cheek. You can take the medicinal bath first, wait until the water's color fades halfway. Then, with your younger sibling's constitution, they can try the medicinal bath. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ning, Xiaoya. Aren't you going to thank the senior? She pulled over her younger siblings, who were still dazed sitting on the bed, and Xiao Ning and Xiaoya were both stunned. Why is my sister always shy in front of the air? They can't hear Du Ziren's private little speaker, but just follow her movements, constantly bowing and kneeling to the void. In a moment, under the shrouded mist, Du Ziren, through the white fog, vaguely observed the increasingly fuller figure of Xiao Shengsheng, witnessing her progress bar continuously rising. Ability level, ability user first stage, cultivation progress, 25/100, 35 out of 100. At the current speed, plus later when the medicinal bath also needs to bring Xiao Xingxing's younger siblings, I estimate, in 2 or 3 days, it should reach the second stage? This speed should be enough, right? Unable to see clearly through the mist, Duziran lost interest in observing and simply hung up his phone, getting up to stretch. Ding dong, just then, someone knocked on the door. Is the takeout here? His face brightened, and he immediately opened the door. To his surprise, standing at the door was not a delivery guy in a uniform, but Sun Kang, dressed in a suit and standing tall. Mr. Sun, what brings you here? Looking at Sun Kang with suspicion, Duziran wondered why this guy had come to his door. What? Is he here to give money for blood? Oh, Mr. Please don't misunderstand. I found out your address from Dr. Lu. I'm here to invite you to a viewing event. Viewing event? Yes. You should know, right? On August 18th, tomorrow night, many patients like you will gather at Wolf Tooth Mountain to watch the Leonids meteor shower and pray for their health to recover. They all want to see you, the miracle child, to bring them good luck. As Sun Kang spoke, he handed over an invitation. Wolf Tooth Mountain Stargazing Event Summary. What good luck? Are they treating me like a mascot? He directly pierced through Sun Kang's words. Does Duziran not understand? Real patients have neither the money nor the time to go watch a meteor shower. Only those pampered young masters and young ladies who have suffered serious illnesses think of watching a meteor shower and finding some mascot to ward off bad luck. Clearly, the recently popular self-healing person with ALS is the best mascot. Oh, come on, why say that? Think about it, getting to know those wealthy people is not a bad thing, right? As expected of a salesman, he could turn death into life. Duziran shrugged, clearly showing disinterest. Nothing else? If there's nothing, I'm closing the door. Creaked just as the door was about to close. A firm voice echoed in the hallway. 100,000. To accompany those people for one night, 100,000. Oh, are you sure it's just 100,000? You're not taking a commission from it, are you? The door's closing slowed down, and Duziran's tone was quite teasing. 150,000. I'm closing the door. 200,000. The total offer is 300,000. It's only right for me to pull some strings and earn a little commission, right? Creak. The door opened again, and Duziran showed a smile. 250,000. If it works, it works. If not, then forget it. I'm not interested in being a mascot for those wealthy people. Fine. Gritting his teeth, Sun Kang agreed. He knew that the initiative was entirely in Duziran's hands. If the other party didn't agree, he wouldn't earn a single cent. Hey, that's more like it, Mr. Sun, have you eaten yet? Let's eat together? In the future, if there's any opportunity to make money by showing my face, be sure to remember to call me. Clap. Almost in an instant of agreement, Duziran revealed a smile like a Peking opera face-changing act, pulling Sun Kang into the room. The two sat cross-legged on the sofa, and Duziran took a can of water from the fridge and tossed it to Sun Kang. I said, how am I getting there tomorrow night? A car will come to pick you up. What about the money? When will it be in my account? After the event tomorrow night, you'll receive it. All right, then there's nothing else. You might as well go home first. Aren't you being a bit too realistic? His lips twitched. It was Duziran who didn't want to show his face, and it was also Duziran who invited him to dinner. In the end, after knowing the details, he just sold himself out like this? Sun Kang looked speechless, and Duziran smiled. If you want to eat my takeout, you can join me. Goodbye. Thud. The door slammed shut by Sun Kang, and Duziran was just about to go over and lock it. With a click, the door seemed to be drawn by some force and locked automatically. Looking at his outstretched hand, Duziran shook his head, thinking it was just the door lock engaging automatically. A night of sweet dreams. Duziran was eating takeout while watching Qiu Shengsheng bathe and fall asleep. By the next morning, he looked at the game screen on his phone. Qiu Shengsheng had already claimed the daily crystal from the monthly card, and started a new, medicinal bath. The room was filled with mist, but Qiu Shengsheng's expression was not good. Her rosy cheeks were furrowed, like dark clouds gathering. Splash under the golden, crystal, water bath, the girl's figure looked even more alluring. Ability level, ability user first stage, current training progress, 75/100, 77 out of 100. I gave Qiu Ning and Xiuya a medicinal bath for half an hour yesterday, and besides being a bit sturdier, they showed no change at all. Could it be that they can't awaken their abilities? Frustrated, she splashed the water, and as Qiu Shengsheng's mountain peaks were partially revealed, Duziran felt a jolt. Get up! If you don't get up now, it's going to explode. Hastily shutting off his phone, Duziran scrambled out of bed. After a quick wash, he hurried downstairs for breakfast. Inside the Wanan Garden community, the morning was lively not only with the breakfast area but also with an elderly activity park. Most people should have seen it. Some elderly folks practice swordplay, jog, or even spin tops in the morning. That's right, spinning tops. Although he didn't understand why this sport fascinated the old men so much, Duziran watched as a bystander, thoroughly entertained. At that moment, in the open space of the activity park, an old man with a buzz cut and white hair was swinging a whip in his hand, creating a thunderous sound as he struck the top, making it whoosh loudly. "Hey old Wong, your strength is impressive today. You're spinning it so fast?" Another bald old man passed by, and while speaking, he took a top from his pocket, clapped the whip wrapped around the top, and with a flick, a thunderous sound erupted as the top began to spin whoosh. In an instant, both old men were happily cracking their whips. "Hey oldly, your strength has improved." As the two old men exchanged compliments, Duziran watched the whips crack and felt an itch in his hands. He didn't know why. He had no interest in these things before, but after seeing them today, it felt like dozens of blood vessels in his body were dancing, as if they wanted to burst out of his skin. If he had to describe it, it was like the first mutated zombie that Xiao Shengsheng encountered. Yes, the blood vessels all over his body danced, reminiscent of the frequency of that mutated zombie's intestines writhing. "Old man, can I give it a try?" Standing to the side, Duziran couldn't help but wave at Grandpa Wang, who was constantly swinging the long whip. "Hey young man, what's up? Are you interested in this?" Grandpa Wang, seeing a young person calling out to him, immediately became interested. My hands are itching, I'm a bit curious." "Ha ha ha, it's a good thing that a young person likes it. But this thing looks simple, actually, you need some skill to do it. Come on, give it a try." Handing the whip to Duziran, Grandpa Wang placed his hands on his waist, looking like he was ready to watch a show. He knew that for a beginner, keeping the top spinning with the whip was quite difficult. The whip must first be aimed at the center of the top, and the force applied must be just right, evenly distributed. If too much force is used, the top will be flung away. If too little force is applied, it won't help at all and will cause the top to wobble and stop quickly. These things, can a beginner figure them out in just a few days? But, in the next moment, crack, a sharp sound of the whip cracking echoed. The long whip in Duziran's hand exploded like thunder. The fierce and skillful energy not only kept the top from flying away but even made it spin faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the rapidly spinning top left scratches on the old floor. "Oh my, young man, your technique, have you practiced with a whip?" The teasing in his eyes instantly turned to shock, and Grandpa Wang immediately jogged over, observing Duziran from top to bottom, carefully. Of course, he focused on looking at the palms of Duziran's hands. If he were really a practitioner, there would definitely be thick calluses on his palms. However, Duziran's palms were surprisingly smooth, lacking the fierce energy of a practitioner. "Have you practiced?" "No, I was just playing around." Swinging his arms casually, the long whip in his palm felt like an extension of his hand. As he struck freely, the whip coiled around the top like a snake, performing various difficult tilted movements. "You haven't practiced? I don't believe it. What kind of newbie can play with a whip like this?" Oldly, standing nearby, also didn't believe it and came over to scrutinize Duziran for a while. Watching the top spin like a little fierce tiger on the ground, he bit his teeth and immediately thickened his face, rubbing his hands together. "I say, young man, stop pretending. Little master, I'll call you little master. How about, you teach me? I just retired and have nothing to do, so how about this, you teach me the techniques of whipping, and I'll give you 100 for an hour. What do you think?" "Ha, you still need to teach this? Isn't it something anyone can do?" Duziran was dumbfounded. Just by casually swinging a few times, someone wanted to learn? Could it be he really was some kind of whip prodigy? "You, oldly, aren't you being ridiculous? How would the little master be willing to teach you? If he teaches, he definitely has to teach me first. Don't you think so, master?" Upon hearing Oldly was willing to pay for lessons, Old Wang immediately squeezed over. The two old men, with all their teeth gone, showed Duziran a face full of eager smiles. Duziran, forced a smile, hurriedly pulled back the whip and the top in one go. This scene made the eyes of the two old men light up with excitement. Grandpa, I have something to do. About teaching the whip, I think I'll find time later." Shoving the whip and top back into Grandpa Wang's hands, Duziran ran off in the direction of the opposite corridor without saying a word. Are you kidding? To teach two old men how to whip for $200? He didn't want to play games? He didn't want to spend time with his electronic wife? Even though he didn't know why he could whip, time should be wasted on his wife, not on old men. Dang dang dang. After hurriedly shaking off the two unrelenting pursuers behind him, Duziran circled the neighborhood a few times before finally returning home. His cheeks were damp with warm sweat, but Duziran realized he wasn't even out of breath. Yes, after such intense exercise, he wasn't panting at all. Something's not right. Why is my physique so good? Could it be that after amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, my body has evolved? With only these thoughts, Du Ziren returned to his room and opened his phone again. Xiao Shengsheng was still sitting cross-legged in the water tank, but her face was already flushed. Current cultivation progress, ability user level 1, 99/100, 100 out of 100. The moment the progress bar above her head reached 100, buzz buzz buzz, the golden water in the tank began to boil rapidly, and a thick mist filled the earthen house. Xiao Xingxing's body turned as red as the evening glow, and after a layer of shimmering light flickered across her surface, she exhaled a hot breath, her gaze sharper, and her figure seemed to have become a bit fuller. Current cultivation progress, ability user level 2, 3/200. She had leveled up. Senior. I think I've leveled up. Excitedly standing up from the water tank, Xiao Shengsheng bounced around in the splashes. Beneath her delicate lingerie, the fruits on the slender branches swayed, making Du Ziren's eyes dazzle. This water is really big. Ah, no, this water is really white. Rubbing his pig-like face, Du Ziren calmly pressed a small horn. I see it. Keep it up. Understood. With a rosy little face beaming, Xiao Xingxing's shoulder strap suddenly slipped, revealing a hint of fullness. Only then did she seem to react, letting out a yah as she sat back in the water tank, exposing a flushed head. Senior. Blushing, after fidgeting for a while, the misty water obscured her, and she suddenly blew a series of bubbles on the water's surface. Senior. I feel like I might be able to take on some more advanced tasks. You can give it a try. Hee, I knew it, Senior. You encourage me to practice more. I want to use the power you gave me to bring my younger siblings to live in the 3-story house. The water splashed as Xiao Shengsheng made a fist gesture. Du Ziren smiled. That's fine. If I take on a new task, I might be able to see more zombie settings in this game. You can arrange it for the time after the daily medicinal bath. After reminding Xiao Shengsheng, Du Ziren went to take a shower. A little while later, when he returned, in the game screen, Xiao Shengsheng had already changed into a familiar, military combat uniform. Xiao Ning. Xiaoya, you two behave at home by the way. Senior, if I go out. She weakly glanced at the purification water tank in the earthen house, fearing that this thing might be discovered and bring some disaster. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost at the moment of her worry, the huge purification water tank had already disappeared. Buzz buzz buzz. Along with it, several bottles of mineral water appeared on the ground. I've helped you put away the purification water tank. You can leave the mineral water for your younger siblings. Thank you, Senior. A brilliant smile appeared on her small face, and Xiao Shengsheng looked like a daughter favored by her father, her lips curling up. I'm going out, sister. Be careful. A response came from the little earthen house. Once Xiao Shengsheng had walked far away, Xiao Ning looked at the scattered, mineral water on the ground, her expression growing increasingly suspicious. That's so-called Senior. Can't really. Like my sister, right? Mining black market mid-level task room. In the cramped, earthy room, the walls were still covered with various task bounties. Tap tap tap. When Xiao Shengsheng stepped in, all eyes in the room couldn't help but size her up from head to toe. After all, this little sister had been making quite a name for herself lately, selling cigarettes, 14 daggers. No matter how you looked at it, it was hard to believe that this soft girl could pull it off. Shengsheng, are you here to take on a mission again? Linya stood behind the bar, wearing a welcoming smile. She showed no signs of embarrassment from being rejected last time and confidently stepped out from behind the bar. Sister Linya, you, what? With that big shot backing you, are you still going out on missions? Her tone was filled with a sour envy, and as Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng in her military uniform, she suddenly realized. So, it turns out that since that time, Xiao Shengsheng has been clinging to a big shot. Beneath her smiling face lay a flurry of thoughts. Xiao Xingxing's face turned red from Linya's words as she glanced at the highest posted mission on the wall. The higher the mission hung, the greater its difficulty. I want to take on a mission that can get me into the 3rd level. What? Into the 3rd level? After a brief moment of surprise, Linya calmed down. Indeed, with such a big shot backing her, what was the 3rd level of the black market? Just going to the nearby top-tier safe camp was a piece of cake. Sigh, what a lucky girl. I wonder what that big shot sees in this little girl. Linya silently scanned Xiao Shengsheng and then looked at her own voluptuous figure. She wasn't bad either. Sister Linya, is there a mission that can get me into the 3rd level? Preferably one with 3 slots. Suddenly, Xiao Xingxing's voice pulled Linya out of her thoughts, and her gaze turned to a mission reward poster in the corner. The 3rd level of the black market was considered a luxurious area here. The 3rd level wasn't just accessible to ability users, it required a certain contribution to the base to qualify for entry. Hear this mission. Capture the crystal core of the zombie dog. This mission is issued by our Black Market's Dog Squad. As long as you can find the zombie dog crystal core, based on the quality and quantity of the cores you obtain, the Dog Squad will reward you accordingly. As long as you get one green zombie dog crystal core, you should gain access to the third level. With a casual wave, Linya made the dirt and stones in the corner shift, and the mission reward poster fell into her hands. Her words were unremarkable, as if she were discussing some trivial matter. But it was anything but. Those nearby frowned upon hearing it. Zombie dogs were already difficult to deal with, let alone the mutated ones with crystal cores. Moreover, zombie dogs occasionally appeared in packs. Once you got entangled with them, not only could you be bitten and turned into a zombie, but you might end up as nothing more than bone fragments. That girl is taking on this mission? Is she crazy? Exactly. This is a mercenary squad. No one dares to take it lightly, right? Isn't Linya setting her up for failure? The murmurs continued, but Linya paid them no mind. Of course, she wouldn't introduce this mission to an ordinary person. But this was Qiu Shangshang. She had a big shot standing behind her. Are you kidding? Would a big shot among the awakened fear a few cunning wild dogs? So, how about it? Shangshang, this mission, aside from being a bit difficult, is almost the most suitable for your requirements. Completing the mission not only rewards you with 500,1000 copper coins, but the dog squad will also grant you the right to reside in a small house in the third level. That task was taken by the Fire Source mercenary group before. Then isn't it gone? Linya's voice made Qiu Shangshang frown tightly. If she took it and the other party came back to submit the task, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? About that. Actually, not really. They took that task and haven't had news for 3 or 4 days. I suspect they encountered a pack of dogs. What are you afraid of? You have a big shot backing you. So, should I take it? This. Qiu Shangshang pursed her lips. She didn't dare to take the task recklessly. Even if she was a seniors person, it didn't mean she could squander her seniors' abilities. As her small hands kept kneading, a familiar voice came to her ear. Take it. I guarantee your safety. Say, senior. Then I'll take it. She decisively grabbed the bounty from Linya's hand. Suddenly, the entire task room was in an uproar. Damn, she really took it? A whole mercenary group got caught. Can she handle it? Isn't she being reckless? The Viper mercenary group is third-rate, not worthy of facing the Fire Source mercenary group. Hard to say. She might have someone behind her? Amidst the crowd's discussions, Qiu Shangshang tucked away the bounty, her expression gradually calming as she strode out of the task room. Meanwhile, Black Market Mine Iron Chain Gate. A scavenger, covered in tattered cotton clothes, hurriedly ran out from the path. Woo-goo. Qiu Shangshang is going out. Hearing the voice, Wu Hai directly crawled out from a dirt pit, his eyes dark and sinister. Is she going out again? What is she going to do? I heard she took the task to hunt for the zombie dog crystal core all by herself. What? She took the task to hunt the zombie dog crystal core by herself? Is she crazy? Just her alone? After confirming Qiu Shangshang's movements from the scavenger multiple times, Wu Hai's expression changed repeatedly. From joy to shock, then from shock to fear. Taking such a dangerous task alone? Either she's out of her mind, or she has someone backing her. Wu Hai definitely leaned towards the latter. Damn, who the hell has she gotten involved with? With his brows tightly furrowed, Wu Hai felt that his plan to avenge his brother seemed to be getting further and further away. Tap. Just then, a familiar figure approached from the deep, dark passage. Wu Hai's face darkened, and he immediately shooed away the scavenger. Get lost. The main person is coming. Understood. The two dispersed, one in front and one behind, and Wu Hai returned to the Iron Gate, where he indeed waited for the frost-faced Qiu Shangshang. Open the door. Wu Men show. This time, the other party's superior tone came through, and Wu Hai didn't react much, just calmly opened the Iron Gate. His expression was extremely complicated. He never expected that such a little girl could climb over him in just a few days and boss him around, and he didn't have the slightest temper. Tap. Watching Qiu Shangshang walk further away, the breath in his chest still couldn't be swallowed. Wu Hai didn't restore the iron net but called out to Sister Xia in the dirt pit, Hey, come watch the door. I'm going out to take a look. Are you crazy? Can you handle the other party? Sister Xia, with messy hair and looking disheveled, came out from the dirt pit and scolded Wu Hai. But Wu Hai did not speak this time, as if he had made a certain decision. He turned and chased after Qiu Shangshang's back. The game screen on the phone froze in the icy wilderness, while Qiu Shangshang hurried along the road. What about Du Ziren? He was constantly picking and choosing in the wardrobe. Tonight, he was going to attend that so-called meteor shower viewing party. To put it bluntly, it was just a gig to be a warm-up mascot, but still, he had to have a decent outfit, right? After much selection, Duziran found that the most fitting outfit was actually the hospital's iconic patient gown. Damn, I can't possibly go out in a patient gown, can I? He tried on the patient gown for a moment. Ding dong, someone knocked on the door at an inopportune time. Who is it? Frowning, he approached the door, and a respectful voice came from behind it. Hello? Is this Mr. Duziran's home? I am He Xiao, the planning officer from Coleman Pharmaceutical Company. I am here specifically to take you to the meteor shower viewing party. Coleman Pharmaceutical Company? You guys again? Wait, this meteor shower banquet, it wouldn't be organized by you, would it? As expected of Mr. Du, the promotion for this banquet is indeed handled by our company. This banquet aims to inspire more patients to envision a beautiful future. It's to make those second-generation folks feel better, right? He opened the door, and outside stood a man dressed almost like Sun Kong, except this He Xiao wore sunglasses and was impeccably neat. Wait for me. I need to put on some clothes. Oh, is that a neuromuscular department patient gown you have in hand? If possible, please do wear that outfit. Upon seeing the gown in Duziran's hand, He Xiao seemed to discover something shiny and immediately reached out to persuade him. So you want me to be a complete clown? Well, fine, it's all about making money anyway. Just a moment after putting on the fitting patient gown, Duziran swaggered out the door. Following He Xiao down the stairs, they arrived at the entrance of the Wan'an community, where a Maybach was surprisingly parked. After getting into the car, it drove towards the suburbs of Wan'an City. The evening glow spread over the suburbs, and on the peak of Wolf Tooth Mountain, a huge circular iron structure observation deck gradually came into view. The car wound around the mountain road until it appeared beneath the observation deck, and Duziran suddenly realized, good heavens, the parking spaces below were already filled with numerous luxury cars. TSK. In this day and age, is it really so extravagant to pray for a sick young master or princess? Shaking his head, he looked up at the observation deck. At least 10 meters high, the welded structure was supported by more than a dozen steel columns, holding up a circular platform of over 100 square meters. On top of the platform, a steel framework formed a shape resembling a bird's nest. No need to say, just the construction of this observation tower must have cost a fortune. Mr. Du, please come this way. We have a private elevator. He Xiao's urging voice interrupted Duziran's gaze upwards. He looked around and was shocked to find that this observation deck actually had no pedestrian access. Damn, you guys don't have a pedestrian path. If something happens, won't the people up there be trapped? His questioning was clearly heard by He Xiao beside him, who rarely had the mood to join in the teasing. Mr. Du is joking. If something happens here, let alone running away, just the countless steel structures falling from that observation deck would be enough to crush everyone. That's true. The two joked as they made their way to the giant bird's nest. Here, there is a unique elevator facility for up and down traffic, wrapped in a few steel bars, with a weight limit of no more than 5 people. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened, and Duziran followed He Xiao into the elevator. As the elevator rose higher, the scenery flickered, and Duziran's right eyelid twitched frequently, increasingly so. His heart raced for some unknown reason, pounding as if something bad was about to happen. Mr. Du, we've arrived. Ding dong, when the elevator doors opened again, a spacious circular banquet hall came into view. Dozens of clean white round tables, luxurious carpets laid out. At least 30 elegantly dressed people were chatting and laughing while sipping red wine, occasionally gazing up at the sky. Everyone, our lucky star has arrived today. In the history of Wan'an City. No, in world history, the first miracle child who self-healed from ALS, Mr. Duziran has arrived. Almost as soon as the elevator doors opened, He Xiao shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Instantly, the crowd's gazes were all directed towards them. They looked at Duziran as if he were a rare animal in a zoo, sizing him up from head to toe. Is this Duziran? So young? Wow! How lucky must he be to self-heal from ALS? I heard that during his illness, he had no family care at all. To self-heal in such an emotional atmosphere, he's simply the chosen one. Countless discussions erupted at once. Duziran's expression remained calm as He Xiao dragged him around the large circular platform, making a round among everyone. His demeanor was surprisingly gentle, but inside he kept repeating, make money for Shangsheng, make money for Shangsheng. Work hard for my wife. No shame, no shame. Wow. Let me touch him. I want to share in his good fortune. Me too. Me too. A few seemingly very young children reached out to scratch Duziran's arm, and he smiled. Finally, after a round of mascot display, Duziran was brought to a high position resembling a podium. There stood a woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a red gown, holding a microphone and a selfie stick. Hi, good evening to all the treasures entering the live stream. Welcome to the Meteor Shower Wish event hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. Tonight, we will witness the brilliance of the Leonids meteor shower and make hopeful wishes. May the light of hope protect you and me, and everyone's illnesses will surely be controlled. Now, let's welcome tonight's lucky star guest, Mr. Du Ziren, the self-healed patient of ALS. As the woman spoke, the high-definition camera on the selfie stick turned towards Du Ziren. In an instant, the originally online count of 326 in the live stream exploded with comments. Early leukemia patient. Wow, did they really invite a self-healed patient of ALS? I want to share in the good luck. I want to self-heal too. My family can no longer afford medical expenses. Late-stage liver cancer patient. This person is truly a living miracle. I really hope my condition improves. Early-stage ALS patient. Brother, can you share how you face life positively? Countless comments flooded the screen, and Du Ziren's gaze froze. The feeling of being observed like a monkey seemed to find solace at that moment. A live stream? Is it for those patients who really need comfort? Norman Pharmaceuticals has indeed done something for the people. Looking at the comments passing by, Du Ziren pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and spoke up. Dear fellow patients, when in pain, think of your loved ones, whether it's your parents, your wife, or your children. The meaning of life is the love and bonds we share with each other. You don't live for yourself, but for them to live well. I believe that life is great. As long as you don't give up, miracles will eventually happen. The powerful words echoed on the high platform. The young man in a hospital gown raised his wrist high, his face resolute. In this moment, not only did the live stream fall into a brief silence, but even the second-generation spectators around, who were originally there to watch, fell silent one by one. As expected of Mr. Du, his mindset is really good. Everyone should learn from Mr. Du. The host in the red dress noticed the atmosphere had become a bit subdued and quickly took over the conversation. In the live stream, comments began to float up slowly. Early-stage liver cancer. This young man is right. It's not about the medical expenses but about the people who love you. The wife and children who truly love you can't bear to lose you. I must stand up again. I can't let them down. Early-stage uremia. He's right. I can't despair. My child gained 10 pounds in a week to give me a kidney. He wants to donate a kidney to me. The disease is ruthless, but love can create miracles. Early-stage chemotherapy. Life is great, and the support of loved ones is even greater. Let me share some good news with my fellow patients. My spouse accompanied me for chemotherapy and shaved their head. Now that I'm in early-stage chemotherapy, I have no anxiety about my appearance and I'm recovering well. In just a moment, a wave of responses surged in the live stream. The host in the red dress had her mouth wide open, clearly not expecting that her efforts for half a day would be overshadowed by Du Ziren's few words. So, can I ask, how did Mr. Du get through the toughest times? As if catching onto a sensitive topic, the host in the red dress looked at Du Ziren. Du Ziren scratched his head. It was a girl who accompanied me through it. Oh, so it was the power of love? 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 At this question, the entire venue fell silent. In the live stream, the comments were filled with joy. I knew it, being young is great. Love really makes one yearn. Yes, especially at this age, love at 17 to 18 is truly pure and untainted. No wonder, it was love that created the miracle. Mom, do you think if I fall in love, my flu will get better faster? A child with a runny nose suddenly asked, and a woman's face immediately darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? Ha, the atmosphere at the venue inexplicably became lively again. In fact, most of the people present were second-generation patients with minor ailments. There were hardly any second-generation patients with serious illnesses who had time to come out of the hospital to make wishes. Everyone was just there to enjoy the spectacle. Then it seems I should go find a girlfriend when I have time? Come on, aren't you just throwing money at it? That's not love. Oh, as if you weren't doing the same. Teasing voices began to rise, and the entire venue became lively again. The host in red took advantage of the atmosphere and turned the camera towards the now silent night sky. Everyone, let's count down. The Leonid meteor shower is about to arrive. 5, 4, 3. As the first streak of deep blue crossed the sky, visible blue stars began to swirl, as if countless threads were sliding across the horizon. Oh, I hope my cold gets better. Bless me not to have a fever anymore. Bless me to heal my fracture quickly. At this moment, the scene unexpectedly resonated, and everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes sparkling with hope. Bless my mom's surgery to go smoothly. Wishing for successful cancer resistance. Go for it, everyone. In the live broadcast room, countless wishes were being made. Remarkably, at this moment, everyone was looking forward to something beautiful. At this time, the host in red walked over to Du Ziren, curiously looking at him. Mr. What wish did you make? Me? I seem to have made a rather unrealistic wish. Duziren looked at the sky full of shooting stars and suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. Oh, can you share it? I want to meet her. What's so difficult about that? Where is she? You can just go find her. Whoosh! Just as those words were spoken, in the blink of an eye, a streak of deep blue was getting closer and larger from the meteor shower towards the observation deck. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the meteorite slid through the air, the scorching shockwave gradually affecting the surrounding temperature. What the hell? What is that? The meteor. It seems to be coming towards us. Hey! No way. If the meteorite falls, run. In an instant, the entire scene at the observation deck was thrown into chaos, with the crowd rushing towards the elevator. The elevator, which could only hold 5 people, was now like a crowded subway entrance, packed with frantic people. Get out of the way. Move aside. Get lost. I was here first. Various shoves and curses erupted. Just a second ago, it was so harmonious here, and the next second, it was in complete disarray. Mr. We should run too. Xiao was still somewhat loyal, grabbing Duziren's arm and running towards the crowd. But Duziren shook his head and instead pulled him towards a corner. There's no time. You can't outrun a meteor. Prepare. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying roar echoed in his ears, and a scorching shockwave swept over their heads. Crack crack crack, a sound of melting and twisting steel came from above. Looking up, a massive red stone was rapidly dissolving the steel frame of the bird's nest, crashing down towards the stage with unstoppable force. Not good. Boom. Like a stone hitting a curtain, the meteorite paused for a moment before crashing down with a large section of steel frame. Boom boom boom, countless steel bars twisted, and heavy iron blocks fell, shaking the entire stage violently. The several steel frames supporting the stage twisted, crashed and collapsed chaotically. The towering observation deck was about to be smashed down by the meteorite. Inside the observation deck, countless people swayed left and right, dodging the falling steel bars. In the corner, Duziren and Xiao huddled together, watching as countless steel bars fell and gradually piled up around them. Buzz! Suddenly, a steel bar fell vertically, like a sharp sword piercing the brain, and Xiao's face turned dark. It's over. We can't hide anymore. He looked at the steel bars that had already piled up in front of him, completely unable to avoid them. Duziren gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat frustrated. Damn it! I shouldn't have been greedy for those hundreds of thousands. Shang. I don't want to die yet. I still want to see you once. Get away. He looked angrily at the massive steel bar falling down. But, in that very moment, a miracle happened. Duziren waved his hand wildly at the steel bar, and the bar, which was originally falling straight down, seemed to be controlled by some kind of magnetism, tilting towards the surroundings. Boom! The steel bar that was supposed to fall straight down flew out at an angle. Not only that, but the other steel bars that were falling towards Duziren also strangely flew away, as if he was controlling them to escape. What the hell? Look at that! Duziren over there. He's fine. Quick! Everyone gather towards Duziren. The place he's standing is safe. Hurry! He can't really be a fortune star, can he? Not a single steel bar fell on him. Someone had already noticed the exceptionally clean area near Duziren and rushed towards him. For some reason, Duziren suddenly felt weak all over. Boom! Finally, a massive meteorite, as large as a rolling stone, completely fell, shaking the entire lookout tower and distorting the ceiling. Creak creak. Below the lookout tower, dozens of steel frames held up without collapsing. But on the lookout tower, the enormous meteorite fell, flattening the center of the area. Countless steel frames twisted, leaving only a safe and wide inner area in the left corner, due to the interlocking piles of steel frames. Huff huff huff. In this area of steel frames, all 32 participants in the venue were unharmed, not a single one injured or dead. At this moment, they looked at Duziren in shock. It was the place he stood that had no steel frames pressing down on it. He was simply the chosen one. Thanks to him, everyone gathered around him, and they had all survived. Damn, this is really, we got a fortune star here. Wow, if I hadn't seen that he was fine and rushed over, I probably would have been impaled by steel bars by now. Awesome. Bro, from now on, I won't hang any idols in my car, just your big photo. After a moment of stunned silence, countless people looked at Duziren, their eyes filled with gratitude. I will never eat beetle nut again. What did I just see? An unexpected meteor shower? Not a single person hurt among 30 people? Don't stay up late. It's bad for the kidneys. No way. The most ridiculous thing is that those steel bars fell and didn't bother Duziren at all. Bald guy, you still turn day into night. Confirmed. Duziren is the koi fish of koi fish. If you see me, please call me for rehabilitation training. I get it now. Next time I have surgery, I won't pray to the gods, just stick a big photo of Duziren on my chest, who knows, it might work perfectly. I really don't have kidney deficiency. Next time I buy the lottery, I'll pray to Duzirin in advance. Don't drink too little water or stones will come looking for you. Hey, are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Hurry and call the police. Yes, hurry and call the police. Not only were the second generation rich at the scene stunned, but also the patients wishing in the livestream were equally shocked. Before watching the livestream, they thought Duzirin's self-healing from Lou Gehrig's disease was already incredible. After watching the livestream, damn, there's something even more incredible. This guy can't be the reincarnation of Lu Xiu, can he? Shocked, amazed, and incredulous. Various emotions and gazes converged on Duzirin, but at this moment, Duzirin did not feel triumphant. Because at this moment, Gulyulu, the hunger in his stomach was terrifying, like a mountain flood bursting forth. Damn, why am I suddenly so hungry? So hungry. This feeling was especially reminiscent of the first time Qiu Shengsheng overused her powers. The intense hunger had made Duzirin ache and collapse on the ground, unable to straighten his back. Mr. Du, are you okay? He Xiao hurriedly came forward to help Duzirin up. Duzirin clutched his stomach, his face pale as paper. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Anything? Food? Hey, does anyone have food on site? I have some, brother, I have some. I was just holding some pastries over here. There's an undamaged dining table over here, and a plate of steak thanks to Duzirin. Many young rich second generation actively offered food. Duzirin didn't care what it was, he grabbed everything and stuffed it into his mouth. Among whether it was cake or steak, foie gras or noodles, he devoured the food like a ravenous ghost who hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 days. Only after the oppressive hunger in his belly faded did Duzirin finally sit down contentedly on the ground. So comfortable, Mr. Du, did you not eat anything before you came? He Xiao looked at Duzirin's eating in astonishment. The amount he just consumed could rival that of a strongman from the Russian country. It was hard to imagine that this was the appetite of a frail young man. Not really. Maybe I was just scared earlier and too hungry. Is that so? As long as you're fine. We've already called the police. The fire brigade and rescue team will be here soon to assist us. It's just, the collapsed steel bars are probably not easy to remove, so we'll have to stay inside for a while. He Xiao's face looked a bit grim. He couldn't believe that such a rare event as the meteor fall would happen to him. I see. It's not a big deal. Duzirin waved his hand and looked up at the chaotic steel bars around him. Now, even if the fire brigade rushed in with cutting saws to break open a hole, they would have to consider whether it would cause a secondary collapse of the steel bars, so the rescue operation would definitely be very slow. Oh dear. I don't know when we'll be able to get out. Just be grateful. It's already great that you're not dead. That's true, but I have a follow-up appointment scheduled for tomorrow. Some of the second-generation rich kids were already looking a bit anxious. The space supported by the steel frame was already cramped, and with the oppressive waiting, it was hard for ordinary people to maintain their composure for long. Mr. Du, don't worry. Once we get out this time, my company will definitely compensate you with the appropriate compensation. He Xiao kept comforting Duzirin. In his eyes, Duzirin was still a child and might throw a tantrum soon. Unexpectedly, he leaned against a steel frame and slowly took out his phone from his pocket. Survival of the Apocalypse game, start. Ha, are you serious, buddy? In this environment, you still have the mood to play games? Well, there's nothing else to do. Playing a game is great. Besides, it's not like I'm going to die. I can just wait a bit to get out. This is way better than lying in bed waiting to die. With an explosively good attitude, Duzirin ignored the astonishment of a nearby rich kid and unlocked his phone. Hoo on the screen, Qiu Shengsheng had already walked out from a vast expanse of white snow and arrived at a desolate countryside. According to the city map and the black market of the mines, the southern suburbs of the former Wan'an city used to be an abandoned pet shelter. At that time, many abandoned pet dogs and wild dogs should have gathered here. After the apocalypse, there should be many zombie dogs here, right? Looking up at a distant iron-barred building, Qiu Shengsheng squinted her eyes. The iron gate, which had accumulated some years, bore charred burn marks and sticky tar. It was not hard to see that there had been a fire here within the past few days. The Fire Source Mercenary Group? I remember they were a couple who awakened the flame ability, working with 5 researchers to make kerosene bottles, using flames to repel zombies. Their combat power is not low. Will they lose contact like this? Hesitating outside the iron-barred area, Qiu Shengsheng was just about to take a step forward. Don't rush, prepare your handgun first. It's probably very dangerous inside. Just then, Duzirin's voice conveniently echoed in her ears, and Qiu Shengsheng's expression froze as she immediately took out her Desert Eagle from her pocket. After loading the bullet, Xiao Shangshang stood on her tiptoes and gradually approached the iron gate. Behind the iron gate was a square of at least 200 square meters, filled with wooden doghouses that seemed to be for adopted dogs. However, what should have been a warm place was now filled with human remains on the ground. Fingers, thighs, heads, ears. Various torn human tissues lay in a tragic gray-brown color, stinking in front of the wooden houses. It was not hard to imagine what had happened here. Hoo-hoo-hoo-loo. At the sight of the iron gate, a particularly large doghouse suddenly emitted a series of low growls. The sound was deep, somewhat like a large dog snoring in its sleep. Be careful, it might be pretending to sleep. Du Zirun's voice rang out again. Xiao Shengsheng did not dare to be careless. With one hand holding the gun, she slowly pulled open the dark iron gate. Creak. The slight sound of the door opening had barely echoed when, Wang! In an instant, a giant Alaskan, as big as a tiger, suddenly lunged out from the massive doghouse, its fierce dog teeth snapping towards Xiao Shengsheng's thigh. Stay calm. Prepare to shoot. Another strong and powerful reprimand came, and Xiao Shengsheng's previously frightened expression immediately steadied. Ka. The safety of the handgun was instantly disengaged. The massive Alaskan, its fur already shed, was covered in bloody gray-brown scabs, like a flesh dog. As it moved, a wave of stench filled the air. The giant dog's mouth was somewhat rotten, its eyes hollow and black. But, even so, it could pounce at Xiao Shengsheng like a vicious tiger with precision. Shoot! Bang bang bang! Du Zirun's calm voice gave Xiao Shengsheng a surge of confidence. The gun's muzzle flashed, and 3 bullets accurately struck the Alaskan's forehead. Instantly, the Alaskan's leap faltered, and its entire body fell to the ground with a thud. From the center of its forehead, a hollow bullet hole oozed black blood. Due to the inertia of the bullets, the Alaskan did not die on the spot. Instead, after roaring twice in anger, its bloody scabs began to move strangely. Clusters of dense black fur emerged from beneath the flesh. Is this an ability? Xiao Shengsheng stared in astonishment at the scene, while Du Zirun immediately clicked on the Alaskan's head. Mutated zombie dog, Alaskan, mutation ability, hardened fur, white, ability level, ability user second stage, hardened fur? No wonder it wasn't burned to death. Furrowing his brows slightly, Du Zirun tapped Xiao Shengsheng's shoulder, signaling her to switch out her handgun. Shengsheng, its ability is hardened. The bullets have no effect on it. Prepare to switch to a dagger for close combat. Are you confident? Yes. With her small fist clenched tightly, as long as Du Zirun's voice was there, Xiao Shengsheng felt infinitely secure. She quickly retracted her handgun and took out a military dagger from her waist. Just then, the Alaskan was overflowing with black fur. It did not rush to attack. Instead, it began to shake its body rapidly. What? Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and before Xiao Shengsheng could ponder for a moment, rustle, countless black dog hairs shot out like steel needles. Thud, the steel needles hit the ground, embedding themselves into it. If they pierced a person, one could only imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. Now, it's my turn to get close to it. Glug. She swallowed, and a sound like thump echoed from her chest. Thanks to the effectiveness of the military combat suit, Xiao Shengsheng only felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, without any injury to her skin. Speed up. She was unaware that her ability was immortal and indestructible. Staring at Alaska, Xiao Shengsheng once again entered that super speed state. Rustle. Alaska's fur shot out faster and faster, and the surroundings were like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. But, in the next blink, its ears perked up, and it actually began to struggle to discern the opponent's location. Tap. A shadow flickered at an extreme speed. Left, right. She could only vaguely catch the sound of footsteps in the snow ahead. Just as that sound was less than a meter away from her, Alaska, in a panic to retreat, heard a buzz, and a chilling light flashed by, a dagger firmly embedded in the center of Alaska's forehead. It hit precisely at the previous bullet hole. Dark blood surged out, and a line of blood flickered across Alaska's head. In an instant, 2 halves of a dog head flew out, and blood sprayed everywhere as the headless dog fell to the ground with a thud. It seems not that strong. A faint voice sounded, and Xiao Shengsheng's figure slowly appeared. She stood on the blood-soaked ground, the dagger sliding along Alaska's neck, revealing a metallic-colored crystal core that rolled out. Reaching out to take the crystal core, Xiao Shengsheng did not rush to accept it but respectfully lifted it with both hands, offering it to the sky. Senior, please accept this crystal core. Although this was the mutated dog crystal core, to be collected for this mission, Xiao Shengsheng knew in her heart, without seniors, where would she be? The first to honor was never the Yi base, nor family, but the seniors. Your doomsday survival role has delivered a new gift to you. Do you accept? On the other side of the phone screen, a new interface popped up in the game again. However, this time, Duziren did not click yes, because he clearly knew that this was the mission item for Chiu Shengsheng to stay in the 3rd floor. You can keep it. This thing is useless to me. Pressing the little horn, Duziren genuinely felt that this thing was of no use. If he took it, it would just be another crystal core to be placed in the snowdrop flower pot. At this rate, he would need to find a special cabinet to store crystal cores. Does the senior not want it? It's not that I don't want it. I know this thing is useful to you. If you want to repay me, just use something other than the mutated dog crystal core next time. Duziren's calm voice echoed in her ears, and Chiu Shengsheng's face flushed. Senior, are you prioritizing my situation? It felt as if something had brushed against her head, and Chiu Shengsheng shyly accepted the white, tempered crystal core. Should I just use this to report? She thought for a moment, standing dazed outside the park iron gate. On the other side of the phone screen, Duziren clicked on Chiu Shengsheng's attributes, beginning to assess the preparations ahead. Ability level, ability user 2nd stage, 35/200, warmth value, 72, satisfaction value, 13, happiness value, 25, just by killing a mutated dog, Chiu Shengsheng's ability value has increased again? I remember, she was supposed to report a green crystal core, right? She still needs to kill a few more mutated zombie dogs. While pondering, Duziren made a decision. Sheng, go eat something, adjust yourself, and prepare to enter the park. Understood. With a casual swipe, several packs of bread appeared in the snow. Duziren watched as Chiu Shengsheng began to eat. Beside him, a rich second-generation heir looked at Duziren with a strange expression. Ever since Duziren started playing the game, he had been somewhat curious. What kind of game could make someone so obsessed even at a time like this? As a result, the rich heir was left dumbfounded. Damn! This guy had been talking to his black screen phone since the beginning, saying things like, Sheng, with a lovesick expression. What is this, if not madness? Adding to that, Duziren was indeed wearing a hospital gown and kept grinning at his phone. The rich heir reasonably suspected that Duziren's condition had improved, but it seemed he had been transferred to a mental hospital. No wonder this guy says it's hard to meet his other half. You must be out of your mind, fantasizing about your other half, right? Hiss. Could it be that a mental illness has defeated ALS, and the virus has moved from his thigh to his brain? Holy crap! Case solved. This guy from Norman Pharmaceutical has found a lunatic to fool us. The rich heir became more convinced of his thoughts, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, Duziren had just saved them all. Even if the other party was a lunatic, he still had to thank him. Hey, poor thing, lost in the illusion of a dream. Looking at Duziren with pity, Duziren suddenly looked up at the rich heir, revealing a silly smile. How is it? Isn't this game super awesome, with cool moves? His eyes were full of earnestness as he looked at the rich heir. Duziren thought that the scene where Chiu Shengsheng killed the mutated zombie dog could definitely win this year's gaming competition. Who wouldn't exclaim after watching it, "This game is amazing"? Hopeful, he looked at the rich heir, who twitched his mouth. Awesome. This game is too awesome. Right? Do you want me to share the installation package with you? No need. Just enjoy your game. The rich heir showed a loving, sympathetic smile, and Duziren's expression turned serious as he muttered, "It's obvious you don't play games. This game is so much fun." Yes. It's so fun. After a few perfunctory remarks, the rich heir immediately distanced himself from him. Damn. Confirmed, this guy is really a lunatic. In the snow, Chiu Shengsheng quickly chewed on the bread that had appeared out of nowhere, her gaze constantly shifting towards the iron shed area. Senior, are you planning to let me go back in to look for opportunities? Yes. Your current crystal core is still not enough to submit the task. There should be more secrets in this area. Just this guard dog is not enough to take down 2 ability users. Replenish your strength and be cautious. Understood. Nodding, Chiu Shengsheng licked the crumbs off the corner of her mouth. She tucked the military dagger back into her waist, and her hunger level had returned to 73 points. Let's go. Still on tiptoe, Chiu Shengsheng completely pulled open the iron gate. Creak. The square behind the door was filled with human flesh and limbs, making Chiu Shengsheng frown. She deliberately avoided stepping on the corpses, carefully passing by each doghouse. No one could be sure if a mutated zombie dog would emerge from the remaining doghouses. Only by being extremely cautious could one move forward on the ice surface. Step like walking on thin ice, Chiu Shengsheng finally passed all the doghouses and arrived in front of the last one. Her mood remained tense as she tried to see the environment inside the doghouse. The previous doghouses were all filled with anxiety. Only the last one had a thick pile of thigh meat blocking the entrance, obscuring any view inside. If one listened closely, they could hear the sound of puppy barks. Could it be? Could there be puppies inside? Xiao Shengsheng hesitated. If she could find a mutated zombie dog puppy, it would be a great contribution to the base for research. She stood dazed in front of the doghouse. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, an interactive pop-up appeared on her phone screen. Are you approaching the doghouse? Opportunities and risks coexist. Your apocalyptic survival character has a chance to obtain a mutated dog pet. Yes/no? Hee another choice question? Looking at the options on her phone, Du Ziren laughed. What mutated pet nonsense? With your game's nature, I don't believe you can't get a good pet without spending money. As for opportunities and risks, I won't let Xingxing take even the slightest risk. No! He decisively pressed the no button. Du Ziren would rather Qiu Shengsheng miss the opportunity than let her take a risk. Pets? Her husband could provide that. But if something happened to his wife, nothing could be salvaged. Xingxing, shoot at the doghouse. A calm, cold voice came through, startling Qiu Shengsheng's dazed body. But senior, inside that house, there might be a few puppies. Their value is not greater than yours. Be obedient. Shoot. Her face suddenly flushed, and a wave of sweetness surged in Qiu Shengsheng's heart. What you said, senior. She blushed and quietly took out her handgun. Shoot. Under Du Ziren's repeated requests, the handgun went bang bang bang, firing out flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The impact of the bullets instantly blew apart the thigh meat in front of the doghouse, revealing the scene inside the wooden house. Woof, woof, woof. The next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. Dogs. So many dogs. Only about the size of a mouse, gray-brown teddy dogs were piled up in the doghouse like rats in a nest, constantly gnawing on a human hand. Woof woof woof. In the small earthen house, nearly 100 teddy dogs were feasting, their mouths covered in blood and flesh. In their dark, hollow eyes, there was a surprisingly human-like cunning malice. This. Xiao Shengsheng was dumbfounded. Mutated zombie dogs actually had small-sized ones? If it weren't for her senior's reminder, in a moment of greed, she might have approached and been swarmed by the teddy dogs, losing her head in an instant. Damn! This game's setting is impressive. Mutated zombie dogs can even have smaller breeds? Even Du Ziren was lamenting the game's sinister design. A tribute to some soul's treasure chest monster, right? Who wouldn't be tempted to take a look at a doghouse with puppies? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The open doghouse was filled with cold wind, and the little teddy dogs inside suddenly paused their chewing. Countless pairs of dark little eyes fixedly stared at Qiu Shengsheng. Woof woof. The next moment, like brown flowing into the sea, the mouse-sized tide of teddy dogs surged towards Qiu Shengsheng. Shengsheng, shoot. Keep shooting while retreating. There are only over 50. You can handle it. Du Ziren's calm voice came through, causing Qiu Shengsheng to retreat several steps. Bang bang bang. The desert eagle in her hand spat fire, blowing apart the heads of several teddy dogs, instantly turning them into a mist of blood. Woof woof. But the gunshots did not scare the teddy dogs away. Instead, they ignited their ferocity. Woof. The remaining teddy dogs charged towards Qiu Shengsheng recklessly. A fierce tide of dogs surged forward, as if they wanted to devour her alive. Your survival character is about to face a crisis. The beginner's survival kit's lucky passive has been triggered. Preparing to resist vicious bites *13. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren was just about to activate his one-time skill, Dimensional Slash. Unexpectedly, the game pop-up displayed the hidden effect of triggering the beginner's kit. Immediately, Du Ziren's command rang out again. Shengsheng, don't panic. Trust me, switch to the dagger. Go straight for them. They can't bite you. Not only not to run, do I have to actively kill them? Du Ziren's voice echoed in her ears, and Qiu Shengsheng hesitated at first. The gray-brown teddy dogs were bloodthirsty, charging at her like a pack of wolves. A normal person would choose a handgun, constantly creating distance while shooting, right? To actively charge in and switch to a dagger for close combat? Wouldn't that be like delivering herself to them? But this was what Du Ziren said. Senior wouldn't harm me. As long as it's what the senior says, Shengsheng dares to do it. With a sudden stop, Qiu Shengsheng charged towards the oncoming swarm of teddies without hesitation. Woof woof woof. The rushing teddies were momentarily stunned. Clearly, they hadn't figured out why someone dared to charge directly at a group of monsters. The desert eagle in her hand was put back into her pocket, and Qiu Shengsheng drew the military dagger from her waist, slashing horizontally at a leaping teddy. Die. Thud, the cold gleam flashed by, and the small teddy instantly burst into a spray of blood. Woof woof woof, but the incoming teddy dogs showed no signs of retreating, their fur bristled with sharp teeth and claws, rushing towards Qiu Shengsheng like a swarm. Woof woof woof. In an instant, 13 teddies climbed onto Qiu Shengsheng's chest. Their teeth, like steel needles, bit down on her chest without hesitation. Shit, this woman is so fierce? In the distance, Wu Hai lay in the snow, taking in everything that was happening. Since just leaving the black market, his face had been in shock. The earlier scene of hunting the Alaskan, the appearance of the handgun, and the suddenly appearing bread constantly refreshed his perception of Qiu Shengsheng. This woman, TMD, is also a supernatural being. A normal person wouldn't have that kind of speed. Moreover, she was not just a supernatural being. With the bread that appeared out of nowhere in the forbidden handgun, she was either a rare space supernatural being, or there was always a master by her side. Considering Qiu Shengsheng's current ferocity, Wu Tao's death might not have been caused by someone else. It was very likely that Qiu Shengsheng herself killed him. Damn it! Who would have thought? I would never have guessed that my brother was really killed by this woman. Shit, she's hidden it deep enough. Qiu Shengsheng, where did you get that handgun? When did you awaken your supernatural ability? Confusion, anger, and resentment filled his heart. Wu Hai felt that this world was too absurd. When did a plain and weak girl finally get the opportunity to transform? The shock in Wu Hai's eyes had not yet faded as he stared blankly at Qiu Shengsheng's back, until he witnessed the current scene. 13 mutated teddy dogs were fiercely pressing down on Qiu Shengsheng's chest. Such a terrifying assault, not to mention Qiu Shengsheng, even he, at his peak as a third-tier ability user, wouldn't dare to say he could withstand it. Vile servant. This time, if the guy behind you doesn't make a move, your airport is definitely going to become a low-lying area. He glared fiercely at Qiu Shengsheng. Under such an assault, not to mention the opponent being bitten to death on the spot, at the very least, there should be a big splash of blood on the stomach, right? But an unexpected scene unfolded. Clang clang clang, countless sharp teeth gnawed down. But Qiu Shengsheng's chest did not bleed. Instead, small flames erupted. Clang, the teddy's sharp teeth seemed to have bitten into something under her clothes. The biting of teeth against metal was in a stalemate. Awu, awu. A low growl sounded from her chest, and under the fierce biting of the 13 teddy dogs, their jaws began to ache, and they all looked at Qiu Shengsheng in surprise. Qiu Shengsheng was equally bewildered. Why was she unharmed? Thought it was only when the bullet clips scattered from her arms that she suddenly realized. It was the bullets. At least 40 rounds had fallen haphazardly on her chest due to the looseness of the clips. Just right. Every spot where a teddy dog bit down had a bullet blocking the way. This, am I really that lucky? In disbelief, she looked at the scene before her until she heard Du Ziren's voice again. Shang, move, kill them all with daggers. Understood, senior. At that moment, Qiu Shengsheng's admiration for Du Ziren soared again. How powerful must he be to judge that she would definitely not be in danger? Could it be that senior's ability is not just space, but also foresight? As her little mind pondered, silver flashes danced with the dagger in Qiu Shengsheng's hand. Thud 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 on her camouflage military uniform, blood splattered, and the 13 teddy dogs were instantly dismembered, falling to the ground. Switch to the handgun. The prompt in her ear continued, and Qiu Shengsheng dared not be the slightest bit careless. The Desert Eagle was once again in her hand. Bang bang bang. Flames danced, and the wave of teddy dogs, with a dozen mutated teddies reappearing, were instantly shattered by close-range shooting. Thud thud thud, a cloud of blood mist exploded, and Qiu Shengsheng bathed in the blood mist until the howling of the dogs finally ceased. Nearly 50 mutated teddies lay in small heaps at her feet. Calmly wiping the black blood from her face, Qiu Shengsheng smiled slightly at the empty sky. Senior, I did it. The silent communication between the two, at this moment, appeared terrifying to Wu Hai from a distance. Damn, this woman. She looks soft and weak on the outside, but when it comes to killing monsters, she's like a madman. The key is that this guy even smiled after killing? Wow, is she a female demon? His spine involuntarily chilled. Wu Hai felt he had underestimated Qiu Shengsheng. The strategy of actively letting the mutated teddies bite her, which seemed a bit risky at first, now appeared to be an opportunity. At close range, if the mutated teddies couldn't harm her, then the close-range handgun. Fast and accurate. That woman. Isn't she afraid of having her stomach bitten open? Such a big heart? Daring to play like this? She's definitely a ruthless person. For a moment, Wu Hai felt that this attempt to sneak attack was completely hopeless. Qiu Shengsheng, a woman, was more strategic and resourceful than their entire Viper mercenary group. With a pale face, he hid his body under the snow, remaining completely still. What a pity. This kind of mutated teddy probably hasn't reached the level to explode crystal cores yet. After all, none of them have shown superpowers. Looking regretfully at the corpses scattered on the ground, Xiao Shengsheng raised her eyes to the human limbs around the Yi Park. She knew that if it weren't for the senior being there, her greed would have made her one of them. In the apocalypse, human hearts are hard to fathom. The tricks of mutated creatures are even harder to predict. Waiting for a rabbit? With the IQ of these mutated teddy dogs, they shouldn't be able to employ such strategies, right? Is this a game setting? Or, looking at the game screen filled with countless human limbs, Duziren dared to conclude that those who wanted mutated dog pets in the past were now nothing but bones. In any case, Sheng, you need to be careful, it might be even more dangerous later. Pressing the small horn, Duziren reminded once again. Suddenly, he felt as if he was being watched. Dazed, he looked around and found that the rich second-generation people around him were all keeping their distance. One by one, they observed him with expressions of surprise, as if looking at a mental patient. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? No, it's just that, mister. You were probably scared just now, right? Now you're talking to your phone. To your phone. At this moment, even He Xiao looked at Du Ziren with some sympathy. He didn't say anything outright, only spoke halfway. I was just playing a game, alright. Right. You take your time. I heard the Yi firefighters have already arrived. Mr. Du, don't worry, we will be out soon. Comforting Du Ziren, He Xiao also moved to a corner. I'm done. A bunch of guys who don't understand games. Shaking his head helplessly, Du Ziren was about to continue operating his phone. Buzz suddenly. From a dark corner, the sound of a spiral drill came. Can the people inside hear me? Oh, someone's here? Finally, someone has come. I can hear you. A deep voice echoed outside the steel frame, and the group of people under the steel structure was instantly overjoyed. Hurry, quickly open a hole. I want to get out. I'm dying of anxiety. You finally came. Amidst countless eager voices, the spiral drill kept rotating, finally drilling a small hole. A large human eye peered through the small opening of the spiral drill. Everyone, please ensure your emotions are stable. Due to the internal structure, our firefighters cannot make a proper assessment, so the rescue speed will be relatively slow. To ensure there won't be a secondary collapse, we must find experts to calculate the collapse points. Before that, please make sure not to run around or move. Otherwise, there is a risk of a secondary collapse at any time. The deep, comforting words came, and the cheers that had just erupted under the steel frame instantly fell into a heavy silence. Hey, no way? How much longer do I have to stay here? I have a consultation tomorrow. The environment here is so bad, how can people stay here? After the silence, a buzzing chorus of complaints erupted. Behind that spiral eye, the person in charge of the rescue let out a helpless sigh. Everyone, there's really nothing we can do. You are currently at a height of over 10 meters. We are using the ladder to move slowly for the rescue, and some points are being researched. If we recklessly open a hole and cause a secondary collapse, you might. The firefighters' words were left unfinished, and the trapped rich kids fell into a heavy silence, their emotions low. They knew how terrifying the so-called safety hazards could be, each of them dark-faced, plopping down on the ground, unable to utter a word. However, you don't need to worry about your food, clothing, and shelter for now. We will first open a small hole that won't affect the load-bearing structure, and deliver simple food inside. We promise, 3 days. Within 3 days, we will definitely find a safe opening for you. The strong and powerful words were meant to uplift spirits, but the rich kids didn't take any of it in. 3 days? My God, 3 days. No way. Does that mean I have to stay here for 3 days? How do I sleep? How do I go to the bathroom? Ugh, I feel like dying just thinking about having to eat, drink, and relieve myself in such a narrow space. After all, they were all rich kids, and complaints filled the air. The firefighters outside the steel frame fell silent, seemingly aware that the more they spoke, the more trouble it would cause. They used the ladder to make a few more holes and began collecting structural information from inside. Duziren looked at the several small square holes opened in front of the steel frame, his emotions surprisingly stable. It's not a big problem. My phone's battery should last until tomorrow night, right? Before that, apocalypse survival game, start. As if the world was waking up while he remained intoxicated, Duziren tapped on his phone screen, feeling that as long as he had power and food, he could manage not just 3 days, but 3 months. Wannan City suburb stray animal park, inside. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, and within the park, there were several large tempered steel factory buildings. Perhaps this was originally a place for storing dog food, where the person in charge lived. Tap 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 on tiptoes, Xiao Xingxing approached the factory like a little cat. The factory's rolling shutter door was wide open, and the dust inside had accumulated severely, with faint human-shaped footprints visible on the dusty floor. These footprints should be left by the Fire Source mercenary group? Did they also pass through the previous cabin area? Looking thoughtfully towards the inside of the factory, beneath the piles of dog food bags stacked several meters high, were intricate little paths. Hesitating at the doorway, Xiao Xingxing's ears suddenly perked up. The sound of something akin to a dog licking food echoed in the empty factory. Are there dogs here too? Lowering her steps, breath, and movements to the extreme, Xiao Xingxing continued to approach the source of the sound. When she reached an area where a pile of dog food bags had broken, spilling food everywhere, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. A person. No, to be precise, a man with a dog's head and human body was lying on the ground, mimicking a dog's movements, gnawing at the dog food on the ground while lifting his leg and fiddling with his groin. He clearly had hands and feet, yet he crawled on all fours like a dog. Drip drip below his cotton pants, a yellow-brown stain dripped down. This dog-headed human body was actually lifting his leg and peeing his pants like a dog. The scene before her was simply too horrifying. Dog-headed human body, was he a dog or a human? Xiao Xingxing's pupils widened as she noticed that this dog-headed human body was wearing a bright red combat uniform. The uniform had a flame emblem on it. The words, Fire Source Mercenary Group, were particularly eye-catching. This person, it's the long-missing member of the Fire Source Mercenary Group. How did he turn into a dog? Xiao Xingxing was puzzled. Her little mouth twitched for a long time, as if she wanted to ask something, but was afraid that speaking would disturb something, hesitating for a long time without daring to act. Meanwhile, Duziren's phone interface popped up the game choices again. Choice 1, ask directly, how did you turn into a dog? Why are you so dog-like? Result unknown. Choice 2, shoot the dog-headed humanoid. Result unknown. Choice 3, remain silent and observe the dog-headed humanoid's subsequent actions, but there is a chance of being discovered by other entities. Result unknown. Oh, this time it's a 3-choice option? Looking at the pop-up choices, Duziren hesitated for a moment and chose choice 3. Choosing to continue observing, although there was a possibility of being discovered, it should be the fastest way to notice the changes in the dog-headed humanoid. Option 1 to approach the dog-headed humanoid carries risks. If this dog-headed humanoid still has some rationality, it might respond to the risk. But if it has lost its rationality, a single bark could attract a horde of mutated zombie dogs, making it not worth the trouble. As for option 2, shooting, that would just let the little monster know that someone has come to speedrun the mode, right? Duziren, adhering to the principle of saving a bit of dimensional slashing whenever possible, chose the correct gameplay. Who knows how much this game will monetize in the later stages. After pressing option 3, Xiao Xingxing's body gradually crouched down, and Duziren's prompt echoed in her ears. Shung, slow your breathing, wait for this thing to finish its dog food. Understood. The cat curled up in the corner, revealing only her eyes. After a long while, the dog-headed humanoid seemed to have eaten its fill, lying on the ground with its limbs sprawled out, like a lazy dog, happily rolling around. Woof woof, it kept barking, as if calling for someone. Got it, you dog, I'm here to get you. If it weren't for the fact that you're an ability user, you would have been in the pot long ago. Suddenly, a string of curses rang out, and Xiao Xingxing shrank back, only to discover a human-headed dog-bodied monster walking out from the distant corridor. Yes, human-headed dog-bodied. The human's body was mostly covered in the black and white fur of a border collie. But the strangeness lay in the fact that this guy, despite having a dog body, could stand and walk. The features on the human head were somewhat stiff, as if still unaccustomed to making expressions, and it impatiently kicked the dog-headed humanoid in the stomach. Beast, go! Grabbing the dog-headed humanoid by its dog ears, the border collie human-headed dog spoke coldly, dragging the dog-headed humanoid, which howled in pain. For some reason, watching this scene, Xiao Xingxing felt a pang in her heart. She always felt. It wasn't a person bullying a dog, but rather, a dog bullying a person. Go! Pulling the dog-headed humanoid, the person and the dog walked deeper into the factory. After biting her lip, Xiao Xingxing tiptoed and followed again. Behind her, Wu Hai stood at a distance in another corner, having also witnessed the scene just now, his face pale. Oh my goodness, is this a reversal of human and dog identities? Then how terrifying must the mutated zombie dogs be hidden here to play with people like this? A chill ran down his spine, but Wu Hai did not retreat. Instead, he looked at Xiao Xingxing with a sinister expression. You wretched girl, that person behind you, no matter how powerful, if they can't handle the Dog King here, you will die too. When the time is ripe, I have a way to expose you. Wu Hai glanced at the steel-framed iron shed, his expression dark and sinister, quietly following. Tap 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 following a person and a dog. The depths of the factory were not an open space, but a sinking cellar passage. It was evident that the original owner intended to prepare winter vegetables for himself, which is why a cellar was installed in the factory. But at this moment, that border collie-headed dog was tugging at the dog-headed human body, pulling him into the cellar. The walls of the cellar were lit by candlelight, and the deeper they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Border collie, are you okay? It's just one person. Why are you pulling so hard? Tell me, if the boss trains a few ability users for you in the future, will you still be able to control them? A low mocking voice came, and the border collie-headed dog's expression turned cold. Who asked for your barking? Where's the big brother? Oh, he's inside studying women. The low voice gradually approached. In the firelight, a human-headed dog with a husky body emerged from the cellar. The expression of this husky-headed dog was quite rich. As soon as it appeared, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, constantly teasing the dog-headed human body in the border collie's grip. Come, suck suck, come breathe some fire. Did you hear? Woof woof. Under the mocking, the dog-headed human body seemed to angrily bark a few times. Hey, I see NMD. Not obedient? A disobedient dog is not a good dog. Bang! A huge black and white dog paw kicked directly at the belly of the dog-headed human body, which let out a howl and collapsed to the ground, flames puffing out of its mouth. Serves you right. You, still trying to act tough? You don't know? Your wife is about to be played through by the boss. Grabbing the dog face of the human-headed dog, the husky-headed dog squeezed it hard, causing the dog-headed human body to cry out in pain, sparks at the corners of its mouth growing larger. Bang! Finally, a burst of flames exploded from its mouth. The blazing fire spread several meters in the cellar, and the husky-headed dog was enscathed in the flames, laughing heartily in satisfaction. Yes, that's the power we need. Once we tame him, we'll have an even more powerful guard dog. Boring, the border collie-headed dog rolled its eyes at the husky-headed dog, pulling the human-headed dog body, and continued deeper into the cellar. Tap tap tap. The two dogs and one person walked further away. But Xiao Shengsheng stood at the entrance of the cellar, her whole being already in a daze. Senior, that just now, that dog-headed human body breathed fire. The abilities of the Fire Source Mercenary Group's leader couple are fire abilities. You don't mean to say? She had already guessed something in her heart, but just didn't dare to admit it. I understand now. Prepare yourself mentally, that cellar might be hell. Du Zirun's voice inexplicably became heavy. For the first time, he felt that this apocalypse survival game was a bit too realistic. If you let a once docile dog gain intelligence and abilities, what do you think they would do? Humans raise ability dogs? Sorry, dogs can also tame ability users. That scene just now, though trivial, had already refreshed Du Zirun's worldview. My goodness, the creator of this game is quite profound. If this game gets more promotion, it will definitely explode. Trembling as he clicked on the screen, Du Zirun's eyes were fixed on the game graphics. He couldn't imagine what else was in that cellar. Tap tap tap. Once those two dogs walked far away, Xiao Shengsheng finally tiptoed and quietly followed. Gurgle 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 gurgle. As she reached the depths of the cellar, Xiao Shengsheng couldn't help but cover her nose. The air was filled with a strange meaty aroma, the stench of seafood, the foul smell of decaying bodies, and the scent of blood. It was hard to imagine what else was inside. Tap carefully controlling her steps, after passing through a narrow, dark tunnel, Xiao Shengsheng finally saw a large earthen cave illuminated by flickering candlelight. Inside the cave, in a huge dog cage, were 6 monsters with dog heads and human bodies. Ha. These 6 dog-headed humans were wearing the combat uniforms of the Fire Source Mercenary Group, but at that moment, they looked like wild dogs, mouths agape, slumped against the cage, drooling. Be quiet, don't bark, damn it. If you disturb the boss's rest, you'll end up in the pot today. Bang! Next to the dog cage, the husky-headed dog kicked the cage, and the few dog-headed humans inside immediately fell silent. Their dog eyes were dim, as if they had lost their minds, completely turned into wild dogs. These 6 people, could they be the missing members of the Fire Source Mercenary Group? They have all turned into dogs? Are they being raised here by mutated zombie dogs? Dogs are training humans? Shocked, terrified, questioning life, Xiao Shengsheng had never thought that dogs could treat humans like dogs. Covering her small mouth, Xiao Shengsheng dared not make a sound. She speculated the border collie-headed dog and husky-headed dog were at least evolvers, level 3, or higher, mutated zombie dogs. Plus, what they said about a boss. This meant that in this suburban dog park, there were at least 3 high-level, mutated zombie dogs. Woof woof. For some reason, when Xiao Shengsheng looked at the dog-headed humans in the cage, her throat couldn't help but want to bark. She suppressed this desire, squinting her eyes, trying to see the environment behind the dog cage clearly. Back, how was the training today? From the depths of the darkness came a rather weathered voice. The moment this voice arrived, the previously arrogant, husky-headed dog immediately lay flat on the ground. Boss, that leader of the Fire Source mercenary group has completely turned into a dog. But, because he has completely turned into a dog, he can't utilize his flame abilities well. Oh, is that so? It seems he hasn't been trained well. Clang clang in the dark depths, the sound of rattling chains echoed, and a tall figure gradually emerged. When it appeared near the cage, Xiao Shengsheng was shocked. The so-called boss was actually a farm dog-headed dog with an old man's face. Its fur was a shiny brown, and the old man's face was covered in wrinkles, looking eerily calm. In its suspended dog paw, it dragged a chain, and as the chain swayed, a woman covered in bruises was pulled out. Zhou Yin? That is Zhou Yin? In the dark corner, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the woman with a chain around her neck, her face filled with shock. This woman, isn't she the female leader of the couple in the Fire Source mercenary group? Recalling the past, Zhou Yan and her husband Li Yi always entered and exited the black market of the mines with great authority, dressed in luxurious attire. Although the strength of the Fire Source mercenary group was not enough to resonate throughout the entire black market, they were still somewhat well known. At least, every time Xiao Shengsheng saw Zhou Yan, this woman had never repeated an outfit. In this apocalypse, being able to wear different clothes every day, one can imagine how lavish this woman's life must have been. But, what about now? Zhou Yan's eyes were hollow and lifeless, her hair disheveled, and she was almost completely naked. Her chest and thighs were wrapped in coarse cloth, covered in dark purple bruises and scabs. Her whole body trembled, as if she had gone through some painful ordeal. It's hard to imagine what this once invincible woman has experienced. Zhou Yan won't. Xiao Shengsheng's lips trembled, unable to think further. In her ears, she faintly heard Du Ziran's low voice of comfort. Shengsheng, the world is far more cruel than you think. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziran looked at the screen, feeling that his worldview was about to be refreshed again. This game development team, they really dare. If he guessed correctly, that leader, the dog-headed farmer, not only turned all members of the Fire Source mercenary group into dogs but also treated the male leader like a dog and the female leader as a plaything. The scale was so great that it made Du Ziran feel embarrassed. Damn, does this game really have to be so realistic? While marveling at the designer's creativity, Du Ziran's gaze didn't dare to leave the screen for a moment. He had a premonition that this task was going to be terrifying. This might be a boss level. If he wasn't careful, Xiao Shengsheng would be in trouble. Not a big deal. No matter how strong these 3 dogs are, they can't withstand a few hits from the dimensional blade. Staring blankly at the game screen. Meanwhile, he saw the dog-headed farmer's paw reach out, touching the dog-headed shepherd that was being led by the border collie dog. It made a sniff-sniff sound to tease the dog. I say, you've turned into a dog. Can't you be a bit more honest? Be obedient. Breathe some fire for fun. Its voice was low and hoarse, devoid of any emotion. But, when the dog-headed shepherd inadvertently saw Zhou Yan, a fierce look suddenly erupted in its silly dog eyes. Woof! Woof! Roar! A mouthful of burning hot flames surged in its mouth, ready to rush towards the dog-headed farmer's paw. Isn't there still a bit of humanity left? Noisy! Smack before the flames could shoot out, the dog-headed farmer's old face stiffened, and with a swift paw, it knocked the dog-headed shepherd down to the ground. Awo awo! The dog-headed shepherd's face immediately tilted, a few broken teeth falling to the ground, twisting incessantly. Are you being obedient now? A cold voice echoed in the dirt cave, and the dog-headed shepherd stopped moving. Oh, Big Brother is still awesome. Big Brother is mighty. Seeing this, the husky dog and the border collie dog immediately began to lick the dog-headed farmer. Do you really think you're still human? Dogs should look like dogs. I think it's not enough to just intimidate. Second, go. Kill a dog, we'll eat it. Just right, your sister-in-law is also pregnant. As the dog-headed farmer spoke, it squatted down and touched Zhou Yan's slightly bulging belly with its paw. Immediately, the husky dog and the border collie dog's faces lit up with joy. Big Brother? You succeeded? At that time, I deliberately left a woman who was a superhuman. I just wanted to see if the thing that she and I gave birth to would have any powers. As expected of the Big Brother, the husky-headed dog laughed heartily and quickly walked towards the iron cage. With a clang, it directly opened the iron cage and pulled out a dog-headed humanoid. You're the one. Today, we eat dog meat. A pair of dog paws firmly restrained the head of the dog-headed humanoid, and the husky-headed dog exerted force with both paws. Awoo after a painful groan from the dog-headed humanoid. Put. Suddenly, blood splattered all over the dog head. Gush, gush, fresh blood poured out. The dog-headed humanoid was dragged by the husky-headed dog, like a chick, and thrown towards the farm dog-headed dog. Boss, eat. The farm dog-headed dog casually glanced and remained silent, simply stepping on the dog-headed humanoid, pressing it down in front of Joyen. Its expression was stern, and it spoke only one sentence. Look, do you still recognize him? Joyen's expression darkened, and he did not react for a long time. In the dark, cramped, and cold cellar, there was no cold wind blowing, yet it made one's scalp tingle. Dogs raising humans is one thing, but dogs also twisting humans. This was twisting her members in front of Joyen, the captain. The intense scene washed over Chiu Xingxing's worldview, and she no longer dared to move. In fact, she was already thinking about starting to retreat from here. In the distance, Wu Hai witnessed the unfolding scene, his face pale with fear. He dared to say that in all these years of the apocalypse, he had never seen anything so outrageous. Were there 3 mutated zombie dogs in the cellar? No, those were 3 demons, 3 beasts. Good, good, good. You beasts make me feel at ease. Chiu Xingxing, go play with these beasts. Magnetism. Turning to look at the tempered glass shed outside the cellar, a steel bar suddenly jerked and flew towards the cellar. Wu Hai controlled the movement of the steel bar, just as he was about to scold and smash the steel bar on Chiu Xingxing's head to attract the attention of the 3 mutated zombie dogs in the cellar. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, a clear woof suddenly echoed in the long corridor of the cellar. Woof! The clear woof echoed within the cellar, instantly causing the 3 dog-headed humanoids to look towards the source of the sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An iron bar was spinning in midair, and a plump fat man was standing at the entrance of the cellar. Someone actually came? When did this happen? The husky-headed dog's expression changed, but then it smiled again. Hey, it's a superhuman. Big brother, can I have this guy turned into a dog? It was not afraid at all. Instead, it looked excitedly at the farm dog-headed dog. It seemed that it had envied the border collie-headed dog for having a fire superpower trainer for a long time. A dead fat man of superhuman 3rd tier dares to come to my territory and shout? The wrinkles on the face of the old farm dog-headed dog creased. He didn't know Wu Hai's situation and only thought he was trying to launch a sneak attack. What happened? This SX didn't even realize he had been caninized and couldn't help but bark. On the other side, Wu Hai was equally confused. No, I wanted to smash Chiu Xingxing. Why am I barking like a dog? Wu Hai, confused, patted his own mouth in a panic, because he realized, not only could he not speak, but even when his large hand stroked his face, he surprisingly felt the thick outline of a dog's head. His limbs were already out of control, instinctively bending and crawling. His thoughts were approaching the idea of a dog. Ability. This is definitely the influence of some high-level ability. Wu Hai immediately understood, looking in terror at the terrier-headed dog among the human-headed dogs. He just wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect this guy's ability to be so outrageous. It could actually affect everyone outside the scene. This guy, his ability is at least a blue talent ability. Claiming he couldn't care less about designing Chiu Xingxing anymore. The steel bar hovering in front of him suddenly swung towards the terrier-headed dog, and Wu Hai turned and ran. Run! If he didn't run now, the next dog slave would be himself. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps and the buzzing of the steel bar whipping through the air almost sounded simultaneously. The terrier-headed dog remained calm, simply waving its paw. Second, if you want it, go catch it yourself. Third, can you withstand that steel bar? Understood. 2 responses came almost instantly, the husky-headed dog's head quickly twisting, its standing body crawling down, instantly transforming into a giant husky with black and white fur. A wolf letting out a howl, the husky zombie dog, like a tiger or leopard, flickered and had already dashed out of the cellar. Woof! Wu Hai took 2 steps before being dumbfounded. He turned back to see a giant husky chasing after him. He didn't know when it had come. With a thud, Wu Hai was pinned down by the swift husky. You think you can come and go as you please? Ability user? Ability user is great. Be my dog. A wolf. The sharp fangs suddenly sank into Wu Hai's neck, and he cried out in agony, his whole body being picked up like a chick by the giant dog's mouth, heading towards the cellar. On the other side, buzz buzz buzz, the roaring steel bar swung in, and under the immense force, the 2 paws of the border collie-headed dog merged, directly catching the flying steel bar out of thin air. Buzz. With a casual motion, it stabilized the steel bar and lightly tossed it to the ground. Hiss! These 3 guys, they really are boss level. No wonder the fire source mercenary group was completely wiped out. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren frowned deeply. Xiao Shengsheng was curled up in a corner by the dark earthen wall, trembling all over, not daring to move. Strong. This three-dog combination was ridiculously strong. His fingers quickly clicked on the heads of the three human-headed dogs, and three pieces of information popped up. Mutated zombie dog terrier ability, dodgification, blue, ability level, ability user 4th stage dodgification. Within 50 meters of the mutated zombie dog terrier, any creature will begin to show signs of dodgification for a certain period of time. The longer the time, the more the creature will become like a dog, both in body and mind. Mutated zombie dog husky ability, Godspeed, green, ability level, ability user 3rd stage Godspeed, doubles one's speed for a short period of time. Mutated zombie dog border collie ability, giant strength, green, ability level, ability user 2nd stage giant strength, doubles one's strength for a short period of time. Wow, these three brothers are something else. Looking at the information of these three human-headed dogs, Du Ziren's eyes became unusually cautious. This was probably the first time Qiu Xingxing faced the boss. With Qiu Xingxing's abilities, she should have no trouble soloing any one of them, but dealing with three at the same time. Looking at Qiu Xingxing with some concern, Du Ziren couldn't help but smirk. The dog transformation also took effect on Qiu Xingxing. However, Qiu Xingxing's dog transformation only changed her ears into dog ears, and there were no other changes. A pair of little dog ears drooped and twitched, making Du Ziren unable to resist reaching out to touch them. Ah! Woof! Suddenly, Xiao Shangshang was startled and gasped. Unfortunately, wanting to speak like a human, she only let out a soft bark, her face turning red with tension as she faced the dog ears. Woof woof woof, senior, are you still in the mood to play around at a time like this? Du Ziren couldn't understand Xiao Xingxing's barking, but surprisingly, the game interface translated the dog sounds humanely. Haha, dog-eared Shangshang so cute. After touching Qiu Xingxing's dog ears again, seeing her trembling with anxiety, Du Ziren finally withdrew his hand. Woof woof woof. Outside the cellar, Wu Hai was being dragged by a mutated husky, and he was about to be thrown into a cage in the cellar. He was feeling extremely anxious. Woof, woof. In the corner, there's a woman in the corner. He kept whining, never expecting that he would end up losing out while trying to steal a chicken. Woof, woof. Amidst the continuous barking, the mutated husky ignored Wu Hai, instead biting down hard on his neck, almost choking him. What's the dog barking about? Be honest. Wu. At this point, Wu Hai completely settled down. He glared resentfully at Qiu Shengsheng in the corner, who was locked in a dog cage. Woof woof woof. After a moment, the cellar returned to calm. The three dog-headed men kept scrutinizing Wu Hai, seemingly wanting to interrogate him about something. The pastoral dog-headed man squinted, removing the dog transformation, and Wu Hai's mouth gradually twisted into a human mouth, immediately cursing. Damn! In the left corner, there's another person. What? Rustle rustle rustle. In the cramped corner, Qiu Shengsheng had just started to wriggle and slowly crawl away when she froze at the sound. In the dark depths of the cellar, the three human-headed dogs were scanning the area with sharp eyes. But unfortunately, Qiu Shengsheng was hiding too well. After searching for a moment, the pastoral dog-headed man began to doubt whether Wu Hai was lying. Slap! Suddenly, a sharp dog paw struck Wu Hai's face, and the husky human-headed dog had a fierce expression. Good, I haven't even had you serve me properly, and you, this dog, are already trying to deceive your master? The bloody paw twisted Wu Hai's face, and he was about to cry. It's true. It's true. I came here just to follow her. Otherwise, as an ability user, would I come here to cause trouble for you guys for no reason? Looking at the husky human-headed dog with a pitiful expression, the husky human-headed dog didn't believe him and was about to strike again. Hey! Suddenly, the pastoral dog-headed man changed his expression slightly and stopped it. What this guy said makes sense. He couldn't have come here alone. As for whether there are others nearby, simple. Buzz buzz buzz. The bright yellow fur on its body twitched, and the pores of the pastoral dog-headed man began to expand, the exposed fur instantly retracting. The dog's claws and belly twitched and writhed, and surprisingly, human yellowish-white skin began to form rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had completely evolved from a human-headed dog into an old human man. Canine transformation. The old man hunched over, murmuring softly, and the air around him inexplicably became oppressive. The next moment, woof 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 centered around him, both the dogs and the humans. Their eyes involuntarily turned white, their bodies uncontrollably dropped to the ground, fur erupting all over, barking loudly. Woof 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 woof. Even his two mutated zombie dogs' siblings, under the Yi Blue canine transformation ability, foolishly reverted to their original forms, crawling before the old man. Good little dog. Don't hide. Don't hide. Come out, as the old man hummed lightly. 10 completely transformed dogs had already gathered around, blankly approaching him. Woof woof. For a moment, the entire cellar resembled a dog den. Good. I was wondering how these guys could be so wild. In the realm of the canine transformation ability, not only humans but dogs will also obey the commands of the mutated rural dog. If we were to fight him, not to mention whether we could handle the pack of dogs, just the constant canine transformation would be a huge hassle. No wonder it's a blue ability. On the other side of the phone screen, Duziran watched with great interest as the abilities of the mutated rural dog were displayed. Xiao Shengsheng crouched in the corner, now too afraid to move. Any movement would lead to discovery. Not moving? Not moving is a slow death, gradually turning into a dog within the other's canine transformation ability realm. The earlier foreshadowing of option 3 being discovered was actually waiting for this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost simultaneously, 2 choices popped up again on the game window. Option 1, continue to lurk. Without exposing your whereabouts, Xiao Xingxing's immortality has a chance to last through the opponent's ability time. But correspondingly, Xiao Shengsheng also has a chance to turn into a dog. Option 2, draw the gun directly. Tell the opponent, 1 against 10, the advantage is mine. Lurk my ass. I've already figured out the problem with the dog factory. Lurking is just letting Shengsheng endure? Without even glancing at option 1, Duziran directly clicked on option 2. Shengsheng, take action. Sitting and waiting is death. Shoot. If you can't win, I've got your back. Duziran's calm voice echoed in her ears, and Xiao Xingxing's dog ears perked up. Her previously panicked expression instantly hardened, and she immediately crawled up from a pile of dirt. With a senior around, Shengsheng fears nothing. Bang bang bang. Standing up and drawing her gun, 3 tongues of fire immediately erupted in the darkness. Ha! A gun? Hearing the terrifying gunfire, even the previously calmed mutated rural dog couldn't help but change its expression. You, come here quickly, surround and protect me. In a panic, it directly dropped to the ground, while 2 canine transformed large dogs from the Fire Source mercenary group pounced on the mutated rural dog. Puff puff puff. 3 bullets came flying, and the 2 canine transformed large dogs immediately had their bellies blown open, twitching all over, and no longer responded. Damn it! You have a gun? You actually have a gun? Although now lying helplessly on the ground, the mutated rural dog seemed completely unfazed. Second, third, see the light source? Go! Who cares who it is? Just bite to death. Woof woof. Under the cold reprimand, the mutated husky's pupils instantly brightened, and the entire dog lunged out like a hungry wolf. After hearing a few thud-thud sounds of footsteps, just as Xiao Shengsheng raised her gun to shoot, a sharp thong, glimmering with silver light in the darkness, suddenly appeared at the back of Xiao Xingxing's neck. Shengsheng, get down! Yes! A chill spread across her back, and Xiao Shengsheng unconditionally trusted Duziran's judgment, immediately throwing herself to the ground. Thud. Just as she lay down, she felt a huge shadow flash overhead. But before she could catch her breath, a more rapid wave of heat surged towards her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the darkness, a mutated border collie had already bared its dense fangs, charging towards Xiao Xingxing's head. Instinctively, she raised her arms to protect herself. The sharp fangs bit down, instantly tearing a hole in her combat uniform. Current ability level, as per second stage, 135/200, under the threat of life and death. Xiao Xingxing's experience with her abilities was rapidly increasing. Just as the sharp fangs were about to bite down, thud, the mutated farm dog pushed aside the 2 dog corpses on it and stood up proudly. I was wondering who the high person was? Turns out it's just a fool who dares to charge into the wolf's den with a gun. Look at your delicate skin. It seems my dog's dinner is secured. Old 3, leave no survivors. Just bite to death. The cold voice echoed in the cellar, as the mutated farm dog looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who was being bitten on the arm by the mutated border collie, as if looking at a corpse, its expression grim. Unexpectedly, just as it finished its harsh words, a powerful male voice echoed again in the cellar. What are you barking about, dog? What? There's someone else? In a panic, the mutated farm dog looked around but caught no sight of anyone. Just as the shock in its heart was calming down, just one person. You little trash, dare to enter my canine ability domain for a fight? As it scanned the surroundings, a cold snort exploded. You dog thing, do you really think you're a human? Dimensional slash. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Let me tell you, I wasn't raised to be scared. If you had awakening period spatial abilities, would you be hiding in the corner and not daring to show up? A flicker of fear crossed its face, but the mutated farm dog looked around dismissively. However, in the next moment, in the cramped cellar, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. Crack crack crack, it was as if the air had been torn open, and a strange black crack buzzed in the darkness, as if something was about to fly out from the air crack. This. On the other end of the phone, after Du Ziren activated the Dimensional Blade skill, it showed that the skill's charge had reached 1-1. Please swipe the phone screen to release the Dimensional Blade attack. The faster you swipe, the more Dimensional Blade shockwaves you will unleash. A prompt appeared on the game interface, and without hesitation, Du Ziren swiped towards the mutated border collie that was biting Qiu Shangshang. Dog thing, how dare you get close to my Shangsheng? Woof! In the cellar, the mutated border collie looked around in surprise, still unable to discern the source of the sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gaping spatial crack tore open at Qiu Shangsheng's chest, and a chilling, bone-piercing cold wind rushed in. But the next moment, a warm spray of blood exploded in front of Qiu Shangsheng, and she felt the bite on her arms loosen, as a dog head filled with terror flew into the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, moments later, a barrage of rapid blades shot out violently. Puff puff puff, the corpse of the mutated border collie, now headless, stood rigidly before Qiu Shangsheng for only a moment before being shredded into meat paste by the spatial blades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the terrifying spatial blades buzzed and trembled, shooting in all directions around the cellar. In an instant, the entire cellar shook violently, with dirt and stones flying as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Woof! Woof! The mutated farm dog watched this scene, so frightened it could hardly speak, only barking incessantly. Big brother, it's over. It's really over. The opponent is truly awakened, a rare, spatial ability, awakened. The mutated husky looked desperately at the mutated farm dog, its eyes darting around. Big brother, I have a big brother. You can turn those doggified people back into humans, then that person might. Whoosh! Before the mutated husky could finish its sentence, a buzzing spatial blade suddenly slashed towards it at an angle. Godspeed! It dared not hesitate, its figure flickering as it recklessly fled towards the cellar exit. Want to escape? On the other side of the phone screen, seeing the mutated husky speed up, Du Ziren moved his other 5 fingers. Tap tap tap, instantly, all 10 fingers flicked. A dense barrage of spatial blades exploded on the screen. Congratulations, you have broken the previous speed record. In this session, you fired a total of 248 spatial blades in 30 seconds, an astonishing speed. Your speed has defeated 99% of opponents worldwide. As the game notification popped up, under the buzzing of the distorted air, the dense blades flickered out of sight. Tap tap tap, before the mutated husky could escape the cellar, a wave of distorted spatial fluctuations occurred, and the mutated husky, still in a running posture, exploded into a shower of flesh with a puff, scattering across the corridor. Dead. In the blink of an eye, 2 mutated zombie dogs had died without struggle. This is the stark difference between awakened and ability users. Senior, as expected, still so powerful. If it weren't for the senior this time, realizing too late, Qiu Shangsheng got up from the ground, horrified as she looked at the blood and guts everywhere, feeling somewhat relieved that the senior had been watching over her. Otherwise, just based on her own abilities, she would have died right at the entrance of the dog factory. You, don't come over. Deep in the cellar, the mutated farm dog had completely collapsed. It was utterly powerless. It was simply powerless. Just moments ago, it had been jumping in front of the opponent's face, like an old man eating arsenic, tired of living. With one hand on each, the mutated farm dog tightly grasped 2 dog-headed human bodies, people dressed in Fire Source Mercenary Group uniforms. Having lived long enough, it understood what the mutated husky had just meant. Use people to threaten that big shot. This was its only way to survive. Puff puff puff, the 2 dog-headed human bodies in its hands gradually began to regain human faces. It was none other than Li Yi, the leader of the Fire Source Mercenary Group, and a pale-faced mercenary. If you dare to kill me, these 2 humans will definitely die before I do. If you dare to kill me, you are a murderer. Holding these 2 in front of its chest, the mutated farm dog attempted to threaten Qiu Shangsheng. Qiu Shangsheng's brows tightened. Indeed, she had no enmity with the people of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. If she acted rashly, Senior, she hesitated. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in her ears. He is grabbing someone from the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. What does it have to do with you? But, because of those people, you won't kill him? If he leaves today, what do you think will happen if he grows stronger in the future? Your younger siblings will be affected. Qiu Shangsheng, let me tell you the first lesson in the apocalypse. A saintly heart is useless. The chilling voice echoed in her ears, and as soon as Qiu Shangsheng heard about her younger siblings, she immediately drew her handgun. All right. It seems you are completely determined to become a murderer? Cold sweat broke out on the back of her head, and the mutated farm dog panicked. If the other party was dead set on killing him, what could he do? But. At that moment of distraction, Li Yi, who was being choked by the neck, suddenly roared with a pair of murky eyes filled with malice. You dog thing, the humiliation you brought me. Today, I will repay it 100-fold. Bang! Instantly, a flame erupted from Li Yi's body. With a loud boom, the fire wave instantly engulfed Li Yi and the mutated farm dog. Fire Source Mercenary Corps. All units counterattack. At this command, 5 people dressed in the Fire Source Mercenary Corps combat uniforms crawled out from the loosened earth. They skillfully took out Molotov cocktails from their pockets and threw them at Li Yi. Boom! The already mighty flames surged, and with the help of the Molotov cocktails, the depths of the cellar were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Li Yi bathed in the flames, tightly holding the mutated farm dog. Without your second and third brothers, you are nothing. Hey, that woman, shoot him dead. Otherwise, if he reacts later, we will all turn back into dogs. Bang! The cries from within the sea of fire came, and Xiao Shengsheng did not hesitate, instantly firing her gun, a bullet accurately hitting the forehead of the mutated farm dog. You guys, you damn, humans! Gurgle blood oozed from his forehead. Although the mutated farm dog's abilities were formidable, its body was incredibly fragile. Without the support of the mutated husky and the mutated border collie, he was like an old man with a flickering candle, and after being hit by the bullet on the crown of his head, he immediately choked. Sizzle, 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 the flames continued to burn. In the firelight, Li Yi bathed in the flames, witnessing the complete death of the mutated farm dog. He took off his combat uniform and pounced on Shouyan. Behind him, the 5 members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps gathered around. Their gazes, in perfect unison, turned towards Xiao Shengsheng, filled with complexity. Pat pat, pat pat. In the firelight, the body of the mutated farm dog gradually dried up as it burned, and a crystal-clear blue crystal core rolled out from the corpse. That blue crystal core was as magnificent as a gem, and within the core, there seemed to be a pattern of a dog, vividly pulsating. Gulp! Looking at the appearance of that crystal core, the members of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, who had originally been twisted by the mutated farm dog, suddenly found themselves swallowing hard, as if they had seen a naked beauty. The blue crystal core. The blue ability crystal core. The crystal core of the special skill canine transformation. Just based on these characteristics, the value of this crystal core was already self-evident. Everyone looked at the crystal core, its brilliance enough to make them forget all previous humiliations. Zhou Yan, are you okay? Li Yi lifted the prostrate Zhou Yan, whose originally murky eyes were slowly regaining their brightness. She touched her swollen belly, her gaze filled with deep resentment. That bastard, he should be sliced to death. Dying like this is simply letting him off easy. She kept cursing, and the people around her remained silent. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the canine crystal core, rubbing her belly, her expression becoming complicated. She looked at Li Yi beside her and whispered softly, "Hey, this thing, I know." But Li Yi did not speak, his gaze suddenly shifting to Xiao Shengsheng. Even Xiao Shengsheng, no matter how foolish, sensed that the atmosphere was off. She hurriedly pulled out 2 green crystal cores from the blood-soaked pile beside her. One of the green crystal cores flickered with the essence of a robust dog body, while the other shimmered with the essence of a slight dog body. They represented the powers of mighty strength and swift speed, both precious treasures. This. In the corner, even Wu Hai, who was already terrified, couldn't help but redden his eyes at the sight of 1 blue crystal core and 2 green crystal cores. What did this mean? As long as these 3 crystal cores were in hand, whether absorbed or sold at the right opportunity, their future would undoubtedly change dramatically. Hu lying in the dirt, his breathing became rapid. But he didn't dare to act, just like the others from the Fire Source Mercenary Group, all fearing the gun in Xiao Shengsheng's hand and that mysterious big shot. Yet, these 3 crystal cores had already given them enough courage to take risks. The atmosphere in the cellar inexplicably grew heavy. It was Xiao Shengsheng who broke the silence. You all, are you okay now? They had no enmity with her, and she tried to approach them, wanting to take the blue crystal core. We're fine. This friend looks very unfamiliar. Thank you for saving our Fire Source Mercenary Group. When we return to the mine black market, we must treat you as a host. Li Yi smiled, forcing out a weary kindness. Xiao Shengsheng looked at him, her steps suddenly hesitating. She had a premonition that something bad would happen if she got too close. Meanwhile, Duziran stared at his phone. Another game pop-up appeared. Choice 1, approach Li Yi, pick up the blue crystal core, outcome unknown. Choice 2, shoot, immediately kill everyone. The nature of humanity in this apocalypse really can't withstand the test. Xiao Shengsheng, do you think that by saving them, they will be grateful to you? Wealth stirs the heart. Looking at the two choices, Du Ziren did not rush to select. He wanted Xiao Shengsheng to choose the answer herself. If he kept force-feeding her reasoning, she would never develop her own judgment. It was like parents always teaching their children how to do things. When the parents are gone, will the children be able to judge for themselves? Sheng, make a choice. Will you believe in so-called humanity, or trust your own intuition? No matter how you choose, I will always have your back. The calm voice reached Xiao Shengsheng's ears as she stood at the entrance of the cellar, hesitating, slowly loading the handgun. I can't gamble on the goodness of humanity, but I can gamble on the evil of humanity. As long as they don't make a move, I won't fire. Whispering to herself, Xiao Shengsheng never expected that after her senior killed the big boss, the situation would actually become even worse, more terrifying than zombies. Is it humans? You all stay away from that crystal core immediately. Otherwise, I will shoot. Raising her handgun, Xiao Shengsheng threatened Li Yi. Li Yi raised an eyebrow and immediately raised both hands. No problem. This thing was originally killed by you. How could we possibly fight you for it? Step back. He led the Fire Source mercenary group members to retreat a few steps. Crash in the corner. Wu Hai's expression was hesitant. He was contemplating certain possibilities. If he could get close to Xiao Shengsheng and use her life to threaten that big boss behind the scenes, could he get the crystal core and escape? Even though the possibility was very slim. But that was 2 green crystal cores and 1 blue crystal core. Once I have these, I could even settle in a frontline safe base. In such a base, even awakeners can't kill at will, right? The desire in his heart stirred. He wanted to make a move, and so did Zhou Yan from the Fire Source mercenary group. The woman's tongue flicked out, constantly licking her lips, like a venomous snake. If we act now, that big boss would probably prioritize protecting Xiao Shengsheng. Taking advantage of this gap, I can grab that blue crystal core. She tugged at Li Yi beside her. As a close companion, how could Li Yi not understand Zhou Yan's thoughts? Step, however, looking at Xiao Shengsheng approaching, no one made a move. Just as Xiao Shengsheng was only 3 meters away from the blue crystal core, suddenly, Li Yi's eyes turned cold. Boom! A flame suddenly exploded beside Xiao Shengsheng. Boom! The fire wave instantly spread throughout the cellar, making it impossible to see in any direction. Zhou Yan, you wretched maid, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that Senior will make a move against you? From within the sea of fire came Li Yi's exclamation, and no one knew what had happened. Clatter! The blue crystal core seemed to be quickly taken by someone's hand, and footsteps moved rapidly through the flames. Damn! In the sea of fire, Zhou Yan was completely dumbfounded. She was stunned. Damn it! She hadn't even made a move. The flames were set by Li Yi. He used the flames to obscure vision, then quickly took the blue crystal core. Using this trick of the thief shouting to catch the thief, he shifted the firepower onto himself to take the crystal core and escape. As for that big boss, he would either save Xiao Shengsheng immediately or believe Li Yi's words and shoot her dead. Damn! Li Yi, you dog! For the crystal core, you don't want your wife anymore. You don't want the whole mercenary group? You! So ruthless! Hiss! The flames continued to burn, and Xiao Shengsheng's combat uniform was already singed. She couldn't quite believe that they would really dare to act against a life-saving benefactor for a crystal core? Even dare to offend a big boss for it? Is this humanity? As long as the benefits are big enough, are there madmen everywhere? Senior, Shengsheng understands. Shengsheng should have shot those living people first. The flames scorched Xiao Shengsheng's face, leaving it somewhat gray, but as her hunger level continued to drop, her skin quickly scabbed over, rejuvenating. The SSS level ability, Immortal and Indestructible, was activating. Current ability value, Ability User Second Stage, 198/200, 200. Buzz. The golden light flickered in the flames, and Xiao Shengsheng's momentum suddenly surged. She had leveled up. Under the refinement of the opponent's flame ability, she had also reached Ability User Third Stage. Tap. Walking again in the sea of fire, the flames could no longer penetrate Xiao Shengsheng's skin. Her whole body glowed with a faint golden light as she stepped through the fire, the Desert Eagle in her hand already loaded, her expression icy. Tap. On the opposite side of the sea of fire, Zhou Yan looked at the flames in fear. She did not wait for the so-called big boss's punishment. Instead, she saw Xiao Shengsheng walking towards her, bathed in flames. You're actually fine? You can't be an ability user too. Before she could finish her sentence, a gunshot rang out. Zhou Yan's mouth fell open, a black hole appearing on her forehead. The one who took the crystal core was Li Yi. I don't know what you Thud with her head tilted, Zhou Yan collapsed to the ground unwillingly, while Qiu Xingxing's expression was colder than ever. Because, if I don't kill you, you will always covet my things. You will watch me like a venomous snake waiting for the chance to bite me to death without hesitation. Thank you for teaching me how to be a person. Bang bang bang. In the sea of fire, the sound of dense gunfire erupted, and the remaining members of the cellar, who were still alive, fell one by one. They were all killed by Qiu Shangshang. Thud using a military dagger to pierce Zhou Yan's forehead, Qiu Shangshang retrieved a flame crystal core. After putting the crystal core away, she looked somewhat dejectedly at the blazing cellar. Li Yi had already run away. That Wu Hai had also disappeared. In the end, so-called kindness was worth nothing. Senior Shangshang probably disappointed you, right? Clenching her fists tightly, Qiu Shangshang looked dejectedly at the sky. It's okay. They are already dead. Suddenly, a colder voice came, and Qiu Xingxing's expression froze, immediately looking up at the sky with admiration. Senior, you are much stronger than me, whether it's abilities or being a person. Time rewinds to the moment the flame exploded. Du Ziren watched the flames erupting beneath Qiu Xingxing's feet, his face revealing satisfaction. He knew the outcome would be like this. There's a saying in Blue Star, with a 50% profit, one would take risks. For 100% profit, one would dare to trample all human laws. With a 300% profit, one would dare to commit any crime. Reality is like this, let alone in the apocalypse? Staring at the exploding flames, Du Ziren was not afraid of Qiu Shangshang getting hurt, because he saw that above Li Ye's head was displayed, ability user second stage Sea of Fire, white. This meant he could not harm Qiu Shangshang at all. As for Zhou Yan, the display above this woman's head was, ability user peak first stage wave of fire, white. Is that it? Even Du Ziren, no matter how foolish, knew who released this Sea of Fire? You, Li Yi, want to play tricks and shift the hatred onto your wife? Sorry. From a god's perspective, your actions are simply laughable. The camera locked directly onto Li Yi, as Du Ziren watched him excitedly take the blue crystal core. Immediately, weaving through the sea of flames, he recklessly dashed towards the cellar. Who with this? With this, I can go to a bigger, safe camp, and even exchange for a bunch of white crystal cores to cultivate. I want to stand out. I want to support 10 young models. His heart raced, and as he ran, his face showed a frenzied excitement. Until, tap tap tap, he stood in front of the iron gate outside the dog park, confirming that no one had followed him, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, that big shot must be the first to care about that woman's situation. As long as his attention shifts, I have a chance. Ahaha, the rise of me, Li Yi, is about to begin. Holding the blue crystal core, Li Ye's lips curled up. But, bang! In the next moment, a terrifying steel bar shot towards the back of Li Ye's head. A surge of flames erupted from his body, and just as Li Yi was about to burn the steel bar, dozens of steel bars suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the dense steel frames fell like shooting stars, pinning Li Yi to the ground, his body convulsing. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Although the flames were hot, for a moment, they couldn't burn through the dense steel bars on his body, leaving him helplessly pinned to the ground. Tap tap tap. At that moment, another figure ran out from the dog park. Humph! The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You really don't think that with your ability user peak of second stage, you can swallow this blue crystal core, do you? A ghostly voice came, and Li Yi looked up to see a person standing on top of the steel bars. Wu Hai, you actually followed me out? I was once also in existence at the ability user peak of third stage. Your little schemes are too naive to compete with me. The steel bar was toyed with by Wu Hai, ready to stab at Li Ye's head. No, I can give you the crystal core. I can. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was pierced by the steel bar. With a thud, a blue crystal core fell from his hand, and Wu Hai picked up the crystal core, his face filled with disdain. Idiot! Killing you! Not only can I get the blue crystal core, but I can also take the flame crystal core in your head. Not just you. Later, I'll go back to the cellar and see, maybe, your wife's core and that Qiu Shangshang. With a greedy grin, Wu Hai was about to boast. Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in the air. What did you say? You want to do to Qiu Shangshang? What? This? How is this possible? Wu Hai's face turned pale in an instant. He was completely stunned. His whole body trembled like a sieve. How did you follow me? Shouldn't you be going to see Qiu Shangshang at this time? With you guys, you can't hurt her. I was just joking. Big shot. I'll personally deliver this crystal core to Qiu Shangshang later. You see, he looked up at the sky. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice came. You say, if I kill you, won't I get an extra metal crystal core? Wah! What? Dimensional blade! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Without waiting for Wu Hai to say anything, he only saw the air in front of him twist, splitting open countless black seams. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, a cold wind blew across his face, as if something had passed through him. With a crash, Wu Hai's body suddenly exploded like a rain of blood, turning into a pool of blood. Thud! That blue crystal core finally also fell from his hand. Dimensional blade usage opportunities, 9 remaining. On the phone, Duzirin helplessly watched the number of permanent skill uses decrease, frowning and pondering, when should I go draw some more to replenish my stock? Senior. In the game screen, Xiao Shengsheng held the collected Flame Crystal Core, Speed Crystal Core, and Mighty Crystal Core, all respectfully raised towards Duzirin. Senior, please accept these. Wait, don't rush to give gifts. First take all the crystal cores outside. As for what I want, we'll talk about that later. Understood. Without hesitation, Xiao Shengsheng strode towards the dog park. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside the dog park, the cold wind was biting. The drifting snowflakes continued, but a faint mist of warm blood rose at the entrance of the park, warm yet cold and fishy. Upon seeing Li Yi, who had died tragically under the steel frame, and the unknown mass of flesh, Xiao Shengsheng's expression turned exceptionally cold. Abandoning the team. Abandoning his wife. In the end, you didn't have a good outcome either. With a sigh, Xiao Shengsheng took a fiery red flame crystal core from Li Yi's corpse. Looking at the ground covered in flesh, she picked up the blue crystal core and a metallic crystal core buried among the remains. Senior, please take a look. This time, holding the crystal cores with both hands, Xiao Shengsheng's hands were filled with various strange crystal cores, dazzling Duzirin. The first was the dazzling Canine Transformation Crystal Core. Next were 2 green speed and mighty crystal cores, 2 fiery red flame crystal cores, and 1 metallic metal crystal core. Finally, there was the hardened crystal core from the guard dog that Xiao Shengsheng had dug up at the beginning. Looking at those crystal cores, Duzirin only thought the Canine Transformation Crystal Core and Flame Crystal Cores were beautiful, purely for collection, and he pointed at the Canine Transformation Crystal Core and the 2 Flame Crystal Cores. But for some reason, it felt as if his body instinctively craved something. He also casually selected 2 metal crystal cores. These are all. You can take those 2 green crystal cores back to complete the task. Clicking on the crystal cores, a new message appeared in the game pop-up. Your apocalypse survival character is delivering new gifts to you. Senior, actually, I only need 1 green crystal core. You killed all of them this time. Xiao Shengsheng said shyly, and Duzirin smiled slightly. Take it. Just consider it as you choosing the right reward earlier. Is that okay? After receiving the 2 green crystal cores, the girl's face turned rosy. It was hard to tell what she was thinking, especially compared to her earlier indifference when she shot several people in the Sea of Fire. It was like 2 different people. Phew, finally, the first boss level is cleared. At dawn, Duzirin slowly rubbed his eyes. At this moment, the rich second-generation people trapped in the lookout were complaining about how no one could live here. But in reality, the long period of oppression, boredom, and lack of rest had caused most people to collapse on the ground, dozing off. A ray of dawn's light shone through the opening of the piled steel frames. In the stillness of the night, a wave of fatigue surged in Duzirin's heart. He looked at his phone displaying, about to shut down, and just as he was about to put it away and find a corner to doze off for a bit, thud! Suddenly, right in front of the observation port opened by the fire brigade, a package was thrown in. Wardfa? Aren't the rescue workers supposed to be resting at this hour? He instinctively thought it was food or blankets sent from the outside world, but when Duzirin stepped closer to take a look, his expression froze. The words Xiao Shengsheng gifts to Duzirin were prominently displayed on the package. Ha! Isn't this a buddy? Does this game company have such strong connections? Even the fire brigade has someone? They can deliver game merchandise to a collapsed steel frame several meters deep? He hurriedly looked outside the delivery port. Duzirin squinted and vaguely saw the ladder still moving in the high sky. Hiss! Could it be that this game company contacted the fire brigade, asking them to help deliver it? In the name of the company, they could indeed ask the fire brigade for help. After pondering for a moment, Duzirin felt that this game package was indeed delivered by the firefighters just now. Without further thought, he opened the box, which was only the size of a book. Click 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 as the box opened. It was just like in the game. A slender oval blue canine crystal core, 2 crimson flame crystal cores, and 2 metallic metal crystal cores came into view. In the darkness, these 5 crystal cores emitted a faint glow, and within the cores, energy flowed like quicksand. I wonder if this time, the chemical dyes in these peripherals can shine a little longer. Rubbing the cores, Duziran felt that touching them was even warmer than a heated electric blanket. He found a corner to squat down, stuffing the cores into his chest, and instantly felt a wave of warmth. So tired, so tired. Sleep, sleep. Closing his eyes, holding onto these game peripherals, Duziran slowly fell asleep against the wall. In the deep of night, the sound of snoring filled the air, and everyone leaning against the wall, who had been shivering from the cold, suddenly relaxed. It was as if a small stove had been stuffed into this watchtower, and the temperature inside the steel frame shot up. Buzz buzz buzz. In a daze, no one realized that Duziran's skin had taken on a strange crimson hue, making him look like a small furnace, frighteningly hot. Hoo-hoo. With each breath he exhaled, a terrifying white mist spread out from his pores. Inside his chest, the two flame crystal cores were rapidly losing their crimson glow, turning into white crystals. Meanwhile, the two metal crystal cores glimmered with a silvery light, swirling around Duziran's body, as if coating his fiery red skin with a layer of silver. Only the canine crystal core was evaporating quickly, and amidst the curling blue smoke, a canine-patterned mark appeared on Duziran's chest. In the morning, the sunlight streamed through the observation port into the watchtower. I slept so well. Duziran slowly lifted his eyelids and stretched. Damn, I actually fell asleep in this godforsaken place? Wait, why do I feel like I slept pretty well last night? It was quite warm. Damn, I feel the same way. Last night was the warmest I've slept since I got sick. As Duziran woke up, a group of rich second-generation heirs, who had been sleeping on the ground, also gradually came to. Strangely, in this oppressive environment, the rich second-generation kids, who should have been suffering from poor sleep and pale faces, were now standing up one by one, their faces flushed and full of vitality. Could it be that my body has some SM tendencies? Is it that I can only sleep well in such circumstances? No way. I don't know about your SM preferences, but I definitely don't have that hobby. I can't take it anymore. I actually don't want to leave here right now. A few rich kids discussed, their faces rosy, sweeping away the gloom of yesterday. Clang clang clang. Outside the lookout, the firefighters sliding down the ladder were just about to approach the detection hole when they called out to comfort the rich kids inside. After all, judging from yesterday's situation, this pampered group must have been complaining after spending a night here. But when the firefighter leaned in closer, he was dumbfounded. What? SM? This group of rich kids, doing SM here? What the hell? They want to stay here a few more days? Damn, they can't have gone crazy after just one night, right? The firefighter scratched his ear, feeling that this world was too crazy. He hurriedly slid down the ladder, distancing himself from the hole. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. Everyone, after a night of research by the experts, our fire department has decided to start digging a large hole today, but due to the uncertainty of the force angle, the digging will be very slow. It is expected to completely dig out a stable hole within 48 hours. What? 48 hours? It doesn't matter. Just 48 hours. With the sleep quality I had last night, I could handle 480 hours. That's right. The airy remarks came, and the firefighter thought that after this, there would definitely be countless curses and complaints. Instead, another round of strange discussions followed. What? Sleep for 480 hours? No way, no way. I have to quickly apply to get them out. This group of rich kids must be going crazy. Clang clang clang. The ladder slid again. Outside the lookout, the firefighter was anxious, worried about the mental state of the people inside. Inside the lookout, a group of rich kids were laughing and talking about what they dreamed of last night. It was simply two worlds separated by a wall. What? 48 hours? Listening to the firefighter's words, only Duziran was on the verge of collapse. His phone was already out of battery. 48 hours? A full 48 hours without seeing the lovely Shang Shang. How am I supposed to get through that? Crazy. 480 hours would be fine too? I think this group of rich kids has never had a good night's sleep. Looking disdainfully at the lively rich kids inside the lookout, Duziran tentatively walked to the observation hole. He looked back and forth at several observation points, finally spotting a downward-angled hole. Through this hole, he could see luxury cars parked on the ground. If only a steel bar could drop from here. Could it directly form a slanted pedestrian passage downwards? Thinking whimsically like this, Duziran just wanted to go home early, charge his phone, and see Chiu Shengsheng as soon as possible. Snap! But when his large hand touched the edge of the observation hole, Duziran was dazed. A strange silver sheen appeared on his arm, and he inexplicably had a premonition. It seemed he could really command the steel bar to move. Hiss! Could it be that I've played too many games and think I'm Wu Haiben? With a foolish laugh, Duziran did not notice that. Buzz buzz buzz. The steel frames piled heavily on the ground. The topmost steel frame emitted a buzzing sound, tilting downwards at an angle towards him as he had anticipated. At the same time, Wannan City Fire Brigade live broadcast room. Dear viewers, this is the live broadcast room of the Wannan City Fire Brigade Emergency Center. According to reports from the public last night, the Wolf Tooth Mountain observation deck collapse incident has trapped 32 people. After a night of investigation, it has been confirmed that no one was injured. Experts in our city have worked overtime to calculate that a rescue tunnel will be artificially excavated within 48 hours. This live broadcast will continue to report to you. In front of the camera, a neatly dressed female reporter stood several meters away from the observation deck, speaking seriously. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was unprecedentedly heated. Like drinking cola? Stones, you better behave. Wow. So no one was injured after the Norman Medical live broadcast was interrupted last night? Shaving my head just to accompany my wife. This is simply a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. I was in that live broadcast room last night too. We were making wishes, and then a meteorite fell. It must be said, how unlucky yet how fortunate this is. Les Beetle Nut, it's good that nothing happened. Maybe it's heaven showing mercy to us patients, allowing such a big disaster to occur without any casualties? Yes. They will definitely be able to come out. Yes, everyone will be fine. Countless hopeful comments flooded the live broadcast room. This urban accident had almost captured the attention of all patients in Wannan City. Dear viewers, please believe in the strength of our fire brigade. We will definitely. The female host caught the momentum, just as she wanted to strengthen everyone's confidence in the patients. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, a strange noise came from above. What's that sound? Holy crap! Host, behind you, behind the observation deck. Steel bars. The steel bars are collapsing again. What? In a panic, they looked up, and a thunderous roar echoed from above. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 1, 2, 3. Almost dozens of twisted steel bars fell from the edge of the piled steel bars. Boom, boom, boom. Just as these steel bars were about to fall into the corner of the pile, causing a secondary collapse. No! The female host closed her eyes, and even in the live broadcast room, there was a moment of silence. Boom, boom, boom. The huge noise scared everyone in the observation deck into a frenzy. Hey. No way? It's a secondary collapse? No, I haven't even been in a relationship yet. Holy crap, I still have tens of millions in my account that I haven't spent. Countless chaotic voices mixed together. But, just in that moment of chaos, despair, and collapse, after a dozen steel bars buzzed down, they strangely hovered in the air for a moment. Then, clang, clang, clang. These steel bars fell at an angle, creating a sloped, uneven downward path under the detection port in front of Du Ziren. Clang, clang, clang. The ground trembled, but the stacked sloped steel path did not collapse. The steel bars were bizarrely intertwined together. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In a corner invisible to others, between the chaotic steel bars, terrifying high temperatures melted rapidly. The molten steel welded the steel bars together, forming a seemingly dangerous yet actually solid sloped road. Clang. As the noise completely quieted down, Du Ziren was surprised to find that the detection port in front of him seemed to have expanded outward by a circle. The iron scraps bent, forming a large opening. He stood in front of this opening, and below it was the sloping railway leading down. What does it mean? I just said it casually, and steel bars really fell down, paving a path? Du Ziren was completely bewildered. He was bewildered, and the female host on the ground was even more confused. Not only was there no crisis after the second collapse, but those steel bars actually created what looked like a dangerous downward path right under the feet of a boy in a high place? What kind of luck is this? This guy, could he really be some chosen one? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? After a strange silence, even the usually civilized female host couldn't help but curse a few times after being dumbfounded. This is too exaggerated. What kind of luck does a person need to have a building that collapses a second time pave a path for them? It's like a victim trapped under the ruins of an earthquake, and after a second aftershock, the ruins actually open a way for you to crawl out. With such luck, why not just scratch off a lottery ticket for the grand prize? The steel bars are paving a path for that boy? The cameraman was already dumbfounded. It wasn't that he was talking about some supernatural nonsense, but from his perspective, those steel bars indeed fell actively and inadvertently paved a wide path in front of the boy. What the hell? Is this science? Isn't it, buddy? Did you activate something? Tell me, do you have a system? Did you hear a ding sound? Inside the observation deck, a group of rich second-generation kids all had strange expressions. They were still huddled in the corner, but they looked at Du Ziren in horror. Du Ziren was also bewildered. He scratched his head, wanting to say something to explain, but couldn't say anything. This, although you might not believe it, but I really didn't do anything. Didn't you all see it with your own eyes? Damn, I heard the echo of strong luck. Are you really a lucky star? Awesome, buddy, are you not even pretending? Did you activate it? From now on, I won't pray or burn incense when I'm hospitalized, just hang your big head picture. A noisy discussion arose, and Du Ziren could only smile helplessly. He looked at the winding railway beneath his feet, tentatively wanting to take a step forward. Don't! Suddenly, a firefighter on the ladder hurriedly shouted, stopping Du Ziren's movement. It's hard to say how stable this building is after a second collapse. If he stepped down and it collapsed, wouldn't that be the end? You mustn't come down casually. Wait, I'll call an expert. Coming right away. The firefighter hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket. Soon, several old men wearing white expert gowns rushed over. When they saw those split steel bars fortuitously forming a sloping path, even they, with their gray hair and extensive experience, couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Unbelievable. This is possible? Looking at the folded structure of the steel frame down the slope, this unexpectedly formed steel frame slope might actually be surprisingly sturdy. No, did you notice? There's iron mud between the steel frames, as if it was artificially welded. What? An old expert pointed at the welding between the steel frames, his expression even more puzzled. The other old experts, upon hearing this, looked closely and were even more astonished. This is no longer just a matter of luck. What on earth does it take for the steel frame to weld itself automatically? Could it be that someone has the high-temperature superpower? One old expert just speculated like this, but another old expert directly dismissed it. Are you crazy? Have you watched too many movies? Still superpower? Why don't you say a zombie virus has broken out? Well, then tell me, what's the situation with the welding between the steel frames? Just as the two experts were about to argue, one expert looked up in a daze at the huge meteorite on the lookout. The pitch-black meteorite was still emitting white smoke, as if the energy inside had not yet dissipated after its fall. Everyone, stop arguing. In my opinion, it's the residual heat from that meteorite that caused the red-hot steel bars to fall and connect with each other. The melted steel bars just happened to link up, creating the scene we see now. Hiss, is that possible? What are the odds of that? Impossible? That's still more reliable than your ridiculous conclusion of high-temperature superpower, right? Just as a group of experts were debating, Du Ziren, standing at the detection port, poked his head out again. He was holding a phone, genuinely anxious. He hadn't seen Xiao Shengsheng today. Hey, can you experts come down now? After exchanging glances, several experts nodded in agreement. All right, but be sure to come down slowly, to avoid. Thud thud thud. Before he could finish, Du Ziren climbed out of the detection port, sliding down from the height as if on a slide. Splash. After a quick, smooth, and safe landing, Du Ziren calmly walked to the parking area and waved to Yishao above. Hey, hurry up, let's drive back. I'm in a rush to get home. My phone's about to die. On the lookout, Yishao looked bewildered. Isn't this guy a buddy? Does he really enjoy playing that broken black screen game? This is insane. This should be fine now, right? Tentatively stepping forward, Yishao carefully slid down the slope. With this action, all the rich second-generation kids in the lookout suddenly became interested, clamoring to slide down. Thus, splash 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 like dumplings, 32 people in distress simply slid down the slope, escaping the dangerous ruins. Woohoo! Some even shouted excitedly while sliding down. Their frivolous demeanor made it seem like they were not in distress but rather experiencing some amusement ride. Stunned, the female host was dumbfounded. The firefighters on the rescue ladder were also dumbfounded. Even a row of experts studying mechanical structures stared blankly at the people sliding down from above, looking completely bewildered. What happened to the urgent rescue that was supposed to take 48 hours? And now, after a second collapse, the refugees slid out from the ruins above themselves? What is going on? Wasn't that all in vain? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Drink more water to avoid kidney stones. What the hell? I'm dumbfounded. 1 second the host said this rescue was exceptionally difficult, and the next second those people all slid down from the height? Kidney deficient young master, it's confirmed. That Du Ziren is the lucky fish. I saw it, he was standing at that hole, and then with a boom, countless steel bars fell and paved the way for him. Some brothers said, although it seems absurd, the experts all said it was the residual heat from the meteorite that caused it. However, I prefer to believe in the superstitious explanation. Du Ziren is indeed a lucky star. The first meteorite fell, and the steel bars didn't hit him. The second time the steel bars fell, they just happened to pave the way for him. Is this even human? This bag is open. Do you think this guy activated some kind of system? Upstairs, have you read too many novels? In the official live broadcast room, there was an uncontrollable excitement at this moment. After a long period of repression, such a miraculous scene suddenly appeared, completely stirring everyone's hope. Third chemotherapy, they managed to survive. If such a small probability of survival can happen, my fourth chemotherapy will definitely be successful. The little grass struggling in the cracks, yes, they are all fine, life is great. We, the group of patients, should also believe in hope. Journey of joy, those who believe in miracles are miracles themselves. Moreover, a miracle is really happening in front of us now? The live broadcast room was in an uproar. A miracle had truly appeared, warming the hearts of every patient. Mr. Do you have anything to say about this escape? The female host rushed towards Du Ziren, who was about to leave, microphone in hand. She glanced at the live broadcast room, knowing that the focus now was on Du Ziren. Capturing him meant capturing the traffic. Du Ziren's hand was already on the door of the Maybach. But looking at the barrage on the camera, he still spoke earnestly. My advice is, never give up hope until the last moment. Life only comes once, it is not lived for others, but to live out your own self. Whether it's the little grass struggling in the cracks or the withered roots in the flower pot. At least, we have been in this world. We have lived. The meaning of life lies in infinite possibilities. After bowing solemnly to the camera, Du Ziren quickly got into the car. Following his passionate words of surviving the ordeal, the live broadcast room erupted in response. He is right. Everyone has infinite possibilities. Life should not just wither. Yes, once I'm cured, I want to hike around the world. I want to learn street dance. The intense barrage surged. Little did they know, after saying those righteous words, Du Ziren, once inside the car, looked anxious and urged He Shao. Hurry, take me home. I'm in a hurry to play games. By the way, do you have a charging port in your car? You. He Shao looked at Du Ziren in shock. Not a bro? The person outside just now, with that righteous and positive demeanor, is really you? It's hard to imagine how someone so positive just moments ago could turn into a goofball once inside the car. I'm asking you a question. Do you have a charger? Yes, bro. Yes. He hurriedly handed the car's USB interface cable to Du Ziren, who was charging his phone while looking at He Shao. By the way, my performance fee? Don't worry, it will be credited soon. Oh, right. There's one more thing I need to tell you. What? It's tonight. To thank you for bringing the guests to the banquet to escape, the wealthy gathering of Norman Pharmaceuticals wants to invite you to attend. Don't worry, this time it's just a big hotel dinner. Seemingly afraid that Du Ziren would refuse, He Shao emphasized the words big hotel dinner. Oh, so polite. Is there an appearance fee for inviting me? If there is, I can consider it. I can apply for that. Oh, then that's fine. The shrewd man nodded. He Shao really found it hard to see the current Du Ziren and the one who just inspired the patients as the same person. Buzz, your bank card ending in 0304 has just received a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Current account balance, 5207.72 yuan. The phone finally powered on, and a message popped up immediately. Looking at the suddenly credited amount, Du Ziren was completely bewildered. Hey, wasn't it supposed to be 250,000? Why has it doubled? Maybe it's the gratitude fee from Norman Pharmaceuticals? Or, it could be the attendance fee for tonight? He Shao explained, but Du Ziren didn't respond. Instead, he opened the game, Survival of the Apocalypse. As the game screen loaded, a vast expanse of snowy scenery appeared. Xiao Shangsheng, wearing a somewhat tattered, combat uniform, was clutching her chest, excitedly heading towards the black market mine. Shangsheng, my Shangsheng. Shangsheng's clothes are torn. I'll spend some money later to get her a new outfit. He Shao chuckled foolishly at the game screen, occasionally glancing at Du Ziren with a strange expression. Here it comes again. He was grinning like a fool at the dark phone screen. Mr. Do you have intermittent neurological issues? After all, he seemed like a normal person during the interview. Maybe this is a side effect of his recovery from ALS? Observing Du Ziren's foolish face, He Shao suppressed the urge to drive straight to the mental hospital several times and headed towards the Caesar Hotel in the city. According to Norman Pharmaceuticals, a business meeting was to be held here tonight. Most of the entrepreneurs attending were the wealthy second-generation family members who had escaped from the observation deck. Today, if Du Ziren, this benefactor, could attend, it would be quite a highlight. Shangsheng looks really beautiful when she smiles. The sound of Du Ziren's foolish laughter continued from the back seat, and He Shao pretended not to see it, continuing to drive. On the other side, Hoo facing the swirling snowflakes, Xiao Shengsheng walked back to the entrance of the mine. Tap 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 as she moved forward, she returned to the iron gate. Behind the door, Sister Xia was anxiously surveying the outside, her face filled with worry. Until she saw Xiao Shengsheng return, her previously worried expression completely collapsed. Xiao Shengsheng returned safely? What does this mean? Did Wu Hai's ambush fail? Or has Wu Hai already? Regardless of which speculation it was, Sister Xia dared not think further. Cho, Miss Cho, you are back? Respectfully like an old servant, Sister Xia addressed Xiao Shengsheng differently for the first time. Xiao Shengsheng calmly glanced at her and waved her hand, check the wounds. Oh, trembling, Sister Xia ran out from the iron gate and symbolically touched Xiao Shengsheng's body. When she saw the two green crystal cores in Xiao Shengsheng's arms, she couldn't help but swallow hard, a flash of astonishment in her eyes. But she no longer had any covetous thoughts. Cho, Miss Cho, the examination is over. You can go back now. Bowing deeply, Sister Xia wished she could bury her head in the ground. Without Wu Hai and the Viper mercenary group, she was nothing in front of Xiao Shengsheng. Ignoring Sister Xia's changing expression, Xiao Shengsheng stepped forward, heading straight towards the task room on the middle level. After completing this task, Shengsheng can move into the third level facilities. I wonder what the situation is like in the third level of the black market mine. If she can move in there, Shengsheng's happiness value should increase, right? In the back seat of the Maybach, Duzirin stroked his chin, constantly imagining the expression on Xiao Shengsheng's face when she moved into her new home. As soon as he thought of the little girl's happy smile, Duzirin couldn't help but smile. If the person he liked could be happy, then he would be happy too. Crazy. In the driver's seat, He shook his head in pity as the car slowly entered the parking lot of the Caesar Hotel. After a while, he led Du Ziren, who was playing with his phone, into the banquet hall of the Caesar Hotel. The Caesar Hotel, the only 5-star reception hotel in Wannan City. To book this place as a banquet venue, one could imagine how much financial and material resources were needed. But, in such a venue, at this moment, the first floor hall was covered with a red carpet, and European roundtables were arranged in an orderly manner. Suited men and women in evening gowns were constantly coming and going, while a boy in a hospital gown huddled in a corner, staring at his phone. It seemed that no matter how luxurious the scene was, it couldn't compare to the allure of the mobile game in his hands. Mr. Du, the president of Huahong Gas is here, look up. He sat beside Du Ziren, urging him softly. He was truly speechless. This guy could play with a black screen phone all day long. What president? Playing a game. Don't rush me, he scolded Yi Xiao, and suddenly, a hearty voice came from beside him. This must be Mr. Du Ziren from Wannan City's Fortune Star, right? Ha! Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a square face and glasses in a black suit smiling at him, extending a broad hand. Who are you? Oh, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Wang Dashan, the general manager of Huahong Gas. Thank you very much for taking care of my son at the Wolf Tooth Mountain observation deck. Isn't that right, Xiao Shan? Wang Dashan extended his hand, while the other hand pushed his son towards Du Ziren. Du Ziren focused his eyes. Hey, a familiar face. The boy called Xiao Shan was actually the rich second generation who had previously asked him what game he was playing. At this moment, Wang Xiaoshan looked at Du Ziren's pitch-black phone screen, still wearing a face of disdain and pity. He smiled and forced out a faint smile. Hello. Symbolically shaking hands with Wang Dashan, Du Ziren didn't care how impressive the other party was and lowered his head to look at his phone again. Scratching his head awkwardly, it was the first time Wang Dashan had been left in an awkward silence. He sat beside Du Ziren, unsure whether to stay or leave. Dad, I told you, this guy has some issues here. Wang Xiaoshan pointed to his head, complaining to Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan's face darkened, but he didn't say anything more. After a while, several entrepreneurs walked over to Du Ziren, thanking him for his care at the observation deck. But Du Ziren simply responded with polite remarks and continued to play with his phone. Are you kidding? Is chatting with those old folks more important than accompanying my wife? Immersed in the game, Du Ziren didn't notice that his table was already filled with the big shots of Wannan City. The small circle that others couldn't even get into, Du Ziren didn't care for at all. Cough. It was unclear how long it had been, but a clear female voice rang out in the center of the banquet hall. Welcome, gentlemen and ladies, to the corporate exchange meeting hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. This exchange meeting aims to promote cooperation and mutual benefit among major enterprises. The first item on the agenda for this meeting Suburban land development, the design guidelines for the new community named by the government, Jing'an Community. A clear female voice echoed through the banquet hall, and Du Ziren, who had been looking down at his phone, suddenly froze. What? Jing'an Community? He looked up at the scene and saw a huge display screen in the center. On the screen, a piece of land in the suburbs was marked. However, the outline of that land seemed familiar to him. Jing'an Community. Jing'an Community? Wait, I remember Qiu Shangshang. Didn't she first appear trapped in the garage of this community? No way. Are these two the same place? Staring blankly at the map on the display screen, Du Ziren suddenly laughed out loud. Impossible games are games, and reality is reality. Shaking his head, Du Ziren was about to lower his head and continue playing the game. Suddenly, Wang Dashan, noticing Du Ziren's interest in Jing'an Community, took the initiative to start a conversation. Mr. Du, could it be that you know something about Jing'an Community? He teased, looking at Du Ziren, while Wang Xiaoshan beside him smirked disdainfully. Dad, you're joking again. How could he possibly know about a project just established by the government? Right, I really don't know. It's just that I found that blueprint somewhat familiar. Oh, familiar? Where have you seen it? In a game. Game? Yes, it's this game of mine. The graphics are exquisite, the plot is unbeatable. Heavy on cultivation, heavy on interaction, it's simply a time killer. Raising the phone in his hand, Du Ziren was about to promote the game Doomsday Survival when the father and son beside him fell into silence. Mr. Du, we don't like playing games. Looking at the pitch-black screen, Wang Dashan confirmed that this kid indeed had some issues. You say you've seen a community like this in a game? Since you've seen it, you should be able to copy the design, right? Why don't you, brother Du, copy it out? Who knows, you might just land the design for this project. You should know, the design fee for this project is 100. Perhaps wanting to provoke Du Ziren, Wang Xiaoshan joked casually. After all, the other party's phone was black-screened. Could he really cash out any blueprints? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziren's eyes suddenly lit up. Hiss, is there money? If you say there's money, I really have to give it a try. Upon hearing about money, Du Ziren was all ears. The land in the display screen was almost 99% similar to Jing'an Community. If that was the case, then the blueprint of Jing'an Community in the game could very well be used in reality. Thinking of this, Du Ziren no longer cared about the discussions around him, just looking at the game screen, poking at Qiu Shengsheng's little face. Sheng, do you still remember the blueprint of Jing'an Community you got? Wu Hai and the others are dead, that thing is useless. Can you give it to me? You're really acting quite convincingly. Seeing Du Ziren talking to the screen again, Wang Xiaoshan couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head helplessly, he didn't take Du Ziren's words to heart, thinking he was just acting crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, Jing'an Community is a house near the upcoming development of the mine, and in a short time, the housing prices will definitely rise. If you can take on this, it will be a highly profitable project. We are now starting to bid for the project design. Those who believe they have the ability to undertake it can raise their hands and start reporting. The voice of the female host echoed continuously in the hall in front of the big screen. Everyone was staring at the land on the screen, lost in thought, struggling with whether to take action. At the same time, hey, blueprint of the Jing'an Community? Senior, what do you want that for? Qiu Shengsheng's steps suddenly halted, looking up in surprise. In Qiu Shengsheng's view, with the senior's skills, there shouldn't be a need to know the layout of the Jing'an Community, right? Coming and going at will, isn't it just random slaughter? I want to study it. Since you want it, Shengsheng will help you get it back. Without much thought, since the senior asked for it, Qiu Shengsheng decisively went to retrieve it. Striding forward, Qiu Shengsheng immediately walked into the mission room. Mining Black Market mid-level mission room. It still maintained its usual hustle and bustle, with most scavengers and ability users pointing at the missions on the wall, making selections. Suddenly, a crisp sound caught everyone's attention. Sister Linya, I'm back. Qiu Shengsheng entered, her clothes tattered and blackened, but her face was full of joy. Oh, Shengsheng, you came back so quickly? That mission. You didn't? Linya stood behind the bar, looking at Qiu Shengsheng in a daze. If it was a mission from the dog squad, it would definitely be resolved in no time if that senior took action. But seeing Qiu Shengsheng's tattered clothes, it seemed she had also participated in the mission. Could it be that senior intends to train Qiu Shengsheng? What does he want from her? Constantly grumbling in her heart, Linya still managed to squeeze out a smile. I did complete that mission, but I'm not in a hurry for that matter now. Sister Linya, do you remember the Jing'an Community blueprint I brought back before? I remember. What's up? If that blueprint is unclaimed, can I buy it? Oh, you mean that one. Actually, you don't need to. If no one claims it, you can just take it. As she spoke, Linya bent down and rummaged behind the earthen bar, finally finding the wrinkled Jingin community blueprint. Here, take it. Even though I don't know what you want this for, it's fine to take it. By the way, you said you completed the mission. That green crystal core. As soon as the green crystal core was mentioned, Linya's eyes sparkled. In the mining black market, such a third-tier, safe camp, the green crystal core was definitely a rare item. Almost as soon as she said this, all eyes in the previously noisy mission room turned towards the bar. A green quality crystal core? My goodness! This girl didn't take on that mission from the Fire Source mercenary group that they couldn't handle, did she? What did she just say? She completed it? Is that true? To get a green crystal core, her strength must be at least ability user tier 3, right? Amidst countless questioning gazes, Xiao Shengsheng ignored them and picked up the blueprint, waving to Linya. Sister Linya, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be right back. Okay. Watching Xiao Shengsheng leave, there was not a shred of doubt in Linya's eyes, only envy. Joking aside, if that senior was there to protect her all the way, you could say that not only the green crystal core, but even the purple crystal core could be obtained. Tap tap tap. Reaching a corner of the narrow dirt path, Xiao Shengsheng confirmed no one was around and respectfully held up the blueprint with both hands. Senior, the blueprint you wanted. Your apocalypse survival target is delivering a new gift to you. Do you accept? Yes. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren decisively clicked yes. His expression could be described as quite complicated. If the game's blueprint can really come to fruition, then at the very least, the modeling of this game has its own reasoning. Of course, there's actually a wildly imaginative theory. Xiao Shengsheng is living in a time that is at least 100 years after her own era. The zombie outbreak she is experiencing is set at least a century in the future from her current time. If she were to truly use the blueprint to establish Jingin community, it would take several years to complete. The residents moving in would take another decade or so, and considering Xiao Shengsheng's age and the old zombie judgment in the game scene, Xiao Shengsheng is living 100 years into her future? Although this theory sounds absurd, it does indeed align with the 99% similarity of the blueprint. After all, in the world, there aren't many plots of land that look exactly the same. If she helped build Jingin community, could it be that Xiao Shengsheng coincidentally hid inside it 100 years later? Will a zombie virus outbreak occur in the future? Hiss. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it gets. I must have read too many novels. This is just a game. Xiao Shengsheng's side is the game, and my side is reality, that's all. After patting his head, Du Ziren felt that he might have been exposed to too much lately and was starting to overthink. His gaze blankly turned towards the entrance of the banquet. He began to wonder how the game company of the Apocalypse survival game would deliver the package here this time. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to emphasize once again, the area around the community will develop into a massive mine, and at that time, the value of this community will be self-evident. The voice of the female host grew louder, and Du Ziren squinted his eyes. It's similar. It's becoming more and more like it. Xiao Shengsheng's safe camp is known as the black market of mines, right? Hiss. Is it also possible that this game development is actually by government personnel? They saw the government land planning in advance and created this game map setting? His mind was running wild. Thud. Suddenly, a waiter holding a tray handed a package to Du Ziren. Excuse me, are you Mr. Du? How? Before he could finish the word how, Du Ziren was stunned. The familiar package, the familiar characters. The package was clearly labeled with Xiao Shengsheng sent to Du Ziren, and it was only the size of an envelope, seemingly containing some paper inside. Where did you get this? He asked the waiter in confusion. The waiter shrugged. We just went outside to push the food cart, and the security said a Maybach had an extra package. When we saw it was yours, we brought it in. Is this game company really that impressive? They can even locate me here? Scratching his head, Du Ziren casually opened the package, and a community planning map as large as a world map suddenly appeared on the dining table. Wow, what is this? Wang Dashan, who had lost interest in Du Ziren, suddenly brightened up when he saw the densely packed blueprint. This planning, this structure, simply perfect, a masterpiece. Isn't this the perfect setting for Jingin community? Engaged in the gas industry, Wang Dashan had some knowledge of building plots as well. The densely packed planning on the blueprint seemed like it was crafted by a master. Mr. Du, where did you get this blueprint? I said this is game merchandise, do you believe it? Shaking the blueprint in his hand, Du Ziren compared it to the central screen. The outline of the land cannot be said to be identical, it's practically carved from the same mold. My goodness, could it be that the game developers really have government personnel involved? They can actually hire a professional designer for this broken game to set up the map planning? No, with your money, you should do more promotion. After cursing the game company a few times with SX, Duziran looked at Wang Dashan. Mr. Wang, do you think this thing can really be used? This is not just usable. This is simply the perfect plan. Genius. The person who designed this plan is definitely a genius. So, can I take this thing to bid? Wanting to reclaim the blueprint, Wang Dashan had already placed a hand on it. Young man, do you know some big shot in the design circle who just took a picture with their phone and sent it over? Can you sell me this blueprint? Regardless of whether the bid is successful or not, I'll give you 1 million if I win. How about that? Excitedly clutching the blueprint, Wang Dashan seemed to have some plans of his own. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. Dude, can you really pull out the design drawing? You can't just be pretending to be stupid, can you? He looked at Du Ziran suspiciously, feeling that he couldn't see through this crazy person again. Oh, you're offering 1 million? You want to take it yourself and make a profit, right? What about the others? Du Ziran didn't rush to agree but instead turned his gaze slowly to the other entrepreneurs at the dining table. Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted. Xianshan Land Company, I can offer 1 million. I'll offer 2 million. Young man, I've seen the blueprint, it's very professional, sell it to me. I'll offer 3 million. As the calls grew louder, Wang Dashan became anxious. Immediately, he shouted a high price. 2 million. Mr. Du, this is already beyond the value of this blueprint plan. 2 million to make a friend. If anything happens in Wannan City in the future, just call my name. His eyes behind the frame were full of pleading. Du Ziran looked at Wang Dashan for a moment, thought for a while, and nodded. All right, but I require a quick transfer. Is that okay? Sure. Come on, Xiaoshan, go ask Mr. Du for his account number and transfer the money immediately. What the hell are you dawdling for? Wang Xiaoshan was completely confused. Where did Du Ziran get this blueprint from? Not to mention that the land project was just announced a second ago. Even if he worked overtime, wouldn't it take a day to produce a draft? Not to mention a complete planning blueprint? Could it be that this guy has connections in the government? Did he know about the land division in advance? Was the blueprint prepared long ago? Looking at Du Ziran with suspicion, Wang Xiaoshan smiled flatteringly. Brother Du, let's add each other as friends. You send me your account number, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Alright. He simply added Wang Xiaoshan on WeChat and sent over the account number. Moments later, your bank card ending in 0304 has received 2 million yuan. Current balance, 7,207,772 yuan. Alright, here's the blueprint for you. Looking at the SMS notification, Du Ziran pushed the blueprint to Wang Dashan. Until this moment, he still felt a strange sense of dizziness. The community planning map that no one cared about in the game could actually sell for 2 million in the real world? Is this real? Sitting dazedly in his seat for a while, Wang Dashan was already holding the blueprint, excitedly going to bid. The boring industry exchange meeting continued, and Du Ziran observed for a while, feeling really uninterested, and called out to Yishao. I'm not staying any longer. The pleasantries are over. Take me home. Okay. As Du Ziran turned around and made another 200, Yishao no longer dared to casually brush him off. He immediately led him out of the Caesar Hotel and towards the parking lot. An hour later. Then I won't see you off. After returning to his own living room, Du Ziran and Yishao exchanged pleasantries and directly closed the door, settling into the sofa. On his phone, the screen of the Doomsday Survival game was frozen in the task room. In front of the bar, Linya respectfully looked at Xiao Shang. I've already contacted the dog squad. They're on their way. Are you sure that Crystal Core is with you? It must be a green quality dog type Crystal Core. That group of people has terrible tempers. I remember that standing calmly in front of the bar, having gone through too many dangers, Xiao Shang was not the least bit intimidated by the crowd's gaze, standing there with a cold expression. What do you think? How did she, a girl, complete the task? Could it be that she got lucky? Show me one you picked up. Either she randomly found a crystal core to complete the task, or she must have someone helping her. The idle chatter continued, but Xiao Shang paid no mind. She didn't want to expose her senior's identity for the sake of so-called fame. The secret she shared with her senior, she wanted to keep to herself. Tap tap tap. Soon, 4 young men quickly walked into the task room. These 4 were slightly thin but wore tight leather outfits. The exposed necks and faces had a strange tuft of gray-brown hair, looking somewhat out of place. But, as soon as these 4 entered the task room, which had been noisy, it fell silent immediately. The dog squad. The dog squad is here. They are the backbone of our camp. Wow. This is the first time I've seen a team of 4 ability users gathered together. A few exclamations arose, and one of the young men at the forefront of the dog squad quickly walked to the bar. I say, Lin girl, you said someone completed our task? Who is it? The young man's tone was casual, but Linya, upon hearing it, showed no anger, only smiled. Captain Go. It's this lady, Chiu Shangshang. Miss Chiu found the crystal core you needed. Oh, her? A girl? Following Linya's, the young man raised his eyebrows. Assessing Chiu Shangshang's thin figure, he couldn't help but feel skeptical. Are you kidding me? Can she really produce a green quality dog-type crystal core? This isn't a joke, right? Hey! I warn you, my time is limited. I'm not joking with you. It's not a joke. I really have it. Upon hearing this, Chiu Shangshang calmly took out the swift crystal core from her pocket. The moment the green crystal core appeared, all eyes in the task room focused on it. Crystal cores were not rare in the black market, but a quality green crystal core was indeed a rare item. Wow, there really is one? Where did she get it? Could it be that this girl went alone to kill a mutated dog? The discussions arose again, and Goyu narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the crystal core in Chiu Shangshang's hand. Within the dark green crystal core, energy swirled continuously, slowly forming the shape of a dog. Not bad. It really is a green dog-type crystal core. Give it to me. Excitedly, he reached out his large hand, covered in fur and sharp claws, rushing towards her, but Chiu Shangshang calmly withdrew her hand. Things I have. What about you? You promised to take me into the 3rd layer. Oh, your reaction. Hiss. I underestimated you. You're not simple at all. Watching Chiu Shangshang's retraction speed, Goyu's eyes gradually turned yellow. He realized that this girl in front of him was a bit off. Perhaps, this crystal core was indeed something she fought for. Alright, Linya is here, so I can't go back on my word. How about this? I'll take you into the 3rd layer first, then give you a deposit of 10 silver coins, so you can settle in the 3rd layer. As for your temporary accommodation, if you don't mind, we, Dog Squad, can spare you a room in our shelter. How about it? Raising an eyebrow at Chiu Shangshang, Goyu thought he was offering a high stake. But Chiu Shangshang decisively shook her head. No, I have younger siblings. To go to the 3rd layer, at least 3 spots. UTM. Are you crazy? Just the right to live in the 3rd layer requires a guarantor, not to mention a deposit of 10 silver coins, which is already a lot. You're asking for 3 people? I don't need to spend 30 silver coins to take you in for a single green crystal core. At most 2 people. Gritting his teeth, Goyu held up 2 fingers. The 3rd layer of the black market has few residents, not because the spots underground are hard to get, but because the guarantee amount is simply too expensive. A scavenger could never earn 1 silver coin in their lifetime. 1 silver coin. That's 1,000 copper coins. Even an ability user can't say how many silver coins they have on them. 30 silver coins would definitely be a loss for him. 2 people. Just 2 people. Fine. If it works, it works. If not, then forget it. Reluctantly looking at the crystal core in Chiu Shangshang's hand, Goyu was the rational type. Seeing that Chiu Shangshang seemed unwilling to budge, he sighed deeply and shook his head, ready to leave. Splash! Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Chiu Shangshang actually took out another green crystal core from her bosom. What if I have 2 green quality dog-type crystal cores? What? Clang! When the 2 green crystal cores were pulled out, the flickering ghostly light illuminated the room, and the mission room fell silent again. 2? How did she get her hands on them? Getting 2 green crystal cores means she must have killed at least 2 powerful mutant dogs, right? Hiss. This girl is not right. The noise immediately spread throughout the mission room. Even the usually quiet Linya couldn't help but have her eyelids twitch violently upon seeing the 2 green quality crystal cores. 2. If these were all mine, I might be able to go to the Anshan 2nd line safe camp. Her fists tightened, and the sour taste of jealousy grew stronger. Why wasn't I the one chosen by that senior? Her heart was in turmoil, but Linya's face remained calm as she smiled at Chiu Shangshang. Shangshang, do you have any extra crystal cores? If you do, I actually have a guarantee spot here. Looking at Chiu Shangshang with hope, but this time Chiu Shangshang shook her head and placed the 2 crystal cores on the bar. I only have these 2 green crystal cores left. My request isn't high. Take us 3 siblings into the 3rd layer, and also give me 10 silver coins. As for the accommodation, as long as you can guarantee that no one will randomly intrude into your shelter, I'm fine with it. She looked calmly at Goyu. Thump at this moment, Goyu's heart was racing. Beside him, several comrades couldn't help but excitedly pat his shoulder. Captain, Hurry up and agree. Yeah, as long as you agree, our team might be the only 6 ability user team. At that time, we won't be outdone by the elemental team. Captain, how about we brothers chip in? As long as we have these, we can take on more dangerous missions. Then the money will be easy to earn, right? The suggestions around him kept coming, and Goyu swallowed hard. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his hand on the bar counter. All right, it's settled then. Let's go. Right now, let's pick up your brother and sister, and we'll go to the 3rd floor entrance to register. Tap tap tap. Leading the way, Goyu strode out of the mission room, feeling a bit impatient. Inside the mission room, it was silent as a grave. Those who had originally doubted Qiu Shangsheng now lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. To produce 2 green crystals, even if they weren't obtained through one's own efforts, the means to do so were not to be trifled with. Huff, finally done. Thanks to the senior for giving me an extra crystal. With a blank expression, Qiu Shangsheng walked out of the mission room, quietly exhaling a breath, her frosty demeanor momentarily relaxing before returning to its coldness. Meanwhile, Du Ziren looked at the game interface, and the dog team had already led Qiu Shangsheng and her family of 3 to a dirt pit. The dirt pit was located on the left side of the 2nd floor, occupying at least 100 square meters. In the middle of the huge dirt pit, a sunken mine entrance was particularly noticeable. Near the mine entrance, a young man with short brown hair was lounging. He lay casually on a dirt chair, reading a magazine to pass the time. Oh, the entrance to the 3rd floor? Could it be here? Du Ziren was a bit curious. The entrance to the mine black market 2nd floor was guarded by Wu Hai, an ability user 3rd tier. So who was guarding the elusive 3rd floor for ordinary people? Tapping the lazy young man's head, a piece of information popped up in front of Du Ziren. Mine black market 3rd floor entrance guard, Lin Ping. Ability level, ability user 4th tier, ability, sunken soil, relationship, Linya, siblings, huh? No wonder. I was wondering why Linya always said she wanted to go to a higher level camp. Turns out all the good jobs in this mine black market are monopolized by their family. Their strength is not low either. Looking at Lin Ping with some surprise, just as Qiu Shangsheng and her family of 3 were being led to negotiate with Lin Ping. Buzz buzz buzz, a game pop-up appeared on the phone again. Detected that the game is about to enter main story riot. Would you like to activate the Game Pass? The Game Pass will grant you experience points based on your character's activities. Each stage of the Yi Pass rewards is incredibly generous. Don't miss out. You are about to complete the achievement task New Home, with a pass experience reward of 500. Would you like to spend 3,100 yuan to activate this month's pass rewards? What the hell? This damn game actually has a pass? Good, good, good. What kind of recharge project have you stitched together? Tapping on a scroll icon that appeared on the screen. Once opened, the icon displayed a rewards chart with over 200 plus levels. Almost every level had a fixed reward, and every 5 major levels had special rewards. However, even a certain farm game from Goose Factory has a free pass route. But this damn game, did they really black out the free route? Damn. Alright, you're even more black-hearted than Goose Factory. His gaze swept over the various levels of rewards. Level 1, small horn asterisk 1, level 2, small horn asterisk 1, level 3, small horn asterisk 1, and so on, until his eyes lit up at the reward for level 5. Level 5, special reward crystal core armor. Above the level 5 frame was a metallic-colored upper body armor, with a vacant spot for a crystal core on the chest. He casually clicked on it, but the description of this armor was not visible for now. However, based on Du Ziren's gaming experience, he guessed that this armor might be embedded with a crystal core, unlocking some special abilities. Wow, so this month's pass is a full set of crystal core armor? He scrolled through the subsequent route map of the Yi Pass. Sure enough, at the reward for level 10, there appeared the wrist armor. Charge. My Xinxing's combat uniform just got torn. This month's fashion, I must get it no matter what. I wonder how this skin bonus works. In Du Ziren's eyes, this was just the Yi Pass in the game for unlocking a full set of skins, and it was tiered rewards, which was really frustrating. Grinding and spending. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged 3,100 yuan, current balance 7,197,672 yuan. After the phone displayed the deduction, the icon for the Yi Pass permanently remained on the screen. Du Ziren didn't care how much he had spent. He just stared intently at the screen. He was now somewhat curious about what the so-called game, main story, Riot, was all about. What? So after playing for so long, he had only completed the prologue, right? The game was just beginning? Oh, isn't this Team Go? Why are you back so early today? Didn't go out? In a hurry to have little puppies? Lin Ping was still slumped on the earthen chair, and upon seeing Goyu return with people, he teased with great interest. Damn it, Lin Ping, you better watch your mouth. One day I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Tisk tsk tsk. Look at you, getting anxious? Is that a blush? Damn, I don't have time to argue with you today. Come on, get these three a 3-layer pass, I need to take them down. He pointed at Xiao Shengsheng and the others behind him, and Goyu's expression turned serious. Oh, you want to give 3 people 3-layer residency permissions all at once? Wow, Team Go, you've hit the jackpot, huh? Lin Ping looked surprised at Xiao Shengsheng behind Goyu, and his eyelids twitched. His gaze suspiciously scanned Xiao Shengsheng's military uniform, as if he thought of something, and after carefully looking at Xiao Shengsheng and Goyu again, he said no more. With a snap, Lin Ping snapped his fingers. Rumble rumble suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled, the earth cracked open, and a block of red copper emerged. A large hand slapped the copper block, and slowly, a crimson liquid began to flow out. In the blink of an eye, the liquid solidified into 3 red copper metal plates. The metal plates cracked evenly with several strange patterns, accompanied by slowly forming text. 0927, 0928, 0929. Here, 3 access cards. Hold on to them. If you lose them, you'll have to reapply for the access card to get into the 3rd floor, and don't think you can fool me with other cards. By the way, reissuing it still costs 10 silver coins. Lin Ping casually handed 3 copper cards to Xiao Shengsheng, his expression playful, seemingly confident in the anti-counterfeiting measures of the pass card he had fabricated. Alright, where's the money? He reached out his large hand towards Goyu without courtesy, and Goyu's face darkened. Damn, I can't escape from you. Hesitating, Goyu almost pieced together 30 silver coins from his clothes, pants, and socks before handing them to Lin Ping. Lin Ping frowned, waved his hand after receiving the coins. Damn, you dog squad. So disgusting, hiding money in your socks. Get lost, don't let me see you. Clang clang clang. Amid his words, a simple elevator was surprisingly pulled up from the large earth hole beside him by a rope. Let's go. This is the pass card done. With this, every time you pass by Lin Ping here, just show the card, and he can summon the elevator to take you down to level 3. Remember, if you lose the pass card, reissuing it costs 10 silver coins. Be sure to keep it safe. He earnestly explained to Xiao Shengsheng as the group stepped into the narrow elevator. Clang clang clang. As the elevator descended, there was actually a flickering light in the deeply sunken level 3 dirt path below. Clang clang. The old simple elevator's sound swayed continuously in their ears. Gradually, an incredible scene unfolded before Xiao Shengsheng's eyes. Underground black market level 3. Unlike level 2, this spacious area below was only a few thousand square meters, but it had a height of over 10 meters. The walls were illuminated by mining lamps, and on the vast mining soil stood towering, bizarre giant trees. At first glance, each giant tree was nearly as thick as the elevator cabin. These giant trees had dense branches, with large branches extending and intertwining at the treetops, creating a web-like appearance high above. And on these dense branches, countless treehouses stood tall. Underground level 3, a place everyone envied, was actually an entire floor of tree residences. This, Xiao Shengsheng was somewhat dumbfounded. She had imagined that underground level 3 could be exquisite stone houses or mud villas, but she had never thought that it would be filled with large trees, with everyone living above the trunks. Didn't expect this, did you? I didn't expect it either when I first came in. Don't underestimate these tree houses, they have everything inside. Furniture, drinking water, even radio broadcasts, all complete. Living in the trees not only has good air, but the trees also produce oxygen, making it a paradise of oxygen up there. With this living environment, even before the apocalypse, it would have been priceless. Seemingly noticing Xiao Shengsheng's astonishment, Goyu smiled faintly. Clang clang clang. After the elevator landed, he pointed to a huge tree trunk. At the waist of the trunk, mining lamps were arranged to carve out 3 neon characters, Dog Squad. Here, see that? It's this tree. Don't get the wrong one in the future. Most trees already have owners. If you choose the wrong one, you'll offend someone. We Dog Squad live here. Let me arrange your residence first. Goyu waved his hand, approached the large trunk, and intentionally tapped 3 times on the upper left side of the trunk. Rustle rustle rustle. A green vine surprisingly slid down from the huge trunk. This is the password lock for our tree. Tap 3 times at this spot. After explaining in detail to Xiao Shengsheng, the group held onto the green vine, which unexpectedly and easily pulled everyone up to the treetop. High above, among the staggered branches, there were a total of 7 small wooden houses on this giant tree. He pointed to the wooden house in the left corner, and Goyu was a bit impatient. Hey, that house around the corner will be your home from now on. You can explore its functions slowly, don't worry, no one will disturb you on a regular basis. That second one, lend me 10 silver coins. He asked a member of the dog squad behind him for 10 coins, and Goyu urged, give me the crystal core. We're even. Although she still hadn't fully understood the situation here, Xiao Shengsheng took the silver coins and traded for 2 crystal cores. After a few simple pleasantries, Xiao Shengsheng took her younger siblings and carefully moved along the tree trunk towards the wooden house in the corner. The wooden house in the distance seemed small, but once inside, it had all the space one could need. In the nearly 30 square meter living room, there were wooden sofas and coffee tables, and even a wooden speaker on the wall that looked like it was used for broadcasting. On either side of the living room, there was a small bathroom on the left with a small bathtub, which had hot water supplied at 7 every evening written on it. On the right was a huge bedroom, complete with a wooden bed, wooden windows, and wooden cabinets. Sister, is this going to be our home from now on? Wow, it feels better than the buildings outside. Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing curiously looked around, the air filled with the fragrance of wood. This is our new home. Even Xiao Shengsheng was momentarily taken aback. Just a few days ago, she was crammed with her younger siblings in a dirt house, drinking dirty water as a scavenger. Now, she could actually live this quality of life? The dry and comfortable space, the fragrant air, and the tranquility within the house filled Xiao Shengsheng with happiness at every moment. Home. This is what a proper home looks like. What was life like before? All of this is thanks to the senior. Without him, Shengsheng would probably have died outside. Senior, do you see this? Thanks to you, Shengsheng has a new home. With excitement sparkling in her eyes, Xiao Shengsheng looked gratefully into the void. Buzz 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 on the other side of the phone, Du Ziren's phone screen suddenly popped up a new notification. Congratulations, you have unlocked the game achievement New Home. Pass experience plus 500. Current pass level 5. Items you can claim are as follows. Small speaker *4, crystal core armor, chestplate. Your apocalypse survival subjects feel unprecedented happiness, happiness value plus 5. Current happiness index, 30. Congratulations, you have completed a phase of happiness, and an egg reward is about to be unlocked. As expected, what brings direct happiness is food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. This really feels like a home. Curiously looking at the game screen, Du Ziren speculated that the strange giant trees in the Mine Black Market level 3 might not be naturally occurring. Perhaps the leader of the Mine Black Market was a powerful, wood elemental ability user who created the ecological space of the Underground 3 volumes. Regardless of whether he is a wood elemental ability user, what I should focus on now is with a happiness value of 30, does that mean? A lewd smile crept onto his lips as Du Ziren prepared a stack of tissues beside his seat. He was afraid he might drool later. Inside the wooden house, Xiao Ning and Xiaoya were constantly fiddling with the large speaker in the living room. They never expected that this thing would actually produce sound. Radio FM 19.8 Human Survivor Camp Broadcast. The survivor camps in the urban area of Wanbei have recently lost contact, suspected to be due to a tide of corpses or uncontrollable factors flooding in. Human Alliance needs to strengthen vigilance. It is reported that time abilities have begun to emerge, specifics are unclear. The broadcast echoed in the room, filling the 3 members of the Cho family, who had never experienced life before the apocalypse, with curiosity and excitement. Hey, there's sound. There really is sound. Wow. Is this broadcast transmitted through wood? Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing speculated, while Xiao Shengsheng smiled without speaking. What is happiness? The satisfied laughter of family is worth more than anything. By the way, I saw that the wooden bath says it provides hot water every night at 7. Could it be that there are special pipes for water here? Curiously, they walked into the bathroom. After a short while, whoosh, hot steaming water arrived as promised. Wow, there really is hot water. Does that mean we can take a hot bath every night before bed? Xiao Jing's eyes blinked rapidly, sparkling with excitement. It seems that this 3-story place really has its reasons for being expensive. Xiao Ning, Xiao Jing, do you want to take a bath? It's the first bath in the new home. Xiao Shengsheng smiled, and just as Xiaoya was about to nod, she was pulled back by Xiao Ning. Sister, you go first. We'll wash separately later. He looked around warily, forcing a strange smile. Sister, you should talk to that senior. We can manage on our own. Ha, Xiao Ning, what are you saying? Xiao Shengsheng's ears instantly flushed red, and she bit her lip, glancing around cautiously before hurriedly closing the bathroom door. TCH. Saying no, but the body is quite honest. Watching Xiao Shengsheng's little woman demeanor, Xiao Ning teased, pulling Xiao Jing back to the bedroom. Brother, why can't sister take us when she bathes? Xiao Jing mumbled, and Xiao Ning shrugged. You don't really think that senior is trying to train sister, do you? Ha, isn't that so? As far as I know, When a man treats a woman this well, generally speaking, he likes her. Training a helper? Have you ever seen such meticulous training? This isn't training a helper at all. This is clearly training a wife. How do you know so much, brother? Kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Anyway, just let them be alone. Thud. The door to the bedroom closed. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren was dumbfounded. No, is this the charm of happiness value 30? This electronic little brother is even starting to assist himself? Invincible. It's hard to imagine. Once the happiness value is full, will he persuade Qiu Shengsheng to have a football team for me? Damn. Thinking too much. How can an electronic wife give birth? His mind was a mess of thoughts. Gulialu. Suddenly, the game screen began to move, arriving at a wooden house filled with mist. Gulialu in the wooden bathtub, Qiu Shengsheng's head floated on the water's surface, continuously blowing bubbles. Under the hazy water, her fair skin and swaying mountains were particularly eye-catching. Say, Senior, you are watching, right? Gulialu. Du Ziren couldn't help but swallow. I am here. I'm sorry. The military combat suit you gave me, I broke it. The girl's cheeks flushed, waves surging beneath the water's surface. She seemed not to care whether Du Ziren could see that glimpse of beauty, just feeling shy as she lowered her head. It's okay. That thing was meant to withstand zombies. In front of ability users, it really isn't enough. By the way, as if recalling something, Du Ziren clicked on the pass on the screen. Claim. He tapped the level 5 reward twice, and his backpack suddenly filled with small horn *4 and crystal core armor, chest armor. Here, you can use this. Buzz. He casually slid the crystal core armor, chest armor, in front of Qiu Shengsheng. Splash. The next moment, the heavy chest armor fell into the bath, splashing water everywhere. Qiu Shengsheng was startled, and beneath the water, her skin, blushing from the heat, resembled a peach, her slender waist twisting under the water's sheen, captivating, especially that pair of peaks, which made Du Ziren's eyes dazzle. Unfortunately, Qiu Shengsheng was wearing a tight black lingerie set, which lacked a bit of allure. Gurgle. The heavy chest armor sank underwater, and after hesitating for a moment, Qiu Shengsheng finally brought the armor back to the surface. Senior? What is this? The armor embedded with crystal core. You should wear it. At least you won't have to fear sudden attacks from abilities anymore. Isn't this too precious? Qiu Shengsheng felt a bit shy again. No matter how precious, it's not more important than your life. Put it on. The commanding tone came through, and Qiu Shengsheng's ears perked up, her face turning even redder. Senior, what do you mean by that? What does it mean? It should mean that I should pay attention to safety, right? Smoke was already rising from her head. Qiu Shengsheng bit her lip and slowly fastened the chest armor onto herself. In the misty water, she seemed to have made a certain decision, suddenly staring blankly at the phone screen across from her. Senior. Shengsheng dares to ask, what is your name? Your apocalypse survival target wants to know your name. Please enter your nickname ID. Suddenly, a line of text popped up on the game window, and Du Ziren frowned immediately. Alright, so I just created my character now, huh? Damn it! After spending so much money, the game is just starting? After a moment of hesitation, Du Ziren thought to input the nickname, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. But then he thought, no, wait. If his electronic wife got close to him in the future and always called him Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, it just feels a bit strange. After a brief pause, Du Ziren decided to input his real name, Du Ziren. Du Ziren. A deep voice echoed in the bathroom. Du Ziren? Du Ziren? Senior. Your name is unexpectedly nice. Qiu Shengsheng kept murmuring, as if she wanted to engrave this name into her bones. Senior. In the future, can I call you Ziren-senpai? Call it a few more times. On the phone, Du Ziren couldn't help but smile widely when he heard Qiu Shengsheng call him that. Sure. Then, Shengsheng will definitely work hard in the future, striving to stand by Ziren-senpai's side as soon as possible. The girl's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed. One couldn't tell what she was thinking at that moment. On the other side of the phone, almost simultaneously, the game window popped up again. Congratulations on officially creating your game character. Your apocalypse survival target's happiness level has reached 30. Would you like to spend 300,000 renminbi to purchase this game's related peripherals, a set of game nutrient pods? The game nutrient pod is equipped with real sensory interaction, allowing you to simulate zero-distance interaction with your game character. You deserve it. What the hell? Du Ziren was stunned. Game nutrient pod? What is that thing? Over there in the island country, they once said they researched VR sensory game helmets. No way. When did our country surpass foreign game research technology? With uncertainty, Du Ziren clicked on the description of the game nutrition pod. On the phone screen, it displayed a long object that looked like a black coffin, somewhat resembling black iron metal. But on this coffin, there were actually several hollow, crystal openings, similar to the crystal core armor. It looked like it could have crystals embedded in it, giving it a somewhat fantastical vibe. I've seen top-tier computers selling for over 100,000. If this game pod really has sensory interaction features, selling for 300,000 might actually be worth that price. 300,000, huh? Ziren Sr. Ziren Sr.? He was initially a bit hesitant. But, listening to Chiu Shengsheng on the phone repeatedly calling Ziren Sr., Du Ziren suddenly felt confident. Buy it. Must buy. If I can experience the feeling of touching Shengsheng, it would definitely be worth it. With his mind racing, Du Ziren immediately chose payment. Your bank card ending in 0304 has been charged 300,000 yuan. Current bank balance, 6,897,672 yuan. Charge. After completing the payment, watching the game screen gradually blur, he exited the bathroom scene. Du Ziren felt an inexplicable emptiness inside, as if he had been scammed. Damn, could it be that they deliberately kept me hanging for so long, just to blow my 300,000 gold coins? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. After all, there are so many online chat scams, aren't they all about building a relationship with you first, then ruthlessly draining your gold coins, and finally running away? Damn it! The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. I've really never heard of any research on a game nutrition pod in the country. He slapped himself for being slow to realize. Just as Du Ziren was about to curse the unscrupulous manufacturer. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, pressed by someone. Who is it? Rushing over to take a look, Du Ziren peered through the peephole and froze in shock. Wade, F.A.? His pupils widened, because outside the door lay a game nutrition pod that looked exactly like the one in the phone's description. Black, long, resembling a coffin, just quietly placed outside the door. No way, man. I'm on the 7th floor. Is your delivery this fast? And not a sound at all? Could the delivery person be Quicksilver? With his mouth agape, Du Ziren's perception of this game was completely refreshed. Incredible! This sneaky game company must be quietly researching something big. When they announce it, they'll definitely win the top gaming award in 2026. As for himself, perhaps he was some lucky user, a beta tester? This game company is like family. He shouldn't have doubted them. Holding onto this speculation, Du Ziren opened the door and tried to lift the seemingly heavy game nutrition pod. Thud, surprisingly, this thing looked quite heavy, yet Du Ziren lifted it with one hand and moved it inside. Clang. Once the game nutrition pod was placed in the living room, Du Ziren couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Click, click, click. Opening the coffin lid filled with crystal inlay ports, Du Ziren peered inside the game nutrition pod, which was just a dark, thin film material, nothing special to see. What now? Should I try it? Tentatively climbing into the game nutrient pod, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. Please close the game pod door and fill the crystal core outside the door to obtain a complete gaming experience. What the hell? Artificial intelligence? Surprised by the design of this black coffin, Du Ziren couldn't even tell where the sound was coming from. Do I still need to embed the crystal core? Aha, I understand. Those previous crystal cores weren't just game peripherals. They are also the key to starting this game nutrient pod? Excitedly climbing out of the game nutrient pod, Du Ziren quickly walked to the windowsill. In the flower tray of Snowdrop, the previous and current number of crystal cores totaled 7. And on the lid of the game nutrient pod, there were 5 hollow openings. Du Ziren casually inserted a few crystal cores, immediately closed the lid, and lay flat inside the pod like a corpse. Energy replenishing. Performing misaligned projection. User information collection in progress. Du Ziren, 18 years old. Ability analysis in progress. Your power level is initially set as follows: Flame ability, White ability user level 2, Steel ability, White ability user level 3, Bloodline ability, White ability user level 1, Canine transformation ability, Blue ability user level 1. You are currently in a novice protection period, activating optimization buff invisibility. You can automatically choose to turn this buff on or off. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. As the high-tech voice in his ears finished, a white mist sprayed out with a hiss in the black membrane space. After inhaling the mist, Du Ziren felt as if his body was being drawn away, as if he were truly crossing over to another world. Outside the game pod, which he could not see, the 5 crystal cores embedded in the lid instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. With his eyes comfortably squinted, when Du Ziren opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself standing in a wooden cabin. It was the living room of the wooden cabin where Chiu Shengsheng was currently located. What the hell? this is really a TM immersive VR game? Trying to move his hands and feet, it felt almost the same as usual. In fact, when Duziran quickly walked over to sit on the sofa in the wooden cabin living room, he could even feel the wood grain under his butt. Awesome! This game's technology is unbeatable. Secretly admiring the game's technology, a panel flashing with his ability level appeared before Duziran, leaving him utterly confused. What does this mean? Shouldn't I be the invincible otherworldly being? Where's my dimensional blade? What the hell are these ability levels lower than Xiao Xingxing's? Rubbing his chin, Duziran's gaze swept over the 4 abilities, and he seemed to think of a possibility, his eyes suddenly brightening. I understand. The body I projected into this world is based on the crystal core gift that Xiao Xingxing gave me to calculate my strength. Damn, does that mean I can't show off and impress girls? Frantically clicking on the screen in front of him, Duziran's tense mood relaxed a bit. No problem, the flashing word, recharge, in the upper right corner was still there. When in doubt, ask, recharge. Sure enough, this damn game won't miss any opportunity to make money. Adapting to the interface in front of him, Duziran was just about to step outside the wooden cabin to see the game modeling of this underground level 3. Click suddenly, the door to the bathroom opened. Looking up, he saw the wooden door shrouded in mist, and Xiao Shengsheng, draped in a simple outer garment, was walking gracefully toward the sofa. A wave of fragrant air accompanied by hot steam surged in, and Duziran sat dazed in a corner of the sofa, his heart inexplicably racing. Fragrant. So fragrant. This is Xingxing's scent. His face couldn't help but flush. In the past, through the screen, Duziran could shamelessly show his pig-like face. But now, facing her directly, seeing the little beauty Xiao Shengsheng approaching him, how could the inexperienced Duziran not feel a surge of emotions? Damn, this game company, it's invincible. If there were 18+ game scenes, wouldn't it be out of this world? Sitting motionless in the corner, Duziran was stunned. On the other end of the sofa, Xiao Shengsheng wiped the sweat from her face and casually placed her pair of snow-white long legs on the sofa. Hu Chou Ning, Xiao Jing, you can go take a shower now, she called towards the direction of the bedroom, and the 2 little ones immediately opened the door. Qiao Ning looked at her sister suspiciously and muttered, so soon? Then, ignoring her sister's flushed face, she walked towards the bathroom. Hu after taking a bath, her scorching body continuously emitted steam. Xiao Shengsheng panted slightly, beads of sweat glistening on her snow-white skin. Her long, beautiful legs were spread out, and the underwear at the base of her legs was dampened by water droplets, revealing a hint of beauty. Hiss! Duziran was mesmerized. He didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to twitch. In this large room, who would know that just less than a centimeter in front of Xiao Xingxing's beautiful legs, Duziran was sitting there? Turtle. The invisible person scenario I used to fantasize about, I'm actually experiencing it now. 300,000 is worth it. Worth it. Occasionally turning his head, Duziran carefully observed Xiao Xingxing's small face. Previously, looking through the phone screen, he thought she looked a bit sickly and thin. Now, after his help and care, up close, her swan-like face was beginning to take shape. Long black hair hung on both sides of her shoulders, slender willow-like eyebrows, big watery peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose and small mouth, with a hint of rosy blush on her cheeks. The youthful beauty was nothing short of stunning. Gullialu as he watched, Duziran couldn't help but swallow. Indeed, an electronic wife is the most perfect. I wonder what my senior does every night. With her damp hair pressed against the wooden wall, Xiao Xingxing's chest was wide open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Does he think of me before sleeping? Murmuring in a voice only she could hear, Xiao Xingxing's cheeks turned slightly red, and then as if in disdain, she spat, "You little flirt. What are you thinking? How could my senior possibly like you?" Covering her face in embarrassment and anger, the girl's neck was flushed as if it would burst. So cute. Duziran sat on the side, watching Xiao Shengsheng daze off with an innocent smile. So nice. So nice. What joy in the world could compare to secretly watching a girl share her thoughts? Every time my senior likes to poke me. Is it possible that next time when he pokes me, I can secretly touch him back? Her murmuring voice arose, and Xiao Shengsheng thought that tonight's fantasy was something only she knew. Little did she know, beside her, Duziran was listening clearly. Does she also want to try touching me? It was Duziran's turn to blush. In the cramped room, the bittersweet atmosphere of young love was brewing invisibly. Sister, I'm done showering. Xiao Jing? This guy must be asleep already. In the bathroom, Xiao Ning quickly walked out of the shower and called into the bedroom. He glanced at his sister, who seemed to be dozing against the wall, hesitated for a long time, and chose not to wake her, walking into the bedroom instead. Thought it was unclear how much time had passed when the lights in the wooden house went out. Time slipped away, and silence enveloped the room. Duziren confirmed once again that Xiao Shengsheng was napping against the wooden wall before awkwardly standing up. There was no other choice. His arrival had been too sudden. If he had cancelled the invisibility buff from the start and appeared directly in front of Xiao Shengsheng, it would have been hard to explain why he was there and would easily ruin his image in her eyes. It was better to just follow her quietly and observe. It had its own charm. Sleeping like this, aren't you going to catch a cold? Slowly, he took off a hospital gown that had Wannan City Mental Muscle Department written on it, intending to drape it over Xiao Xingxing's chest. In the darkness, it should have been a warm scene. At that moment, the appearance of a white hospital gown was eerie as it fell onto Xiao Shengsheng. Senior, senior, her cherry-red lips murmured, and Xiao Shengsheng seemed to be dreaming, her face flushed, her long legs crossing and twisting. That beautiful face was right in front of him, and Duziren didn't know where he found the courage, but he reached out, wanting to touch Xiao Xingxing's face. Thud! His fingers lightly tapped her cheek, and Duziren's first feeling was one word: smooth, soft, tender, fragrant. Looking at Shengsheng like this is quite cute. He wanted to reach out and touch her face again. Thud! Suddenly, a strong hand tightly grabbed Duziren's wrist. Xiao Shengsheng woke up, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and she gripped Duziren's hand tightly, looking into the void darkness. Damn! Duziren panicked. He felt like a thief caught in the act. Shengsheng, it's me. Trying to stay calm, Duziren spoke in a familiar voice. Senior? Is it really you, senior? The grip of her small hand immediately loosened, and Xiao Xingxing's face turned bright red. Realizing she was holding her senior's hand, she pressed her lips together and unexpectedly, boldly took his hand. Perhaps the darkness gave her courage, and she suddenly murmured, Ziren senior, can I sleep with my head on your hand? Just for a bit, okay? With that small hand holding him, Duziren's heart raced. In the darkness, those bright, hopeful, loving eyes sparkled, and Duziren's ears turned red. Okay, really? Holding Duziren's hand tightly, Xiao Shengsheng treated it like a treasure and slowly rested her head on the sofa. She pressed her face against his hand like a cat, occasionally letting out a silly laugh. What she didn't know was that the boy standing in front of the sofa was blushing and at a loss. The game is taking the intimacy route. 30 happiness points for doing certain things. Definitely not enough. If it were that easy to roll in the sheets, the game setting would be off. Many daily foreshadowings will soon appear. The long night dragged on. Duziren didn't know how long he had been in a daze, but by the time he pulled his hand away, Xiao Shengsheng was already fast asleep. This game experience has ended. Core energy insufficient. Projection will soon end. Please rate this real-life interactive experience. You can evaluate it on the mobile app. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Duziren had just been savoring the warmth of being needed by Xiao Shengsheng, and in the next moment, he opened his eyes, his face flushed as he sat up in the gaming pod. Just that long? Having tasted the thrill, Duziren flexed his hands, clearly still yearning for the interaction he had just experienced. Inside the gaming pod, the mechanical voice sounded again. Your interaction lasted 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 16 seconds. Do you think that's not long enough? Was it really that long? You spent 2 hours and 45 minutes just staring at Xiao Shengsheng. The game firmly identifies you as a love-struck fool. Suddenly jumping out of the gaming pod, Duziren felt as if he had been poked in the spine, and he immediately lost the desire to interact with the artificial intelligence any longer. Closing the pod door, Duziren was shocked to find that all 5 of the crystal cores on the door had disappeared. What the hell? I played for just a bit, and you swallowed them all? You greedy merchants, To Duziren, the crystal cores seemed like some kind of battery setting. He had only played for 3 hours, and he had already consumed 5 crystal cores? How much would it cost to play for a whole day? If he inserted brand new, color-shifting crystal cores, how long would they last? These actually didn't matter. The most important thing was that the crystal core's battery could only be given by the game characters. This damn game company. Does that mean I can't enjoy myself? I want to take back my good review. Opening his phone, Duziren immediately gave the recent game nutrition pod a 1-star rating. Maybe, once the intimacy level is high enough, I can get rid of that annoying holy light? Perhaps, I could sneak in to watch Xiao Shengsheng take a shower? He thought with a hint of mischief. Duziren was very clear that many game settings dictated that if the intimacy level was not high enough, doing something out of line would actually lower the favorability. Just thinking about the innocent interaction he had just experienced made Duziren feel more excited than dating the school beauty. My Shengsheng is simply amazing. He grinned like a fool. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in from the window on the 7th floor, making Du Ziren shiver. It was then that he was surprised to find that his hospital gown seemed to be missing. What the hell? Did I really give it to Chiu Shengsheng? Looking suspiciously at the gaming pod, Du Ziren trembled from the cold, having no time to investigate further. He quickly walked into the bedroom and changed into a simple set of sportswear. Glancing at the clock in the living room, he was shocked to see that it was already 3 in the morning. Damn, playing games really consumes time. Wait, why am I not sleepy or hungry? He rubbed his head in confusion. Usually, at this hour, he would have long succumbed to sleep. Could it be because I was lying in the gaming pod today? Could it really provide nutrition? Recalling the mist inside the game nutrition pod, Du Ziren shook his head, feeling it was a bit unrealistic. Picking up his phone, he saw that in the Apocalypse survival game app, Chiu Shengsheng was still sweetly asleep. Unable to sleep himself, Du Ziren decided to open the door and head to the night market outside Wannan community. The night market. Simply put, it was a temporary trading area filled with snack stalls, miscellaneous goods, and vendors selling dogs and cats. The Wannan City Night Market was located in the north of the city and had long been known as a ghost market that opened at 11 p.m. and closed at 4 a.m. At this moment, even though it was 3 in the morning, the streets in the suburbs were bustling with people. Hey, come take a look, ancient coins from the Western Joe? I think it's from last week. Ha ha ha. In front of the antique vendor, a flurry of teasing voices echoed. Du Ziren stood outside the antique area, glancing inside a few times, but he wasn't too interested. After casually buying a few grilled sausages in the food area, Du Ziren wandered through the night market's activity zone. The activity zone was mostly filled with vendors. For example, there were mobile phone screen protectors and a doll project that could change locations in just a few minutes. Du Ziren found it amusing, and as he walked, he came to a section labeled Pet Sale Area. Yes, the sale of pets was also a major attraction in the night market. However, pets sold at night markets are different from those in pet stores. It's easy to encounter Sunday dogs or sick dogs. They often have a low price and good looks, but once you take them home, they usually get sick and die within 3 or 4 days. By then, if you want to find the vendor, they have long disappeared. Hey, handsome, come check out my puppies. You can adopt them no cost. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out. Du Ziren looked up to see a short-haired woman, around 30, with a lean and capable figure, waving kindly at him from beside a dozen large iron cages. Adopt? What kind of trick is that? Squinting, Du Ziren didn't think there was any free lunch. Just as he was about to ignore the woman, she seemed to sense his wariness and quickly called out, Hey, don't go. It's really just adoption. The dogs here aren't any specific breeds. They're all strays. I've already paid for their deworming and sterilization. It's just that I have too many dogs to care for, and it's making me poor. If you see one you like, just take it home. The sincerity in the woman's words made Du Ziren stop in his tracks and turn to look at the pile of pet cages. Looking around, most of the dogs were indeed local dogs, or farm dogs. He could only see 1 or 2 golden retrievers and huskies. Looking closely at the woman's outfit, she was wearing a simple apron and black pants, which didn't really make her look like a dog dealer. TSK. Thinking about getting a dog? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren was still hesitating. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a golden retriever in one of the cages barked at Du Ziren. He was taken aback. It wasn't that the dog was doing anything to him, but rather, in a daze, he seemed to understand the dog's language. Woof woof woof, kid, what mom said is true. There are many stray dogs at mom's house. Ha! Staring blankly at the golden retriever, Du Ziren was completely stunned. Woof 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 woof. Following that, several local dogs in other cages began barking at each other. Kid, pick me. I'm not picky with food. Pick me, I'm quiet. Everyone move aside, I'm the one who licks. The barking sounds rose and fell, transforming in Du Ziren's ears into voices selling themselves. Wah, da, fa. After a long moment of daze, Du Ziren scratched his ears repeatedly, confirming he hadn't misheard. His expression was quite complex. Had there been too many strange occurrences lately? Self-healing from ALS, meteorite falling, steel frame welding. And now, he could even understand dog language? Hiss. Could it be that ALS unlocked my genetic code? Have I gained the ability to talk to animals? With such a somewhat delusional thought, Du Ziren looked towards the distant cat vendor stall. Meow meow meow, he called out to a ragdoll cat, which looked at him suspiciously, its deep blue eyes revealing a hint of weariness, as if to say, idiot. All right, looks like I can only understand dog language. Rubbing his head, Du Ziren smiled at the dog stall owner and approached the dog cages. Woof 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 woof. Suddenly, countless stray dogs barked wildly. Pick me, I'm super sweet. You're sweet, pick me, I promise I won't chew up your sofa. You lying bastard, you just chewed up mom's sofa this morning. Countless dog languages swirled around his ears, and for a moment, Duzirin didn't know which dog to look at. I probably can't go back to Baiha village. Staying by this woman's side is fine. Suddenly, a slightly sad, mature voice caught Duzirin's curiosity. Following the sound, he saw clearly. Beneath countless cages, there was a pitch-black wuhai dog. This dog was about the size of a standard rural dog, lying on the ground with a face full of sorrow. Compared to the other dogs, this one looked very melancholic, very different. Boss, where did you get this dog? Pointing at the wuhai dog, Duzirin became interested. The female owner brightened up at his words. You mean this one? It's different. It came looking for me. It seems it ran out from Baiha village on the outskirts. I saw it look like it hadn't eaten for a few days, so I took it in. You have a good eye. This dog is very honest. It just likes to daydream. Not a bit rowdy. If you want to adopt it, you can take it home right now, the female owner said enticingly, and Duzirin squatted down, patting the cage. Hey woof, what do you want? Stop daydreaming, okay? Why did you run out from Baiha village? Woof woof woof. Something's wrong there. So many people are getting agitated. Woof, what? You can talk to me? He seeing the wuhai dog's confused expression, Duzirin laughed. Will you come with me? You guard the house, and I'll take care of your food and drink. How about it? Playfully looking at the wuhai dog, Duzirin really needed a guard dog. Don't forget, that game nutrition pod is still at home. A 300,000 treasure. Having a dog to guard it is not a bad idea. Woof, why pick me? It's a gut feeling. Do you believe it? Woof, I can go with you, but don't make me go out often. I hate wandering around. Hey, you dog, so rebellious. Other dogs can't go out for a day and they have all this energy to release. But you're even more human than humans, just like to lie down? Reaching out to pet the wuhai dog in the cage, Duzirin smiled. Boss, it's this one. I have a connection with it. Pointing happily at the wuhai dog in the cage, the female owner was dumbfounded. No way? Dude, what were you just mumbling to the dog about? What? You can talk to it? Looking at Duzirin in surprise, the female owner seriously doubted whether this handsome young man was in a good mental state. However, thinking about relieving a burden, and seeing that this young man didn't look like a bad person, she immediately nodded in agreement. All right, I'll open the dog cage for you. Clang unlocking the wuhai dog's cage. What the owner didn't expect was that the wuhai dog lazily got up and actually walked towards Duzirin, lying down at his feet. Damn, you're such a lazy dog. Picking up the 5 black dog, it did not resist Duzirin. The man and the dog looked as if they had known each other for a long time. The shop owner was dumbfounded. After so many years of dealing with dogs, she had never seen such a quick bond between a person and a dog. Could it be they really hit it off? She wondered, pulling out her phone. By the way, young man, I definitely won't charge you for adopting a stray dog. But, to prevent any potential abuse after you adopt it, I need to add you on WeChat. I'll check in with you regularly via video, to ensure its safety. No problem. After adding the shop owner's WeChat, Duzirin took a quick glance and saw that her name was Go Yun, quite a unique name. Well, Yunjia, I'm leaving? Holding the 5 black dog in his arms, Duzirin called out. Go Yun smiled sweetly. You can come find me to play in the suburban dog area when you have time. Sure. By the way, I'm really curious. Yunjia, how do you manage so many dogs by yourself? Ha, that's because I have an assistant. Ha, an assistant? Yes, in the suburban dog park, I have a husky, a border collie, and a old farm dog that I take care of myself. They're all very smart and can help me manage the dogs. No wonder. Supporting the 5 black dog, Duzirin quickly walked towards the night market. If he didn't hurry, those 2 spinning top old men from the morning exercise would definitely catch him in the act. What should I name you? Patting the dog's belly, the 5 black dog grumbled, Woof, whatever won't do. Let me think. The more someone lacks something, the more they want to express that aspect. Wong Kai? I don't lack money. What I lack. Got it. How about calling you Changsheng? What do you think? Woof, Changsheng? You expect a dog to live long? Is that not okay? Woof, as long as you're happy. The man and the dog communicated under the astonished gazes of others, Duzirin holding Changsheng, disappearing down the distant street. At the same time, Ministry of National Defense Security Southern Anhui City Branch, in the research room. In front of Lu Yi's workstation lay a massive fragment of a meteorite. The pitch-black meteorite fragment was strangely secreting a black liquid, writhing and twisting like active worms. TSK. This batch of Leonid meteor shower meteorites seems to be more than just meteors. Lu Yi frowned, Beside him stood a high-ranking officer in military uniform. Academician Lu, did you actively apply for central assistance just for this? The man in uniform squinted, also observing the liquid in the meteorite, his eyes glinting. Exactly, General Zhao, as you can see, there are unknown organisms hidden within that batch of meteorites. I've already asked the military to search for all the meteorite fragments. Just imagine if the things inside these meteorites were to spread. What would happen then? The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. No one knew what the liquid inside the meteorite was hiding. Academician Lu, how is the experiment progressing? Come and see. Louis waved, and near the meteorite fragment, under a glass container, a dozen little white mice had red eyes, their tiny teeth inexplicably splitting and curling rapidly, looking extremely fierce. Chirp chirp chirp, the usually quiet little white mice were now exceptionally agitated, constantly screaming. So, these are the test subjects injected with the black liquid? Yes, so this liquid induces a desire to attack, and it could also lead to mutations in the human body. This thing, if not controlled, I'm afraid, the world will be in chaos. But, the distribution of meteorites is hard to pinpoint all the fallen areas, right? Then pay close attention. In the area of Wanan City, any region that experiences large-scale riots must be immediately sealed off. Understood. Are you saying, in your Baiha village, a meteorite also fell into the village pond? Since then, the people in the village have become irritable? In the large living room, Du Ziren was munching on fried chicken legs from Crazy Thursday. He took a bite of Changsheng and the two of them, one person and one dog, were enjoying it immensely. Woof, yes, it was after that the villagers became strange. Oh, is it because they drank the pond water? Did you drink it? Woof, I did. Then why haven't I seen you go crazy? After you drank it, not only did you not become irritable, but you even lay down flat? Looking at Changsheng in surprise, Du Ziren felt that this speculation was incorrect. What is a meteorite? Isn't it just fragments twisted by black holes in space? Stones? Minerals? This thing shouldn't drive people mad. Woof, I don't know, but anyway, it was after that thing appeared that everyone became irritable. Changsheng whimpered, and under Du Ziren's gaze, the dog actually walked to the kitchen sink and turned on the faucet to wash its paws. Wardfa? I'm telling you, if this scene is filmed and posted on some app, it will definitely go viral. Do you believe it? Changsheng, tell me, are you the first dog spirit to become sentient after the founding of the country? Du Ziren looked at Changsheng with great interest, and after washing its paws, the dog just lay down on the floor. Woof, boring, I'm sleeping. Damn, are you even human? You eat and then sleep. Are you still a dog? Shaking his head, Du Ziren felt like he had brought back a little ancestor. He walked towards the game nutritional pod, patted the door of the game pod. Hey, Changsheng, I need to talk to you about something serious. Woof, what? Changsheng's ears perked up. Hear this thing. If I'm not home, can you keep an eye on it for me? Woof, ha? Changsheng was confused. From its very perfect titanium alloy dog eyes, Du Ziren was currently rubbing the void air, looking very serious, talking to himself about watching over the air? No? Is he the one with the problem, or is it me? Woof, woof, are you sure you're not joking? What joke am I making? This is called GamePod, do you know? It's very expensive. I spent 30 on it. You don't want to wander around every day, just keep an eye on it. I won't bother you with eating, drinking, or anything else. How about it? Du Ziren patted the black, game nutritional pod, and Changsheng's dog eyes were blinking nonstop. In that brief moment, it thought of many things. This new master is a fool? Ha, a fool is a fool. Let me watch a bunch of air? Isn't that simple? I just need to lie down every day, right? What? Game pod? Just a bunch of air. It doesn't matter if it exists or not. Thinking this through, Changsheng looked at Du Ziren with sympathy and cunning. Woof, no problem. Hey, good dog, just lie down. Looking at Changsheng with satisfaction, Du Ziren felt it wasn't in vain to bring back a living being. He slumped down on the sofa and opened the Doomsday Survival game running on his phone. Whoosh 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 on the screen, Xiao Shengsheng was sitting blankly on the sofa, looking at the hospital gown in her hands, her face flushed, not knowing what she was thinking. Hey, practice, don't daze off. Sliding his fingers over the item bar, Du Ziren moved the purification metal tank into the bathroom. In the monthly card service, this thing refreshes a cultivation crystal core every day. Ah, senior. In a flurry, Xiao Shengsheng stuffed the hospital gown behind her, staring at the purification metal tank that appeared in the bathroom, and suddenly realized, I forgot about moving. There's still the daily training designated by the senior every morning. Rushing into the bathroom, Xiao Shengsheng filled the metal tank with water. The golden crystal core shattered instantly at the bottom of the tank, merging with the water, turning into a tank of golden soup. Splash in the misty water. Xiao Shengsheng stripped down to her underwear and jumped into the water. The girl's figure seemed to become more voluptuous, rising and falling in the water, creating waves. Xiao Shengsheng's current ability level, Ability User Tier 3, 45/300. 47/300, hiss. The cultivation speed seems to have slowed down. It seems that as the ability level increases, it's becoming increasingly difficult to improve the abilities. Stroking his chin, a notification popped up on his phone. Daily task completed, cultivation, reward, 100 pass experience, current pass level 6, reward, small trumpet *1. Okay, at least this pass isn't too tiring to grind. Continuously clicking on his phone, the nearby Changshen curiously poked its dog head over, constantly looking at Du Ziren's phone. Woof, it's all dark. How is he having so much fun? Woof, confirmed. He definitely has a mental problem. Lowering its dog head, Shangsheng decided to ignore any of Du Ziren's actions. Until the golden soup water became completely clear, Xiao Xingxing's ability level was stuck at 137/300. She covered her wet chest plate and was just about to climb out of the tank when buzz 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 buzz, the horn in the wooden house suddenly trembled, followed by a strong and powerful announcement. All Tier 3 ability users, please gather at the central treehouse immediately. Leader MS. Sheen has an important meeting to hold. Repeating. All Tier 3 ability users. The echoing voice from the horn reverberated throughout the underground third level, leaving Qiu Shengsheng in a daze, frozen in place. Meanwhile, a new game notification popped up for Du Ziren. Loading. Main quest. Please attend the meeting and understand the anomalies from the north. Reward, 200 pass experience. Oh, main quest? Has it come? He poked Xiao Shengsheng's smooth shoulder, urging her. Shangsheng, go take a look. Understood. In a flurry, she quickly put on her coat, wrapping the crystal core armor under her worn combat uniform, called out to her younger siblings, and hurriedly walked out of the treehouse. Tap 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 at the same time, outside the treehouse, a crowd was surging. High above, on the dense branches, countless figures gathered below. After a short while, about 30 to 40 people formed a tight group under a massive thick tree. Among this group, there were scattered ability users and mercenary group ability users in uniforms. Notably, the black leather jackets of the dog battle team and a team in colorful trench coats stood out prominently. It was clear that these two teams were likely the core backbone of the mining black market. Oh ho, Guyu, I heard your dog battle team has been quite lucky lately. Collected 2 green crystal cores? What's wrong? You all want to become the first team of the mining black market, too? A tall, bald man in a colorful windbreaker teased as he looked at Goyu. Goyu chuckled, revealing 2 canine teeth. Hey, as if your element team is so impressive. How well, we just went north. I tell you, it's all ability zombies up there. And we were fine. North, the two exchanged casual remarks. Xiao Shengsheng stood among the crowd, like a bystander, motionless. Du Ziren playfully pointed at the information above Goyu and the bald man's head, his eyes lighting up. Name, Goyu. Identity, dog battle team leader. Ability, frenzied dog claw. White, ability level, ability user level 7. Name, Lei Zhiyang. Identity, element team leader. Ability, thunder arc. White, ability level, ability user level 7. Hiss. So the team leaders on the third level are all ability users level 7? Then, the leader level of the mining black market. As Du Ziren speculated, the restless sounds in the game gradually began to fade. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the center of the underground third level, a massive tree crown slowly shifted, and a girl in a green long dress walked out on the high tree trunk, exuding an impressive aura. Boss Qin is here. Head Qin has arrived. Suddenly, both Goyu and Lei Zhiyang were taken aback, and everyone looked up at the girl above the tree crown. The girl was slender, like a sprite among the trees, with fair skin and eyes glowing green. With each step she took, the trunk beneath her twisted to form a tree ladder, gently lowering her to the ground. Her long dress swayed, and the way she appeared was truly extravagant. Wow, such a flashy entrance. She's either a boss or an important NPC. Staring at the game screen, Du Ziren couldn't help but tap on the green-dressed girl's avatar. Name, Xin Wan. Identity, creator of the mining black market. Ability, wood transformation, green. Ability level, ability user level 9. Goodness. So this woman is the leader of the mining black market. I thought the leader would be some big brother, but it turns out to be a girl? No wonder they searched at the entrance. They have a female searcher for respecting women. And her strength. she's about to enter the super ability user stage. Indeed, the speed at which everyone awakens their abilities depends on personal talent, right? Observing the changes in Qinwan's expression, Du Ziren didn't think this woman looked as young as she appeared. Perhaps with a high ability level, even an old hag could have a baby face. He couldn't believe that such a little girl could build a well-organized, mining black market. Sure enough, thud as the wooden stick fell to the ground, Qinwan slowly spoke, her voice sounding more mature than her appearance. It seems everyone has arrived? Yes, Boss Qin, what's the matter? Goyu, usually carefree, now stood before Qinwan like a sycophant, gazing at her with admiration. Actually, you all know a bit about this matter. Something happened in the north. Qinwan's expression darkened, her brows furrowing. North, boss, didn't we just go there last time? The zombies up north were a bit fierce, mostly ability zombies, but still, it shouldn't be that dangerous, right? Lei Zhiyong didn't take it seriously, and Qinwan shot him a glance, shaking her head. You don't understand. The safe camps in Wan'an City and Wanbei City are all part of the Third Line faction. The strength of the opposing camp is only higher than ours. But just like that, Wanbei City, almost overnight, the entire army was wiped out. There was even a report from the Luzhou safe camp saying those independent ability users who escaped from Wanbei City are few and far between. According to the analysis from above, Wanbei City might have given birth to a king zombie. King zombie? What is a king zombie? After Qinwan finished speaking, apart from the shock on Goyu and Lei Zhiyong's faces, the other ability users looked completely bewildered. Clearly, they had never encountered a king zombie before. King zombie. It's the fastest evolving zombie among a pile of zombies. It possesses unique abilities, or multiple abilities, and has the power to command any zombies below the king zombie level. Of course, the most terrifying thing is, king zombies possess human intelligence. You mean, a king zombie appeared, leading ability zombies to break through the Wanbei City safe base? Damn, how do we deal with this? A clamor erupted, and everyone's faces turned dark. Wan'an City is just a line away from Wanbei City, and everyone is smart enough to understand why they were gathered here. If a king zombie has intelligence after taking Wanbei City, the next target will definitely be the mining black market of Wan'an City. Amidst the noise, Xiao Xingxing's face turned pale. She knew her own strength, facing the army of ability zombies, whether she could survive was absolutely uncertain. Shang, don't be afraid, I'm here. The voice of Du Ziren came to her ears, and Xiao Shengsheng bit her lip and nodded slightly. King zombie. I was wondering why the main game is called Riot. Turns out the zombies are taking the initiative to attack. On this side of the phone, Du Ziren stroked his chin, feeling that this game was becoming more and more real. Zombies and humans are two different races. Racial slaughter is an inevitability of history. The time setting and crisis setting of this game are nothing short of perfect. Quietly looking at his phone, after a long time, it was still Qinwan who spoke up. Everyone, I know you are all scared, but the Luzhou second line safe camp has already informed us of some news. Through radio contact, a scouting ability user has escaped from Wanbei City. Her name is Lu Su. The higher-ups want us to ensure her safety. She holds secrets about the Yi King zombie. Indeed, we, mining black market, can choose not to take this mission. But those mutated zombies will eventually come over. Instead of hiding here, we might as well go rescue Lu Su. As long as we save Lu Su, the higher-ups will also send ability users to assist. At that time, with the intelligence on the Yi King zombie and the support from the Luzhou safe camp, we, mining black market, might just be able to hold our ground. The powerful words echoed in everyone's ears, and there was a moment of silence. Everyone knew what the next choice was. Run? Where to run? Run towards the Luzhou safe camp? You live on the third underground level of the mining black market, but once you get to the Luzhou safe camp, you might have to start all over again. But if they really save Lu Su, not only can they protect the mining black market, but they will also achieve a great feat, and in the future, when they go to the Luzhou safe camp, they will receive generous treatment. I will listen to Qin too. Goyu thought for a moment and expressed his loyalty. Lei Zhiyong seemed completely unafraid, shrugging his shoulders. What the hell is Wang Zhong? Last time I got into Wanbei City, safe and sound, this time I can get in again. I can assist everyone. Then I'll lend a hand too. If the mining black market is gone, it will be a disaster. In just a moment, after someone stepped forward to agree, waves of responses echoed around. Good. Shinwon clapped her hands and immediately made a decision. From now on, all ability users will form teams of 4. Anyone participating in this operation will receive permanent residency rights in the underground level 3 upon successful return. Additionally, in the future, everyone can do business in the mining black market without paying venue fees. Chin Lada is generous. We will definitely protect the mining black market. This battle will be victorious. The passionate voices continued, and the atmosphere was rising like a good momentum. But Du Ziren looked at Shinwon's worried face and already knew the danger of this operation. At the same time, his phone vibrated, and a new game pop-up updated. Main quest, understand the Northern District incident, completed. Pass experience plus 200, current pass level 8. Obtained pass reward, small horn asterisk 2. Main quest updating. New quest, please find suitable companions to form a 4-person team for Northern District exploration. Experience points will be awarded based on team performance and the number of survivors. Experience points based on the number of survivors and performance? So, this is still a long-term quest? Looking at the new quest description, Du Ziren frowned slightly. In other words, this quest not only requires protecting oneself but also protecting companions. If everyone can survive, the rewards for the Yi quest might be very generous. But there is an implicit premise. That is, the companions must be reliable. Otherwise, in the end, if the zombies are not killed, a companion might stab you in the back. The main quest cannot be refused. If this is a main quest, does it mean that Shang Shang also wants to fight with everyone? Du Ziren's voice reached Xiao Shang Shang, who had a somewhat dazed face. Shang Shang, do you have trustworthy companions in mind? I don't. She had just finished speaking when suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded, and it was Linya bringing Lin Ping, quickly running towards her. This quest was related to the life and death of the mining black market, and even the staff in the black market had to come down personally. Sister Shang Shang, look, for this operation, do you want to team up with us siblings? Don't worry, our character is among the best in the mining black market. Linya stepped forward to invite, her face showing a flattering smile. After the sibling pair stepped forward, the eyes of the surrounding ability users immediately focused on Xiao Shang Shang's face. What the hell? What level of person can make this sibling pair take the initiative to find them? I've never seen them. Are they new experts? Bullshit. I've never heard of such people, but if she can come to underground level 3, there might be someone behind her? Speculation rose and fell like the tide, and even the host, Shinwon, occasionally glanced at Xiao Shangshang. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Shangshang remained silent, neither surprised nor afraid. Instead, her expression was cold, her small fists tightly clenched. She was no longer the innocent little girl she once was. She understood, Linya teamed up with her not for her sake, but for the senior behind her. Senior. The senior belongs to me alone. I don't want. Her small mouth pouted slightly. Xiao Shangshang didn't want too many people to know about Du Ziren's existence or to use him. She didn't know why. Ever since that night when she fell asleep resting on the senior's arm, she had developed the thought of wanting to monopolize the senior. Although this idea was quite unrealistic, Xiao Shangshang was unexpectedly stubborn and didn't immediately agree to Linya's request, standing her ground. Until Du Ziren's voice rang out, "Let them be. At least, they are reliable in strength and know of my existence. They won't treat you like a stepping stone. But senior, they just want to use you to complete the task. I'm just adding to your burden." Whispering softly, Xiao Shingxing's face was suddenly poked by something. "I know, but precisely because they rely on me, they will definitely respect you, which is why I can trust them to team up with you. Your safety is more important than mine. Then. Okay, her face flushed bright red, and a hint of shyness flickered in Xiao Shingxing's originally cold eyes. Then, she calmly looked at Linya. I agree. Hee, that's great. Is there anyone else joining us? We're one short." Upon hearing this, Linya immediately looked around excitedly. Holding onto Xiao Shingxing's thigh from behind, no matter how dangerous the task was, it felt like a spring outing. "Wang Zhong, are you really that strong? What will you do if an awakened uses a skill?" "We're good. We'll definitely pass." Calculating in her heart, Linya's gaze swept around, and other ability users were eager to try. At this moment, even Goyu from the Dog Squad and Lei Zhiyang from the Element Squad were a bit envious of Xiao Shangshang. The Lin siblings combined had strength that could rival a squad leader. Such a 4-person team had an exceptionally high value. "Hey, I said Goyu, did you bring this girl back? What's her background? The Lin siblings are fighting to send her?" Lei Zhiyang looked at Goyu in surprise, who shrugged, "How would I know? But don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. She brought back 2 green crystals all by herself. You never know, she might really be a tough one. Hiss, now that you mention it, I want to team up with her too. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Unfortunately, Lei Zhiyong had to bring his own team members. Due to the 4-person team rule, one more ability user would be added to his team. Looking at Xiao Shangshang, Lei Zhiyong waved his hand behind him. Li Sisi, go join their team. That's Captain Xiao, right? Our Sisi is a 3rd-tier fire ability user. She should be able to join your team, right? Looking at Xiao Shangshang with a flattering expression, Lei Zhiyong was indeed a good captain who considered his subordinates. He thought of putting an external team member into a temporary team that was no less than the ability user team right away. 3rd-tier fire, huh? Sister Shangshang, this strength is good enough. See? Lin Yi instinctively looked at Xiao Shangshang, who remained silent, waiting for Du Zirun's response. The higher the ability level, the better. That way, even if I have oversights, they won't die instantly. Li Sisi? On the other end of the phone, Du Zirun was just about to click on Li Sisi's avatar. Wait! Suddenly, a graceful woman wearing a black headscarf stepped out in the central square. I think I have more strength than her. I want to join Miss Zhou's team. The black headscarf covered the woman's face, making it impossible to discern her features, but her figure was indeed stunning under the tight black outfit. Who is this? Who? I've never heard of her. A lone ability user who came recently? Many people couldn't recognize the woman in the black headscarf, but Lin Ping spoke up. Xia Yao, special ability split. Ability level. Ability user level 4. She, indeed has the strength to join us. As the guardian of the underground level 3, Lin Ping was almost familiar with everyone's information. At his words, Li Sisi, who was originally walking this way, suddenly paused, her expression frozen. So, Shangshan, what do you think of this Miss Xia? Lin Yi looked at Xiao Shangshang again, who remained silent, waiting for Du Zirun's reply. Meanwhile, a pop-up appeared on the game screen. Option 1, choose Li Sisi to join the team, main quest difficulty reduced by 30%, quest rewards decreased by 10%. Option 2, choose Xia Yao to join the team, main quest difficulty increased by 50%, quest rewards increased by 80%. There is a chance to unlock a special storyline mode. Oh wow, is there a particular significance to choosing team members? Watching the selection panel quietly, Du Zirun did not hesitate. Of course, he chose option 2. Pass. With such a thick experience bar, if he didn't take a chance, he probably wouldn't finish it by the end of the month, right? As for quest difficulty, Du Zirun didn't believe it. There were still 9 uses of Dimensional Blade left. 9 shots of Dimensional Blade. Isn't that enough to take down a King Seed? I must increase the difficulty. After pressing option 2, Du Zirun's voice rang in Xiao Shangshang's ear. Shangshang, let Xia Yao join the team. Okay. Alright. Looking at Xia Yao's voluptuous figure, Xiao Shangshang reluctantly agreed. I choose this Miss Xia. Little sister, you have great taste. Don't worry, your choice is definitely the right one. The expected choice, everyone thought Xiao Shangshang would definitely choose the stronger partner. Li Sisi lowered her head and formed a small team with an ordinary independent ability user. In the quiet, central venue, the crowd formed teams one by one. Only after the teams were clearly divided did Qin Wan slowly announce, alright, once all members have formed their teams, we will immediately set off towards Wanbei City. Please remember, there are no ordinary zombies in Wanbei City. No ordinary zombies. Within your capabilities, everyone go look for Lu Su's whereabouts. Everyone must remember to find places with big trees. I will update Lu Su's whereabouts in real time. Finally, regardless of whether you find Lu Su or not, any team carrying ability crystals can exchange their crystals for merits with me or at the Luzhou safety base. Wishing everyone smooth sailing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As Qin Wan's announcement ended, she retreated to the tree trunk, slowly pressing against the large tree, her whole body merging into it. The next moment, all the big trees in the underground third layer swayed, emitting a sound similar to a trumpet. Currently, the location of the Willow Catkins Chang'an gas station in the suburbs of Wanbei City. The broadcast echoed. So, what do you say, Sister Shangshang? Should we act now? Lin Yi looked at Xiao Shangshang, who surveyed the surroundings. A large group of ability users was already surging towards the upper levels. Let's go. Without further ado, the group followed the main force and quickly surged out of the black market. Snowflakes continued to drift in the sky. Unlike before, this time the journey of 1 had turned into a journey of 4. Tap tap tap. The snowy ground was densely covered with footprints. Some people chose to head north, launching a frontal assault on Wanbei City, while others opted for a side route, approaching the suburbs of Wanbei City. Xiao Xingxing's small team was originally supposed to attack the front with the main force. But, as everyone hurriedly fled, the usually taciturn Xia Yao suddenly shouted, I actually just came from Wanbei City. I know, There's a shortcut that leads directly to the gas station in the suburbs. You all. Her words carried a questioning tone, clearly indicating that the shortcut she mentioned was not without risks. Shortcut? Isn't that simple? Upon hearing this, Linya laughed. She intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiao Shangshang, whose expression darkened. This was yet another attempt to leverage the senior's influence. Just as she was about to respond, Du Ziren's phone once again displayed a pop-up choice. Option 1, take the shortcut, but you will encounter significant risks. However, you can quickly approach the target location. Option 2, to be cautious, follow the main force, safety is increased, but speed decreases. Is there even a choice? We must rescue the Willow Catkins. If it's Shangshang who rescues the Willow Catkins herself, how high will the reward be? Directly pressing option 1, Xiao Shangshang immediately heard Du Ziren's voice in her ear. Xingxing, take the shortcut. Understood. Then let's take the shortcut. Hearing this, Xiao Shangxing turned to look at Xia Yao. Under Xia Yao's black scarf, her crimson lips seemed to curl up at one corner. Good. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Let's go. Follow me. The shortcut is in the forest. Suddenly changing direction, Xia Yao led the way towards the lush forest in the suburbs. Hurry, hurry, keep up with them. Behind, not far from Xiao Xingxing's team, several small teams revealed cunning smiles. See, I told you. Following them, the speed won't be bad. Exactly, that Xiao Shangshang must have some capital, otherwise, how could the Lin siblings praise her so much? Sure enough, they even know about the shortcut? Among the scattered teams, in the one that Li Sisi joined, a man with dirty braids smirked. Perhaps. By then, we can just coast along and even rescue the Willow Catkins first. First-class merit, it might just be ours. Zhang Qi, I have to say you have a brain. Let's go, let's go. Silently trailing behind, layers of mist began to rise in the distant dense forest for some unknown reason. Tap 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 walking on the damp ground, the deeper they went into the forest, the more hazy the mist became, with visibility dropping to less than 2 or 3 meters. Such low visibility. Xia Yao, are you sure you're on the right path? Lin Ping squinted, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Xia Yao's curvy figure. Trust me, my ability is split. Before escaping from here, I left behind split cells all the way, and I had to try the path many times. Here, only I dare to say that I am on the right track. Xia Yao confidently patted her chest, her graceful figure faintly visible under the hazy mist, making Lin Ping's face flush with heat. Tick-tock, not sure how long they had been walking, the mist had thickened to the point of constantly dripping water. Huff in the vast white sea of fog, a strange howling wind could be faintly heard. How much longer? Linya looked at her wet chest with dissatisfaction and complained. Soon. After leading the way, Xia Yao suddenly paused. What's wrong? Xiao Shangshang looked at Xia Yao in surprise, vaguely sensing that the corners of this woman's mouth seemed to be trembling. Was that a smile? Huff, the sound of the wind above grew more urgent. Bang! Suddenly, amidst the howling wind, dozens of crimson long whips suddenly sliced through the mist, rushing towards them like red beams. Something's wrong. Quick, get down! As the one with the highest ability level in the team, Linya sensed the threat immediately, pulling Lin Ping down with a thud as they lay flat on the ground. Ha! Xiao Shangsheng didn't even have time to react, her back suddenly feeling numb as an invisible hand pressed her down to the ground. Thud! A loud explosion sounded in her ears, and several red beams sliced through the air, instantly shredding the Xia Yao in front of them, a cloud of blood mist exploding. Crash after a large amount of flesh fell to the ground. Roar in the white sea of mist. Sounds began to emanate from above. Upon closer inspection, dozens of frost-white zombies, exhaling white mist, were crawling on the trees, looking down with sinister expressions. Clap on the thick branches of the trees. There were also dozens of crimson zombies, their long tongues whipping around like pythons, coiling around the center of the tree. This place had long been surrounded by ability zombies. High above, in the drifting thick fog, at least 20 strange zombies were exhaling mist in tongues. Like spiders weaving a web, they seemed to have been lying in wait for Qiu Shengsheng and the others to arrive. Damn it! Xia Yao, is this the shortcut you mentioned? Lin Ping cursed, wanting to question Xia Yao, only to find that she had turned into a pile of flesh. Can instantly kill, 4th tier ability user? It's over. This place, it's completely wrong. Lin Ping's expression changed repeatedly, while Linya remained silent, quietly watching Qiu Shengsheng. Qiu Shengsheng lay on the ground, feeling the familiar sensation behind her, feeling dazed. What happened? Did Xia Yao just die like that? Ziren, Senior, you, wanting to question Du Ziren about why he didn't save her, because with Du Ziren's strength, he could definitely sever those tongues in an instant. But he didn't save her, and Xiao Shangsheng didn't dare to ask. On this side, Du Ziren looked extremely frustrated, because, at the very moment Xia Yao stopped, countless long tongues swept in. He wanted to intervene, but found that the skill, Dimensional Blade, was gray, showing, special state, unable to release. He didn't even have time to react. Xia Yao was gone just like that. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Xiao Shangsheng would probably have had her head chopped off. Damn, isn't the difficulty of this game skyrocketing too high? I haven't even found anyone yet. Did we just lose a team member? WNM. In panic, Du Ziren stared at the game screen filled with zombies and hurriedly clicked on their attributes. Ability Zombie, Liquor Ability, Bloodline, White, Ability Level, Ability User First Stage Attack Method, Long Tongue charged in the mouth, once released after charging, has penetration power comparable to a bullet. Ability Zombie, Fog Barrier Zombie Ability, Corpse Fog, White, Ability Level, Ability User First Stage Attack Method, exhales a certain amount of damp corpse gas. If inhaled too much, physical quality will rapidly decline. Thank goodness, these are all ability user first stage zombies. Now that I realize, as long as everyone uses their abilities to counterattack, we should. Just as Du Ziren breathed a sigh of relief while looking at the detailed information of the two types of zombies, in the game screen, Xiao Shangsheng and her group looked up at the sky. It was as if they had entered a snake's nest, dozens of blood-red long tongues twisted above, obscuring the view of the sky. The next moment, Poochie the crimson long tongues mixed with corpse fog fell like a rain of blood arrows. Quick, sister, I'll build a dirt wall for defense, you attack. Their strength isn't very strong, if we work together, just for a moment. Lin Ping's words were cut off suddenly, and for some reason, he got stuck. He hurriedly crawled on the ground, pressing his hands against the surface, trying to activate his earth ability to construct a dirt wall. But after pressing against the ground for a while, he felt no flow of abilities at all. How is this possible? Rustle, 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 a cold wind swept in, and the crimson tongues fell like steel blades, dense and unavoidable. Linya's pupils instinctively froze, her gray irises trembled, wanting to control the earth layer, but found that there was no ability operating within her body at all. Something's wrong. This place is not right. Desperately looking at Xiao Shangsheng, Linya's mind raced. She knew that if she couldn't use her ability, it might be a coincidence. But if both she and her brother lost their abilities at the same time, it meant there was definitely something fishy going on. This place, could it be an ability inhibition zone? Damn, that's Xia Yao. She brought us here, does she have a problem? A terrifying thought flickered in her chaotic mind, and Linya had no time to ponder the reasons, only hoping that the big shot behind Xiao Shangsheng had not also lost their ability. Otherwise, the entire army would be wiped out. Just as she barely got up from the ground, Xiao Shangsheng saw the tongues raining down from the sky, and her originally sturdy body involuntarily trembled. Ziren Sr. The tongues falling like a rain of snakes. For some reason, Xiao Shangsheng's movements became extremely stiff, and she could only stare blankly at the sky, her pupils flashing with despair. Due to special reasons, you cannot currently release Dimensional Blade. Due to special reasons. On the phone screen, Du Ziren kept pressing the screen, and game pop-ups kept jumping out with warnings. Damn, SB game. Where's the recharge interface? You wouldn't want to lose your sugar daddy, would you? Although he knew that Xiao Shangsheng had the crystal core armor as a backup, Du Ziren didn't want all his teammates to die right at the start of the mission. Buzz buzz buzz. Fortunately, just as the tongues hung over everyone's heads, the game screen once again entered slow motion. In an instant, it was as if the flow of time had frozen, and countless judgment buttons appeared around Xiao Shangsheng's body. Xiao Shangsheng seems to be affected by some kind of ability. Please click the screen to help Xiao Shangsheng move. Buzz buzz buzz. The light spots flickered continuously as Du Ziren's fingers tapped quickly. Shoulders, neck, arms, thighs. After rapidly clicking the designated areas, Xiao Shangsheng's body instantly became like a puppet, manipulated by a large hand. Shangsheng, draw your gun. The urging voice of Du Ziren came from her ear. The moment Xiao Shangsheng's arm could move, she immediately complied without thinking. After taking out the Desert Eagle from her pocket, Du Ziren clicked on Xiao Shangsheng's slim waist, causing her face to flush red as she immediately bent down and rolled towards Lin Ping and Linya. Bang bang bang. In the instant of rolling, 3 bullets shot out from the direction where Xiao Shangsheng rolled. Puff puff puff. In midair, 3 bloody long tongues exploded and fell, blood mist spreading everywhere. All of this seemed to have happened for quite a while, but in reality, it was just a flash of lightning. Puff. When the strange slow time flow ended, Xiao Shangsheng was already lying in front of Lin Ping and Linya. The bloody tongues above their heads exploded bizarrely, spraying blood mist that fell to the ground. Shangsheng, you? For the first time, Linya was seeing Xiao Shengsheng take action, and just now, in her eyes, Xiao Shengsheng seemed to have accelerated, completing a series of counterattacks in the blink of an eye. Shengsheng, is your ability divine speed? No. If abilities can't be used here, could it be that senior? His ability is time acceleration? My god, what other tricks does that senior have? Linya's gray pupils flickered, and her heartbeat quickened. She clearly knew that what Xiao Shengsheng was holding onto might not be a thigh, but the pillar of heaven, the heavenly connection. In that situation just now, the only ability that could allow Xiao Shengsheng to do all of this was the ability, time acceleration. Only by accelerating Xiao Shengsheng's time could she move like the Flash. Time, space, sound wave abilities. That big shot must be the creator of the first-line safe camp, right? She murmured in amazement. For a moment, Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng with even more jealousy. Puff 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 at the same time. The moment the blood rain fell, Xiao Shengsheng and the others dodged the blood tongue attack, but the team that had been following them suffered greatly. Puff puff puff, the sky was filled with blood tongues slapping down, and the ability users in the hazy mist immediately activated their abilities, trying to counterattack. Li Sisi, hurry, use fire abilities to boil the mist. Wang Ponzi, use root abilities to build a defensive line. Look at my wind blade. Zhang Qi, with his messy braids, calmly and methodically instructed his teammates. After all, he had dealt with ability zombies before, and he was confident he could easily take down these low-level ability zombies. But, after the order was given, everyone huddled together, all wanting to activate their abilities, looking up at the half-empty sky. But, nothing happened. What came was, puff puff puff, the sky full of blood tongues whipped down, and the group shattered like blood mud. Damn, where's my ability? Damn it, no, something's wrong here. Puff, puff. Amidst the panicked cries, countless blood mists exploded. There was no time to react at all. The ability users who lost their abilities, under the entanglement of countless blood tongues, were shattered and exploded like chopping vegetables. Why? Didn't you say this is a shortcut? With confidence still in his eyes, Zhang Qi's head had already rolled to the ground. Puff puff puff, the originally gathered team of 12 instantly turned into a large patch of red earth, staining the ground. Li Sisi was already scared silly, frantically shouting, feeling the hot blood surging through her body, collapsing into the wet soil, trembling uncontrollably. Terrifying, too terrifying. In front of the ability zombies, ordinary people are nothing but ants. The sounds of screams, the bursts of blood mist, and the roars of zombies intertwined in the foggy forest, chilling the heart with fear. That bitch, there's definitely something wrong. Lin Ping was pulled up from the ground by Linya, his face full of rage. Now that he thought about it, Xiaoyao's words were full of holes. She claimed she had once relied on her split ability to walk out of this foggy forest. But upon closer inspection, once entering this forest, abilities would be nullified. She had no abilities, she was just an ordinary person. How could she have walked out of here? There could only be two possibilities. First, she never came here, bringing everyone here for some reason. Second, she had indeed been here, but at that time, the zombies did not attack her. In either case, this woman had a huge problem. She deliberately brought so many people to their deaths. The most terrifying conclusion is, this woman is part of the King Zombie faction. The King Zombie very likely infiltrated the black market mine long ago. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Lin Ping's face turned dark as he frequently glanced at his sister. He could imagine that his clever sister would definitely have thought of this. But, at this moment, Linya still wore a calm expression, staring intently at Xiao Shengsheng. What about the King Zombie? As long as we hold on to the person behind Xiao Shengsheng, we can walk into the zombie headquarters as if on level ground. The truly safe place has never been the safe camp, but beside the strong. Brother, from now on, stay close to Xiao Shengsheng. Linya murmured softly, and Lin Ping was taken aback. The siblings surrounded Xiao Shengsheng, looking at the zombies above their heads, but they were no longer panicked. Thud thud, what they didn't know was that Xiao Shengsheng's heart was racing fiercely at this moment. The handgun she held tightly was already slick with sweat. 6, 18, 22. Her eyes frequently scanned the surroundings, the fog revealing shadows of zombies like venomous snakes and spiders, constantly flicking their tongues, looking sinisterly at Xiao Shengsheng. Too many, way too many. Xiao Shengsheng had no confidence in shooting so many zombies. Ziran Sr. She kept softly calling out Du Ziran's name, as if that would provide her with endless encouragement. Huff huff, for a long time, the liquor above had not launched an attack, nearly moving in and out of the fog. Instead, on the treetops, those completely white, corpse fog zombies, with cracked bodies, were continuously pouring terrifying white corpse energy into the forest. Huff huff huff, the thick fog was like the world being filled with milk, and Xiao Shengsheng gripped her handgun, her vision starting to blur. No way! These ability zombies can strategize? On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren could clearly feel that the view on the game screen was gradually becoming blurry. Xiao Xingxing's physique was being affected by the corpse fog. These mutated zombies actually did not intend to launch a full-scale attack but instead wanted to use the fog of the corpse fog zombies to weaken human physiques, slowly plotting against them? Damn it! Do they have to be so strategic? We can't delay any longer. Keep dragging this out, and you'll lose your vision, completely unable to resist. Sheng Shang, take this, and put it into the embedded slot in the chest armor. Taking advantage of the gap with the small horn, Du Ziren quickly opened the warehouse panel. The inventory from the last big lottery included Thunderfire Crystal, purple, *2, Windwing Crystal, green, *4, Blood Crystal, white, *13. To be safe, Du Ziren directly took out a Thunderfire Crystal and sent it into Xiao Xingxing's arms. Buzz, 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 a tremor surged through her chest. Xiao Shengsheng glanced at it and immediately felt a jolt. In front of the chest armor, a purple crystal flickering with thunder and fire was pulsating continuously. The purple crystal. Senior Ziren, this is too. What time is it? Your life is more important than anything. An undeniable voice came through, and Xiao Xingxing's eyes turned red as she immediately pressed the Thunderfire crystal into the embedded slot of the crystal armor. Bang! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle the next moment. In the white mist, a circle of stray electric arcs exploded around Xiao Xingxing's body, and flames erupted all over her. The electric fire buzzed, and in an instant, the corpse mist surrounding Xiao Shengsheng burned away at a visible speed. Your Doomsday Survival character has successfully extracted the ability of the crystal armor, chest armor, with the purple crystal. Current Xiao Shengsheng has gained Thunderfire superpower, level 5 ability user. Duration, 5 minutes, Xiao Xingxing's ability level 3 ability user, 150/300, 170/300. With the absorption of the Thunderfire crystal, a new pop-up appeared on the phone screen. Oh, so embedding the crystal has this effect? If I got a full set of crystal embedding equipment and embedded all the crystals, wouldn't that mean I could experience the power of a superpower user? Moreover, using other superpowers, Xiao Xingxing's ability level is also increasing. Indeed, spending money is powerful. Shang, hurry! You have to take out all the opponents within 5 minutes. Reflecting on the absurdity of the spending equipment, Du Ziren hurriedly called out. Understood. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the electric arcs and flames, Xiao Shengsheng felt her body unexpectedly light. She focused her gaze on a certain corner. Boom! Suddenly, a fireball exploded in the sky, and a zombie spewing corpse mist erupted into a wave of fire. With a loud boom, it ignited in flames and suddenly rolled down from the high sky. This, sister, horror. Her superpower is Thunderfire? Behind her, Lin Ping looked at Xiao Xingxing's methods in surprise, feeling the power of the level 5 ability user emanating from her, feeling a bit dazed. With this level of power and a big shot protecting her, isn't that too unreasonable? Lin Ya's expression was even more bitter. She remembered that just a few days ago, this girl was still a scavenger. Now, a purple quality superpower? And her strength was almost catching up to her? All of this was because of that person. Roar roar, the sounds of zombies echoed continuously in the forest. Xiao Xingxing's ears twitched as she focused on the treetops, where puffs of firelight kept flashing. Boom! Boom! Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the forest. Waves of fire frequently exploded in the sky, and one by one, fire-soaked white zombies kept falling from above. After being charred black, electric currents surged through them, and they twitched uncontrollably upon hitting the ground. ZZZ flames consumed the corpse fog, and visibility around was strikingly clear to the naked eye. Ha! It seemed that knowing they would surely lose if this continued, the liquor, hidden in the mist, could no longer hold back. A liquor, wrapped in blood scabs, suddenly darted out from the dense fog like a gecko, lunging straight for Xiao Xingxing's back. Be careful! The speed was nearly invisible to the naked eye. One could only feel a gust of wind rush past, as a blood-red figure lunged toward the back of Xiao Xingxing's neck. Lin Ping gasped. Xiao Shengsheng merely twitched her ears, not turning around. ZZZ around her, countless electric currents flickered, forming a sphere of lightning. Buzz in an instant. Xiao Xingxing's figure vanished, and a flash of silver light flickered in her arms, wrapping around the blood-red figure that had lunged at her, which suddenly made a loud crash sound, turning into scattered bits of flesh and blood. The sound of blood mist exploded, and Xiao Xingxing's figure slowly reappeared in another corner. She brandished the bloodied dagger in her hand, her expression chillingly cold. So fast. Lin Ping's eyes widened. Just now, in those few seconds when he hadn't seen clearly, had Qiu Shengsheng already wielded the dagger and dismembered the liquor that was still mid-air? Is this the purple quality, thunderfire ability? Strong, so strong. She actually activated the purple quality ability? If that's the case, with the potential of purple ability, Qiu Shengsheng will eventually catch up to our ability level, or even leave us far behind. Perhaps, in the future, the leg we cling to will really be hers. Staring blankly at Qiu Shengsheng's actions, Linya was not surprised that she could wield abilities. Under the protection of the awakened powerhouse, what was impossible? Roar, roar! The roars of the corpses continued to echo in the high sky around. Once the corpse fog zombies were dealt with, the lickers hidden in the forest would no longer be so hard to detect. Following the source of the sound, on the treetops, tree trunks, and behind the trees, more than a dozen crimson lickers had their bright red tongues swirling in their mouths, as if gathering strength. Shang, keep an eye on the time. There are 2.5 minutes left. Du Ziren glanced at the prompt from the crystal armor, and softly reminded her. Qiu Shengsheng nodded, when suddenly a scream erupted behind her. Help! Help! The first bright red tongue lashed out, not aimed at Qiu Shengsheng, but at Li Sisi, who was hidden beneath countless pieces of corpse flesh. Swish! The red tongue flashed like a startled swan, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Li Sisi's neck, tightening like a noose. Gurgle, gurgle! The tongue surged, unexpectedly sprouting countless sharp spikes, piercing Li Sisi's neck vein, and like a straw, it continuously sucked her blood, making one's scalp tingle. Stop it! A pair of keen eyes looked toward the sound. Zzz! The tongue entwined around Li Sisi flickered with strange sparks. Moments later, with a whoosh, a flame flickered, and the entire long tongue was instantly burned into a fiery tongue. Roar! The flames followed the tongue, burning all the way to the source of the liquor, covering it like a maggot, causing the liquor to twist on the ground like a snake. Roar, roar! The wails continued. Just at that moment, the remaining lickers launched their attack all at once. Dozens of intertwining red tongues lashed toward Qiu Shengsheng like a blood net. Slow down. The stench of blood fell from above, and Qiu Shengsheng did not look at the dense and eerie blood web, but merely squinted her eyes as the arcs of electricity flickered around her. Bang, bang, bang! After a series of hair-raising explosions. Tap, tap, tap. On the wet muddy ground, a series of footprints quickly twisted and vanished, a flash of silver arc flickering. Bang! A bright daylight flickered in the forest, and a silver line flashed by. Puff, puff, puff! Dozens of twisted long tongues suddenly fell from the air, densely distributed lickers, each with a blood hole exploding on their heads. As countless blood fountains sprayed, one by one the lickers tilted their heads and fell to the ground. Silence. The forest was left with an eerie quiet. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Faintly, Qiu Shengsheng's breathing could be heard. The ability of the crystal core armor had ended, her face flushed, as if she had just gone through a long-distance run. So strong the ability. Among the pile of flesh, Li Sisi had already forgotten her fear. Looking at the blood fountain spraying around her, she finally understood why the Lin siblings regarded Qiu Shengsheng as their captain. Current ability level, ability user tier 3, 280/300, 290/300, 300/300. Ability level progress increased. Congratulations, your apocalyptic survival character's current ability level is ability user tier 4, 5/400. Amidst Qiu Shengsheng's heavy breathing, Du Ziren looked at her as her ability soared and leveled up. His expression indeed changed. It took an entire purple crystal core just to level up one tier. This crystal core armor looks impressive, but in reality, it's a money pit. Secretly lamenting the consumption of the crystal core armor, in the game screen, a group of people had silently moved closer to Qiu Shengsheng, their previously scattered attitudes completely transformed into respectful ones as they looked at her. Shengsheng, I didn't expect you to hide it so deep. No wonder you were noticed by that senior. The potential of the purple ability is indeed worth cultivating. Linya sighed in admiration. Lin Ping looked around, his expression complex. By the way, earlier, the situation was urgent, and we didn't have time to think. Now that I think about it, do you think that Xia Yao specifically brought us here to divert the main force's firepower? To implement a strategy of breaking us one by one? Upon hearing this, Li Sisi was shocked. You mean, Xia Yao is one of the zombies? No. To be precise, king-type zombies have human intelligence. Could it be that from the very beginning, he had special ability zombies disguised as humans, infiltrating our base? Linya stroked his chin and said softly. As soon as he said this, everyone's scalp tingled. In other words, among those who had been living together day and night, there were actually zombies? Bold. This speculation was indeed bold. Even on the other side of the phone, Du Ziren's eyelids twitched. No wonder. No wonder letting Xiaoyao join the team raised the danger level so high. So it was this person who had a problem. Her ability is split. Wait, could it be? Suddenly thinking of a certain possibility, Duziran vaguely understood why Wanbei City had fallen. Once zombies gained intelligence, the war became treacherous. Buzz 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 on the phone's pop-up window, new game choices began to appear. Choice 1, move forward out of the corpse mist forest and continue searching for the ability user Lu Su. Result unknown. Choice 2, return along the original path to find the main force for regrouping. Result unknown. Oh, these two choices are quite interesting. Looking at the new pop-up options, Du Ziren squinted his eyes. Now, even a fool could see that there were traitors in the camp. And there might be more than just one or two. The zombies were luring the gathered people away, bringing them to a special ability nullification zone and eliminating them one by one. By then, all the ability users in the mining black market would be dead. How could it not fall? This also explains why Qiu Shengsheng and the others were immediately surrounded upon entering the corpse fog forest. Those zombies had long been prepared to wait for their prey. Once these guys gained intelligence, their unexpected and terrifying schemes. Should we go back to the main force? If the situation on the main force side is worse, going back would be a death sentence. I can't guarantee that, without abilities, the other side won't have a ability user level 6 monster. As for continuing forward, as long as I'm here, as long as we aren't forbidden from using abilities, again, it shouldn't be a big problem. After pondering for a moment, Du Ziren clicked on Option 1. Shangsheng. Prepare to cross this forest. Stay alert at all times. Understood, senior. Can I loot the spoils first? Standing still, Qiu Shengsheng felt the new vitality of the ability user level 4, her spirit high. Faster. Okay. Swiftly pulling out a military dagger from her pocket, Qiu Shengsheng began to stab at the bodies of the lickers and corpse fog zombies, collecting one by one blood crystals and gray-white crystals into her pockets. Seeing Qiu Shengsheng so busy, the other three felt embarrassed to just wait around and began collecting crystals as well. In a short while, nearly 30 crystals piled up together, making one's eyes shine. Wow, so many crystals, we hit the jackpot, Li Sisi exclaimed, but it was just an exclamation. She clearly knew that any of these crystals belonged to Qiu Shengsheng. Without her, the three of them would have been corpses long ago. Senior, these crystals, I wonder if you... Looking at the pile of disordered crystals, Qiu Shengsheng respectfully looked up. Your apocalypse survival role is delivering gifts to you. This time's gift, Bloodline Crystal, *15, Fog Barrier Crystal, *15, Flame Crystal, *3, Windblade Crystal, *2, Strong Crystal, *6. Do you accept? Yes, yes, yes. A new prompt popped up on the phone screen. Du Ziren almost clicked, accept, in a hurry. No joke. He was worried about not having crystals to activate the game nutrient pod. With these, wouldn't future interactive projections be a blast? Hiss. But with so many crystals, this time at least a big item should be sent, right? After clicking the accept button, buzz 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 inside the corpse fog forest, a pile of tall crystals suddenly vibrated and twisted, dissipating in a strange manner. I have accepted it. Du Ziren's voice came to her ears, and Qiu Shengsheng smiled knowingly. Compared to the daily crystal bath and that recently acquired purple crystal, these first-tier white quality crystals were truly nothing. It's really great that Senior Ziren can accept it. Her heart was filled with joy. Beside her, Lin Yalan had a icy expression. Only Li Sisi had a face full of shock. What the hell? What the hell? Where are your crystals? They disappeared? She opened her mouth wide, looking around in confusion, clearly unaware of any rumors about the space boss. Stay calm. Sisterly, when you get noticed by a space ability boss one day, you'll understand. Space ability? Boss? She looked blankly at Linya, who shrugged and smiled without saying a word. Wanbei City suburban road intersection. Lei Zhiyong swaggered towards the road sign. According to the Ye sign, it was only about 1 kilometer to the Chang'an gas station. The suburban road was extremely empty. Above the sky, a huge flock of birds, hinting at corpse transformation, was constantly circling. However, there were too many of them eyeing Lei Zhiyong, so they only dared to circle and did not attempt to attack. Lei Hubai, are you not afraid of suddenly encountering a high-level ability zombie that could take you out in an instant? Looking at Lei Zhiyong's brash demeanor, Goyu teased. In their group, not to mention having the strongest members of the mining black market base, the dog battle team and elemental battle team, even the following team of ability users were all at least ability user level 2 or above. One could say, this large team was the lifeblood of the mining black market. TCH, You old dog, you don't like being called an old dog. I already said, I've been here before, and basically, only lickers appear here, and they are all level 1 and level 2. Is that it? I, Lei Xiong, can take them out with one hand. Hee, the two joked back and forth. Captain, how about I go check the road? Amid the conversation, a young man from the elemental team, wearing a wind blade badge on his chest, stepped forward. He was the second strongest in the entire team, with wind blade ability at ability user level 5. That's fine. Zheng Feng, stay alert, and let's try to reach the Chang'an gas station first. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng respectfully nodded and walked to the front of the team, a few meters ahead of the leading group. After the apocalypse, the streets were filled only with abandoned vehicles and piled-up snow. Tap tap tap, the large team's footsteps were light, and there was no sign of any crisis ahead. Hiss 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 hiss. However, as they walked, the number of abandoned vehicles parked around inexplicably increased. From the deformed abandoned cars, thick white mist began to slowly emerge. Something's not right. Everyone stay alert. That mist shouldn't be normal mist. It could be toxic. Zheng Feng, be careful. With his eyes narrowed, Lei Xiong, despite his carefree personality, would not hesitate when trouble arose. Understood. Old. Before he could finish the word big, Zheng Feng's gaze suddenly froze. He saw it. In the mist, several zombies with gaping wounds were faintly approaching. There was a thin zombie with red cracked wounds, looking like a skinless bloodskin ghost. There was also a fat zombie with a swollen belly, covered in green corpse tubes, and as it ran and screamed, thick green corpse fluid flowed out from its split belly. These zombies are different from the ones I've seen before. Zheng Feng's eyes narrowed, and for some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a thin zombie leaped forward with a burst of energy, landing right in front of Zheng Feng. You dog, do you think my wind blade is just for show? With a grip of his palm, a rapidly spinning wind blade twisted and suddenly shot out from Zheng Feng's hand. Whoosh! The head of the zombie that lunged at him instantly fell from mid-air. Gululu, after the head hit the ground, it emitted a strange ha-ha-ha laugh. The headless corpse suddenly tore apart in mid-air, exploding with a boom. Flames flickered within the corpse, growing from small to large. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave of fire erupted, surging towards the crowd of the main force. Rumble, the scorching air wave rushed towards them, and Lei Xiong's pupils widened as he frantically looked at Zheng Feng in the sea of fire. Zheng Feng, yeah. Under the surging flames, 3 or 4 red split-skin zombies lunged at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng covered his face, being closest to the flames. His clothes had long been burned away, and his skin crackled from the heat, his hair singed. Instinctively, he gathered the wind blade, wanting to slay the approaching red split-skin zombies. However, recalling the terrifying self-detonation of the corpses just moments ago, he instantly lost the courage to act. The few red split-skin zombies, seemingly certain that Zheng Feng wouldn't dare to kill them at close range, pounced on him like shadows, coiling around him like snakes. Sharp claws pierced into his abdomen, sizzled, tearing out chunks of flesh, sending them to their mouths. A scream erupted as Zheng Feng's body twisted in the sea of fire, his stomach already gaping open. Among his cracked lips stained with blood and flesh, the red split-skin zombies seemed to be addicted, with a few of them burying their heads into Zheng Feng's belly, continuously gnawing. Damn it! What are these? Zheng Feng! Lei Xiong couldn't bear to see his teammates suffer, and the arc in his hand crackled. Captain, no! If you kill those zombies, at this close distance, Zheng Feng will definitely be blown to bits. Behind him, a girl with sky-blue hair urged Lei Xiong. Her palms were pressed together, and as she gazed at Zheng Feng, a layer of water film began to form on his skin. Water ability. A rare water ability in the apocalypse. Puff puff puff, water splashed around his body, as if giving Zheng Feng a protective layer. The girl's eyes sharpened. Zheng Feng, now, take down those zombies, she shouted anxiously. Zheng Feng understood her meaning, and the wind blade in his hand gathered once more. But, within the burning flames, the air seemed to twist strangely for a moment. With a buzz, the wind blade in his hand suddenly vanished. The water film swirling around his body also dissipated into vapor. What? In the burning flames, a bloated, sickly green zombie approached with heavy steps, giving Zheng Feng no chance at all, grinning menacingly. Put. The next moment, its massive legs stomped down on Zheng Feng's head, blood splattering. Amidst the blood and fire, Zheng Feng's headless corpse swayed, and from his gaping belly, the bloody face of a red split-skin zombie emerged. Zheng Feng. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, bright red blood flowed everywhere. Zheng Feng was dead. A level 5 powerhouse had fallen just like that. This. On the foggy road, the once mighty team witnessed this scene, and their hearts began to waver. Why did my wind wall fail? Something's wrong. My body has become so weak, my strong physique seems to have disappeared. Quick! Run! Tap tap tap. In an instant, someone attempted to counterattack but had already realized the problem. The gathered team quickly scattered, their faces panicked, like defeated dogs, fleeing in all directions. Captain! Captain! Hurry! Hurry! We must evacuate immediately. The girl with sky blue hair looked terrified. Everyone knew what it meant to be without abilities. She tightly grasped Lei Zhiyong's arm, coordinating with another team member, retreating into the distance. Damn! Damn! Lei Zhiyong's eyes were red, his palms bloodied, yet he could no longer gather a single, lightning arc. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the flames still burned along the path. Ah! From the mist, red crack-skinned zombies surged forth, beginning to chase after the crowd. After a moment, the hazy mist dissipated, revealing a group of charred, ability users, lying on the street. Fog barrier zone. Xiao Shengsheng and a few others walked along the tree trunks, occasionally touching the branches. As the creator of the mining black market, Qin Wan's ability was esteemed as green ability, possessing a little-known special skill, that is, to communicate through trees. Yes, as long as Qin Wan wanted, she could transmit information through the densely packed tree trunks underground. Of course, the premise was that she actually transmitted the information, only then would the nearby tree trunks store and relay the message. TSK. We've touched the tree trunks all the way, yet we haven't received any information from Boss Qin. It seems that there shouldn't be any major issues at the base. That King Zombie's trick is to prioritize dealing with our ability users. Otherwise, she would have sent us a message by now. Linya's expression was calm. She had considered that there might be zombie infiltrators in the base that could endanger her father. But given the current situation, the King Zombie didn't care about the scavengers in the base, focusing all its attention on the ability users outside. Actually, even if there are zombies in the base, with Qin's leadership, the third underground level should be her absolute domain, so we don't need to worry too much. What I'm more worried about now is whether that person Lu Su exists. Xiao Shengsheng tilted her head, suddenly proposing such a notion. As soon as she said this, the others who were still walking froze in their steps. Yes, if the King Zombie could let the ability zombies infiltrate the base, then could it be possible that all along, Lu Su was their means to attract ability users? Shengsheng, I didn't expect you to think of such a level. Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng with some admiration. She realized that Xiao Shengsheng was not as simple as she appeared. Whether in ability potential or mental response, there was great room for growth. No wonder that person chose you. Hiss, does Lu Su exist? On this side of the phone, Du Ziren was also startled by this thought. If Lu Su was fabricated by the King Zombie from the beginning, using radio waves to contact the Luzhou safe camp, then the intelligence of this King Zombie would be too perverse, right? Setting a trap to lure everyone? Isn't this just playing humanity like a puppet? But it shouldn't be. After thinking carefully, Du Ziren interrupted Xiao Xingxing's speculation. Because it's simple. The game said, after bringing back Lu Su, rewards will be calculated based on the team's survival. Therefore, according to the game setting, Lu Su must exist. Lu Su exists. Don't worry, let's get out of the fog barrier zone first. Press the small horn, Du Ziren reminded Xiao Shengsheng. If Senior Ziren says so. Tap tap tap. As the footsteps continued to move, a hazy suburban road suddenly appeared ahead of the dense forest. At the end of the corpse fog forest, it surprisingly connected to another suburb of Wangbei City. Roar roar. However, just as they stepped out of the forest, a series of corpse roars echoed through the foggy suburban road. Damn it! Zombies again! This time, I will definitely make them die in the ground. The eerie corpse roars rang in his ears, and Lin Ping's face turned icy cold. Just now, without any superpowers, being threatened by this group of zombies was already infuriating enough. Now, wasn't this just walking right into it? Sister, you all stay back. Let me show you how to kill it. In the white fog, a thin, red body was faintly jumping. Lin Ping's first reaction was to think they were still ability user first stage lickers. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and several soil spikes slowly emerged from the ground, ready to shoot out. Suddenly, on the other side of the phone, in Du Ziren's oversized perspective screen, a gaunt zombie with cracks all over its body and red skin revealed its form, a strange smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Haha. In the thick fog, there were also a few short and stout, green-skinned zombies, like giant tree stumps, wandering in the mist. Puff puff puff. From their bellies, thick green liquid continuously splattered, making Du Ziren frown. The main quest says to watch the team's final survival for rewards. In other words, at any stage of the mission, the mortality rate will be very high. Could these two new zombies? Quickly clicking on the red crack-skinned zombie and green fat zombie, Du Ziren's face instantly darkened. Self-destruct flame zombie, ability level, ability user second stage, ability, self-destruct fire wave, white, self-destruct fire wave, a special type of awakened zombie that knows how to maximize its abilities. The moment its body is severely damaged, it will explode with a self-destruct that is no less than ability user 5th stage. Note, before reaching super ability user, keep a safe distance from this zombie. Self-destruct venom zombie, ability level, ability user second stage, ability, self-destruct venom, white, self-destruct venom. The venom zombie has a large body and extraordinary explosive power. Its belly stores venom that can instantly corrode targets. Objects corroded by the venom will continuously emit a corpse liquid aura, attracting nearby zombies' attacks. Note, although the explosion of the venom zombie is not powerful, the venom aura inside is very troublesome, so it's best not to be easily touched by the venom. Were these guys already set up here early? Looking at the descriptions of the two new types of zombies, Duziren couldn't help but marvel at the cleverness of the King Seed zombie. First, they used ability failure to hunt the ability users in the forest, and after the plan failed, they had already ambushed self-destruct zombies on the road. If an ordinary person had just experienced such a scare and regained their abilities, they would definitely kill the mutated zombies in a fit of rage. Little did they know, the zombies that coincidentally appeared here were the foreshadowing. As long as you had the intent to kill, you would definitely be blown up by these unremarkable zombies. Right now, Lin Ping was the one who didn't know the situation and stepped forward. Fortunately, I squinted for a moment. Otherwise, Lin Ping would definitely be blown up. Hastily pressing the small horn, Duziren didn't want this guy's death to affect the final settlement rewards. Hey, everyone, keep your distance from the zombies. Maintain a defensive posture. Remember, do not approach the zombies. They are very dangerous. Shengsheng, prepare to shoot from a distance with your handgun. This time, the little trumpet has opened the option for everyone. As the sound spread, it echoed continuously along the suburban roads. Ha, is that Senior Ziren? Suddenly, everyone's relaxed nerves tensed up. In the current situation, anyone who said those few zombies in the fog were dangerous would be considered talking nonsense. But, if this senior with the space abilities spoke, who would dare not to believe? Even if there were just a few snails lying on the road, if the senior said there was danger, they would have to reconsider. Senior Ziren, Shengsheng understands. Kaka almost immediately, Shengsheng pulled out her handgun from her pocket without hesitation, loaded it, and aimed. Is there danger? Looking at the seemingly useless zombies in the fog, Lin Ping slowly retreated, not daring to be careless for a moment. After exchanging a glance with her sister Linya, a thick, arched earthen wall suddenly roared out from the ground in front of everyone. Tut tut tut, the thick earthen wall piled up in front of them like a barrier. Seeing that they were just dealing with a few small zombies, everyone used their methods, leaving Li Sisi confused. Aren't they buddies? Using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Having never witnessed Duziren's methods, Li Sisi was baffled. However, in the hazy suburban road, a few self-exploding fire zombies also looked puzzled. Roar, why aren't they coming over? Roar, who knows? Wang ordered us to wait. Roar, so what do we do now? Roar roar roar, who cares? If they don't come, we'll go to them. For the king, we will offer our lives. Yeah! Suddenly, a bright red zombie, alive with fresh blood and flesh, suddenly burst out of the fog, rapidly approaching Shengsheng. Ha ha ha, it exhaled hot air, its blood and flesh cracked, continuously emitting scorching waves, like a piece of moving hot coal, distorting the surrounding air. Die! Bang! Not daring to be careless, Shengsheng squinted and quickly shot at the self-exploding fire zombie's head. Boom! The zombie that had been lunging in the air suddenly had its forehead explode in a spray of blood, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, black-red blood flowed everywhere, and the seemingly clawing zombie lay motionless on the ground, already dead beyond measure. Is that it? This zombie is nothing much. What is there to? Li Sisi pouted, just about to mock everyone for their overreaction. Boom! The next moment, a ball of fire erupted from the thin, withered corpse, growing from small to large, as a massive wave of fire exploded from within the body. Boom boom boom! The terrifying flames instantly engulfed the surrounding road, scorching the ground until it turned black and twisted. Sizzle 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 as the sea of fire swept in. Fortunately, Lin Ping and Linya had already piled up the earthen wall in advance, successfully avoiding the blow. Tang tang tang, rolling sparks erupted overhead, and the few of them stood beneath the earthen wall, exchanging glances, bewildered. Shengsheng, your senior really is quite prescient. Ziren. Senior Ziren is very powerful, he has predicted other things before. Ah, does that mean the senior has the ability to predict the future? Lin Ping was completely stunned upon hearing this. What kind of big shot is this? Tung tung tang in the sea of fire, more and more bright red self-exploding fire zombies rushed in, and Xiao Xingxing's expression tightened as she kept shooting with her handgun. Bang bang bang! With each shot fired, a zombie fell to the ground, and the roaring flames erupted like a tidal wave. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the originally misty suburban road was instantly scorched dry. Boom! Finally, as a massive, venom zombie exploded in the sea of fire, the roaring inferno fell silent. Clap clap clap, the foul-smelling green venom splattered in the fire, drenching every inch of the earthen wall outside. Until the burning flames were completely extinguished, the suburban road was crystal clear. No trace of mist remained, nor could a single zombie's silhouette be seen. Phew, that was close. If it weren't for that senior, I would have just rushed in. I might have been blown to bits by now. Behind the earthen wall, Lin Ping patted his chest, still shaken. The series of explosions just now was no less than a frontline war zone. Pat! Before he could reflect, his sister Linya slapped him on the head, and he was immediately pushed down to kneel in the dirt. Thank you, senior. Linya is here, on behalf of my brother, to express gratitude for your life-saving grace. Thud, the brother and sister duo, in perfect sync, began to bow down to the ground. Thud thud, the sounds of their bows echoed until the voice of Du Ziren rang out in the air. No problem, just a casual act. The grand, profound words reverberated along the road, and only then did the siblings stop their worship, bowing respectfully towards the sky. The grace of the senior will be remembered. Seeing the Lin siblings so adept at this, Li Sisi's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat flustered as she clenched her fists. Just moments ago, she had questioned this senior's decisions. Now, Li Sisi licked her lips, her sense of shame getting the better of her, ultimately unable to bring herself to kneel. In the past, in the Element Squad, she was always the one on high, receiving worship. Now, asking her to lower herself, she simply couldn't adapt. That senior. Surely he wouldn't be thinking of me, right? At worst, I could just be his lover. Or even his RBQ, right? I'm not lacking in that department. Besides, what man cares if his woman has more than one? Li Sisi prided herself on her understanding of the apocalypse, and was even more self-assured about her understanding of Du Ziren. She even confidently thought that she could establish some sort of special relationship with this senior. With that thought, she slyly glanced up at the sky. Detected that you have a new admirer. Character Li Sisi's favorability towards you is 53. Would you like to bind this character's perspective? Binding this character will unlock all of Li Sisi's perspectives, including adult 18+ content special storylines. Another one? No way? Just her? Doesn't she see what level she's at? Although she fantasized about adult content, Du Ziren was a pure love warrior, only wanting to see Qiu Shangshang. Not to mention, Du Ziren wouldn't choose to bind a new character. Even this Li Sisi, she couldn't compare to Linya. Did she deserve it? No. He decisively rejected this new admirer, too lazy to care about this woman's thoughts. Tat tat tat, the piled-up earthen wall began to slide down continuously. On the burning suburban road, the exploded, zombie, bodies were still smoldering. At least a dozen shimmering, red crystal cores lay quietly on the ground. However, on top of the crystal cores, the dark green juice from the explosion of the venom zombie had evenly splattered across the surface, emitting a foul stench. Shang, look, there are so many crystal cores, should we help our senior collect them? Linya asked thoughtfully. I have to say, her emotional intelligence is really high. She has already started to look up to Qiu Shangshang. Let's collect them. Senior. Just as she was about to reach for a crystal core, beside her, the voice of Du Ziren suddenly exploded in her ear. Shang, don't touch the crystal cores. Those are traps. Ha, why not? Qiu Shangshang froze for a moment. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh again at the layout of the zombies. That venom zombie had just actively self-destructed, spreading venom over all the crystal cores, knowing that humans would definitely pick up the crystal cores. As soon as you touch a crystal core and get contaminated with zombie liquid aura, you can expect endless zombies to come knocking. The venom of the green zombies spreads through smell. As long as you touch the crystal core, you will be marked. It's not worth it to let all the zombies know your location for just a few crystal cores. So that's how it is. Is that really the case? Senior Ziren, you are truly well informed. Without you, we would definitely have been marked by the smell. Withdrawing her hand reluctantly, Qiu Shangshang looked gratefully towards the sky. Then, should we not take the crystal cores? No, it's not worth exposing our location for these crystal cores. Let's find a place to hide first. I have a feeling that the waves of zombies are being set up by someone in advance. Okay. With this reminder from Du Ziren, Qiu Shangshang finally realized. It seemed that since they left the mine black market, the ambushes among everyone had been one wave after another, as if they were being led by the nose. "Let's go," the senior said. "Those crystal cores can't be taken, the venom on them is problematic." After telling a few people beside her, Xiao Shang began to lead the way, avoiding the areas on the ground with venom, quickly heading in the opposite direction of the Chang'an gas station. "Crystal cores, can't we take them?" Hearing this, Lin Ye and Lin Ping's eyes flickered with regret. There were at least a dozen crystal cores on the ground. Although they were all of white quality, they were all ability user second tier, strength, crystal cores, which was indeed a big fortune. Although they felt regret, the siblings were very self-aware. After glancing at the crystal cores a few times, they quickly followed Xiao Shang away. "Can't we take them? But those are fire-type crystal cores." Looking at the bright red crystal cores on the ground, Li Sisi's expression hesitated. Ding dong on the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren's doorbell suddenly rang. "Is it here?" Putting down his phone, Du Ziren looked surprised at the door. Thud thud thud, he quickly ran towards the door, genuinely curious about who the delivery person was, and why they were always so fast. He pressed his left eye against the peephole, trying to see the package delivery person for the Apocalypse survival game. As a result, there was nothing at the door except for a large square cardboard box. The words Xiao Shang sent to Du Ziren were printed on the box, familiar beyond measure. "Wow, what quick action!" Creak opening the door, he brought the heavy box inside. As he walked, he tore open the seal of the box, and a pile of sparkling crystal cores immediately came into view. "Woof, what is this?" Seemingly sensitive to the crystal cores, Chang Shang, who had been lying on the ground, immediately tilted his head and came over. "What's wrong? Do you also like shiny things?" Casually taking out a bright red flame crystal core, Du Ziren's eyes gradually began to show surprise. Clearly, it had just been piled in the box, and the crystal core was still shimmering with flowing light. How could it lose its glow the moment it was taken out? Instead, a warm breath continuously rose from his arm, surging through his limbs and flooding into his chest. "Woof, it seems your aura has become more intense." Chang Shang looked at Du Ziren in confusion. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed that Du Ziren's touch of the so-called crystal core had caused this new change. Aura intense? What kind of second-rate talk is that? Just say I'm excited because I got some game merchandise. Du Ziren's eyelids twitched, and Chang Shang blinked his dog eyes, saying nothing more. "Woof, can you give me one?" "Take it." Casually tossing out a liquor bloodline crystal core, Du Ziren hugged a pile of crystal cores and approached the game nutritional pod. "Let me see. This time, if I put in a brand new crystal core, how long can I play?" He glanced over the box of crystal cores, which contained Bloodline Crystal Core *14, Fog Barrier Crystal Core *15, Flame Crystal Core *1, Windblade Crystal Core *2, Strong Crystal Core *6, a total of 38 crystal cores. This Fog Barrier Crystal Core. Just thinking of the Grey Fog Barrier Crystal Core, which was produced by the Fog Barrier zombie that spewed out corpse chi, made Du Ziren feel very resistant. "Let's use these up first." Crack, he directly embedded 5 Fog Barrier crystal cores into the hatch of the game nutritional pod, then Du Ziren lay down inside the pod like a corpse. Thud as the hatch closed, a familiar mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his ears. "The game pod is charging. Projecting interaction will begin soon." Detected sufficient energy from this crystal core. While maintaining the operation of this device, you can also choose to enhance the following physical attributes. 1 Flame ability, White Enhancer Tier 3 upgraded to Enhancer Tier 4. 2 Steel ability, White Enhancer Tier 3 upgraded to Enhancer Tier 4. 3 Bloodline ability, White Enhancer Tier 1 upgraded to Enhancer Tier 2. 4 Canine Transformation ability, Blue Enhancer Tier 1 upgraded to Enhancer Tier 2. 5 Activate new ability, Fog Barrier Corpse Chi, White Enhancer Tier 1. So this game pod can also enhance my projection strength while playing, right? Absorb crystal cores to increase ability level? This is just like the settings in the ability manual that Shang looked at back then. After a moment of silence, Du Ziren chose option 4. There was no other choice. According to the game settings, the canine transformation ability was considered quite advanced. In terms of priority, it definitely needed to be cultivated first. As for activating a new ability, thinking of the Fog Barrier ability that spewed out white corpse chi, Du Ziren felt resistant. Enhance canine transformation ability level. Extracting crystal core energy, about to release. Hiss suddenly, a thick mist sprayed out from the dark pod. Du Ziren breathed in the mist, feeling as if he was bathing in a warm spring, comfortably closing his eyes. Outside the game nutritional pod, Chang Shang looked at Du Ziren in confusion. "Isn't this bro? Why are you lying on the ground with a look of bliss? Do you have no shame? There's a dog watching too." "No, you need to tone it down. Changsheng widened its dog eyes, and from its perspective, Duziran suddenly stuffed 5 crystal cores into his sleeve, then directly lay down on the ground, looking dazed, before suddenly revealing a drunken, dreamy expression. Crazy. Definitely a madman. Changsheng concluded that this new master was the right choice. Living with such a madman meant a life of ease. It could finally relax completely. Its 4 dog paws strangely mimicked a human's posture, with the 2 hind paws standing up, as if it were standing like a person, while the front paws moved as if playing with the crystal cores. Woof, why do I feel such a strong possessiveness over this thing? Continuously rubbing the crystal cores, until a bold idea took root in its mind. Eat it. Eat it. Woof. Somehow, driven by an inexplicable impulse, Changsheng opened its mouth and swallowed a whole crystal core. Contrary to its imagination, the huge, stone-like crystal core did not get stuck in its throat. Instead, it smoothly traveled down to its stomach, and a warm flow spread from its stomach throughout its limbs. Woof, woof, so comfortable, it squinted its eyes in bliss. But, the next moment, Changsheng was shocked to find that its body felt as light as a balloon, rapidly floating upwards. Woof, what? Why have I lost gravity? Woof! Its dog paws flailed in panic. If someone were to look through a telescope at Du Ziran's house at that moment, they would be astonished to see a Wuhai dog flying against the ceiling in the living room. Woof! Woof! Fortunately, after Changsheng kept barking and struggling, its body gradually stabilized and began to descend. It seemed to have grasped some kind of feeling, and after slowly landing, its gaze turned towards the sofa in the living room. Buzz buzz buzz. The huge sofa was actually slowly detaching from the gravitational pull, beginning to float. Woof, me? I can control gravity? In disbelief, Changsheng experimented with other objects in the room for a while, and then, as if bored, it flopped down on the ground. A mischievous glint sparkled in its dog eyes as Changsheng looked at Du Ziran. Should I tell him I have superpowers? By the way, where did this guy get so many magical stones? Woof. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to think about it. Just relax. Subconsciously, it thought about eating Du Ziran's other crystal cores, but Changsheng was just an idealistic dog, wanting only to lie down. After thinking about it, it found it uninteresting. The warm flow in its belly continued to surge, and Changsheng lay on the ground, snoring and falling asleep. Buzz buzz buzz. Meanwhile, when Du Ziran opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a foggy street, trailing behind Qiu Shengsheng and the others, heading towards the dilapidated one-base city. With the enhancement of the invisibility buff, no one could detect Du Ziran's presence. The air was filled with the stench of rotting corpses, and the damp fog soaked into his cheeks, creating a humid atmosphere. Ugh, so stinky. Having never smelled the stench of corpses before, Du Ziran immediately covered his nose. The foul odor was so real that his stomach was cramping, as if it were about to vomit at any moment. Damn it! Is the sensory interaction in this game really that impressive? If I don't go for fame and fortune, is that all I aspire to, just to get scammed? Cursing while covering his nose, Du Ziran walked at the back of the group, as the ruins of broken buildings gradually emerged from the fog. A house collapsed, and the dark street of the commercial area slowly appeared before them. Shang, does the senior mean we should not join the main force for now? If we hide for a while, he suspects there are still. In front of the team, Linya looked doubtful, asking questions intermittently. Qiu Shengxing nodded, just about to analyze the situation. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, in the distance on the suburban road, a group of figures flickered and moved, rushing towards them. Hoo, damn it! I can't run anymore. How can we engage them in close combat? Pure NM trap. Lei Zhiyong, you guys do something. In the hazy white mist, Guyu's voice gradually spread, occasionally accompanied by Lei Zhiyong's frustrated curses. Do something. Damn it, you think I don't want to? My ability hasn't recovered. If I could fight, I'd blow those zombies to bits. Aga! Under the thick mist of corpse gas, the shrill screams of zombies drew closer. The 4-member team from the dog combat squad, dressed in leather, was already in tatters. Their long, fluffy hair had faded due to the ability failure. Fortunately, none of them had suffered fatal injuries, and their physical condition was decent enough to keep a distance from the zombies that kept surging from behind. But, on the other hand, the Element Squad, after losing Zhang Feng, Lei Zhiyong, along with a female member and a male member, had faces that were burnt and crumpled, looking utterly defeated. They were already stumbling, gasping for breath. Aga! Amidst the swirling white mist, a self-exploding fire zombie, like a wild monkey, was quickly closing in on all fours. The cold wind blew across the zombie's torn red skin, faintly revealing flickering flames inside. It looked as if it was about to self-destruct at any moment. Captain, I can't run anymore. You go. The girl with sky blue hair felt her calves cramp, and after taking a few steps, she thudded to the ground. As a water ability user, she usually traveled light. Who would have thought that one day she would lose her powers and have to fight for her life against zombies using only her physical strength? No, meow meow, even if I die, you can't die. You are the only water ability user in the black market. Get up. Trying to pull the girl up, her legs had already stiffened, and she had no strength left to stand. Keek 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 keek, the sinister howls drew ever closer. Lei Zhiyong's eyes turned red as he looked at the zombie with a grinning mouth in the mist. Damn it, I'm going all out with you. Having never fought such a frustrating battle, Lei Zhiyong had already lost Zheng Feng. He couldn't bear to see another teammate sacrificed before his eyes. Captain, hey, old Lei, you. He took a bold step forward, charging towards the zombies without hesitation. This scene shocked the others who were fleeing. Come on, you bastard, laughing at me, ha, before you blow my body apart, I'll definitely bite off your head. He glared fiercely at the first zombie that chased after him, cursing. The self-exploding fire zombie grinned, its arms already expanding, preparing to pounce. Ugh! A long howl rang in his ears. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from a distance of 10 meters behind them. Thud! The self-destructing fire zombie, still lunging forward, was hit by a flash of light, causing its body to flip backward, its head tilting at an odd angle before it fell to the ground. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Once the zombie hit the ground, a closer look revealed that this fierce-looking creature had a bloody hole opened in the center of its forehead, blood continuously oozing out. Is this a bullet hole? A gun? Lei Zhiyong stared in disbelief. A gun? This was a banned item 100 years after the apocalypse. Who could use it? Hey, get away from the body. It's going to explode. Before Lei Zhiyong could express more thoughts, a calm female voice rang out from behind, snapping him back to reality, and he quickly retreated several steps. Thud thud thud. As he stepped back, the zombie with the hole in its head suddenly burst into flames, and with a loud boom, a terrifying wave of fire erupted. Boom boom boom, the sea of fire surged, scorching the entire street black for over 10 meters. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the mist was burned dry. Moments later, on the briefly illuminated street, Lei Zhiyong and his group lay on the ground, looking disheveled as they turned to see Qiu Xingxing's team behind them. Is it you guys? Lei Zhiyong looked in surprise at the few people who were almost completely unharmed, doubting his own abilities. You guys are completely fine? Captain, Li Sisi immediately stepped forward and pulled Lei Zhiyong up. Of course we're fine, did you think who was behind us? That is. Lin Ping was about to boast about the first team of the mining black market when Ling Yi suddenly elbowed him in the chest. Don't say what you shouldn't. Oh, immediately, the Lin siblings stood silently beside Qiu Shengsheng. We have someone who knows the zombie's abilities, and I just happen to have a gun, so of course we're fine. Qiu Xingxing's expression was calm, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. She didn't want too many people to know about Senior Zirin. I didn't expect Miss Qiu to be so knowledgeable. The dog squad thanks you here. Goyu looked at Qiu Shengsheng with suspicion but didn't dare to ask more, bowing together with his team. I, Lei Zhiyong, owe you a favor. Lei Zhiyong brushed off the dust from his clothes, looking somewhat enviously at the handgun in Qiu Xingxing's hand. A handgun was definitely a powerful weapon against the self-destructing fire zombie. This handgun was far superior to their once proud ability army. You guys, didn't you find Lu Su? Putting away the handgun, Qiu Shengsheng looked puzzled at Lei Zhiyong. Logically speaking, with so many ability users, even if each had one ability, they should be able to break through the encirclement and rescue one person, right? Hearing this, Lei Zhiyong's face darkened. We were ambushed. Right near the Chang'an gas station, where the fog was thick, and hidden in the fog were these self-destructing zombies. We didn't react in time, and many people were killed in the explosion. Zheng Feng has already. The girl with blue hair explained quietly, and the surrounding people turned pale, lowering their heads. Yang Miao Miao, what did you say? Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang is dead? But he's a level 5 ability user. How could he? Li Sisi's eyes widened in shock, her whole body trembling, clearly unable to accept the death of a former team member. The crowd fell silent. The once confident group now as defeated as they had been confident before. Only at the back of the team, Qiu Shengsheng wore a complex expression, gratitude flickering in her eyes. Thanks to Senior Zirin. If it weren't for him telling us not to follow the main force, not to look for the main force. Otherwise, She patted her chest, still shaken, unaware that Du Zirin was standing right behind her. Du Zirin scanned the surroundings, his expression neither sad nor happy. On the virtual game display, a line of text caught his attention. Currently in a special area, you cannot use the ability Dimensional Slash. Your main skill is disabled. Your canine transformation skill has been upgraded to Ability User 2nd Stage. Your current available abilities: Flame Ability User 3rd Stage, Steelification Ability User 3rd Stage, Bloodline Ability User 1st Stage, Canine Transformation Ability User 2nd Stage. Hiss ability is disabled again? What is the principle behind this? The first time was in the Corpse Fog Forest, the second time was here. Just now, Lei Zhiyang also said that they went to the Chang'an gas station and also experienced ability failure, suffering severe casualties. So, every time ability failure helps the zombie camp, can the zombie set up ability failure points in advance? Or is that King Zombie's ability failure? Is it nearby now? Looking at the dimensional blade skill, Du Ziren began to have a vague guess. Ability failure can only target one person's specific ability. For someone like him, a multi-ability user, the opponent can only restrain his strongest ability. With my abilities, I can still do something. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Shengsheng, feeling somewhat emotional. This game's main quest is unexpectedly difficult. Now, what do you plan to do? In the crowd, Linya proactively broke the awkwardness, while Lei Zhiyang scratched his head. What else can we do? Without abilities, who dares to rescue that Lu Su? Let's go back. We should leave the ability failure zone as soon as possible, regain our abilities, and report this to Boss Qin at the base. I finally understand why the Wanbei City base has fallen. Damn it! Ability failure, who dares to fight zombies? He arrogantly made decisions, while Linya looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think that King Zombie will let you go back? It deliberately lured us out, wanting to pick us off one by one. As for the base, those old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the base, it looks down on them. It can conquer the base in no time after playing us to death. Sigh. Now that everyone is separated, it makes it easier for it to hunt us down one by one. Hunt us down one by one? One by one. Linya's words were like a sudden enlightenment, stimulating Du Ziren. If it were to pick us off one by one, could ability failure be distributed in so many places? Distributed. Wait, Xia Yao's ability is split. Could it be? A terrifying possibility surged in his mind. The King Zombie also has multiple abilities. Is it possible Xia Yao is the split body of the King Zombie, possessing both split and ability failure abilities? She seemed to have died at that time, but in reality, she triggered ability failure. If you have the skill of split, it means that the King-type zombie has now split into many, lurking in various small teams, silently rendering the abilities of the ability squad ineffective, allowing the ability zombies to massacre. This explains why everyone always falls into traps passively. Damn it! The enemy leader is right in front of me. How can I not be schemed against? Ward FA? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. The more I think, the more Du Ziren feels that the first mainline boss of this game is outrageous. Is this still a zombie? So smart. Why don't you invent zombie technology? With narrowed eyes, Du Ziren fixed his gaze on the few members of the Dog Battle Team and Element Team. If his guess is correct, Xiao Shengsheng and her group came out of the Corpse Mist Forest without losing their abilities. It was only when they encountered them that their abilities became ineffective. Does that mean there is a King-type zombie split body among this group? Good. Damn it! Are you treating people like fools? With a cold gaze, Du Ziren walked to Xiao Xingxing's side, just about to whisper a reminder to her to avoid alarming the snake. Boom 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 on the misty suburban street, a series of earth-shaking tremors came. In the distant hazy fog, one by one, self-destruct poison liquid zombies surged forward like bowling pins. Haha, unlike the self-destruct flame zombies, these guys moved slowly, but wherever they passed, the ground was trampled and collapsed. Thick green corpse liquid splattered from their cracked skin as they ran, emitting a foul odor. Damn it! These zombies are scarier than those self-destruct zombies. Their strength is enough to. Looking at the approaching zombies, Goyu was about to warn. Hi, self-destruct poison liquid zombie immediately lifted a discarded car by the roadside with one hand. Quick! Scatter quickly! Almost immediately, Goyu shouted, and everyone scattered. Boom! The heavy car fell with a crashing force towards them. Run! The Lin siblings pulled Xiao Shengsheng and ran towards the nearby buildings. Boom! The car fell, and the place where they had been standing was immediately smashed open by the car. The already abandoned car shattered into debris. Thud 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 like a small earthquake, countless self-destruct poison liquid zombies were still approaching. Damn it! How did these things chase us all the way here? Their speed is nowhere near that of the self-destruct flame zombies. How do they know we are here? Lei Zhiyang's face was filled with rage, growing more anxious. He began to believe that king-type zombie would not let them live. Ha 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 ha! Dozens of small giant-like, self-destruct poison liquid zombies surged in, not rushing to attack, but rushing to stand around the surrounding buildings, and then, the bulging bellies had green veins pulsating. Galugula boom! The next moment, like human bombs exploding, thick green poison liquid splattered all over the buildings. Eek eek! After the foul-smelling corpse liquid burst out, the zombie birds, hovering in the sky, seemed to be attracted, swarming towards the street like bees. Black, dense black, it was like dark clouds closing in. The mutated, zombie birds, were as large as eagles, their beaks filled with jagged teeth, and once they landed, they pecked the ground covered in corpse liquid, creating holes. Quick! Run! The entire street was suddenly shrouded in darkness, like a black cloud pressing down. Lei Jian looked at the flock of birds just within reach and couldn't help but swallow hard. So many zombie birds, even if he had regained his superpowers, he feared being devoured by the flock in an instant, leaving no bones behind. Thud! Thud! Everyone fled, hiding in a small roadside supermarket to avoid being splattered by the exploding corpse liquid. Doyu hurriedly instructed his team to pile shelves in front of the glass doors and windows. A self-exploding toxic zombie approached, standing in front of the supermarket's dilapidated entrance, its belly swelling again, intent on luring the corpse birds here. Shang, Miss Chiu, Captain Chiu. The street was already filled with corpse liquid. This was no less than the last line of defense. At this moment, everyone looked hopefully at Xiao Shangshang. I understand. Her hand holding the gun trembled. Xiao Shangshang was uncertain if she could lead everyone out of this calamity. She felt a bit panicked. Just then, Du Ziren stood calmly behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Shangshang, don't be afraid. I'm always here. Senior Ziren? Feeling the real touch, an inexplicable surge of confidence welled up in Xiao Xingxing's heart. Even though she knew Senior Ziren might also lose some powers, as long as he was there, she felt she had nothing to fear. The first time she met him, no matter how many times she heard his voice, it always brought her peace. Don't worry, this time, I will fight alongside you. Fire! Shangshang, with the senior here. Shangshang, you won't be afraid of anything. Bang! In the instant the flames flickered in the supermarket, the self-exploding toxic zombie outside twitched its head with a gurgle. The dark bullet hole slowly opened, spewing out countless foul-smelling corpse liquid. But even so, that self-exploding toxic zombie still grinned menacingly, its swollen belly continuing to swell, showing no signs of stopping. Thud thud! The enormous zombie belly looked ready to explode. Not good. If that guy's belly explodes, this place will definitely be covered in corpse liquid. It's over. It's over. No, I haven't lived enough yet. Help! Countless cries of despair erupted around them. At this moment, even the Lin siblings, who usually revered Xiao Shangshang, were rendered silent by the black cloud outside. Just imagine, if they got splattered with corpse liquid, how long could an ordinary person survive in the mouth of the flock of corpse birds without superpowers? Thud thud! Faintly, amidst the silence, the heartbeat of the crowd began to be heard. Despair spread. Under the oppressive darkness, only Xiao Shangxing's face remained unusually calm. In her eyes, Senior Ziren was an omnipotent deity. With the senior here, Shangshang won't be afraid of anything. The handgun calmly ejected the spent shell and was reloaded. Just under Xiao Xingxing's resolute gaze, suddenly, woof! The self-exploding toxic zombie, which had been grinning and patting its belly, suddenly paused its laughter. A bare, sickly green head sprouted dog ears and let out a bark. In this scene, everyone in the supermarket was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Woof! The swelling of its belly relaxed instantly, and this self-exploding toxic zombie slowly crouched down, mimicking a dog on all fours, its legs fidgeting in its pants. Ha 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 ha! Before long, a light yellow fur erupted from its sickly green skin, and it completely transformed into a belly-shaking pug. With a droopy face, the pug shook its head and walked towards the horde of corpses behind it. What is this? What's going on? Shangshang, is this the handiwork of that senior? Linya was dumbfounded. Space, sound waves, predicting the future. And now there's also dog transformation? This senior, is he still human? An ability machine, right? I don't know either. Maybe it's the senior's doing. Looking at the transformed pug, Xiao Shangshang instantly recalled her experience at the dog park in the suburbs. Now, she inexplicably had a guess. Senior Ziren's ability, could it be duplication? That would be such a perverse ability, right? Just as everyone was left speechless, marveling at how absurdly the crisis was resolved, Du Ziren stood at the supermarket entrance, shaking his palm. This dog transformation skill is quite interesting. I just wonder if it evolves into an awakened one, How perverse would that be? Witnessing the pug walking towards the distant self-exploding toxic zombie with a huff huff, Du Zirun's gaze sharpened. Shang Shang, shoot again. Ha, shoot. That dog? Yes, trust me. Got it. Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, the bullet aimed at the pug's back and shot through its sagging belly. The next moment, put. Terrifying sickly green corpse liquid surged and exploded, falling like raindrops. Pat pat pat. The self-exploding toxic zombie had indeed transformed into a dog, but the internal corpse liquid still existed. Watching the liquid pour down, the approaching self-exploding toxic zombies roared and rushed in. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling like a small earthquake echoed again, just as the people in the supermarket were filled with fear. Explode! A steady, young, confident voice rang out from the supermarket entrance. Boom! In an instant, the pouring corpse liquid bizarrely ignited and exploded, spreading flames like a gasoline bomb across the horde of corpses. Haha! The self-exploding toxic zombies rushing in, bathed in the sea of fire for a moment, all had their bellies split open and exploded. Puff puff puff. The self-exploding toxic zombies visible to the naked eye fell in the sea of fire, their corpse liquid accumulating and burning in the waves of flames. The green fire danced and surged. In the sea of fire, soon, not a single zombie could be seen rushing in. This can be played like this. First, turn a zombie into a dog, use it as a medium to explode. Then burn the spilled corpse liquid to form fireballs, annihilating the horde in one go? What kind of brainwave is this? Who is making a move? Stunned. At this moment, the people in the supermarket were completely bewildered. The surging horde of zombies could be dismantled like this? This senior really uses the simplest methods to achieve the greatest results. Linya's eyes flickered, increasingly admiring that mysterious big shot. We all have no abilities. Who did this? Miss Cho? Go Yuna looked around in confusion, while Lei Zhiyong frequently glanced at Qiu Shangshang. Qiu Shangshang stared blankly at the surging flames, sighing. Senior Zirin is still so amazing. Senior Zirin? Who is that? Oh dear, Captain, let me tell you. The members of the Dog Squad and Element Squad were still confused. After Li Sisi hurriedly explained, Goyu and Lei Zhiyong looked at Qiu Shangshang with newfound respect. No wonder the Lin siblings are willing to lower themselves to be her subordinates. I thought so. Countless envious gazes turned towards Qiu Shangshang, who remained silent, staring intently at the supermarket entrance. She had a premonition that the senior she had been longing for seemed to have appeared again. He was standing right at the entrance, guarding her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind blew outside the supermarket, raising large swaths of green corpse mist, evoking a sense of desolation as if the war had ended. Just when everyone thought this turmoil should come to an end, a deafening bird call came from the surging embers. The corpse bird swarm circled above the supermarket, their crimson eyes fixed intently on the interior. In the sky, a dense mass of blackbirds continued to accumulate, as if the moment the embers extinguished, the swarm would pour into the supermarket like a beehive. How could this be? We clearly haven't been contaminated by corpse fluid. How did they lock onto us? Lei Zhiyong exclaimed, his heart, which had finally calmed, once again hanging in suspense. Why was it that one wave had not settled before another arose? The relentless onslaught felt as if the enemy could always notice their movements. Shang, get the people to distance themselves from the Element Squad and Dog Squad. Suddenly, a sharp voice erupted at the supermarket entrance. While others were still confused, Qiu Shengsheng directly pulled the Lin siblings away from the crowd. She didn't understand what Senior Zirin was planning, but as long as it was what Senior Zirin said, she would follow. Cho, Miss Cho, what are you doing? Goyu looked at Qiu Shengsheng in confusion. Everyone was human, so why be so wary of each other? Shengsheng? This. Linya was also puzzled until Qiu Shengsheng pointed at the sky, and Linya suddenly realized. Her gaze towards the others was instantly filled with vigilance. The corpse bird swarm can still attack us without the guidance of corpse fluid, and there are only two reasons for this. First, there is a traitor among us. They are from the zombie camp, leading the zombies. Second, someone among us has touched corpse fluid. When we were alone, there was no occurrence of ability failure, but once we encountered you, abilities began to fail. So, someone among you is suspicious. After Linya finished speaking, the members of the Dog Squad and Element Squad immediately changed their expressions, and the supermarket, which had been bustling, fell silent in an instant. The frantic, corpse bird sounds grew increasingly dense. Inside the supermarket, Lei Zhiyong and Goyu exchanged glances, both filled with disbelief. Is there a traitor among us? How could that be? We've all fought together as teammates. How could? Lei Zhiyong wanted to argue further, but Linya's expression darkened. Still unwilling to admit it? Then let me ask you, every time you encounter a zombie, your abilities fail. How could that be so coincidental? Being chased so frustratingly, not having a moment to release your abilities. Are you trying to tell me that this entire area is a ability failure zone? Even if it is, then why could we use abilities before we encountered you, but suddenly couldn't after meeting you? This. Stammering, Lei Ziyang felt cold sweat break out on his back. A traitor? Me? How could there be an insider? As the first team of the black market of mines, all members are ability users. How could there be an insider? We are all comrades fighting against zombies together. Hey, Goyu, it can't be you. Lei Ziyang's suspicious gaze turned to Goyu, who immediately became agitated. Your mother. We four have been together since we were scavengers and have never separated. I'm telling you, it can't be me who has an insider. Could it be me? As both sides were about to start cursing, the corpse birds in the sky were getting lower and lower, which wasn't a solution. Suddenly, a calm voice exploded in the supermarket. If you want to see if there are any insiders, it's actually very simple. From now on, I will canine transform each of you. If there are no problems, after canine transforming everyone's abilities will definitely still be unusable. But if after canine transforming a certain person, everyone's abilities recover. Senior Zirun? The steady voice grew closer, and Xiao Xingxing's tense expression relaxed. Sure enough, with him around, there was no need to fear any problems. This method is good, Senior. I have no problem. I have no problem either. Feeling completely confident, Lei Ziyang and Goyu immediately nodded in agreement. Then, let's start with the element team. Lei Ziyang. Poof poof poof. As Du Zirun's voice spread, Lei Ziyang's face sprouted dense black fur, and his face shape actually expanded towards that of a brindle dog. Woof woof. After barking a few times, Du Zirun looked at the dimensional slash on his interface, which was still grayish white. It seems it's not you. His gaze then turned to Yang Miao Miao. The reason Du Zirun chose the element team first was not because he favored anyone, but because he remembered a piece of information. The element team had previously been to Wanbei City. At that time, Lei Ziyang had excitedly said, there was no major difficulty, the team went once, and none were injured. Could it be that during this operation, a member of the element team was secretly swapped out? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Canine transform. He looked at Yang Miao Miao, whose expression was calm, her face quickly contorting, and a small outline of a Pomeranian slowly emerged. The dimensional slash was still gray. Just as he was about to look at the last member of the element team, who had the character Earth engraved on his chest. Suddenly, his forehead throbbed with pain. Du Zirun rubbed his head, knowing this was the aftereffect of an ability user second tier, overusing their abilities. A mere ability user second tier couldn't afford to squander their abilities at will. Hiss. My head feels like it's going to split open. TMD. Does this game really need to be set so rigorously, so realistically? Holding his forehead, Du Zirun was about to forcibly activate canine transform. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Among you traitors, there was actually an interesting existence hidden. Alright, this time, consider it your lucky dog. Bang! Before Du Zirun could say anything, that member of the element team had his features twist and his body exploded with a loud bang, scattering into a pile of meat paste. Pat. His self-explosion looked just like what Xiaoyao had done at that time. Shan Tu, how? Could it be you? Lei Ziyang was dumbfounded. He never expected that a team member he had been with day and night was actually an undercover agent for the King Seed Zombie. Doesn't that mean that all the deaths along the way were caused by their team? With his head lowered, Lei Ziyang wanted to say something, but the expressions of the others had already turned extremely grim, and the atmosphere began to feel oppressive. This isn't your fault. It's probably because during that outing, this Chen Tu fell behind and was then killed, and then split and replicated by the King Zombie. After that, there has always been a ability failure switch following you. This guy has been playing you all like a fiddle. Du Zirun's voice echoed in the room, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak for a moment. They prided themselves on being able to kill zombies, but what happened? They were completely at the mercy of the intelligent King Zombie. If it weren't for this big shot appearing today, they might still be in the dark. Sigh, it's my fault. I underestimated those ghostly things. Lei Ziyang mumbled. Thud. Suddenly, a swarm of corpse birds surged in from outside the supermarket's glass window, instantly shattering the glass. The large beaks of the birds fell like scythes from the sky. How could this happen? Didn't we find the king zombie, split body? Linya exclaimed, and suddenly a reprimand rang in her ears. Dimensional blade. What? Buzz buzz buzz. The flying speed of the corpse birds was fast, but, at this moment, the spatial folds inside the supermarket were even more astonishingly quick. Crack 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 in the void air, black twisted gaps opened, and a gust of cold wind surged out from the cracks, creating a thunderous sound. Buzz buzz buzz. Just in the next blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as if invisible blades were shooting out rapidly. Iya. The air was filled with a distorted buzzing, and the flock of corpse birds that had been flying down suddenly flew back in a panic. Feathers, bones, and chunks of flesh fell as if cut by invisible knives, cascading down in large quantities. The originally fierce corpse birds suddenly wanted to flap their wings and escape. But, terrifying, too terrifying, not to mention the corpse birds flying in through the window, even the top of the entire abandoned supermarket. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several chilling gusts blew through, instantly creating horizontal holes. Blades pierced through the floors in the blink of an eye. Thud thud thud. The corpse birds, spiraling in the air, were instantly turned into minced meat. A beam of sunlight shone down, and amidst the buzzing air, the rooftop of the supermarket gradually filled with the remains of corpse birds. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this still human? This, big shot! Big shot! Thud! After a few seconds of being dazed, Goyu directly knelt on the ground. With this kind of ability, wouldn't it be better to go to the zombie base and kill indiscriminately? Why hide here with his wife? This, spatial ability, awakened one? Lei Jion's lips trembled, stepping back a few paces, and he stumbled, sitting down on the ground. An awakened one, and a spatial ability, would they ever see this in their lifetime? And now, it appeared right before their eyes? So strong. For the first time, Linya saw Du Ziren make a move, and she was so excited that her face turned red. Li Sisi, who had been somewhat proud, saw this scene and her legs trembled, realizing what kind of big shot she had disrespected, wishing she could slap herself twice. Is this what a big shot is? Platter feathers from the corpse birds kept falling through the air. The seemingly dire attack of the corpse bird swarm was resolved amidst the opponent's trivial greetings. Senior Ziren? Xiao Shengsheng weakly called out, wanting to confirm if her senior was nearby. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the silent crowd. Li Sisi, do you dare to disobey me? I. Thud. The terrifying threat rang out, and Li Sisi was directly scared to the ground. Her legs trembled, and her face turned pale. Senior Ziren, what happened to Sisi? Xiao Shengsheng was still a bit confused, but Linya, seeing Li Sisi's stilty expression, suddenly understood something and spat. Bah, you dare to defy the senior's words. You deserve to die. Sister Linya. What did she do? Oh my silly sister, think carefully. How could the corpse bird swarm dare to come in without the king seed, split body, commanding them just now? There can only be one answer. Someone among us touched the corpse liquid. We definitely didn't touch it, and neither did the dog squad, or the elemental squad. So who else could it be? You should know, the crystal core of the self-exploding flame zombie is fire type. Linya looked at Li Sisi with disdain and shook her head. Sometimes, people are truly deserving of death. Just a few crystal cores. Have you so mesmerized that you can't move? Fool! If you had clung to the senior's thigh, you wouldn't have to worry about anything in this life, let alone crystal cores. Speak, how many did you take? Du Ziren's voice was cold. What a joke, if it weren't for his quick reflexes, activating the glowing, dimensional slash, in the nick of time. What would happen if so many corpse birds attacked and Shangsheng got hurt? This foolish woman wasn't even a member of his team. Even if she died, it wouldn't affect his mission settlement. The key was, if her foolishness harmed a teammate, then she deserved to die. I only took 2. Li Sisi weakly took out 2 crystal cores from her bosom, wanting to hand them over into the void. Fool! Who do you think would dare to take this thing? I wrapped them in my clothes, I cleaned them. These are the ability user, second tier, crystal cores. Oh, if you like them, you can keep them? Shang, let's go. Stay away from this person. Their life or death is not our concern. With a cold snort, Du Ziren showed great righteousness by not killing someone like this. Senior Ziren, I understand. Hearing the anger in Du Ziren's tone, Xiao Shengsheng immediately lowered her head obediently, pulling Lin's siblings, and headed towards the supermarket exit. This senior, look, seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Goyu hurriedly looked around, nodding submissively. Du Ziren waved his hand. Your feet are on your own bodies, act as you wish. You see what you're saying, we will definitely follow you. With a shameless grin, Goyu looked gleefully at Lei Jiong. After all, it wasn't their dog squad that provoked the senior. They had to hold on to this thigh, even if it meant being used as a dog in the future. Let's go, quickly calling a few team members. Goyu crawled behind Xiao Shangshang like a dog. In the cramped supermarket, only Li Sisi, Lei Zhiyong, and Yang Miaomiao remained. Captain, Li Sisi realized she had caused a huge mess and looked at Lei Zhiyong with tearful eyes. Lei Zhiyong looked at the crystal cores in her hand as if looking at a plague god. You should just go back by yourself. You know, once you get infected with this thing, no one can escape. Meow meow, and I still want to live. I'm sorry, Captain. Enough. You lost your chance yourself. You were the first to get close to the senior. Look at what you've done. With a glare at Li Sisi, Lei Zhiyong pulled Yang Miaomiao and walked out of the supermarket without looking back. Tap 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 outside the supermarket, a pool of corpse fluid accumulated, green bubbles popping up from the ground, making it impossible to step anywhere. However, without the ability failure, restraint of the King Zombie, the Lin siblings only needed to slightly use their earth abilities, and the underground soil surged. A new ground began to spread out. Let's go! Shang, where are we going now? Linya looked at Xiao Shangshang very tactfully, and Xiao Shangshang, seemingly afraid that Du Ziren's anger hadn't subsided, lowered her head and quietly asked, Senior Ziren? Option 1, go to the Chang'an gas station, find Lu Su and bring her back, end this main quest. Result unknown. Option 2, continue to hide and wait, patiently await the right opportunity. Result unknown. Just as Xiao Shangshang sought help, two choices popped up before Du Ziren. After squinting for a moment, Du Ziren chose Option 2. This choice was no different from adding another mental trap. Because of the gathering of team members and his own abilities assisting, most people subconsciously felt they could go fight the boss. But Du Ziren didn't think so. From Lei Zhiyong's earlier words, it was clear that they had encountered an ambush near the Chang'an gas station. Just ask, if zombies were ambushing there, how could the Lu Su in the Chang'an gas station, who only had detection abilities, still be alive? It was a guaranteed death. But the mission system said Lu Su was still alive. So, the trick here might be, the Lu Su at the Chang'an gas station is fake. The real Lu Su might be hiding. The boss, King Zombie, has an ability called Split, and if the opponent doesn't want to show up, no one can find its true form. Now, the information from the real Lu Su is crucial. Shang, let's find a place to wait. He gently called to Xiao Shangshang's ear, and Xiao Shangshang, confused, asked, Senior Ziren, what are we waiting for? Waiting for a real distress signal. In the abandoned supermarket on the outskirts. After Xiao Shangshang and the others walked far away, Li Sisi picked up two crystal cores from the ground, her face dark and sinister. You all abandoned me today. If I don't die today, I will definitely. Crack the crimson crystal core was crushed, and drops of bright red liquid were swallowed by Li Sisi. Her abilities surged, and in an instant, her ability level reached ability user level 4. I swear, one day, I will definitely meet that hiding senior. I want him to be my dog. Holding the second crystal core, Li Sisi wanted to use it to boost her ability level. What 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west? Don't underestimate a poor girl's determination was almost overflowing. Eek suddenly, a hoarse, zombie bird sound, startled her determination. What? Eek. Outside the broken window, a small cloud approached, densely packed with zombie birds, opening their beaks wide, their red eyes hungrily looking towards her. You die. Boom! A ball of flame exploded in the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, but even with their bodies engulfed in fire, the swarming, corpse birds, their flesh sizzling with fat, still flew madly towards the supermarket. They were not afraid of death, only driven by their thirst for fresh meat. Damn it! Boom boom boom! The supermarket was engulfed in a sea of flames, the dark clouds pressing down from the horizon. Under the relentless assault of the dense, corpse birds, the flames gradually extinguished. After a while, in the blazing supermarket, a female corpse was surrounded by countless charred, corpse birds, gnawing at her white bones. At the same time, mining black market underground level 3. Xinwan found herself inside a tree nest, her brow furrowed, her expression gloomy. For some reason, ever since all the ability users went out, she had been feeling anxious, as if she had made a grave mistake. If all the ability users are out, could the other side be trying to lure us away, letting the zombies sneak in and attack the empty base? No, the possibility of that is low. As long as there are enough ability users, we can establish a new base anywhere. What's important has never been the Yi base, but the people with abilities. But, with so many people, it should be. As her worries deepened, Sizzle 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 sizzle. Suddenly, on a coffee table at the foot of the tree nest, an old intercom crackled with noise. Channel 3973. Channel 3973. This is Lu Su. This is Lu Su. Please respond. Please respond. Ha! Hurriedly picking up the intercom, Xinwan's expression became even more peculiar. Pressing the intercom button, she quickly asked, "This is Mining Black Market Level 3 Safe Camp, taking over the Lushan Level 2 Safe Camp Commission, receiving this intercom, communicating with you." Mining Black Market? Ha! Isn't this my teammate's intercom? How did it end up in your hands? Ah! The voice on the other end sounded puzzled, and Xinwan felt even more confused. "Excuse me, you must be Lu Su, right?" "Yes. Your teammate escaped from Wangbei City, handed this intercom to Lushan Safe Camp, and informed us that you have information about the Zombie King Seed. After establishing initial contact with you, you asked Lushan Safe Camp to rescue you. This task has been assigned to us at Mining Black Market." "Ah, what are you talking about? This is clearly my first call. Before this, I was just running for my life." Miss Lu, please don't joke around." Thud. Suddenly, it felt as if a huge stone had collapsed in her heart, and Xinwan's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. If this Lu Su was real, then who was the Lu Su that had contacted them before? That Lu Su had sent so many people to save her. What did that mean? Not good. Ability users, from Mining Black Market. Huff huff huff, her breath quickened, and Xinwan repeatedly asked, "On what basis do you say you are Lu Su?" "Oh, it's very simple. I am Lu Su. My ability is detection. That King Seed Zombie S abilities are splitting and ability malfunction. The ability malfunction ability is very troublesome. Once it starts operating, all surrounding abilities will become ineffective. And also, if I'm not mistaken, its split can create more clones, and each clone can cooperate with ability malfunction, causing a large area to experience ability failure." Thud. After saying this, Xinwan fell to the ground in shock. She finally understood. She finally realized that King-type zombie had already laid out its plans. It attracted all the ability users to the destination, and when the time comes, a wave of ability malfunction. All the ability users in the Mining Black Market would be doomed. How could it be so? So smart? He. So, you humans, always think too highly of yourselves. Don't forget zombies are just humans turned into monsters, right? Amid Xinwan's exclamations, another voice joined the radio channel. It was a hoarse, dry male voice, like someone who hadn't had water for a long time. As soon as the voice intervened, both Xinwan and Lu Su were startled. "Who are you? He. What do you think? You are the King-type zombie?" Lu Su was the first to react, as if she had suddenly realized something. Your split can reorganize the body, and after becoming a target, you can also obtain their memories? He. Lu Su, oh Lu Su, you really are the most difficult person to deal with in Wanbei City. What a pity. While you were running for your life, I already killed one of your female companions, and I accessed her memories. I know that one of your team members survived and escaped from Wanbei City. So, with a little thought, I imitated your voice using her memories to use the team radio and spoke about the rescue plan for Lu Su. Haha, don't say, your male teammate didn't suspect anything at all. Not to mention him, even the entire human base didn't suspect it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, fools, all fools. The maniacal laughter echoed continuously in the radio. Xinwan's face turned ashen. What did you do to those ability users? What happened? What happened to the ability users in Wanbei City? They just met their fate. Hiss. However, among you, there's one guy I can't see through. Clearly very weak, yet he has many abilities just like us King-type zombies. Damn it, could he also be a King-type? Can't see through? Who? The confusion of the King-type zombie left Xinwan unable to think of the corresponding person. Lei Zhiyong? His strength is formidable, but how many abilities does he have? Goyu? His strength isn't bad, but he isn't that remarkable. Is there really such a person in the base? Hey, you! Just as she was about to say something else, TSK, my clone was actually discovered? Damn, that dog actually managed to find me? Damn it, looks like I need to come up with a plan. It's been a pleasure communicating with you two beauties. Now, let me deal with him first. As long as he is dead, I will slowly find you and play with you until you die. Zzzzz. It was unclear what happened, but the King-type zombie's voice erupted into a series of chaotic sound waves. Buzz in an instant, the channel was filled with distorted noise, as the King-type zombie deliberately caused sound wave chaos. Hello? Still wanting to communicate with Lu Su, the jumbled signals made it impossible to hear what the other side was saying. Zzzzz damn. Xinhuan cursed, her face cold as ice. Finished. At this rate, the black market of the mine will follow in the footsteps of the base in northern Anhui. Who is that he? Zzzzz. Just as Xinhuan was feeling anxious, amidst the mottled signal, the faint sound of Lu Su's voice came through. I can't show up for now. Please, don't believe any new information. The only flaw of the king zombie is, when its split body is killed, the main body will experience a brief moment of stagnation. But it must know that we are going to target it. It will definitely set many traps. So, be very careful. Zzz. Under the noisy signal, Lu Su's voice was completely cut off. Xinhuan's expression was extremely complex. Listening to this crucial information, she hesitated for a moment, then pressed her hands against the trunk of the large tree, beginning to transmit the entire conversation in audio form through the branches. Please make sure to hear this information. Please, you must bring everyone back. On the other side, northern Anhui city suburbs, in an abandoned small courtyard, Goyu was crouched in front of a large tree, constantly listening to the information within the tree, his face filled with amazement. Hey, got it. There really is information being transmitted. Senior, you are truly amazing. He looked around in admiration at the empty surroundings. Du Ziren stood outside the crowd, his expression calm, because he knew the mission system had already said that Lu Su was still alive, and with the mission reward existing, the real Lu Su must be alive. Once she settled down and found an opportunity, she would definitely find a way to contact Xinhuan. At that time, whatever Xinhuan learned would surely be spread. In the meantime, it was just a matter of waiting for time. Without information on the King zombie, blindly going to farm the boss would be self-inflicted suffering. What did he say? Upon hearing Goyu's words, everyone immediately leaned their heads closer to the large tree. Zzz. After a short while, everyone finished listening to the conversation among Xinhuan, Lu Su, and the king zombie, all with blank expressions. So, damn it, from the beginning, it was that king zombie who got the memories of Lu Su's friend, disguised as Lu Su, and played us around? Damn! How can this bastard be so insidious? Lei Zhiyong cursed, realizing it late, and the others looked equally grim. Fortunately, we didn't rush to the Chang'an gas station. It seems that what's inside the Chang'an gas station is not Lu Su, but the split body of Lu Su's friend. Senior, truly experienced. Linya was completely convinced this time, looking around with admiration in her eyes. All along, she thought this senior was powerful due to outstanding strength and extraordinary combat ability. Now it seemed, to reach this point, he was also rich in mature experience and wisdom. This kind of strong person with brains struck a chord in Linya's heart. For a moment, Linya couldn't help but feel even more infatuated with this senior. You have sensed Linya's favorability towards you +10. Current favorability of Linya towards you 76, admiration. You have unlocked the function to have private conversations and command her actions. The pop-up notification suddenly appeared in front of Du Ziren, and he was taken aback. He never expected that such a simple analysis could actually increase NPC favorability. Sure enough, analyzing problems from a god's perspective is refreshing. Senior, what do you think we should do now? Willow Catkins must be hiding and won't come out. We definitely can't take her away. This mission has been fake from the beginning to the end. As for that, King Seed Zombie, once we go to find it, apart from you, who else would be a match? Moreover, where its true body is still a question. Goyu looked around helplessly. Now, everyone's backbone was this senior. If we go back now, we would probably be surrounded by zombies sent by the King Seed Zombie. Without this senior, we would surely die. Not going back? Facing the King Seed Zombie head-on? Who can fight? Only the senior. True body? If we kill the split body, the true body will also be sluggish. This is the most important information we have right now. However, now that we know this clue, that King Seed Zombie also knows that we know the clue. If we go to find it, it must have already set everything up. With my current strength, without the dimensional blade against it, standing silently in a corner, Du Ziren actually thought of a stable strategy. That is, to idle. That's right, idle leveling up. Every time he could use Crystal Core to upgrade superpowers through the game nutritional pod. A few more times, and when the K9 transformation ability reaches super ability user, this level should be a breeze, right? Anyway, going out now would be a trap set by the King Seed Zombie, and not going out means idling, so playing like this should be fine. Of course, this is the development strategy of Godao. Duziran felt it was still too much of a waste of time. So, is there a quick and efficient way to clear the level? Yes, brothers. It seemed that the game detected Duziran's intention, and a game pop-up appeared in front of him. Detected that you have triggered a special plot. Eliminate the first King Seed Zombie. Requirements for eliminating the first King Seed Zombie achieved. All team members survived. Completed. Received the true signal of Willow Catkins. Completed. Learned the weakness of the King Seed Zombie. Completed. Starting the plot to eliminate the first King Seed Zombie. You have unlocked Strength Experience function. Looking at the new pop-up, Duziran was a bit dazed. So that's how the special plot is triggered. After this pop-up, suddenly there was a plus sign after his row of superpowers. What the hell? Deep blue? Add points? Duziran got excited and clicked the plus sign for K9 Transformation Ability. K9 Transformation Ability. Current ability user second stage, plus. Option 1, you can choose to recharge 10,000 yuan to gain half an hour of K9 Transformation Ability. Super ability user second stage experience rights. Option 2, you can choose to recharge 100,000 yuan to gain half an hour of K9 Transformation Ability. Awaken second stage experience rights. Stunned. Duziran was dumbfounded. Good. After going around in circles, he thought it was a brain-teasing analysis game. In the end, it twisted and turned back to the option of spending money. And it was such a ruthless spending. Recharge to pull, temporary combat power? You really are something. Game developers. Cursing the game developers' ancestors in his heart again, Duziran looked at the crowd in the courtyard staring at him eagerly. Senior Ziran? What should we do now? Senior? The calls of Senior were almost softening his nerves. Especially under Qiu Shengsheng's hopeful gaze, Duziran couldn't let anyone down, especially not his wife. Spend. Damn it. I must spend money. What the hell is this, King Seed Zombie? Come on. Face it head on. After hesitating for a moment, Duziran clicked the recharge button. Super ability user the strength experience is definitely not enough. If it really comes to a fight, to be absolutely safe, let's max it out. Awakener. After pressing option 2, he was surprised to feel a faint vibration coming from his pocket. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just been charged 100,000 yuan. Your current bank balance, 6,797,672 yuan. A deduction notification popped up from the game window. Good. This game pod even connected to my phone? Huh? You really are something. Game developers. Sliding past the deduction information, Duziran noticed that a row of abilities was glowing, with the K9 Transformation ability shining in golden light. K9 Transformation ability level, Awakener, temporary 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Awakener K9 Transformation skill, K9 Domain. K9 Domain, centered on oneself, within a radius of 50 meters, indiscriminately K9 transform any living being. A blue skill icon with K9 patterns appeared at the bottom of the pop-up. Domain? Is it a range skill? With this, it should be foolproof. Raising his head, Duziran suddenly felt confident and looked at everyone. What are we waiting for? Since we already know the weakness of the King Seed Zombie, now, follow me. Let's destroy it. Senior. This. The opponent has ability nullification. It must know we are coming and will ambush many separations to activate ability nullification together. At that time, how about? Hearing Duziran's plan to charge in directly, Goyu felt a bit anxious. Panic. After all, the opponent's ability nullification is too overpowered, leaving a huge psychological shadow on him. If this senior isn't careful and doesn't look out for him, wouldn't he be instantly killed? Those who are afraid can choose to stay here. Shang, are you afraid? Turning to Qiu Shengsheng, Duziran's expression was solemn. His special mission should only require the game protagonist to complete. Even the Lin siblings in the team didn't need to participate. With Senior Ziran here, Shangsheng is not afraid of anything. Qiu Shengsheng smiled lightly, calmly walking towards the source of the sound, her eyes full of light. It seemed that as long as Duziran was there, she didn't care where it was. Senior, we, the Lin siblings, are not afraid either. In fact, we want to see the senior skills. Linya pulled Lin Ping and immediately followed. Go, TMD. Why not go? I must see how the senior toys with that guy. It made us dance around, and I can't rest easy until I see it dead. Unsurprisingly, Lei Ziyang also chose to follow. In the end, it turned out that everyone except the K9 battle team chose to take the initiative. Damn, you all went. Am I not going too? Goyu lowered his head, feeling ashamed and bitterly smiling. A group of people looked towards the empty front, and until they heard a sound of footsteps, they resolutely followed. On the other side, inside the Chang'an gas station, a beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged at her desk. She kept playing with her fingers, occasionally squinting her eyes as if sensing something. You say, that guy, if he knows my weakness, will he come? She looked playfully at a self-destructing flame zombie beside her, which grinned, its lips full of rotten flesh dripping with blood. Roar, 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 king. How dare he come looking for you? Even if it's just your avatar, anyone with a brain would know that our base is here. Dare to come over? Aren't you afraid of being blown up by the bombs scattered everywhere once your abilities fail? Roar, roar, roar. The crimson zombie let out a series of roars, and the woman looked at it with great interest. Oh, not bad. You're one of the smartest among this batch of zombies. Who knows, if you devour a few more crystal cores, you might evolve into a being with intelligence. She patted the self-destructing flame zombie on the shoulder with satisfaction, and the zombie grinned, more and more blood dripping down. Roar, 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 roar. All right. Stop grinning like an idiot. Go patrol outside. Although that invisible guy is lacking in all abilities except for spatial skills, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to come find me. But it's not impossible that he might come to play with his life. Tat 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 tat. Just as she was halfway through her sentence, a completely corpse-white, fog barrier zombie rushed in from outside the gas station. Roar, roar, king. A group of people is approaching this way. What? He really dares to come? The woman's face showed surprise, and she immediately jumped up from her seat. Good. Send the order down, all fog barrier zombies, start to fog up the area around the gas station. All self-destructing zombies lie in ambush near the oil well of the gas station. As long as they dare to step 1 foot near the gas station, explode immediately. I want to see how that invisible kid escapes this massive explosion. With a sinister smile, the woman immediately sat cross-legged on the desk. Her throat moved, emitting a series of low ha-ha sounds. As the sound wave spread, the air twisted strangely, and suddenly, the nearby zombies immediately scattered, disappearing into the fog. On the suburban streets, a large number of self-destructing flame zombies rapidly climbed towards the gas station. 30 meters in front of the Chang'an gas station sign, the view was shrouded in mist, with visibility reduced to the point where one couldn't see their own hand. Oh no! Xiao Shengsheng was walking when suddenly her head stiffened, as if she had bumped into something. In the mem looking up, she saw a figure faintly visible in the fog ahead. Senior Zirin, why have you stopped? With her head buried in a familiar back, Xiao Shengsheng looked up, and a calm voice came. Shengsheng, do you know why this king-type zombie chose the gas station as the rescue point for Lu Su? Du Ziren stood in the fog, calmly looking at the hazy Chang'an gas station. Is it because of the explosion? Once the self-destructing flame zombies explode, igniting the oil well, the entire area around the gas station will explode, right? That's right. This move is meant to catch all the ability users who dare to break into the gas station in one fell swoop. And now, it's being used against us. Then, what do we do now? Upon hearing this, the hidden Guiyu panicked. If the entire gas station exploded, who could guarantee their own survival? Shengsheng, are you afraid? This time, Du Ziren didn't pay attention to anyone else's reaction, only looking at Xiao Shengsheng behind him. Xiao Shengsheng's face turned red. She raised her head, feeling an invisible gaze fixed on her. I'm not afraid. Wherever my senior is, even in hell, I won't be afraid. Is that so? Staring intently into the misty eyes of the girl, Du Ziren felt a bit moved. He wasn't actually afraid of Kaya Shengsheng encountering an accident. After all, her ability of immortality was quite overpowered. However, Du Ziren had never told Kaya Shengsheng about her superpower. Under the premise of not knowing whether she would die, this silly girl still dared to walk with him. For some reason, his heart felt warm. Still the same words. Those who are afraid should stay back. We haven't been surrounded by zombies up to this point, which means that the Yi King Seed, split body, already knows we are here and has gathered all the zombies at the Yi gas station. This is planning to take us all out in one go. One more step forward here, and we might be harmed by the explosion at the Yi gas station. So, those who are afraid can stop in their tracks. Turning to look behind him, as soon as Du Ziren finished the sentence, everyone fell silent. An oil well explosion. What kind of situation is that? It was no less than a small volcanic eruption, right? No one could guarantee how powerful this senior would be after his space skill was invalidated. If he could guarantee Kaya Shengsheng's safety, what about the people following behind? This time, even Lei Jiyong was left dumbfounded and lost confidence. I believe in my senior. Lin Ye bravely took a step forward, and behind her, Lin Ping gritted his teeth and followed. Unfortunately, after a moment, only this pair of siblings continued to follow. Let's go. You all guessed right. Those who follow me won't be burned by a single spark. A glance swept behind him. Duziran's voice was incredibly arrogant, echoing within the Chang'an gas station. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps rushed towards the inside of the gas station, without any hesitation. Go! The trio, under Duziran's lead, stepped into the explosion range of the gas station. Almost in that instant, a mocking female voice rang out. Oh, aren't you the one who fled, yet now boldly approaches me? What confidence do you have under that invisibility, disguised to oppose me? Tap tap tap. A beautiful woman slowly walked out from the Chang'an gas station. She looked disdainfully at Kaishengxing and the others, her gaze seemingly scanning the surroundings. Come out? Although you have multiple superpowers, your strongest, space superpower, has been invalidated by me. How do you plan to win? Do you want to rely on invisibility to get close to me and fight for your life? Don't be ridiculous, even if you succeed. Right now, in the blink of an eye, a self-exploding flame zombie could explode, and you few would be turned into mush. Human, are you crazy? Right? Her gaze was sharp as she looked around, and from behind the woman, tap tap tap, at least 30 red, self-exploding flame zombies crawled towards the surroundings of the gas station. Tap tap tap. They were as red as a tide, covering the entire gas station. How are we supposed to win this? The senior's space skill is a damage skill. Could it be that he has an escape skill? Beyond the mist, Guyu's face was doubtful. Lei Jiang shook his head, his expression solemn. Even from dozens of meters away, he could still feel the heat brought by the numerous, self-exploding flame zombies. The senior's space skill has been invalidated. He probably still has a trump card? Staring blankly into the mist, Duziran's faint voice finally came through. You have quite the sense of humor. As you watched us walk into the explosion zone, you didn't detonate the oil well right away. Were you trying to get closer before amplifying the explosion's power? What? Aren't you afraid that this moment of delay will lead to your demise? 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 Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It was as if she had heard a joke, and the woman laughed heartily, her gaze becoming even more playful. Without that skill, what can you do to me? Even if you had it. Come on, tell me, how do you plan to survive in the explosion zone? This is above the oil well. The temperature can reach thousands of degrees in an instant. I get it. Are you trying to trick me, thinking I would play psychological games with you? So, from now on, I won't trouble you? Sorry, I'm not human. I just want to see what kind of core will grow in the mind of someone like you. Make your move. Seemingly tired of Duziran's fearless tone, the woman narrowed her eyes, and with a swift motion of her hand, nearby, a self-exploding flame zombie suddenly sparked to life. Senior, Linya and Lin Ping couldn't help but turn pale, instinctively wanting to use their abilities, only to find their bodies unresponsive, trembling uncontrollably. Only Cho Shangshang maintained a resolute gaze straight ahead. Senior Ziran, turn the tide. Turn the tide? Who does he think he is? Just him. Stop barking. In an instant, a sharp reprimand echoed through the Chang'an gas station, with Duziran at the center, the air within dozens of meters around him inexplicably buzzing and vibrating. A continuous hiss of wind swept through, and the fog on the entire street began to dissipate. You think that by making this little commotion, woof, woof. The woman's words were still coming, but halfway through, she touched her mouth in shock. Her entire face had started sprouting dense hair without her noticing. A human mouth twisted, revealing a set of jagged canine teeth protruding. Her body, her limbs were out of control, instinctively crawling down, her consciousness fading. Woof, woof, you, how could you? Woof woof woof, how is this possible? You're actually a dual awakened of space and canine? You monster! Woof, self-exploding zombie, quick, explode! Reluctantly shouting, in the blink of an eye, the originally arrogant woman transformed into a sheepdog, dumbly lying on the ground, looking submissively at Duziran. Woof 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 woof. With each bark, she anxiously looked around. But, whether it was the self-exploding flame zombies ready to blow up or the hidden fog zombies, they all suddenly turned into dachshunds, barking in confusion. Woof, woof woof woof. Instantly, a chorus of barks spread throughout the Chang'an gas station. The thick fog slowly receded, and everyone looked at the scene before them in disbelief. Can the battle really end like this? Curiosity. It was simply too curious. They had expected a world-shattering, earth-shaking battle, but unexpectedly, in the calm exchange of words, all the zombies had turned into dogs? What if you explode? Once turned into real little dogs, can you still explode? Duziran's canine domain was not the same as the mutated pastoral dog's canine domain back then. This was a genuine awakened one's full-strength skill. No need for time to ferment. No need for a process of alienation, as long as it's within the range of supernatural skills. Whether it's a zombie or any living being, they will completely and instantly turn into a dog. This is the essential difference between the skills of awakeners and the abilities of superpowered individuals. Woof woof woof, the barking continued, and Duziran stepped forward, grabbing the woman who had transformed into a shepherd dog. He kept stroking the shepherd dog's head, and its eyes began to grow hazy. It was being influenced by canonization. Its consciousness was getting closer to that of a dog. I was still wondering how to find your true form. Now it seems having a tracking dog isn't bad at all. The shepherd dog let out a dazed ha-ha sound. After Duziran set it down, it looked in a certain direction and barked twice. Not bad, not bad. If you completely turn into a dog, you won't explode from splitting. This time, the mission is set. Watching the shepherd dog's actions with a calm expression, Duziran's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. Around them, the others were in an uproar. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Was that just now a skill? It was a skill, right? Dual abilities of space and canonization, the strength of two awakeners? This isn't just a big shot. This is a true god. Goyu's mouth was trembling. He can't be the creator of the first line base, right? Lei Zhiyong's face was shaking, feeling that he had been incredibly short-sighted before. Senior, this strength, it's truly terrifying. Linya bit her lip, her heart racing uncontrollably. The stronger the man, the more she liked him. Ziran, Senior, your ability is from that dog zone. Xiao Shengsheng stared blankly at the dogs all over the ground, momentarily unable to react. Talk about it later. Now, come with me. Let's take down the mastermind behind this. Without waiting for Xiao Shengsheng to ask another question, he grabbed her small hand and pulled her, sprinting towards the direction where the shepherd dog was barking. Tap tap tap. Before the surrounding people could react, the shepherd dog flew up strangely. Duziran held the dog in one arm and Xiao Shengsheng in the other, their figures rushing rapidly into the distance. Urgent. Very urgent. Although the canonization field had controlled the situation, it only controlled the existence of the king-type zombie, split body. The true main body was definitely in the distance, witnessing everything here. If the main body wasn't dealt with now, finding an opportunity to kill it later would be nearly impossible. Actions must be quick. Use the shepherd dog's sense of smell to track down the true body of that king-type zombie before it runs far away. Woof 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 woof. The barking continued, and the shepherd dog stared straight towards the city center. The three of them, one dog, were running faster and faster due to the recovery of supernatural powers. Wangbei city center. Ah, damn it, damn it. Here. How could I encounter such a monster? An awakener with dual superpowers? Why isn't he going to the first line camp to make a name for himself? Why did he come to this broken place? Inside an abandoned apartment building, a well-dressed, handsome man suddenly opened his eyes wide from the sofa. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with indignation and worry. Damn, I need to hurry. That guy turned my split body into a dog, and I can't control it at all. He rushed out of the house in a panic. The man's instinct told him, from the moment the split body went out of control, he had already transformed from hunter to prey. Damn it! Stumbling through the hallway, the man ran straight towards the underground garage. Unlike human survivors, once he awakened as a king-type zombie, he could command ordinary zombies to act on his behalf. In a world 100 years after the apocalypse, relying on the sheer number of zombies, he finally managed to collect a car that could still start in all the underground garages of Wangbei City. Originally, he had intended to keep it as a memento of his past life. Unexpectedly, one day, he could actually use it. Chirp 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 chirp. He squeezed into the car, hurriedly started the engine, and with one foot on the gas, roared out of the garage. Chirp chirp. In the apocalypse, a moving car should have been exceptionally conspicuous. Yet the zombies still active in the neighborhood didn't even glance in the man's direction. Hurry! With the gas pedal pressed to the floor, the man had already driven out of the community. Continuously glancing at the situation outside, he suddenly saw two blurry figures flickering in the distance, causing his whole body to tense up. They're coming! Sweat beads unknowingly appeared on his forehead. The man's eyes narrowed, and a crown-shaped flesh lump slowly emerged from the top of his head. All zombies! Stop him! He hysterically commanded, doing everything he could to resist. Unfortunately, in the fleeting glimpse of a dog and a person behind the car, wherever they passed, the zombies hadn't even had time to gather before they instantly transformed into various sizes of long-haired dogs. Woof 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 woof, the barking echoed continuously. In the desolate city, there was suddenly a hint of life. Damn, it's fine, they can't catch up to me. The tachometer had already reached its maximum. The man could feel that even though the speed of what was behind him was astonishing, it was nearly impossible for them to catch up instantly. Perhaps, as long as the car could rush onto the highway, engaging in a prolonged battle, the opponent's abilities would be exhausted, and if his speed didn't decrease, he might just escape. Distance. That guy needs distance to turn people into dogs. For now, maintaining 100 meters distance is still possible. There's hope. Chirp chirp, he didn't dare to ease off the gas for a moment, and a hint of relief appeared on the man's face. He was grateful that after becoming a zombie, he still had a penchant for collecting cars. Tap 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 behind the car. Xiao Shengsheng seemed to enter a state of slow-motion world, moving exceptionally quickly. Even Du Ziren's brief, awakened, strength couldn't pull her too far away. Hoo, Senior Ziren. It seems we can't catch up to the car. The dog is looking in that direction. The one in the car should be the main target, right? Could it be that we just watch it? Under high-speed movement, Xiao Xingxing's face had already turned a bit pale. She only had the strength of a 4th-tier ability user, and maintaining this slow-motion world state for a long time was a huge drain on her. I didn't expect. The so-called king-type zombie is actually a person? He actually has a car? Watching the car drive further and further away, Du Ziren glanced at Xiao Xingxing's cheek, suddenly squeezing the shepherd dog in his arms, and came to a halt. Ha! Senior Ziren, you? Xiao Shengsheng was startled. Why did you suddenly stop after finally catching up? Shang, did you forget something? What? Do we really need to chase it? Ha! Don't forget, when the split body dies, the main body will also experience a short period of stagnation. Senior Ziren, what do you mean? Just as Xiao Shengsheng was momentarily confused, the shepherd dog in Du Ziren's hand slowly transformed into a woman's head. He is canceling the dog transformation. Du Ziren wants to sizzle at that moment. The car drove further away, about to turn onto the highway. It will self-destruct. Boom! In an instant, a ball of flame exploded in Du Ziren's hand, and the woman's head on the neck of the shepherd dog suddenly flashed with light. Damn! Human! You should die! Bang! Before the extremely resentful scream could spread, the woman's head suddenly exploded into pieces. Chunks of flesh mixed with flames danced in the air. Du Ziren casually dropped the headless dog corpse to the ground, his gaze turned to the distance. Sizzle. Meanwhile, the man in the car, at the moment the split body died, suddenly froze, unable to turn the steering wheel in time. No! Boom! The speeding car crashed straight into the railing at the corner. Boom! Instantly, the front of the car crumpled, and a wave of fire suddenly exploded inside the car. Boom! A sea of fire formed in the blink of an eye, the front half of the car exploded into pieces, and the man driving was instantly engulfed in flames. The back half of the car continued to tremble, wrinkling, and burning. Sizzle. Even from a distance, one could hear the sound of fat evaporating as the human body burned in the sea of fire. Human! Under the high-temperature flames, the man stretched his body, looking deformed, trying to crawl out from the crumpled car. Even like this, you still won't die? Truly worthy of a king-type zombie. But dog transformation. Staring at it, the man's body emitted a crack distortion sound. His original form was shrinking, bizarrely growing long fur, gradually transforming into a burning Akita. Woof woof! The moment he turned into a dog, the king-type zombie completely fell silent. Under the surging sea of fire, the Akita let out a few mournful cries, but in the blink of an eye, it was burned to a charred black, a dog corpse lying motionless. King-type zombie, Li Xiang, ability failure, split, ability level, super ability user tier 3, target has died. Special plot completion in progress. The game panel prompts kept popping up in front of him, and Du Ziren calmly watched as the dog corpse emitted a meaty aroma from being burned. Thud until a seductive, purple quality, crystal core, glowing with light, rolled out from the sea of fire. Wow! This guy's ability is actually purple quality. No wonder it was so hard to fight. Looking at the purple crystal core, Du Ziren stepped forward slowly, picked it up, and held it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, this crystal core had no detailed description, only labeled as King-type zombie crystal core, purple. Senior Ziren. Behind him, Xiao Shengsheng jogged over, her face full of excitement. So, did the culprit die? Yeah, it's already exploded into a crystal core, there's no way to revive it. Shaking the crystal core in his hand, Duzirin didn't even look at the dog corpse still burning in the flames. Let's go, this matter has finally come to an end. The small path in the city center was unexpectedly quiet at this moment. At the entrance of the street, which was originally filled with zombies, several long-haired dogs were staring in shock at the two of them. The two walked towards the distant street, their figures growing further away, yet somehow closer. After a long while, Senior Zirin, your canine transformation ability has directly and indirectly cleared out a lot of zombies in Wangbei City. Seemingly enjoying the ease after the crisis was resolved, Xiao Shengsheng looked around intentionally and unintentionally. She bit her lip and boldly took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, her hands unexpectedly reached out bravely in one direction. Du Ziren was startled, because at that moment, Xiao Shengsheng had actually wrapped her arms around his left arm, leaning her whole body against his side. The sky after the snow was very blue, the long-haired dogs by the roadside were also very quiet, and the air was filled with sweetness. The two leaned against each other, inexplicably resembling a young couple holding hands, strolling down the street. Shengsheng, you. Du Ziren's mouth moved, glancing at Xiao Shengsheng, whose head was buried in his shoulder, revealing her flushed ears. Senior, just for a little while. Shengsheng just wants to hold you for a little while. Is that okay? The timid, pleading, ambiguous words rang out, and Du Ziren's face inexplicably turned red, his heart pounding thump-thump. He didn't speak again, and neither of them said anything more, just leaning a little tighter against each other. Enjoying the rare moment of solitude, they gradually walked towards the distance. On the other side, at the Chang'an gas station, Linya was anxiously pacing around the station. Why hasn't the senior returned yet? Could it be that he got entangled with that king-type zombie? Don't worry. With the senior's skills, I even suspect he might reveal a third awakening stage ability. Lin Ping comforted his sister, suddenly seeming to think of something. Sister, you said the senior went off alone with Teen Show. This can't be. A sly smile crept onto Linya's face, and her expression immediately darkened. Let's not discuss these things. Sister, are you flustered? If you ask me, why would a person like the senior waste time with Teen Show? Either he's babysitting, or he's with his wife. Sister, you might not have a chance. Lin Ping. You, shut up. The siblings were bickering. On the other side, Goyu had already found a large tree by the roadside and began to relay information. Sizzle. After writing the words current crisis resolved with his sharp dog claws on the tree, he heard a rustling sound. Crack crack crack. The next moment, a branch on the trunk slowly twisted and curled, forming a funnel-like shape that stretched towards Goyu's ear. Hey, did this writing come from Goyu's dog paw? You said the crisis has been resolved? What's going on? Boss Qin, you absolutely won't believe. Xinwan's voice immediately came from the branch, and Goyu chuckled, briefly recounting what had just happened. What? You mean, there's a canine transformation, space dual ability awakened powerhouse by your side? He cleared the ambush by himself, and is even chasing after the king-type zombie now? Inside the mining black market underground third-level central canopy, Xinwan listened to the report from the other side, her whole being stunned. What the hell? How did a big shot with dual abilities suddenly appear? It's like encountering a pack of wolves in the wild, and then a tiger suddenly jumps out to scare them away. How bizarre. Goyu, are you kidding me? Are you already dead, and now a king-level zombie, split body, just messing with me? King-level zombie, do you think I'm stupid? For a moment, Xinwan even considered this possibility. After all, compared to Goyu being killed, dual abilities, awakener, popping up, isn't that just absurd? Oh no, Xin boss, it's really like that. I know you can't believe it, but I can't believe it either. So, you let that Lu Su come find us. I feel like, even if she's hiding now, she might not be safer than us following that senior. Goyu was speechless. If it weren't for his own experience, he definitely wouldn't believe it if someone else told him. Get lost. As soon as Xinwan heard Goyu say that, she hung up the phone. She was now convinced. Goyu was definitely killed. Now he was a king-level zombie split body, trying to trick her into exposing Lu Su. SZZZZSZZZZ. At that moment, the intercom on the bedside table rang. Hello? Can you hear me? This is Lu Su. I can hear you. Lu Su, listen to me, you must hide well. Actually, I just heard what you said. Personally, I tend to believe your subordinate is telling the truth. Are you crazy? How is that possible? No, because I really saw a lot more dogs on the street. The zombies are gone. What? No time to talk. I saw a girl, probably the Cho team they mentioned. I'm going to check it out. Beep beep beep. The intercom was hung up again, leaving a deafening silence in the treehouse. Xinwan stood dazed in the treehouse, completely bewildered. Could it be Could it really be that there are experts out there? Wanbei City suburbs. In a 3-story small house, Lu Su looked at a girl who was shyly leaning against the air, moving in an extremely strange manner. If she hadn't just heard on the intercom that there was a senior who could become invisible, she would have no doubt that the Chiu Shengsheng passing downstairs was definitely a deformity. Woof 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 woof. There were many long-haired dogs by the roadside, and not a single zombie in sight. Lu Su, gathering her courage, shouted downstairs, "Chiu Shengsheng? Is it Captain Chiu?" Ha! As if she had been electrocuted, Chiu Shengsheng, who had been leaning on Du Ziren's arm, immediately reacted and hurriedly stepped away. This posture was reminiscent of students panicking after their homeroom teacher discovered their early romance. Who is it? Her face flushed. Chiu Shengsheng thought it was just her and Senior Ziren. She had almost buried her head in his chest. Being suddenly seen was simply mortifying. Thud thud thud. After a sound of footsteps coming down from the small house in the suburbs, a short-haired, round-faced girl walked out. She was about 1.65 meters tall, slim, and her features were somewhat sunken. But the only thing striking about this girl was her pair of bright, piercing eyes that were shockingly spirited. "Oh, sorry. If I hadn't spoken up, I felt like you all would have walked far away. Let me introduce myself. Wanbei City Safety Camp, Ability User Tier 3, Lu Su." Lu Su smiled brightly and reached out her hand towards Chiu Shengsheng. She seemed completely unbothered by interrupting someone else's date, and Chiu Shengsheng hesitated to look at her. "You are Lu Su? You just came out. Not afraid of us? Afraid? I just received the latest intel, didn't they say? There's a senior among you? Right. This senior interrupted your date. Sorry about that." With a carefree smile around her, Lu Su's gaze flickered, her eyes seeming to open like radar, fixed on something behind Chiu Shengsheng. "And no, it's fine." Du Ziren was actually a bit flushed too, feeling somewhat embarrassed after being caught. This was probably his first time. First date? Looking up at Lu Su, the information about this girl instantly appeared in the game pop-up. Name, Lu Su. Identity, Wanbei City Camp. Ability User Ability, Detection Ability Level, Ability User Tier 3 Detection, centered on Lu Su. Within a 30-meter radius, Lu Su can detect the number of active creatures. Moreover, the longer the detection time, the more information Lu Su will obtain about the active creatures. This is a radar. Looking at Lu Su's ability in surprise, Du Ziren was already thinking ahead. If Chiu Shengsheng went out again, this person would definitely be of great use. You guys, don't be silent. I won't interrupt your first date, right? Lu Su, already around 24 or 25, recalled her own youthful campus romance upon seeing Chiu Shengsheng's reaction. She couldn't help but want to slap herself. If she interrupted someone else's first date, wouldn't the big shot hold a grudge against her? No, it's fine. Since you've shown up, we can also report back on this mission of taking you back. Senior Ziren, are we heading back to Chang'an gas station now? Turning to look behind, a voice that had already calmed down came through. Sure. Reflecting on the warmth just now, Du Ziren opened the mission panel, curious about how much past experience points the 3-person team would earn for bringing Lu Su back to the mine black market. Let's go with a call. Du Ziren took the lead. Tap tap tap. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Chang'an gas station, a line of people saw Chiu Shengsheng and all rushed over. "Shengsheng, did you guys deal with that?" Linya asked worriedly, and Chiu Shengsheng nodded. Senior Ziren turned it into a dog. "Killed it." Even though they had anticipated it, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion after Chiu Shengsheng described it so casually. As expected of the big shot, with just a wave of the hand, he killed the monster that almost harmed the base. So ruthless. Killing zombies is like killing dogs. By the way, who is this? Seemingly noticing someone behind Chiu Shengsheng, Goyu curiously looked at Lu Su, who smiled lightly in response. "Lu Su. So you are Lu Su. From now on, please take care of me. So now, can we go back?" Lei Zhiyang interjected. His question wasn't directed at anyone in particular but was a request for Du Ziren's approval. Without the big shot's nod, he was a bit hesitant to even leave Chang'an gas station. "It's fine now. This matter is completely resolved. Everyone can go back." "Alright. Hurry back to the base. Boss Qin is probably waiting anxiously." After a group of people exchanged glances, they hurriedly headed towards the black market of the mine. In the evening, at the black market of the mine, underground level 3, under the central canopy, Qin stood humbly among the crowd, looking at the fewer than 20 ability users under the canopy, her face pale. She still vaguely remembered that when they set out on this mission, it was filled with ability users. And now, excluding Chiu Shengsheng's team, the dogfighting team, and the element team, only 9 ability users had escaped from Wanbei City. This battle had been too devastating. Damn the King Seed zombie. Damn. Clenching her silver teeth, Xinwan hated herself for not seeing through the opponent's scheme sooner. She stood in the crowd, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. In the past, she would have stood on the canopy to address everyone, but this time, with Qiu Shengsheng and the others back, that big shot might be standing in this crowd. If she wasn't humble, who would be? This time. Thank you all for your hard work. No one spoke, most people lowered their heads, their faces listless. Actually, this time, I was also at fault. I underestimated the king seed zombie. With so many sacrifices this time, I want to support all the families of the ability users as much as I can. This is my meager consolation for them. Additionally, the success of this mission was actually thanks to Miss Qiu, and, as Qinwan spoke, she tentatively glanced at Qiu Shengsheng, who was looking around, and a voice only she could hear slowly came through. I have something to attend to. Just be polite. Understood. Nodding, Qiu Shengsheng raised her hand. Senior Ziren is temporarily not here. Ah, is that so? The tension in Qinwan's nerves immediately relaxed. She looked down at the weary faces of the crowd and waved her hand. Then, I won't say much more. Everyone should rest well. This time we suffered a setback against the King Seed zombie, but if we can grow stronger in the future, we will definitely eradicate all King Seed zombies. Those who are not of our kind, their hearts can be punished. Also, I know this time we lost the battle, and everyone feels bad, but the fact that we survived this time truly relied on that senior. So, everyone should treat Miss Qiu well in the future. The topic was left hanging, and everyone silently raised their heads to glance at Qiu Shengsheng, who was still unclear. Who would dare to offend Qiu Shengsheng? All rewards will be distributed, and everyone will be permanent residents of Underground Level 3 from now on. Additionally, when you go to the Luzhou safe base in the future, you can also report this achievement. Everyone, disperse. Who letting out a sigh, Xinwan watched as the group of people returned to the canopy, each defeated. How spirited they had been back then. Now, indeed, the apocalypse was still so cruel. Pressing her lips together, Xinwan glanced at Qiu Shengsheng several times before slowly disappearing back into the canopy. In the tree house, it seemed everyone was tired. After exchanging pleasantries with Qiu Shengsheng, they all returned to their rooms. In Qiu Shengsheng's small room, she wearily walked to the sofa and sat down. In the bedroom, the faint sounds of her younger siblings playing could be heard, and Qiu Shengsheng inexplicably showed a hint of a bittersweet smile. How nice! With the protection of adults, they still had happy, carefree times. Thinking this way, she inexplicably thought of Du Ziren. Wasn't she being cared for by her senior, which kept her safe and sound? Senior Ziren. What is Senior Ziren doing now? Looking at the empty rooftop, Qiu Shengsheng didn't know that. In fact, Du Ziren was sitting right beside her, clicking on the task panel. Main task, rescue Lu Su completed. Rating is starting based on your handling strategies, surviving team members, and task completion level. Rating finished. Your team, all members survived. Rating +1. Special storyline hunt the first king zombie completed. Rating +2. Found Lu Su and brought her back to the base. Rating +1. Initial rating is D. Rating bonus S. You completed this task with a rating of S, earning 10,000 experience points for the pass. The pass is unlocking experience. Current pass level 108. What? Upon hearing the explosive experience bonus, Du Ziren hurriedly clicked on the G-Pass page. In an instant, that pass reward route unlocked all the way to an endpoint he couldn't even see. Sliding all the way to the reward for level 108, Du Ziren clicked unlock reward twice, and a pleasant sound rang out. You received pass rewards, small horn *96, crystal core armor, helmet, crystal core armor, pants, crystal core armor, bracers, crystal core armor, belt. Congratulations! You have unlocked the full set of crystal core armor. Not easy, not easy. After this trip, I finally got all the key rewards from the Yi Pass. Looking at the entire set of crystal core armor appearing in the warehouse, Du Ziren felt a sense of accomplishment. It was like, during a certain Spring Festival holiday, you finally collected all the fragments of the limited Spring Festival skin and exchanged them before the holiday ended. The Crystal Core Armor set of costumes was finally out. By the way, the full set of Crystal Core Armor is out. What is the reward for the last slot of the Yi Pass? Curious, Du Ziren clicked on the last part of the Yi Pass. He had played enough games to know that the last slot of a typical game, pass, usually held the most important and valuable rewards. Scrolling through the Yi Pass, after a long row of small horn rewards, a huge, golden crystal core appeared at the end of the Yi Pass. One-time potential activation crystal core. Clicking on that crystal core, Du Ziren saw its name. Its description gradually appeared on the panel. One-time potential activation crystal core. Choose the target you want to use it on. After the target digests this crystal core, their strength will begin to grow due to potential. Just this? So, using this, the level of ability level can increase a few levels, depending on personal ability, right? Bored, he exited the pass interface. Du Ziren clicked on other pages, but there was nothing else to pay attention to for now. Beside him, Xiao Shengsheng was tilting her head, leaning against the corner of the sofa, curling up like a little cat. Her eyelids were fighting, and she softly murmured in her sleep, "My Shengsheng is just so cute." He poked Xiao Shengsheng's little face. Xiao Shengsheng suddenly perked up, waking from her daze. "Ziren Sr.? You haven't left yet?" Realizing she seemed to have embarrassed herself in front of her senior, Xiao Shengsheng's face turned a light shade of red as she lowered her head. "Not yet, Shengsheng, I have something to give you." Me, Ziren Sr., the things you gave are enough." Thud. Before Xiao Shengsheng could finish her sentence, the other parts of the shimmering metallic, crystal core armor fell inside the treehouse. What are these? Yes, these are the other parts of your chest armor. Senior Ziren, this is too. Wanting to say something like precious or I don't deserve this, Xiao Shengsheng could feel as if a pair of large hands were pressing down on her shoulders. In the invisible air, it seemed there were eyes staring at her. "Shengsheng, do you think, for me, are these important, or are you more important?" A flush rose to her face, and Xiao Shengsheng hurriedly lowered her head. Go on, put this on, let me see." Patting Xiao Shengsheng's shoulder, Du Ziren was unaware of the impact his words had on her. Thump, her chest rose and fell rapidly as Xiao Shengsheng picked up a pile of equipment from the ground and rushed towards the bathroom. Creak. After a moment, the bathroom door opened again, and Xiao Shengsheng emerged clad in metallic battle armor. The crystal core armor was a full-body silver-white suit of armor, somewhat resembling a medieval knight's armor. At the chest, helmet, wrists, knees, and belt, there were a total of 7 crystal core inlay slots. It was hard to imagine what kind of combat power would be unleashed if all 7 crystal core inlay slots were embedded with cores of the same quality. "Senior Ziren, why do I feel like I'm wearing a bodysuit?" Her flushed cheeks shimmered beneath the helmet's grill as Du Ziren looked closely. Indeed, although this armor covered Xiao Shengsheng completely, the tight-fitting design undoubtedly showcased the graceful figure that had been hidden beneath the loose military uniform. The cold, contoured armor gave off a unique beauty. "My Shengsheng in this has a bit of a Valkyrie's heroic aura." Pointing at Xiao Shengsheng's armor from a distance, a line of analysis popped up. Crystal core armor, full set. When using armor embedded with cores of the same attribute, the user will gain all the power of the core super ability user, Tier 3. Duration lasts for half an hour. Furthermore, each time the crystal core armor completely consumes 7 cores, if the user's ability level is below super ability user, Tier 3, it will be unimpededly raised by 1 level. Turtle. This armor is like an external second ability. Can it even reach super ability user? Somewhat amazed by the power of the full set of crystal core armor. With enough crystal cores, wouldn't it take just a few days to create a super ability user? Shengsheng, never let anyone else see this armor. Realizing the significance of the crystal core armor, Du Ziren solemnly reminded her. "Got it, Senior Ziren. I will only wear this for you in the future." With wide eyes, Du Ziren thought this sounded a bit strange. "Crystal core armor, alright. Am I also part of your play? Did you turn me into a piece of intimate apparel? Alright, now that it's fine, remember to wrap it in military combat uniform when you go out wearing it." After taking another look at Xiao Shengsheng's silver, contoured figure, Du Ziren waved his hand, and Xiao Shengsheng hurriedly walked back into the bathroom to temporarily take off the armor. "Your Doomsday Survival character. Current happiness value +5. Xiao Shengsheng's current happiness value, 35 points. The sound of clothes being removed came from the bathroom, and a new prompt inexplicably popped up in front of Du Ziren. "Oh, is this the affection gained from giving gifts?" He stroked his chin in speculation. Buzz, another game pop-up appeared. "The game Nutrition Pod is about to run out of energy. Current playtime, remaining 60 hours 59 minutes and 38 seconds. Damn! 5 crystal cores and it's already about to run out? Heartless game developers." After cursing the game developers' lineage again, Du Ziren was just about to log off. Splash from his pocket, the purple crystal core that dropped from the earlier Kill King zombie rolled out. Looking at this crystal core, Du Ziren fell into deep thought. Actually, if he gave this crystal core to Xiao Shengsheng and had her send it to him, he should be able to receive it outside the game, right? But his gaze turned to the bathroom, and Du Ziren had a bold idea. Medicinal bath. What if he also absorbed this crystal core through a medicinal bath in the game? What would happen? The The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to Do Ziren. He wasn't a masochist. He simply wanted to try that feeling of the body absorbing a crystal core. After all, the 300,000 he spent on the game nutrition pod as sensory function shouldn't go to waste, right? As for why he wouldn't keep this crystal core for Qiu Shengsheng, it actually didn't mean much. Qiu Shengsheng couldn't absorb other abilities, and he still had a Thunderfire crystal core in the warehouse. Let's give it a try. Maybe I can absorb that ability failure ability? Just thinking about the bug in that ability made Do Ziren a bit itchy. He even thought of a way to stock up. That is to give the crystal cores drawn from the warehouse to Qiu Shengsheng, and then have her gift them to him, so that his game nutrition pod's battery would never run out, right? He tried to take the crystal cores from the warehouse. Suddenly, as if sensing Do Ziren's intentions, a prompt popped up as he clicked on the warehouse. Warning, items obtained from the lottery can only be used for game characters. Items gifted to players can only originate from the game plot itself. Damn! Sure enough, this game thought of this loophole. He closed the game pop-up with frustration. Creak. Just then, Qiu Shengsheng came out, holding a complete set of crystal core armor, dressed in tight black clothing. Senior Ziren, are you still here? Yes. Shengsheng, I need to tell you something. Do Ziren's tone became a bit more tactful. What is it? It's just, can I borrow your purification tank? I want to take a bath. Sure, Senior Ziren, you can use it anytime. Without thinking much, Qiu Shengsheng even proactively filled the purification metal tank with water. Senior, please. Then, I'll use it now. A bit shy, Do Ziren walked into the bathroom and locked the door. Just kidding. This seemed to be the first time he was taking a bath at a girl's house. Although this was in the game. But, this game is very realistic. Gurgle. He placed the purple crystal core into the groove at the bottom of the tank. Crack crack crack. Soon, the purple fragments began to dissolve in the water. A layer of mist gradually rose in the bathroom, and the water in the tank suddenly looked like the poison brewed by an old witch, deep purple all around. Damn, it really looks like something. Touching his home clothes, Do Ziren thought for a moment and directly stepped into the tank. Sizzle. As soon as his whole body submerged in the water, his pores expanded violently, releasing bubbles. Damn it. It seems I've messed up. Gurgle. The pores expanding violently, like little whirlpools, just feeling the water temperature for a moment, they began to frantically suck the purple crystal liquid. Holy shit! In an instant, it felt like my whole body was filled with countless needles, numbness, sharp pain, and a bloated ache. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at me. Holy shit! Was Qiu Shengsheng enduring this much pain back then? Damn! How could she, a girl, endure this? Splash. The intense pain twisted Do Ziren's face, turning it completely red. He wanted to crawl out of the water tank but had no strength left. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Do Ziren let out a muffled groan and fainted in the water tank. Senior? Ziren Senior? Outside the bathroom, Qiu Shengsheng curiously looked inside. She had actually thought about peeking. There was no helping it. She was too curious about what her senior looked like. But, after that strange muffled groan, Qiu Shengsheng panicked. Senior? Ziren Senior, are you okay? Say something. She knocked a few times on the wooden door, but there was still no sound from inside. Senior! Senior! For some reason, at that moment, Qiu Shengsheng felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in her heart, more terrifying than when she faced danger. No way! I have to go in and take a look. Without caring about whether she would offend her senior, Qiu Shengsheng furrowed her brows and charged, crashing through the wooden door of the bathroom, only to see a misty scene before her. Gurgle gurgle. In the purple water tank, a stream of purple liquid was flowing towards the center of the tank, then disappearing. Without a doubt, the person sitting in the tank was her senior. However, Qiu Shengsheng couldn't see him. Senior! Senior! Rushing to the edge of the tank, Qiu Shengsheng bravely poked the middle of the tank. She could feel a damp piece of clothing, and beneath it, a thin body that was frighteningly hot. Senior? She tentatively touched again, following the outline, and realized she was touching Do Ziren's back. She patted Do Ziren's back, which was tense and rigid at that moment. If she listened closely, she could hear Do Ziren's soft murmurs. Cold. So cold. Senior. You. The usually steady and seemingly invincible senior revealed this helpless posture for the first time in front of Qiu Shengsheng, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Cold. Cold. Senior. You. Hearing that voice grow more tremulous, Qiu Shengsheng looked at the wooden door, gritted her teeth. Bang! Immediately, she closed and locked the wooden door. Gathering her courage, she gradually immersed herself in the tank. Her clothes were instantly soaked by the hot water, and she wrapped her arms around Do Ziren's body from behind. Senior, are you feeling better? For the first time actively hugging a man, Xiao Shengsheng shyly lowered her head, just in time to bury it in Du Ziren's shoulder. She could hear his slightly satisfied murmurs. So warm. You, senior. Just quietly holding Du Ziren, their bodies exchanged warmth. The atmosphere became inexplicably ambiguous. After a long time, as if certain that Du Ziren wouldn't wake up for a while, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly chuckled. So, even seniors have such helpless moments. The once powerful and invincible persona crumbled at this moment. Xiao Shengsheng felt an inexplicable shyness for the first time, being alone with a man instead of an elder. I don't know. Senior. What does the senior look like? Holding tightly onto Du Ziren's back, Xiao Shengsheng's hand instinctively reached to touch Du Ziren's face. Wow. It seems like his face is very small and very tender. He shouldn't be an old man. No way. Could it be that the senior is actually very young? She thought dreamily. Just then, a mechanical prompt sounded in Du Ziren's ear. Game nutrient pod energy depleted. Projection will end soon. Buzz buzz buzz. Gathering her courage, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly pressed her lips together. She slowly stood up, just about to tentatively tap Du Ziren's cheek. Buzz. Suddenly, the water in the purification tank rippled. The hot body in her arms instantly vanished. Splash. Due to Du Ziren's disappearance, Xiao Shengsheng's leaning body lost balance and she fell straight into the water. Splash. Her pouting lips kissed the water, and as her nose filled with water, she instinctively stood up. Senior? Ziren senior? Are you awake? Her face instantly flushed red. Xiao Shengsheng splashed the water with her small hands, calling out in embarrassment and anger. Unbeknownst to her, on the other side, in Du Ziren's living room, Shengsheng stared intently at Du Ziren's dog eyes, glaring again and again. Woof, what the hell is this guy dreaming about? Calling out so miserably? Laughing so lewdly? Woof, is this a spring dream? Soaked all over. Watching Du Ziren first grin foolishly, then grimace in pain, and finally smile in satisfaction. Shengsheng thought, this silly human definitely has some serious mental issues. Woof. So wet. What could he be doing in the dream to sweat so much? Haji do? I admit, some of your abilities are stronger than mine. I acknowledge you as my master. Staring blankly at the soaked Du Ziren, Shengsheng decided to keep a little distance from him. Hiss. In the game nutrient pod, Du Ziren slowly opened his eyes, feeling the comfort after sweating profusely. He had the illusion of having his meridians opened after being beaten. Damn. I'll never self-harm again. It really hurts. So painful. Touching his still sore body, his shoulders shrugged, and suddenly a fragrant scent wafted in. Du Ziren instinctively sniffed. What is this fragrance? Is it Shengsheng's scent? Damn. This game pod can still retain Shengsheng's scent? Sniffing the area on his shoulder where the smell was strong, Du Ziren revealed a silly smile. Shengsheng, my Shengsheng. Raising his eyes to open the game pod, another mechanical voice came. This gaming experience has ended. Playtime, 36 hours exactly. Rewards from this play session: unlocked new ability failure, purple, due to the overwhelming energy of the ability failure core. After your body fully absorbs it, other abilities will increase by +1 at their current level. Your current ability strength is as follows: fire ability, white ability user tier 3, steel ability, white ability user tier 4, bloodline ability, white ability user tier 2, canine transformation ability, blue ability user tier 3, ability failure, purple ability user tier 1. Oh, I actually absorbed the ability failure? Truly worthy of me. This is the treatment of a gold master. Dad satisfied, Du Ziren looked at his brand new skill panel, feeling great. After pushing open the door of the game nutritional pod, he was greeted by a pair of sneaky dog eyes. Woof, kid, did you have some beautiful dream? Hey, when I say you're a dog, sometimes I think you resemble a human more than humans do. That expression of yours is just like my lecherous Uncle Wang next door, seeing a pure college girl. Casting a disdainful glance at Shengsheng, Du Ziren thought, was that a beautiful dream? That was suffering, pure self-torture. Woof, I understand, at your age, you're too shy to say these things. I've been there, I get you. Keep babbling, and you'll have half less of your chicken leg tonight. Woof, as if you fed me last night. Last night? Staring blankly at Shengsheng, Du Ziren scratched his head and then looked out the window. Goodness, it was already late at night. He had actually played for 36 hours? From yesterday noon to tonight, he hadn't eaten a single bite and wasn't even hungry? So, Shengsheng, what have you been eating these past 2 days? Woof, I found cash in your room, went downstairs to the supermarket to buy ham and soy sauce duck. Following Shengsheng's gaze, he noticed a lot of snack wrappers in the trash can. Damn, I told you, you resemble a human more than humans do. In the past, when watching Douyin, Du Ziren thought it was scripted when dogs bought groceries with money. Now, seeing Changxing's wise eyes, he felt that some dogs had indeed become enlightened. Forget it, forget it. I'll take you downstairs for a late-night snack later. Stretching his limbs, he went to the bedroom to change into a fresh outfit. Du Ziren opened his phone to check, and in the Doomsday Survival game, it was also late at night for Qiu Shengsheng. She had already returned to her bedroom and fallen asleep. He, however, felt completely awake. So, he called out to Changsheng, and just as they were about to head downstairs, buzz 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 buzz, his phone in his pocket rang. Who is it now? Norman Pharmaceuticals? Instinctively unlocking his phone screen, he saw that the caller ID was a video call from Go Yun. Oh, it's Sister Yun. I remember she said she would video call regularly to check if I was abusing stray dogs, right? He clicked to open the video call. Zizi, as soon as the screen connected, he could see a huge tempered glass shed filled with towering piles of dog food. In the empty space at the edge of the dog food piles, Go Yun was holding 3 dogs, waving at Du Ziren. Little Du, how's that, 5 black dog, doing? Oh, Sister Yun, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who abuses animals. Even if I starve to death, my Changsheng won't starve. Waving at Changsheng, the dog with shiny black fur and a strong build instantly caught Go Yun's attention. Hey, it seems like its fur has become much denser, looks like. You really have been taking good care of it. Go Yun smiled, and the 3 puppies in her arms were sticking their tongues out at the camera. One must say, although the environment on Go Yun's side was a bit simple, having a beloved pet by her side was a kind of happiness. Oh, 1 husky, 1 border collie, and 1, surprisingly, is a Chinese rural dog. Sister Yun, are these the 3 little assistants you mentioned? Taking a closer look at the 3 little ones in Go Yun's arms, they were only half the size of an adult dog, probably just a few months old. Yes, these 3 are very clingy to me, but, fortunately, Big Yellow is sensible. Usually, when I set up a dog market outside, it's Big Yellow who takes care of the other 2 and manages those other dogs. Big Yellow, come, say hello to Xiaodu. After patting the belly of the rural dog, the simple-minded Big Yellow showed a silly smile. By the way, I'm going to take Changxing out for a meal later. Yunjia, where is your home? I happen to have nothing to do. Can I come over? With nothing to do, Du Ziren also wanted to support someone like Go Yun, who has a kind heart. Xiaodu, are you going out so late? My home is in the suburbs of Wan'an City. Here, we built a few simple big rooms with tempered glass. If you come, let me think. We can. On the other end of the phone, Go Yun was still talking. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crashing sound came. Immediately after, a chaotic barking of dogs erupted with woof 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 woof. You, Xiao you? Sizzle sizzle sizzle. It sounded like the phone was dropped, and the call instantly became noisy. Big Yellow, a hurried voice echoed, and Du Ziren frowned. Yunjia, what happened to you? Doo-doo. Before he could ask more, the call was already disconnected. Woof, hey, kid, something seems off over there. Changsheng stretched out its head, constantly peering at the already dark screen. It was clear that although it had only stayed with Go Yun for a few days, it still had a good impression of this mom. Hiss, it sounds like some dogs in Yunjia's dog park have gone crazy? Combining the earlier situation, Du Ziren had already guessed something. Woof, maybe, those dogs drank the river water from Baiha village. Are you saying the river water that makes them go crazy? Then, woof, she is in danger. We have to save her. Then let's hurry. Almost in a panic, after 1 person and 1 dog ran downstairs, Du Ziren ordered a ride at the entrance of the community. At 2 in the morning, a white Magotan drove over. The driver, half asleep, became interested after picking up this 1 person and 1 dog. I say, young man, you guys are heading to the suburbs in the middle of the night, just you and a dog. What are you going to do? The driver kept observing Du Ziren through the rearview mirror, concluding that this was probably a young man planning to run away from home with his dog. Going to a friend's house. Friend? Lives in the mountains? Don't ask too much. Just drive fast, and I'll give you a red envelope as a reward later. Hey, you should have said so earlier. Vroom, the accelerator was pressed to the floor, and the car sped towards Wan'an City suburbs. In the back seat, Du Ziren thought for a long time and decided to make a call to the police. To be honest, if it were a normal situation, if a pet dog bit someone, and Du Ziren called the police, they would definitely think he was looking for trouble. But only he and Changsheng knew the water from Baiha village was not right. If all the dogs raised by Go Yun drank that water, could a woman nearing 30 escape the bites of hundreds of stray dogs? Hello. This is the Wan'an City Wan'an District Police Station, headquarters. May I ask what danger you are in? A gentle voice from the operator came through the phone, and Du Ziren briefly explained the situation. Hello, there is a stray dog shelter over in the suburbs. I have a friend who seems to have been attacked by a pack of wild dogs. Are you saying a person was attacked by a pack of wild dogs? Yes, those dogs have a strong sense of aggression. Wait, are you sure? It's in the suburbs, right? Near Baiha village, correct? Yes, what's wrong? The voice on the other end suddenly became serious, and Du Ziren was about to reiterate the seriousness of the matter. Suddenly, the operator's voice was filled with solemnity. This citizen, we have received your call, and our Public Security Bureau is already aware of the situation. Rest assured, we will send someone to verify what you said immediately, but please do not go near Baiha village. There have been some incidents there, and the military is handling it. Please do not approach the warning line. Trust our public security forces. ZZZZZ. For some reason, the further he went towards the suburbs, the weaker the mobile signal became. Du Ziren listened to the warnings on the other end, his brow furrowing tightly. He had an inexplicable premonition. Something significant seemed to be about to happen in Wannan City. Car Radio FM 19.8. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Our city has suspected uncertain factors that endanger public safety near Baiha village. The main roads near Baiha village are now completely blocked. All citizens are advised to avoid driving near Baiha village. Additionally, to enhance public safety, anyone who has stayed in Baiha village for 3 days should voluntarily go to the military hospital for investigation. Safe Wannan, let's walk together. The radio in the front seat suddenly made a sound, adding another layer of silence to the already tense atmosphere in the car. What? ZZZZZ. The driver slammed the brakes, cold sweat instantly pouring down his back. Endangering public safety? My child, who would dare go there now? No way, no way. Hey, brother, let me give you some advice. Don't think about wandering the world at such a young age. Isn't it better to go home and play games? The Magotan car came to a sudden stop on the suburban road, the driver looking back at the rear seat with a kind expression. But Du Ziren, upon hearing this, looked increasingly hesitant. The police's call had just advised him not to go. If there really was a safety threat, they definitely wouldn't have time to care about Go Yun. And himself? Could an 18-year-old boy really save Go Yun? Woof, are you scared? It seemed that Changsheng saw through Du Ziren's hesitation. Du Ziren couldn't help but hesitate. Up until now, he thought it was already impressive that he could survive. If he rushed to his death, what would happen to his wife? But, if I don't go, who will save Sister Yun? Morality and reason clashed in Du Ziren's heart at that moment. Woof, if you don't go, I will go. Just as Du Ziren was indecisive, Changsheng suddenly pulled open the rear door of the car. Clang! The night wind blew into the back seat, and seeing Changsheng resolutely dive into the darkness, Du Ziren gritted his teeth and immediately got out of the car. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once he got out, the view opened up, and he could see in the distance the dark village, where a glowing warning tape wrapped around Baiha village several times. Behind the village, at a distance, he could vaguely see the outline of the dog park. To get to the dog park, one had to pass through Baiha village. Woof, I really didn't misjudge you. You still came with me, didn't you? Woof, don't worry. With your dog brother here, those monsters can't get to you. Changsheng stood confidently in front of Du Ziren. His gravity ability could surely break through a small rural area, right? Let's go. I wonder how long Sister Yun can hold on. Not wanting to listen to Changsheng bragging about nonsense, the man and the dog immediately ran towards the dark village. In the distance, the owner of the Magotan was shouting, Hey, didn't you hear the broadcast? Don't go, damn it. You haven't given me your red envelope yet. The shouting echoed from behind, and Du Ziren was just about to respond with a word. Suddenly, from the pile of wild grass by the roadside, a rustling sound came. Hoo! Roar! Before Du Ziren could react, a figure quickly pounced. The person's clothes were torn in many places, and their exposed skin was covered with bulging, purplish veins. Roar! As a hoarse sound came from their throat. Upon closer inspection, this person's tongue was oddly long. Roar! Like a water spider, the person quickly crawled in a distorted manner and stood upright in front of Du Ziren. In the darkness, their eyes were bloodshot, and their tongue extended a dozen centimeters, swaying around like a snake. The moment Du Ziren saw them, he thought of a species, the licker from the Doomsday survival game. Are you the licker? Staring blankly at the person standing in front of him, the other party did not attack but merely exhaled a foul breath, their crimson eyes flickering, staring intently at Du Ziren. Roar, same kind? King. The tongue kept swaying, and the licker seemed unsure of Du Ziren's identity, just as it was about to circle around him for a closer look. Woof, kid, what are you dazed for? Get away from him! Changsheng glared at the liquor, and in the instant their gazes crossed. Boom! The liquor, with its limbs on the ground, seemed to lose all gravity in an instant. Floating lightly off the ground, its entire body spun 180 degrees and flew backward, crashing into a distant pile of grass in the suburbs. Roar roar! This attack did not cause much harm to the liquor. Amidst the wild grass, it slowly got up but found its body still maintaining an unbalanced gravity. It wanted to crawl quickly but bizarrely spun in place. Roar, ability? How could it have an ability? A dog? A dog? Just as the words were spoken, in a flash, the tongue that whipped around like a long sword actually bypassed Du Ziren and shot toward Changsheng's dog head. Woof, you? You think you can move your dog, brother? Buzz buzz buzz. On the ground in the suburbs, several pieces of rubble lost their gravity and suddenly flew toward Changsheng. Bang! The long, whipping tongue struck the flying rubble, which immediately piled up and boom, pressed down into the ground. Roar roar! The only attack that failed to succeed, the liquor spun in midair unwillingly. The tongue tried to exert force but could not pull itself out from the stone pile. Under the unbalanced gravity, even astronauts need long-term training to barely control their body movements, let alone a mindless zombie. Woof, got it. Woof, ha, my dog head. Why does it feel a bit prickly? Changsheng looked proudly at the liquor being punished by him, and the once proud dog face suddenly collapsed the next moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The early morning wind blew across the countryside, and Du Ziren and the distant Magotan driver were both dumbfounded. My child, what? What just happened? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? That person just stuck out their tongue over 10 meters? This dog is standing still, and stones are flying over to protect it? Young man, are you guys filming a sci-fi movie? The driver looked at Du Ziren with uncertainty, and Du Ziren was equally bewildered. Aren't we buddies? How did something from the game appear in real life? Am I still not awake? He pinched the dog ears of Changsheng. Woof, ouch, why the hell are you pulling my ears? Does it hurt? Then it seems to be real. Looking closely at the liquor, that guy was floating in midair, just like a normal person, glaring angrily at Changsheng. No way? Could it be that I have to enter the apocalypse too? Changsheng, since I'm your master, you have to protect me from now on. He angrily rubbed Changsheng's dog head, and Changsheng looked at Du Ziren with a strange expression. Woof, are you sure it's me protecting you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? How could that be? I'm just a shut-in. What power do I have? Just as he finished saying this, roar 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 from the distance in the fields, a series of low growls suddenly echoed again. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The driver of the Magotan looked over, and from the direction of Baiha village, 5 lickers came running out. They were all on all fours, their tongues long and lolling, crawling like spiders, quickly approaching this way. Bang bang bang! Before Du Ziren and the others could react, 5 long tongues shot towards the driver's seat. My child, the driver was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he thought they were filming some urban supernatural cultivation here, but now, seeing 5 long, barbed tongues rushing towards him, he felt like the world was about to change. Bang! The long tongues instantly cracked the car window, the barbs scraping against the glass, making a piercing, screeching sound. Young man, I remember now. I left my gas stove on at home. I don't want that red envelope. I'm leaving first, okay? Hiss hiss hiss! Almost instantly, the driver started the car, yanked the steering wheel, and sped back the way he came. Roar roar in the fields, the thick roars echoed continuously. The 5 bright red long tongues twisted but no longer cared about the driver. Instead, they all whipped towards Changsheng. Under the moonlight, 5 pairs of crimson eyes fixed intently on Changsheng. The instinct of the creatures told them, this dog was the biggest threat. Woof, what are you looking at, dog brothers? Woof, if you don't accept it, let's fight. 1v5, the advantage is mine. Rustle rustle rustle! Before Changsheng could bark a few times, the 5 long tongues shot towards Changsheng's dog head like red lightning. Woof, incoming. Woof, holy crap, my head hurts. Changsheng's dog eyes stared fiercely at the incoming tongues, wanting to activate its superpower again. But its superpower level wasn't high, and the recent use had nearly exhausted its limits. Woof, the dog's life is in danger. Woof, Haji-do, remember to burn me 10 pounds of soy sauce duck next spring, I like it spicy. Feeling the bloody wind rushing towards him, Changsheng, though timid, still stood resolutely in front of Du Ziren. As a qualified house dog, protecting its master was its nature. Hey, get down! Although Du Ziren was now scared and somewhat dazed, he couldn't just watch Changsheng die in front of him. Thud! He threw Changsheng into his arms, pressing him down, quietly waiting for the 5 long tongues to stab towards him. Woof, Haji-do, you guy. I really didn't mistake my master. Woof, don't worry, next spring, I'll burn 10 silicone dolls for you. Damn you, we're about to die. Can you stop saying these things? Du Ziren was speechless. Damn it, I already said, this dog is more human than people. Quietly waiting for the impending agony. But 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Ha, why am I not dead? Stupidly raising his head, Du Ziren froze. 5 long tongues hovered in the air, not falling, as if frozen in time. In the distance, 5 lickers crouched in the wilderness, their crimson eyes fixed on Du Ziren, yet they dared not howl. After a long, silent stare, roar these lickers. Actually ran away like this. Woof, Hajadu, you have something going on. Changsheng was stunned. Could it be that their master had some kingly aura that intimidated the zombies? Du Ziren barely got up from the ground, watching all the lickers retreat towards Baiha village, looking completely bewildered. No way? They seem to be afraid to attack me? Woof, it seems like the first monster didn't intend to attack you either. Woof, could it be that you are their relative? How would I know? Maybe they aren't interested in sick flesh and blood? You have to know. I used to have ALS. Aren't these lunatics afraid of getting ALS if they eat me? Du Ziren thought for a long time and could only come up with this one reasonable explanation. Damn it! In this day and age, even mutated monsters won't eat pre-made meals. Woof, what you said makes some sense, but are you still going to save Guiyun? In the dark night, the man and the dog exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat fearfully towards Baiha village. Under the cover of night, that village was eerily calm. No one knew what ghostly things might appear inside the village. Go! If those monsters don't bite me, it shouldn't be a big problem. Changsheng, stick close to me. This time, I'll protect you. Holding Changsheng tightly, taking advantage of the night, Du Ziren quickly ran towards Baiha village. The outskirts of the Baiha village warning line. At this moment, nearly a dozen police cars were parked here. The police cars were flashing their lights, but no one could be seen inside. It was vaguely visible that some police car doors had been punctured with several holes, and there were traces of blood on the ground, dragged all the way into Baiha village. Damn, it seems like it's quite serious. Changsheng, do you think the zombie virus won't break out in our city? No way. I haven't even finished enjoying the game yet. Standing at the village entrance in a daze, Du Ziren looked somewhat troubled. Woof, not likely. If the military comes to suppress it, with the current situation, they should be able to contain it. Is that so? Then fine. Let's rescue Sister Yun first. Let's sneak into the village, no shooting. On tiptoe, Du Ziren held Changsheng and stealthily slipped into Baiha village. On the other side, the owner of the Magotan pressed the accelerator desperately, driving several miles out from the suburban road, finally relaxing his tense nerves. My child, what is happening in this world? Why are there still terrifying things? Young man, don't blame your brother. Next year I'll go to Baiha village and burn paper money for each of you and your dog. Hoo. Breathing heavily, the car radio once again broadcast the news. Car radio FM 19:8. Warning. Multiple gruesome injury incidents have erupted in the city. All citizens who have been to Baiha village are urged to contact the military hospital for observation. Latest report from Wannan City. Wannan City will initiate a citywide lockdown tonight. Residents are advised not to go out unless necessary. For specific lifting times, please follow the public service account of Wannan City. The noisy broadcasts grew increasingly overwhelming, causing the driver's face to turn pale. It's over, the situation is getting worse. Cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead, just as the car had just left the suburban road. Dozens of high beams suddenly shone in, startling the driver. Who's driving? Who? A strong voice rang out, and the driver immediately slammed on the brakes, squinting towards the light source. Good heavens! What kind of car lights are these? Clearly, several armored vehicles are shining their headlights at him. Damn it! Don't shoot! I surrender! The driver rolled off the seat, hands on his head, as obedient as a child several hundred months old. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? Why are you coming out from the suburbs at night? Did you go to Baiha village? What were you doing there? From the lead armored vehicle, an officer in high-ranking military uniform glared at the driver. Beside him stood a scholar in a white lab coat. If Du Ziren were here, he would immediately recognize that this scholar was Academician Louis, who had come to draw blood from him at that time. Hey, General Zhao, you're going to scare him like this. Friend, don't be nervous. Can you tell me why you went to the suburbs at night? I remember we broadcasted to all citizens that they are not allowed to pass through the suburbs and the area nearby Baiha village, right? Slowly stepping down from the armored vehicle, Louis smiled warmly and discreetly helped the driver, who was squatting on the ground. His glasses scanned the driver, and Louis smiled again. Fortunately, you're not injured. Ha, what injury? The driver looked at Louis in surprise, and Louis waved his hand. It was then that he was shocked to discover that behind him stood a dozen armed police officers. If he had dared to move just now, he would definitely have been shot dead. Now, tell me, why did you go to Baiha village? Under the scrutinizing gaze, the driver hesitated but finally spoke. Just a moment ago, I accepted a ride-hailing order from a Mr. Du, who had a dog and said he wanted to go to the dog park to see a friend. At first, I thought he was some runaway kid. I didn't pay much attention. I didn't expect. Halfway through the ride, I heard the broadcast. Then a few crawling monsters appeared in the fields. Their tongues can stretch over 10 meters long. The driver recounted his terrifying experience, and upon hearing this, Louis squinted his glasses and quickly waved for a female assistant to come over. Note this: the most severely affected area in the city is Baiha village, where there are suspected cases of mutated zombies. General Zhao. Turning to the officer in the armored vehicle, Louis' expression darkened. I remember there was a riot in Baiha village during the day, and we had already sent a group of public security officers to investigate. General Zhao frowned, remaining silent, only shaking his head. I see. By the way, this comrade, you said the one who called for the ride-hailing was a child? Where is he? It seemed that he thought of the person he had missed. Louis looked at the driver, whose face fell. I must have wanted to run away with him at that time, but 5 monsters came after me. In my panic, I just left on my own. Looking at the somewhat timid driver, Louis didn't know what to say. But you don't have to worry. That kid is actually quite strange. Those monsters seem to not attack him. He has a black dog, and that black dog can summon flying stones. Let me tell you, at that time, the driver became more and more excited, and the surrounding soldiers looked at him as if he were a fool. But only Louis and General Zhao had no doubts. Long ago, when they analyzed the meteorite, they discovered that the white mice that stabilized after the injection of the meteorite factor exhibited unusual characteristics. The most terrifying thing was that the white mice could spit fire. Is he the lucky one among the pollutants? Mr. Du. Hiss. It can't be that Du Ziren who walked out when the meteorite fell, right? With narrowed eyes, Louis' female assistant behind him spoke up. By the way, Academician Liu, just now, the communications department said that someone named Du Ziren reported. He said his friend was attacked by a pack of dogs in the dog park and hoped the police could send someone to rescue. Both of these people have the surname Du. Do you think they could be the same person? He just happened to be taking a ride to see his friend? Du Ziren? It really is him. Louis' expression changed suddenly, and he immediately looked at General Zhao. General Zhao, pay attention to those police signals that have lost contact. That kid may have already gone into Baiha village. If possible, let those surviving police officers protect him at all costs. His awakened ability is crucial. Armored speech. Many people say Haji Du is too stupid, not realizing his powers. In fact, if he discovers them, it would be meaningless. But soon, a major linked quest will appear, so look forward to it. The night wind was bleak, and the bright crescent moon was gradually covered by dark clouds. In Baiha village, without the lights turned on in the village houses, it was utterly dark. Whoosh 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 as the cold wind blew, Lin Yugwa slowly loaded the last 7 bullets into his pistol, his expression somewhat grim. Chief, this is the last 7 bullets, right? Are we going to get out? Behind Lin Yugwa, a bloodied young officer looked despondent. This time, responding to the higher-ups' call, a total of 45 officers from the police station headquarters were dispatched, but now only the last 2 remained, hiding in the village chief's house, cowering and barely surviving. Xiao Chen, don't say such discouraging things. We can hold on until help arrives. We have a chance. But those monsters are already strong enough, plus that guy. The young officer's lips trembled, as if he thought of some terrifying scene, his pupils shaking continuously. That terrifying guy. Even if the army comes, they might not be able to subdue him, right? Shut up. Is this the kind of thing that should come out of a police officer's mouth? Glancing at the young officer, Lin Yugwa said this, but a hint of apprehension flickered in his eyes. With 45 armed officers launching an attack, they originally had the strength to fight against zombies or even lickers. But once they encountered that strange guy, they would have no power to fight back at all. Don't talk. Keep quiet. Whatever you do, don't let that thing find us again. Lin Yugwa steadied his breath, his body leaning against the door of the village chief's house, trembling all over. Looking back, in the small courtyard of the village chief's house, a dozen women and girls huddled together. They curled up against each other, their clothes stained with blood, their pupils filled with fear, covering their mouths and not daring to make a sound. These were the last survivors of Baiha village, the only ones saved after the police had sacrificed themselves. Creak. The door slowly opened a crack, and Lin Yugwa glanced outside, his pupils involuntarily constricting. Haha. 6 blood-red lickers were crawling on the village path, continuously gnawing at the bodies of the officers. Sizzle sizzled. Many officers' faces had been chewed to a grotesque state, blood gushing out and staining the ground. Not only that, apart from the 6 lickers, in the dark distance of the village path, the outlines of moving human figures could be vaguely seen, accompanied by strange wheezing sounds. It was zombies. Those villagers had transformed into zombies. The main road of the village had long been surrounded by zombies, with no way to escape. Crack, crack, crack. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Yugwa felt a fire burning in his chest. Damn it! Damn it! My officers are going to be eaten by you after they die? Damn it! Not even leaving a whole corpse. His eyelids were bloodshot, and tears shimmered in Lin Yugwa's old eyes. Zzz. Suddenly, a flicker of green light from the walkie-talkie on his chest indicated someone had connected to the communication channel. Damn! Hastily turning the volume of the walkie-talkie to the lowest, Lin Yugwa connected the channel. Hello? Hello? Is this Police Chief Lin Yugwa? This is Zhao Weigang from the Military District Headquarters. Commander Zhao? What instructions do you have? Here's the thing. A little boy and a black dog have entered Baiha village, and the higher-ups require you to protect their safety at all costs. Can you do it? A serious, unquestionable voice came through, and Lin Yugwa's brows furrowed into a knot. Commander Zhao, 43 of our 45 officers have died. Only 2 officers are left, and there are still a dozen women and children around. You tell me, how am I supposed to protect them? Are you saying I should abandon so many people around me to save one person and a dog? Even though Zhao Weigang held a higher official position than him, Lin Yugwa was not a law enforcement machine. He couldn't just leave so many people behind to look for that boy. Do I need to report your situation? Do you know their importance? I need your absolute obedience. What about the villagers? What about your life? As long as they can survive, their value is greater than the entire village. The voice on the other end was almost a reprimand, and Lin Yugwa's fists tightened. I'm afraid I can't. The words of refusal were stuck in his throat. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, a figure in the distance was gradually walking towards them. Lin Yugwa panicked. The way that figure walked didn't resemble an infected zombie, it was a normal person. He opened his mouth, wanting to warn the person not to come over. There were at least a dozen zombies surrounding the path, and 6 lickers lying in the middle of the road. If a normal person came over, it would definitely be a death sentence. Don't come over! Don't come over! Staring blankly at the approaching figure, Lin Yugwa's expression fell, his eyes filled with pity. The footsteps were getting faster. He could even hear a series of crisp murmurs. Chang Shang, do you think it's right to go this way? Woof! Brother Bao, does the old dog know the way? Isn't that an old horse knows the way? Woof, Ikuan, believe it or not. Alright, just teasing you. The voice was getting closer. Lin Yugwa was dumbfounded. This person, is he talking to a dog? Is this person crazy? No wonder he dared to come over after seeing something was off. He must be mentally unstable. Woof woof woof. Under the moonlight, the outlines of a person and a dog became clearer. Du Ziren, holding Changsheng, caught a whiff of the bloody smell from the distant street and couldn't help but frown. In front of him, 4 or 5 villagers, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in bloody holes, were blankly walking by the roadside, blocking the way forward. Their faces were swollen with blood vessels, their pupils distorted, looking bizarre beyond belief. But Du Ziren merely shot them a glance. Get out of the way. Can't you see? Is this road yours? Oh, it seems like it is yours. Striding forward, Du Ziren didn't take these zombies seriously at all. From a distance, Lin Yugwa, who was watching everything through the crack of the door at the village chief's house, was bewildered. Black dog? Little boy? It must be him, right? Is he mentally unstable? How could he approach the zombies? We're doomed. Chief, that kid looks foolish. He's probably going to get bitten in the neck. Beside Lin Yugwa, a young officer also watched this scene, his face as pale as paper. But, just as they were anxiously watching, Du Ziren kicked each villager zombie down to the roadside. Can't you hear? You're blocking the road. Roar. The fallen zombie glared at Du Ziren, but strangely did not attack. Instead, it just lay down on the ground and stopped moving. What? How? How is this possible? Lin Yugwa was dumbfounded again. No, the zombies were attacked. Why aren't they fighting back? Can't they see that boy? Tap tap tap. The dramatic scene did not stop there. After passing through the small path surrounded by 4 or 5 zombies, Duziren walked towards the village chief's house. Sizzle sizzle, 6 lickers were still gnawing at the chest of a dead police officer. He frowned but, as if nothing was wrong, quickly walked past while holding the dog. Roar. The noise clearly caught the attention of the lickers, and 6 pairs of crimson eyes turned to glare at Duziren. Look, 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 what are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone walking a dog at night? Eat your own. Duziren casually retorted a few words to the lickers. Roar. In a moment, these lickers actually lowered their heads again, like children admitting their mistakes, and resumed gnawing on their meal. This boy, could he have some kind of brainwashing technique? The young officer was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Is it a spell? Or some kind of mental control? But no matter what it is, why aren't the zombies attacking him? Chief, am I seeing things? Trembling, he looked at Lin Yugwa, whose face twitched. I also doubt whether I saw it wrong. But, this guy is so strange. It seems he is the one the higher-ups want to protect, no doubt about it. Staring blankly at Duziren as he traversed the tide of zombies, Lin Yugwa didn't dare to step outside and call out. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Just then, the intercom crackled to life again. Hello, Lin Yugwa. Get a grip on your position. Do you dare to defy the orders of your superiors? After Zhao Weigong's reprimand, Lin Yugwa finally came to his senses. Leader, I think seems like he doesn't need my protection, right? What did you say? Just now, he was holding a black dog, and it was like he was strolling through a backyard, walking right out of the zombie tide. Nothing happened at all. What? Lin Yugwa, are you sure you're not joking? I warn you, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Outside Baiha village, the armored vehicle had reached the edge of the warning line. A group of armed soldiers, guns in hand, surrounded the perimeter of Baiha village tightly. Looking at the intercom, Zhao Weigong's expression darkened. From the earlier conversation, he felt his intelligence had been insulted. What little boy walks out of a zombie tide holding a dog? Even writing a novel wouldn't dare to write that. Cursing a few times into the intercom, there was no response from the other end. Louis adjusted his glasses, leaped down from the vehicle, his expression calm. Didn't that driver just say? The zombies seem not to attack Xiaodu, so it seems his awakened ability is affinity? Pondering thoughtfully, Louis felt this ability was very important. Even if it couldn't be replicated or extracted, keeping it for national strength cultivation would be excellent for future missions. Academician Liu, I think the superpower project can't be delayed. We need to develop a team before the situation spirals out of control. Zhao Weigang looked solemnly at Louis, who shrugged. I think Xiaodu is just right for this team. However, there is still one more important thing. Taking the intercom from Zhao Weigang, Louis coldly inquired, by the way, let's talk about that monster that caused your entire army to be wiped out. I'm very curious about it. Behind Baiha village, in the suburban dog park. Woof 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 woof. At this moment, in front of a tin house, a large number of stray dogs had gathered. From small ones like Teddy and Bichon to large ones like Alaskan and Samoyed, all had reddened eyes, surrounding the tin house, continuously banging against the already dented iron gate. Woof 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 woof. The red-eyed dogs, with inexplicably long and tough claws, scratched the iron gate, curling the metal. Woof 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 woof. Outside, the dogs barked fiercely, while inside stood 3 dogs, looking tense. Dawan, Xiaohua, Mumu, stop barking. They seemed to be acting strange. The broadcast said there was a problem in Baiha village, which might have affected everyone. Patting the nearby farm dog, husky, and border collie, Goyun's face turned pale. She never expected that the stray dogs she had raised day and night, feeding them with her own hands, would suddenly bare their teeth and try to bite her neck. If it weren't for Dahuan reacting quickly and pushing her away, she might have already been bitten in the neck, losing her life in the dog park. Woof woof woof. The 3 dogs, just a few months old, loyally guarded Goyun's feet. Just as she had finished a phone call with Duziren, she had already controlled Xiaobao, a frenzied Alaskan, with a dog leash and pushed it outside the rolling gate. She thought this was just an accidental event. Never did I expect that just half an hour later, the large pack of dogs in the yard began to stir, actually starting to pound on the rolling shutter door. Bang! Another sound of claws striking came. It's hard to imagine that the dog claws could pierce through the metal shutter. Behind the densely packed holes in the door, pairs of crimson eyes appeared, and from the mouths of the dogs, terrifying white smoke billowed out. Ah! At Goyun's startled cry. Woof! A continuously expanding Alaskan Malamute suddenly crashed into the densely packed holes, its body shimmering with a metallic hue, breaking open the hole, and the entire pack rushed in. Woof! The dog's mouth opened, its fierce fangs glaring at Goyun. This dog no longer had the previous master-servant bond, its tongue rolled with saliva, and its eyes were filled only with excitement for food. Woof! Big Yellow sensed its hostility and, as a protective companion, immediately lunged at the Alaskan Malamute. Despite its small size, it still dared to glare angrily at the Alaskan. After a few leaps, it bit down hard on the Malamute's fur, producing a spark with a clang. Woof woof. While gnawing, Big Yellow looked towards the husky and the border collie. The three dogs seemed to share some special bond. With just one bark from Big Yellow, the two dogs beneath it tugged at Go-yun's pants, pulling towards the cellar. Big Yellow. Go-yun couldn't bear to part with Big Yellow. Unfortunately, the Alaskan Malamute opened its mouth wide, its sharp fangs piercing straight through Big Yellow's neck. Hoo-hoo. Hot breath sprayed onto Big Yellow's face, blood gushing down. Big Yellow let out a woof, its eyes quickly dimming, casting a reluctant glance at Go-yun. Big Yellow. A whoa. With a shake, the already fading Big Yellow was flung aside, and the Alaskan Malamute turned its back, looking at Go-yun again. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Its fur surged, each hair exploding like a porcupine. You, little bow. Staring in disbelief at the Alaskan Malamute. Its eyes had turned green, sinister, and fierce. He. Its fur continued to swell. Finally, puff puff puff. Terrifying hairs shot out like needles, directly aimed at Go-yun's face. Woof, woof. This time, it was the turn of Little Ha and Moo to stand in front of Go-yun. Puff puff puff. Countless steel needle hairs sprayed forth, piercing through the bodies of the two dogs, yet they still stood firmly in front of Go-yun. Woof woof. Their stubborn little eyes looked at the Alaskan Malamute. They weren't afraid of death, only afraid of Go-yun getting hurt. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bright red dog blood flowed everywhere. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Once the steel needles finished spraying, Little Ha and Moo collapsed to the ground with a thud, their dim eyes looking at Go-yun, and their mouths surprisingly curled into a hint of a human-like smile. Woof. After the final soft sound, what followed was Go-yun's almost broken wail. No, Big Yellow, Little Ha, Moo. With a thud, she fell to the ground, recalling these three dogs, not even a few months old, who had spent all day circling around her. Go-yun's face crumbled, her eyes already red. He. In contrast, the Alaskan Malamute shook its exploded fur, panting heavily, and looked at Go-yun again. You, I should never have adopted you. Despairing, she looked at this strange big dog, dragging her body, retreating step by step. She closed her eyes, thinking that if she were to die like this, would she still be able to meet the three little ones on Dog Star? Woof! Get away! Unexpectedly, outside the dog park, after a flurry of impatient barking, that massive Alaskan suddenly floated up, and with a bang, it bizarrely charged towards the rolling shutter door, until the entire huge Alaskan crashed through the door and the dog several meters away. In the darkness, a figure approached quickly. He stood abruptly in the center of the frenzied pack of dogs, a group of uncontrollable stray dogs, immediately sitting down obediently. Bang! The rolling shutter door slowly lifted, and Duziren, holding Changsheng, looked over with a face full of sweat. Sister Yun, are you okay? You, little Du? And 5 blacks? Staring blankly at Duziren in front of the rolling shutter door, Wei-yun's feelings were quite complex. There was both surprise and sadness. She never expected that the stranger Duziren would come to save her, nor did she expect that the dog she raised would kill her 3 favorite dogs. Sister Yun, are you okay? Looking at the tear stains on Wei-yun's face, Duziren, a straightforward man, stood still, holding Changsheng in the midst of the dogs. I'm fine. It's just them. He looked sadly at the 3 puppies on the ground. The rural dog had its neck bitten through, the hollow blood hole still dripping blood. The skulls of the husky and border collie were pierced, their eyes dim, already dead beyond recovery. Duziren pressed his lips together, knowing these were Wei-yun's 3 favorite dogs, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Oh right! As if suddenly remembering something, Wei-yun snapped out of her sadness and looked at Duziren in a panic. Little Du, you come in quickly. Those dogs. Before she could finish her sentence, Duziren squeezed out of the dog pack and completely lifted the broken rolling shutter door. Clang! The night poured into the iron shed, revealing at least 50 or 60 dogs outside, their sizes having somewhat inflated. Each one was hunched over, like a hungry wolf, their crimson eyes fixed intently on the inside of the shed, as if they were about to pounce and devour any living creature. But it was this group of hungry wolves. Duziren stood with his back to them at the door, and not a single one of the 50 or 60 mutated stray dogs dared to attack. In fact, with Duziren present, they didn't even dare to bark. Dogs? Oh, you mean them. Don't worry, Sister Yun, my personal constitution is quite special. They just don't dare to eat my virus meat. Duziren shrugged, looking nonchalant. Virus? Meat? Wei-yun was confused, and Duziren smiled, finding a thick apron from the pile of dog food and handing it to Wei-yun. I have a disease, a very serious one. You think they would dare to eat my meat? This Sister Yun, just rest assured. Put on this clothes, follow me closely, and I will definitely take you to a safe zone. You can't stay here. Speaking earnestly, Do Ziren looked towards the distant Baiha village. With zombies appearing, not just here, but the entire Anhui South City would be in turmoil. Can I bury Da Wan and the others? Probably sensing that the situation was not right, Guo Yun looked at Du Ziren for advice. Du Ziren nodded. Do you need my help? These 3 fur babies used to love hiding in the cellar. If possible, Xiao Du, could you help me dig a hole? Sure. Du Ziren quietly followed Guo Yun, finding a shovel from around. She gently placed the 3 fur babies on her back, just like a mother embracing her babies. Ignoring the blood on the dog corpses, Guo Yun's expression was suppressed, her eyes red, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Tap 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 at the deepest part of the steel shed, a tunnel leading to an underground space appeared before them. For some reason, looking at that tunnel, Du Ziren felt a sense of déjà vu. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. Tap 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 at the end of the tunnel was a hollow, sunken pit. Above the pit were several jars and sealed boxes, inside which some dehydrated vegetables could still be vaguely seen. I remember. In the past, De Huang, Xiaoha, and Mumu were very timid. When they were just born, they liked to hide here, nibbling on the vegetable leaves I ate in winter. I was thinking, when they grew up, I would build a group of wooden dog houses for all the dogs outside the shed. Now that I think about it, they didn't like hiding here, it was just that I slept here every night. After going out every day, this was the only place that still had my scent. They didn't like chewing on vegetable leaves, they just liked me. Tick-tock in between her words, Guo Yun held the 3 dogs in her arms, tears falling from her eyes and splashing onto the ground. Du Ziren remained silent, using the shovel to dig the pit. Actually, this world is fine. Whether it's the seemingly virtual yet unexpectedly real Doomsday game world on that phone. Many times, hypocritical people really don't have as much emotion as a dog that protects its owner. Sister Yun, you, take care. Standing silently beside her, Du Ziren watched as Guo Yun reluctantly placed the 3 little ones into the mound. She didn't rush to cover them with soil but instead slowly draped her coat over the 3 little ones. Sleep now De Huang, Xiaoa, Mumu, you have to live well on Dogstar from now on. In the pitch-black cellar, it gradually fell silent. The only sound that could be faintly heard was Guo Yun's occasional sobbing. After a long time, Guo Yun finally wiped her face and shyly walked towards Du Ziren. Xiao Du, sorry to trouble you, let's go. Sister Yun, it's just that with so much dog food, in the future. Du Ziren looked reluctantly at the large dog yard, and Guo Yun shook her head. It's gone. Everything is gone. The dogs I raised have changed, De Huang and the others have died. These things have lost their meaning to me. I think I might move to another district. I have a suitor who has been pursuing me. I think, if nothing unexpected happens, I might be with him in the future. Guo Yun smiled bitterly, and Du Ziren nodded. Actually, that's good. I think De Huang and the others would be happy knowing you don't have to work so hard anymore, right? Is that so? Yes. By the way, Sister Yun, will you raise dogs again in the future? Probably. But I think I will have children first. Really? Have you thought about what to name the child? Well, if it's a boy, I'll name him Guo Shang, if it's a girl, Guo Xia, and if it's a grandson, Guo Yu. Ying Jia, are you looking for a son-in-law? No, it's just that the boy's side respects me, the child will take my surname. Tap tap tap. The 2 people's discussions gradually faded from the cellar, from near to far. After a short while, no one noticed that beneath the pit, wrapped in Guo Yun's clothes, the corpses of a farm dog, a husky, and a border collie were grotesquely swelling, expanding, and even the farm dog's fur was falling off. Buzz buzz buzz. After the bright yellow fur faded, a child's face slowly emerged. The child rubbed against Guo Yun's clothes, then turned to look at the 2 dog corpses beside him. Second brother, third brother, are you okay? The night was dark, and the clouds covered the moon. Outside the Baiha village caution tape. Meanwhile, Louis held a walkie-talkie, looking somewhat troubled. Are you saying, in this village, besides the long-tongued zombie and the villager zombie, there is also an invisible zombie? Yes, leader. At that time, we had 45 police officers, and as soon as we entered the village, under sufficient firepower suppression, we still had the advantage, driving those zombies back. Even when that long-tongued zombie appeared later, it only pushed us back and scattered us. It couldn't harm any of us. But, after being scattered, our walkie-talkies kept transmitting screams, saying that someone had inexplicably developed a blood hole in their neck, and then they just died. At first, I didn't understand. Until now, after meeting with the survivors, I finally realized, there is an invisible zombie. It's getting closer to us, with its fingers, piercing through my team members' necks one by one. The trembling voice of Lin Yugwa came through the walkie-talkie. and Lui's face turned pale. If there really was an invisible zombie here now, then it doesn't rule out one possibility. That invisible zombie might actually be standing right next to their group of armed soldiers. They just hadn't noticed it yet. Hey, if that's the case, Commander Zhao, what do you say? The pupils behind the glasses inexplicably contracted, and Louis couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. If he was a bit unlucky now, maybe in the next second, his neck would be cut open? Academician Liu, I know what you're worried about. You need to return to the armored vehicle immediately, don't attract attention, and then close the door. I think that guy, no matter how powerful, shouldn't have the strength to lift the iron door, right? It shouldn't be that unlucky. Louis slowly walked towards an armored vehicle, his speculative words not yet finished. Buzz, he heard it. He inexplicably heard a strange whistling wind by his ear. This sound didn't seem like it was caused by natural wind, but rather like some sharp object moving quickly, creating a whistling sound. Not good. He immediately dropped to the ground. With a whoosh, he felt something slice past the back of his neck. Thud. After falling to the ground, Louis hurriedly turned around, anxiously looking behind him. But that strange whistling sound rang out again, and in the dark space, he vaguely seemed to see a flickering light flash by. Academician Liu, what's wrong with you? Zhao Weigang was the first to notice something unusual with Lu Yi and immediately took a few quick steps towards him. Don't come over. That thing is coming. It's right here with me. He shouted urgently, and Zhao Weigang's pupils froze. He knew that Louis would never joke about such matters, and immediately drew his pistol from his waist. Quick! Alert! All units on alert! Come! Protect Academician Liu! Form a human wall! In a panic, Zhao Weigang dared not risk Louis's life. According to the earlier words, if they all died, Louis must not die. Thud thud thud. In an instant, more than a dozen armed police jumped out of the armored vehicle, surrounding Louis in a circular formation. The moonlight was bleak, and the midnight air was silent. All the armed police held their guns, anxiously looking around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blew, but there was not a single sound. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. This tense standoff lasted nearly 10 minutes, and Zhao Weigang could hardly hold on. Academician Liu, are you too tense? I think. Just as Zhao Weigang was about to relax his nerves, buzz. In the darkness, a light that seemed to be a mirror reflection flashed quickly. Thud. Just 2 meters in front of him, a 4-finger-wide blood hole suddenly appeared in the neck of an armed police officer, blood gushing out in spurts. The armed police officer didn't even have time to raise his gun. Blood sprayed from his neck, his eyes bulging, and he collapsed to the ground with a chill in his throat. Spurt, 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 spurt. Soon, blood pooled where the armed police officer fell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The night wind continued to blow, and everyone stared blankly at the body of the armed police officer, a chill running through them. Quick! Too fast! From the moment the blood holes appeared in the armed police officer's neck to his collapse, it was less than a few seconds. Where is the zombie? How did it strike? They had no idea. Shoot! Where to shoot? Damn it! Zhao Weigang, who usually held himself high, watched his soldier die before his eyes, blood rushing to his head. He raised his pistol but looked around in confusion. Where to shoot? Damn it! Where is that dog thing hiding? Commander Zhao, listen to me. Don't move. Don't move at all. Pay close attention. It seems that at the moment it strikes, there will be a faint sound of wind and a quick flicker of refraction. As long as we stay alert, even if we don't catch it, we can still prevent. Lu Yi's words of encouragement in the chilling silence had not finished. Suddenly, from within the warning line of Baiha village, 6 lickers led more than 20 zombies, roaring as they charged this way. They rushed towards the crowd like excited children at a cafeteria. Roar roar eek eek. The sounds of the undead and the piercing sounds of the lickers' tongues exploded at the village entrance. Not good. Seeing several lickers leading the charge with their tongues flailing, Lu Yi's face turned pale. He understood why the invisible zombie had not rushed to attack. It was waiting for reinforcements. As long as the zombies in Baiha village arrived, once the military and the zombies exchanged fire, who could see or hear the imperceptible moving light and sound amidst the gunfire? This guy has intelligence no less than a human. It wants to kill us all. His eyelids twitched violently. Sure enough, as the rapidly approaching lickers came within 10 meters, Zhao Weigang waved his hand. Open fire! Bang bang bang! Instantly, a spray of fire erupted at the village entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bullets poured down like rain, and the few frontline zombies were instantly turned into sieves, collapsing to the ground with a thud. It seemed the situation was under control. But, puff puff puff, at that moment, countless armed police had their necks explode in bursts of blood. for dark holes flickered rapidly in their necks. That invisible zombie had struck again. 1 minute. No, not even a minute. During the brief exchange of fire, the dozen or so armed police at the front line clutched their necks, blood spraying, their faces contorted in pain as they fell to the ground. Gurgle, 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 the smell of blood filled the village entrance. Louis, protected by a group of armed police, quickly retreated towards the armored vehicle. Thud thud, more and more armed police had their necks pierced without warning, the bodies piling up, and Louis's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of monster is this? In front of this supernatural creature, mere mortals have no power to fight back. Chang Shang, do you think I would cry if something happened to you? On the quiet path at night, Du Ziren held Changshang, rubbing its dog head. Behind him, Go Yun was shrinking back, glancing around nervously, yet after a long time, he still hadn't seen those so-called zombies. Woof, your dog mouth doesn't need to talk. Woof, didn't I call you Changshang? If you die, your son dies, your grandson dies. I won't die. A dog passes through 3 generations, people come and go but the dog remains. Woof, do you understand my worth? Damn, you don't need to talk if you can't. He rubbed Changsheng's dog head again. Du Ziren realized that he and his dog had no deep feelings compared to Go Yun and the 3 little ones. Raising a dog? This was raising a little ancestor. Tap 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 as they moved forward, Changsheng suddenly seemed to sense something unusual, its dog nose twitching. Woof, I'm telling you, Haji-do, have you noticed? The zombies seem to have disappeared. Now that you mention it, there do seem to be fewer zombies. But look, those few zombies that just blocked the road in the distance, aren't they still there? He pointed to the distance, where a few zombies were still wandering in front of the village chief's house, making strange hissing sounds. Meanwhile, at the village chief's house, Lin Yugwa listened to the voice coming from the walkie-talkie, his face pale. They had opened fire. The military and the zombies were completely engaged. Be careful to protect your necks. Be careful. Puff puff, damn it. Damn it. Everyone retreat while shooting. Get inside the armored vehicle. Even though the volume of the walkie-talkie had been turned down to the minimum, Zhao Wei's furious roar from the other end showed no signs of a stable situation. This is bad. Even the armed police can't suppress that monster? Lin Yugwa clenched his fists tightly, and the young officer beside him turned pale with fear, collapsing to the ground. It's over. It's over. Even armed forces can't take down that monster. Director, do you think we can still get out? The young officer looked at Lin Yugwa with wide eyes, almost crying. He wasn't afraid of dying, he was just afraid of dying without meaning, without understanding. You, Xiao Chen, how many times have I told you? Such words cannot come from our mouths, even if we have to die. We must make a contribution. Behind us are the people. Even if we only save one person in the end, this outing will be worthwhile. Patting the little officer on the shoulder, Lin Yugwa's tone was strong and powerful, but his hand holding the pistol was trembling. He had noticed it too. The zombies outside had already disappeared to a large extent. Now, with the gunfire at the village entrance, it was the best time to escape with the villagers from Baiha village. But Lin Yugwa didn't dare to take the risk. He only had 7 bullets in his pistol, and even if there were only 8 zombies left in the village, he didn't dare to gamble. He wasn't afraid of being caught by the zombies. He was afraid that the surviving women and children would be injured. Once a zombie could pounce into the crowd, these dozens of survivors would be at unimaginable risk of infection. Rather than that, it was safer to stay put and wait for rescue. But now, the damn rescue armed forces were about to collapse. Damn it! Damn thing! Where did you all come from? Gritting his teeth and roaring, Lin Yugwa hated his own incompetence. If only there were more officers, more pistols. Then I would dare to go out and fight. Thinking this with hope, tap tap tap, a sound of footsteps approached. What Lin Yugwa didn't expect was, at this moment, the boy holding the black dog passed by the village chief's door again. This time, he was accompanied by a woman, looking fearless. Chang Shun, can you make the few zombies in front fly? Woof, are you kidding? Do you think I'm not tired? Then it's fine. Are you weak? Seconds to dog? Woof, when I was dominating the pack of dogs at night, you were still playing in the mud. The familiar way of talking to the dog, the familiar teasing voice. For some reason, every time Lin Yugwa saw Du Ziren, he instinctively felt that this person had mental issues. But at this critical moment, he didn't think so anymore. Because under Du Ziren's protection, the woman stood behind him, safely passing through a narrow path blocked by several zombies. Those few clawing zombies didn't even make a sound. It was as if, with that boy around, the zombies would ignore the people nearby. It's him again, the one assigned from above. If he can help us divert the remaining zombies. Now that the zombies are out of the village fighting, there are only a few left. With his help, maybe we have a chance to take the villagers away. Hope flickered in his eyes. Just as Du Ziren's figure was gradually fading away, Lin Yugwa couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled open the door of the village chief's house and shouted towards Du Ziren, "Hey, little comrade!" Ha! The sudden voice startled Du Ziren, who stood with the dog among the zombies, looking towards the source of the sound. At this moment, the wooden door of the village chief's house was ajar, and a middle-aged man wearing a police cap was waving at him through the gap. What the hell? There are still living people? Du Ziren was very shocked. In his view, this village had long become a zombie village, and the probability of surviving people was too small. Hey, little comrade, help me, help us. I am Lin Yugwa, the chief of the Wannan City Police Department. We rescued a group of villagers and are trapped here. Little comrade, I know you have some special abilities. I earnestly ask you to save us. Save the people. In the darkness, those solemn and dignified eyes looked through the door crack, full of earnestness and helplessness. He shook the police badge he was once proud of, just to prove his identity. Du Ziren never thought that one day, the chief of the city police department would seek help from him like this. How many of you are there? I have no doubt about whether the other party has any tricks up their sleeve. Anyway, the zombies won't harm me, and with Changqing by my side, Du Ziren feels it is his duty to save more people. When in poverty, one should focus on oneself. When prosperous, one should help the world. He is clearly the latter. There are a total of 26 people, 2 police officers and 24 unpolluted villagers. These are all people we fought desperately to save from the zombies. Creak, the wooden door opened, revealing Lin Yugwa, covered in bloodstains from his police uniform. Behind the door was a yard full of villagers, their faces covered in dirt and pale as ghosts. Although these villagers looked dispirited, they had no injuries on them at all. Du Ziren looked at the scene in the yard and couldn't help but bow to Lin Yugwa. Officer Lin, you are the true guardians of the people. It is our duty. However, it may trouble the young comrade to take a risk. Lin Yugwa shook his head and also bowed to Du Ziren. Me? What risk am I taking? Du Ziren was confused. With him around, the zombies wouldn't attack, and leading these villagers past the zombies shouldn't be a big problem, right? This, young comrade, you can see it too. There are so many of us, if we don't lure the zombies away, it's hard to guarantee we won't be suddenly attacked by them while we move. I know this request is a bit excessive, but, I beg you, I represent the entire Wannan City Police Department, I beg you. Thud. The nearly 1.9-meter-tall police chief knelt down before Du Ziren as he spoke. He knew it was a bit much to ask a child to take a risk, but he really didn't want all the efforts of the police officers to go to waste. That's not necessary. I will definitely help you. Are you afraid the zombies will suddenly attack? It's fine. I'll find a way to draw them away. Understanding Lin Yugwa's concerns, Du Ziren looked at a few dumbfounded zombies by the roadside. Just as he was about to walk over to draw them away, they retreated towards the other side of the village. A thought inexplicably popped into his mind. What if they could hear me and just roll away on their own? This thought was just taking shape. On Du Ziren's head, beneath his hair, the skin on his scalp faintly bulged into a crown shape. Roar, roar, king! King! Several zombies that had been dazed suddenly turned to look at Du Ziren, their roars echoing. Immediately after, they quickly scattered away from the road. Seeing this scene, Du Ziren was stunned. This. Lin Yugwa, witnessing this, was even more dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. What the hell? You can command them? The quiet young police officer seemed to have realized something, looking at Du Ziren as if he were a monster. Command them? That shouldn't be possible, right? They're afraid of eating my flesh, so they don't attack me. Now that they're fleeing, it probably isn't because I commanded them, right? Could it be that it's another zombie's command? Du Ziren directly denied the young officer's speculation. They're afraid of your flesh? The young officer was dumbfounded. What kind of logic is that? Zombies even gnaw on cancer-stricken old people. What are they afraid of from you? Hey, anyway, don't worry so much. Since the zombies have scattered, hurry and follow me, let's get out of Baiha village. Hastily calling out to the village chief's yard, Du Ziren didn't care about the young officer's astonishment. In the yard, all the villagers stood up, looking left and right, and finally, they all turned to look at Lin Yugwa in unison. They had long regarded the sheriff, who had fought hard to save them, as their backbone. Lin Yugwa looked at Du Ziren for a while and felt that the gunfire at the village entrance had indeed reached a boiling point, so the zombies were heading to the front line, not by Du Ziren's orders. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Everyone, emergency evacuation. Dang dang dang. With the order given, almost everyone ran towards the courtyard exit. Comrade, Lin Yugwa respectfully called out to Du Ziren. Hey, stop calling me comrade, just call me Du Ziren. You can call me Xiaodu. Du waved his hand. Just as he was about to run towards the village entrance, Lin Yugwa grabbed his shoulder. Don't! You mustn't go to the village entrance. That area has already been controlled by armed forces sent from above. Right now there is gunfire. If we go through the village entrance, we will definitely be implicated. It's best to find another way. Holding up the walkie-talkie on his chest, Lin Yugwa truthfully reported the current situation. Going through the village entrance was simply unrealistic now. So they sent people to suppress us again. Then does that mean our large group can't go out for the time being? Upon hearing this, Du frowned. There was only one direction to leave the village at the moment, and this excellent opportunity couldn't be wasted waiting, could it? Just as everyone was frowning in distress, suddenly, a woman stood up from the crowd. Actually, there is a small path in the village that can lead from the fields to the outskirts. It's just that only a few local rascals know about this path. They usually take this route to extort money from passing drivers. As the woman's words came out, all the survivors looked around, a sea of women and children, none of whom knew where the small path she mentioned was. Small path? Her words instantly reminded Du of something. That was when he got out of the Magotan car. There was indeed a liquor that ran over from the fields. Woof, Haji Du. Is that where we encountered the long-tongued zombie? Changsheng also reacted, and Du squinted his eyes. Those few rascals are probably the lickers. Only they know where the small path is? Damn, what can we do now? Am I supposed to let a licker lead us? His brows furrowed into a shape. Du didn't care, but what if the gunfire at the village entrance failed later? What would happen to the people in the village? TSK. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to find it ourselves. Lin Yugwa suggested a bad idea, and the others kept their heads down in silence. The village was already remote, and now searching blindly in the fields at night was bound to fail. If only that liquor would come to us. Du couldn't help but think this. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the night wind blew, and the group huddled helplessly along the country road. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. Who? Everyone was immediately alarmed. Looking up, on the uneven rooftops of the village's earthen houses, a blood-smeared licker was quickly closing in on them. What? Lin Yugwa immediately drew his pistol, aiming at the licker, his body tense. This thing was much more ruthless than the villager zombies. He knew it all too well. At that moment, it was this thing that forced the police officer back. Its tongue was as sharp and swift as arrows. Now, as long as that thing made a move, half of the people here might have their throats pierced. Comrade, quickly take the villagers to hide. Instinctively standing in front of Du But Du was not flustered, he simply looked up at the licker. He noticed that this guy seemed to be looking at him too. SSSHH, the blood-red tongue swirled in the air but did not strike down. Director Lin. It seems to have no ill intent. Du squeezed in front of Lin Yugwa. What are you saying? This thing killed 4 or 5 of my subordinates. It is a monster. It is a beast. Cursing in anger, the handgun gripped tightly in his hand, as if it would fire a bullet at any moment. But an unbelievable scene unfolded. Hey, can you take me to the path? This was the first time Du commanded a zombie in human language. The licker initially showed no reaction, but for some reason, Du felt a tingling on his scalp, and that crimson, long tongue of the licker actually lowered its head towards Du as if in greeting. Then, using all 4 limbs, it crawled down the earthen house like a gecko, heading towards a small path. It left. The licker just left. This. Lin Yugwa was dumbfounded. Damn. This thing could stick out its tongue at any moment, easily making a small hole in someone, and now what was happening? What was that bowing about? Trying to please Du You, comrade? You. Staring blankly at Du Lin Yugwa now understood why Louis said, even if they all died, they couldn't let Du die. This guy was ridiculously uncanny. I don't know either. I just wanted it to come, and it came? You guys say, is there a possibility? I mean a possibility, that it actually came on its own, and then got scared off seeing so many of us. Du speculated, while Lin Yugwa looked at him as if he were a fool. Then tell me, why when we had so many police officers, it saw us and didn't run but attacked us instead? Maybe because I was there? It was afraid of its tongue spreading the virus? For a moment, Du and Lin Yugwa locked eyes, unable to analyze the situation. Forget it. Now is not the time to dwell on this. You must have some secret. Otherwise, Commander Zhao and Academician Lu wouldn't value you so much. So, let's chase after the place where that long-tongued zombie escaped. I really suspect it was trying to please you. It led you here. Lin Yugwa was increasingly suspicious of Du Ziren's abilities, while Du Ziren shook his head. No way? Saying this, many people had already followed the liquor's trail, walking out of the village path, passing through a cornfield. After wandering around in the forest along the liquor's trail for a while, suddenly, after peeling away the last leaf of the forest, a long rural path appeared before them under the distant moonlight. What the hell? It really came out? The young officer looked incredulous. It came out. It came out. We are saved. Baby, we can live now. Around them, the villagers who had been buried in despair suddenly shook off their previous gloom and cheered as they ran towards the rural path. They were free. They were safe. Little comrade. No, Du Ziren, Mr. Du, thank you. On behalf of all the officers of the Wannan City Guard Bureau, I express my gratitude to you. Without you, we would never have made it out. Although I don't know your identity or what means you used. But I, Lin Yugwa, know. Just now, you saved more than 20 lives. Thud in the fields, Lin Yugwa pulled the young officer and knelt down before Du Ziren, his face filled with excitement. Du Ziren held Chongsheng, looking at the distant country road, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Isn't it? That thing really listens to me? Why? Tap 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 in the midnight. A large group of villagers ran towards the distant country road, heading straight for the city. Du Ziren was dazed for a while before slowly pulling up the still kneeling Lin Yugwa and the young officer. Hey, you don't need to do this. We are all citizens of Wannan City. Helping each other is our duty. By the way, you just said that Academician Lu and Commander Zhao specifically wanted to protect me? What's going on? Coming back to his senses from confusion, Du Ziren could keenly sense the other party's frantic search for him might be directly related to his ability to command zombies. We're not clear either. In short, we just know. After Academician Lu studied the meteorite, he investigated everyone who had come into contact with it. You were supposed to be the first one to investigate, but Academician Lu said you had just recovered from a serious illness and hadn't come to him. As Lin Yugwa spoke, Du Ziren's brows furrowed. Another meteorite? Could it be because I had close contact with the meteorite? Those monsters also went berserk because of the meteorite, and I was quite close to it at the time. So, I have the aura of the meteorite, and they took me as one of their own? Hiss. There's a possibility. Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren began to engage in familiar self-interpretation. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help came from Lin Yugwa's walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? Is Lin Yugwa still there? Yes. Lin Yugwa hurriedly responded, and the voice on the other end sounded relieved. Hurry! Hurry! Consider this a plea from me, Zhao Weigang. Go find that Du Ziren. Find him. Get him to save Academician Lu. We can't hold on much longer. I've served in the military all my life. I don't want to die before making a grave mistake. I'm begging you, let Du Ziren come. Let him save Academician Lu. Academician Lu's life is more important than anyone else's. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The voice in the walkie-talkie was intermittent, and Lin Yugwa's face stiffened. In just this short time, how could even the armed forces not hold on? Stammering, he looked at Du Ziren, feeling embarrassed to ask a young boy for help. Du Ziren, however, shrugged nonchalantly. Thinking about it, they must have guessed that I have some ability. So, they want me to help resolve the current situation. Academician Lu, huh? I understand. No matter how important he is to Wannan City, I have to go save him. If I really have the ability to command zombies, I will do everything I can to save everyone. With great power comes great responsibility. Du Ziren actually didn't like to play the hero. But, if one day, God gives you the power to save lives, you ignore it, and Du Ziren feels that such a person has already lost their humanity. This is not the end of humanity. This is still a civilized society. He is a citizen of Wannan City, and he has the obligation to save those who are flesh and blood, to rescue the heroes who help others. Sister Yun, you should go with everyone first. Director Lin, and this police officer, please help escort Sister Yun. Chongsheng, let's go. Du Ziren hugged Chongsheng in front of him, not wanting to be overly sentimental, and quickly ran towards the entrance of Baihe village. Hey, you, Xiao Du. Pat pat pat. The boy's figure ran further and further away, and Lin Yugwa and Go Yun showed worry, waving their hands several times as if to persuade him, but then withdrew their hands. Sigh. What kind of world is this? A child has to step up. With a sigh, Lin Yugwa looked at Go Yun and called out to the young police officer. Let's go first. If Xiaodu can't handle it, we'll immediately call for rescue from Wanbei City. Understood. Under the moonlight, the villagers were in front, and Lin Yugwa and a few others were behind, escaping from Baiha village safely with Duziran's help. At the entrance of Baiha village, the same bright moon hung high, but the difference was, gurgle 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 gurgle. At this moment, a large number of armed police lay on the ground, all with pale faces, in pain, and wide open eyes in death. On their necks, there were 4 finger-sized black holes, oozing bright red blood. Bang! 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 On the thick armored vehicle, countless red-eyed zombies were climbing, constantly reaching out their bloody hands, slapping the iron skin of the vehicle, unaware of pain or fatigue. Roar roar, the sound of the undead roared, and the large number of armed police who had been stabbed by the invisible zombies suddenly twitched strangely, their necks still bleeding as they slowly crawled up from the ground with dazed eyes. As if summoned by something, they actually raised their rifles towards the armored vehicle, grinning grotesquely. He, not good. The armed police have also been infected. Inside armored vehicle A06, Louis looked at the scene before him, his face pale. He never thought that once the violent creatures infected by the meteorite gained human intelligence, they would be so difficult to deal with. Damn it! Clearly, in the experiments, there were no intelligent white mice at all. Could it be that only humans being infected would cause such a chemical reaction? He looked anxiously outside the vehicle. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! After a while, dense bullets began to fire, causing sparks to fly from the iron skin of 10 armored vehicles. Boom 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 inside the armored vehicle, even with a thick iron frame, under the dense bullets, the interior had already developed dented bullet holes. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the intercom on his chest emitted a noisy sound. Hello? Hello? Academician Liu, are you okay over there? Zhao Weigong's voice came through, and Louis rubbed his ringing ears, forcing a bitter smile. Not a problem for now, but I'm afraid that the invisible zombies will find the hatch and forcefully open it with great strength. You have to know, they have an intelligence level not lower than that of an adult. I understand the situation. I've already asked Director Lin to bring Du Ziran over. Are you crazy? It's so dangerous here, and you let a child come over? But compared to your life, that child, no matter how important, as long as he has even a slight chance of saving you, I should find a way to bring him here. Louis's lips trembled, wanting to scold Zhao Weigang, but he couldn't find the words. Yes, what else can we do? Outside the armored vehicle, there are countless corpses and zombies. Driving through them would only bring chaos to the city. Not moving? Even though these clumsy zombies can't open the armored vehicle for a while, that invisible zombie will probably figure out the location of the hatch soon enough. Bang bang bang! The dense bullets have already riddled the vehicle's frame. On the intercom, Zhao Wei couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it! All soldiers, listen up. Activate the armored vehicle's automatic machine guns and indiscriminately sweep the zombies. But Commander, those zombies they are no longer your comrades. This is our last chance. Open fire. There was a moment of silence on the intercom channel. Some armed police were already crying. Standing outside could be their roommates of over a decade, or their respected old squad leader. But military orders are like mountains. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. Soon, the elevated machine guns of 10 armored vehicles began to spit fire. The bodies of dozens of military-clad zombies at the village entrance instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Shoot! We better take down that hidden invisible bastard too, Zhao Wei shouted hysterically, tears streaming from his crimson eyes. Thud thud, one by one, the bodies that should have fallen stood up and then collapsed again, their bodies mangled. Before long, the tragic red flow gathered into a river of blood, and the area outside the vehicle gradually quieted. Buzz! Suddenly, the strange buzzing sound rang out again. In the thin air filled with blood mist, Louis's eyes widened. He saw clearly. He saw what the creature making the buzzing sound really was. It was a mirror zombie covered in shattered mirror fragments. It was about the height and build of an adult, its skin entirely made up of cracked pieces. As long as it remained still in one position, all the mirror surfaces would connect and reflect the surrounding scenery. At that moment, its body would seem to disappear like an invisibility cloak. But it was now actively moving its mirror fragments, making a ka-ka-ka sound. Facing the armored vehicle, it emitted a strange, wheezing laugh. It was as if it could see through the fear of those inside the vehicle, and after revealing a wicked smile, it actually ran towards the area with the most intense firepower. What does it want? Zhao Wei was confused. Louis's heart was pounding. His intuition told him that this thing suddenly not hiding was definitely part of a larger scheme. Bang bang bang! Sure enough, just as the mirror zombie charged into the area with the most intense fire, countless bullets were clearly aimed at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Surprisingly, one by one, they visibly shot into its mirrors. What kind of ability is this? Zhao Wei was shocked. There are actually zombies that can be immune to firearms? What are we even fighting? Mirror. I get it. Its ability might not just be invisibility from the start. Mirror. Reflecting light. Could it be? Could its ability be not good? As if realizing something, Lui's pupils rapidly dilated behind his glasses, and his face turned as pale as paper. Ha 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 ha! In the center of the battlefield, the entire body of the mirror zombie cracked open, the corners of its mouth filled with tiny shattered mirror fragments, rolling out blood mist stained with blood. Countless bullets rippled across its mirror surface, yet it remained motionless. It seemed to be laughing, or perhaps mocking. But then, the mirrors on the mirror zombie suddenly tightened, aiming directly at a armored vehicle. It's doing. The driver of the A01 armored vehicle was still expressing his confusion over the intercom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense, terrifying, surging wave of bullets, even more exaggerated than before, slowly emerged from the mirror, reflecting outward, buzzing as they surged toward the A01 armored vehicle. Boom! In an instant. In just a moment, the previously indestructible, armored vehicle, under the concentrated bullets refracted by the mirror zombie, was instantly riddled with holes like a beehive, sparks flashing, and with a loud explosion, a firestorm erupted. Boom! Iron plates, mech frames, and the remains of the driver were immediately sent flying in the sea of flames. Commander, tell my mom, I'm not a coward. Boom! Dozens of armed police were instantly blown apart, leaving only half of their bodies. The broken bodies crackled in the flames, creating an exceptionally tragic scene. Damn! Zhao Wei Gang was on the verge of collapse. What the hell was that thing? Mirror zombie? A zombie that can refract attacks? Damn it! How could such a thing appear? A sense of helplessness, desolation, and despair instantly enveloped him. This thing had already surpassed the normal scope of combat. Crash! The flames were still burning. But the mirrors of the mirror zombie tightened again, showing no intention of letting anyone go. Ha 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 ha! The eerie laughter echoed at the village entrance until the mirror turned toward another armored vehicle. No! The driver of the A02 armored vehicle cried out in despair over the intercom, clanged just as he was about to open the cabin door to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A ripple surged across the smooth mirror. Immediately after, a torrent of dense bullets came rushing in. Instantly, bullets pierced through like wasps. The driver still at the cabin entrance was riddled with blood holes, his body in tatters. Boom! Another wave of flames surged, and another armored vehicle exploded with a roar. Ka iron shavings filled the air along with human flesh, as the mirror zombie looked toward the third armored vehicle, like the king of hell marking attendance. Damn it! It's over. This thing is not something humans can deal with at all. I'll fight it to the end. Buzz! The intercom crackled with the warriors' roars as three armored vehicles charged straight toward the mirror zombie. Ha 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 ha! But with that disgusting laughter came boom! Under the terrifying rain of bullets, 3 more fireballs erupted. It's over. Academician Lu. I'm sorry, Zhao Wei Gang. I'm sorry to my country. Academician Lu, don't worry, even if I die, I will ensure you survive to the end. On the intercom, the usually resolute Zhao Wei's voice began to waver. In the face of such supernatural power, humanity was still too insignificant. All warriors, listen to my command. Charge towards the mirror zombie. Even if we die, don't let this monster underestimate our resolve. The song of humanity is a song of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. With the final command issued over the channel, 4 armored vehicles rushed towards the mirror zombie without hesitation. You guys. Gripping the walkie-talkie, Louis watched this tragic scene, trembling all over. Damn it! Is there really no chance? Gritting his teeth, this usually self-important academic found himself collapsing in the vehicle. Forget it. Let it be destroyed. Despairing as he looked at the grinning mirror zombie outside the vehicle, dark clouds covered the moon. Tap. At that moment, a figure in the distance was quickly running towards them. Roar! Almost simultaneously, both humans and zombies turned to look at the source of the sound. Under the moonlight, Duziran's face was flushed and panting, and he was holding a black dog in his arms. The village entrance was flooded with blood, with humans and zombies entangled in a life and death struggle. The atmosphere oppressive. To be honest, at first glance, everyone doubted whether Duziran had come to the wrong set. But this boy, holding a dog, was still calmly observing the situation under such circumstances. You guys, is this going to crush it? Wow, this zombie, its whole body is a mirror. What the hell is this? His gaze was immediately drawn to the mirror zombie at the center of the battlefield. Duziren was not afraid at all and quickly approached the mirror zombie. Hey, you, are you crazy? Zhao Wei was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying mirror zombie, and this kid just walks over. Is he out of his mind, or does he not care about his life? Little do, don't go over there. It's different, it has many abilities, it's not like those ordinary zombies that can be reasoned with, Louis shouted in panic. But Duziren paid no mind, just staring intently at the mirror zombie. Roar! The mirror zombie also moved its mirror, turning its head to look at Duziren. The human and the zombie seemed to sense each other's uniqueness. Many abilities? What? Are you like a king zombie from a game? Duziren joked. The mirror zombie fixed its gaze on Duziren, its mouth slowly curling into a grin. Buzz buzz buzz, its mirror began to ripple again, looking at Duziren as if bullets were about to shoot towards him. Hey, what are you laughing at? Changsheng, let it fly high. Rubbing Changsheng's head, Changsheng looked at the mirror zombie with some trepidation. From this thing, it sensed a hint of oppression. Woof, Haji do, I'm not sure if I can beat it. Woof, I feel like it's not ordinary, just take it down. Anyway, we can't beat it, and it wouldn't dare to attack us, right? Woof, that makes sense. As Changsheng's dog eyes looked at the mirror zombie, buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the mirror zombie trembled all over, its entire body flying into the sky, beginning to sway. Buzz buzz buzz, the mirror was still rippling. The mirror zombie wanted to reflect the stored bullets, aiming to blow the heads off that person and dog. But it didn't know why. Ever since Duziren arrived, it couldn't unleash its abilities. Hey, be careful, Xiao Du. Run, it doesn't matter if I die. You can't die. Zhao Wei Gang and Lui's urging voices kept coming. But an unexpected scene unfolded. Boom! The mirror zombie, which had been lifted over 10 meters high, suddenly fell to the ground like a massive meteor after Changsheng retracted its ability. Boom boom boom! The ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. Once the dust settled, in a huge human-shaped pit, the mirror of the mirror zombie lay shattered all around, and the entire zombie was actually torn apart, motionless. Woof! What the heck, I'm still pretty strong. Looking at the motionless fragments in the pit, Changsheng proudly shook its head. This, dead? Just like that? At the entrance of Baiha village, there was a deathly silence. Inside 4 armored vehicles, all the combat personnel gaped in disbelief. That exaggerated mirror zombie just died like that? Zhao Wei Gang was dumbfounded. No way, was this thing so fragile? No, wait, no way. Why didn't it unleash bullets? Could it be that when Xiaodu arrived, it was already at its last gasp, out of bullets? Or is it that Xiaodu's affinity ability has a higher priority than the mirror zombie? Louis stared wide-eyed at the corpse in the pit, scratching his head, unable to figure out what was going on. Damn, Changsheng, you've really made it. Your first kill was a boss. Remember, if one day the world really ends, don't forget the rich and powerful. You must remember me. After rubbing Changsheng's head again, Duziren thought, just now, it was that the king zombie had run out of moves, or rather, the armed police had taken away too much firepower, allowing Changsheng to deliver a fatal blow. Simply put, it was just a stroke of luck, snatching the head of a low-health boss. Wow, this high-altitude fall can create such a deep pit. Standing quietly near the human pit, Duziren looked inside. The body of the mirror zombie was different from other zombies. After death, it gradually turned into shards of glass, and a mirror-shaped crystal core sparkled among the countless fragments. Ha, is that a crystal core? Just as he was about to lean in for a closer look, tap 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 tap, the hatches of several armored vehicles opened, and a group of armed police quickly surrounded him. Xiao Du, quick, get behind us. Even if that monster is dead, the other zombies. Louis led several armed police to encircle Duziren, his face anxious. In his view, Duziren's importance was no less than his own research progress. Other zombies? Academician Lu, are you referring to the lickers? Duziren shrugged indifferently, and in his line of sight, in the direction of Baiha village's entrance, 6 lickers were lying on the ground, not daring to stick out their tongues, staring blankly at Duziren. Your ability, is it really affinity? Once again shocked by Duziren's shameless ability, Louis was sure that Duziren must have awakened his ability due to the impact of that meteorite falling back then. From the looks of it, this ability could make zombies possess a non-aggressive affinity. Moreover, the quality of this ability was not low. Lickers? Xiao Du, your name is quite fitting. Looking at the distant lickers, Louis nodded and patted Duziren on the shoulder. By the way, Xiao Du, we might need your help with one more thing. What? It's not particularly troublesome, just wait here. Because of your special nature, the remaining 6 lickers won't attack. So, I want to send a containment vehicle to detain them. As long as we can transport them back to the lab, my recent research progress should see a significant boost. Oh, is that all? No problem, I'll just stay here. Finding a small mound of dirt to sit on, Du Ziren glared at the 6 distant lickers. The 6 lickers, covered in blood scabs, immediately buried their heads in the ground, trembling in fear. This scene made the group of armed police responsible for guarding the area break into a sweat. Phew, that was close. That was close. It seems the so-called zombie virus is under control now. It's not like in the games, where they're everywhere. Taking out his phone, he boredly opened the Apocalypse survival game app. In the game, Xiao Shangshang was already close to dawn. She had woken up early, prepared food for her younger siblings, and was the first to jump into the purification metal barrel in the bathroom. The daily refresh of the monthly card would be embedded with a micro golden crystal at the bottom of the barrel at midnight. Clang clang clang. After pouring in water, Du Ziren watched as Qiao Shengsheng jumped into the water. Current progress of Qiao Shengsheng's ability training. Ability user level 4, 122/400, 125/400. Wow, my Shengsheng is getting up this early every day now? Looks like she'll be a virtuous wife and mother in the future. Poking at Qiao Shengsheng in the water, little hearts bubbled up in the tank. Just as Du Ziren was about to interact with Qiao Shengsheng, come here, recover all the bodies. Also, start blocking the waterways near Baiha village. For the 6 lickers in the distance, everyone wear explosion-proof work clothes for containment. Xiao Du, sorry to trouble you. Lu Yi's untimely voice rang out. Du Ziren looked up and noticed that 6 heavy-duty trucks had already arrived on the suburban road. Alright, I'll stand in front of the truck. They shouldn't resist. Calmly standing at the truck entrance, there was no need for the explosion-proof soldiers to go forward and restrain the lickers. Du Ziren just muttered irritably, "You guys hurry up and cooperate. I'm in a rush to get home and play games." Roar suddenly. After that impatient remark, pat pat pat, the 6 lickers that were crawling on the ground immediately raised their heads, staring blankly at the 6 truck entrances, and swiftly darted into the truck like geckos. Bang! Along with that, the 6 lickers even closed the truck door behind them. They were simply too obedient. This, Zhao Wei and Louis were once again left dumbfounded. Is it done? Academician Lu? Waving at Louis, Du Ziren put away his phone. It's done. Xiao Du, you can ride in the same vehicle with me later. I have some things to discuss with you. Sure. As the moon faded and dawn broke, a ray of white light illuminated the surroundings of Baiha village. Many armed police were clearing the bodies scattered everywhere, while relevant land personnel drove bulldozers to start blocking the waterways of Baiha village. An armored vehicle prioritized taking Louis, Zhao Wei gang, and Du Ziren away from Baiha village. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the clear morning wind blew in, and Louis and Zhao Wei gang looked tired and bewildered. It was the feeling of helplessness after the events of the night and the fear of the future. They hung their heads, while Du Ziren occasionally checked his phone, looking relaxed. By the way, Academician Lu, you mentioned you wanted to tell me something? Du Ziren broke the silence, tilting his head to look at Louis. This guy, he isn't going to buy my blood for research again, is he? Just right. I've recently. Just as he thought this, Louis forced a smile. Xiao Du, you should know, right? The cause of this incident? That meteor shower? Exactly. The meteorite contains unknown elements that can make people irritable and distort genes. But a few lucky individuals might break their genetic locks due to these unknown elements and unlock extraordinary abilities. When I first gathered this information, I immediately requested official cooperation to collect the meteorites, to prevent the elements in the meteorites from being lost and causing a major mistake. Now it seems there were still oversights, missing Baiha village. As Louis spoke, his face was filled with guilt and regret. This isn't really your fault. The landing of the meteorite is hard to predict. After so many days, you only missed Baiha village, which is already impressive. Besides, haven't we already controlled the situation here? Other places are fine, isn't the matter considered resolved? Ha Xiao Du, has anyone ever told you that you're very good at comforting people? Du Ziren rubbed his nose, and Louis gave a bitter smile. Actually, I had suspected at that time, at the Wolf Tooth Mountain Observatory, with so many people in close proximity to the meteorite's fall, wouldn't there be others having issues? It turns out I was wrong, but also right. Except for you, none of those rich kids showed any abnormalities, but you alone displayed the ability of affinity today. Academician Lu, you keep saying affinity, what exactly does that mean? It has to start from my research these days. I found that those who can unlock their genes from the meteorite elements mostly possess supernatural powers like fire breathing or water storage. These powers are generally easier to deal with, and I named their level as white quality abilities. Since there are white quality abilities, there must be more outstanding abilities. Sure enough, later I extracted the ability of teleportation from a little white mouse. I think this ability is at least of blue quality. Additionally, let me clarify, to observe these abilities, I classified them into white, green, blue, purple, and gold quality. As for that mirror zombie we just encountered, I believe its ability strength is at least between blue and purple. And you, Xiao Du, your ability can actually surpass it, so your affinity must be at least purple. As Louis spoke about his research, he became animated. Du Ziren listened quietly, his expression extremely surprised. Not bro, how come your scientific summary sounds just like the game I play? I say, Xiao Du, why are you looking at me like that? As if suddenly noticing Du Ziren's astonished gaze, Louis touched his face, thinking there shouldn't be anything on it, right? Academician Lou, do you know there's a game that makes you younger the more you play it? It's, Du Ziren was about to say. Louis' eyes widened, the mobile version of Peace Elite? Xiao Du, I'm not interested in playing games with you right now. Besides, we researchers don't play games. He directly interrupted Du Ziren's words. Du Ziren actually wanted to say, the setting of Doomsday Survival Game is just like your research results. But thinking about it, since he doesn't play, it wouldn't be good to randomly promote it. Back to the point. Xiao Du, based on your abilities, our latest plan, Dawn, might need your involvement. Louis straightened his face, and Du Ziren frowned slightly. What is this again? It can't be that I have to go to work, right? No, I haven't played enough yet. Work? That shouldn't be the case, it's just that we plan to research a group of super ability teams. They will be used to combat uncontrollable factors in the future. You have great potential, and I hope that when the team is established, you can be the captain. Ha, no way, me, captain? That's right, you might be the first person to awaken super abilities. I plan to include your personal information in the encrypted group, codename, Dawnplan No. 001 Peace Messenger, Du Ziren, level, top secret. Of course, your dog too. No. 002 Gravity Dog, Shangsheng, level, top secret. But, what ability do I have? Sensing Du Ziren's resistance in his words, Louis smiled. Don't worry, this plan hasn't even started yet. When the time comes, Xiao Du, I hope you can come to Yanjing City and serve the country, okay? His sincere gaze looked at Du Ziren, who was momentarily speechless. He had no relatives left, and no friends either. The only one he could consider close was Qiu Shengsheng, who was just an electronic wife. Serve the capital? If that day really comes, I, Du Ziren, will not shirk my responsibility. Alright, Xiao Du, with your words, I'm satisfied. Currently, the situation in Wannan City should not worsen anymore. Everyone should return to an orderly life. If any individual cases arise, the police will call you, and I hope you can help them. Of course, every time you lend a hand, there will be compensation. Louis looked at Du Ziren with a pleading gaze, and Du Ziren nodded. I'll do my best. There shouldn't be that many issues, right? Who can say for sure about future matters? Alright, we're near the city now. Let's go home. For now, there shouldn't be any issues. He patted Du Ziren's shoulder, and the armored vehicle slowly stopped at the edge of the city. Du Ziren jumped out of the car with Changsheng, and a group of armed police saluted him. Goodbye. Watching the armored vehicle drive away, Du Ziren called for a car, planning to return to Wannan community for a nap. Ding 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 unexpectedly. The driver accepting the order was still that Magotan owner. Whoosh, the white Magotan slowly approached, the shattered window rolled down, and the driver's head popped out, staring wide-eyed at Du Ziren. What the hell? Are you human or ghost? Dude, have you ever seen a ghost that appears during the day and can still hold a black dog? Oh, then you're not right either. How could you stay a whole night in such a spooky place as Baiha Village? It was the armed police who moved in. What did you think? I knew it. Not wanting to explain to the driver, Du Ziren directly climbed into the back seat. Hey, little brother. Before, it was my brother who let you down. This delivery, I'll treat you, no charge. The interest was a guilt for leaving Du Ziren behind last night. After the driver drove the car to the Wannan community, he didn't even ask for the verification code, hurriedly dropping off Du Ziren and leaving in a rush. After returning to the apartment with Changsheng, the phone buzzed again with a text reminder. Wannan City Urban Broadcast. Currently, the road section near Baiha Village is temporarily closed, and the lockdown is expected to be lifted within 3 days. Wow, I told you. How could we possibly be facing the end of the world here? Isn't this resolved? Looking at the text, Du Ziren let out a sigh and silently walked towards the sofa. The black, game nutrition pod, resembling a coffin, was still there. Du Ziren's eyes lit up. Anyway, sleeping is still sleeping, and I can sleep in the game nutrition pod, too. Why not go see how Shang is doing? He pulled out a large cardboard box from the big table in the living room, and currently, there were still crystal cores left here: Bloodline Crystal Core, *14, Fog Barrier Crystal Core, *10, Flame Crystal Core, *1, Windblade Crystal Core, *2, Strong Master Crystal Core, *6. 33 pieces. Skillfully, he stuffed 5 Fog Barrier Crystal Cores into the slots of the game nutrition pod. Woof, hey, how'd you do? Give me one to play with. Suddenly, Changshen curiously looked at the dense, crystal cores, and its eyes sparkled with desire. You like shiny things too? Du Ziren didn't think much of it and directly tossed the remaining, flame crystal core, to Changsheng. Changsheng, I'm going to sleep. There's money in the bedroom. If you're hungry, go downstairs to buy something to eat. No need to bring anything back for me. After calling out to Changsheng, Du Ziren closed the hatch of the game nutrition pod and collapsed inside like a corpse. Game nutrition pod charging. Energy abundant. Starting game projection. This time, with sufficient energy, you can make the following choices while maintaining smooth gameplay. 1. Flame ability, white, ability level. Ability user 3rd stage upgraded to ability user 4th stage. 2. Steel ability, white, ability level. Ability user 4th stage upgraded to ability user 5th stage. 3. Bloodline ability, white, ability level. Ability user 2nd stage upgraded to ability user 3rd stage. 4. Canine transformation ability, blue, ability level. Ability user 3rd stage upgraded to ability user 4th stage. 5. Ability failure ability, purple, ability level. Ability user 1st stage upgraded to ability user 2nd stage. 6. Absorb energy from Fog Barrier Crystal Core to awaken new ability, Corpse Fog, white, ability user 1st stage. The familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his ears, and Du Ziren didn't hesitate. It must be prioritizing the strongest ability for upgrade. Option 5. Upgrading ability failure ability level. Your current ability failure ability level is ability user 2nd stage. ZZZ. As a familiar white mist sprayed onto his face, a pleasant warmth spread across Du Ziren's body. He unconsciously let out a comfortable hum. Wolf beside the game nutrition pod, Changsheng looked at Du Ziren's lewd expression and couldn't help but shake its head. Haji Du is really quite sick sometimes. Lying on the floor instead of sleeping in the bedroom and still able to laugh? Pure madness. Licking the flame crystal core, Changsheng didn't know why, but after going to Baiha village, this time and using abilities, it craved this thing even more. Woof. Without hesitation, this flame crystal core was swallowed by the dog's belly. Woof, so comfortable, a warm breath spread throughout, and Changsheng felt as if his abilities had made a breakthrough. Blinking his dog eyes, he lay on the ground and fell into a dream. Underground Black Market Level 3. Xiao Shengsheng walked out of the bathroom with a flushed face. A towel barely covered her key parts, her pink shoulders and smooth long legs still steaming. While wiping her wet hair, she sat down on the sofa. I wonder how long it will take to become a super ability user. I always feel that, right now, I can't even help Senior Ziren, let alone not drag him down. Murmuring softly, Xiao Xingxing's words were quiet, her small fists clenched in frustration, all of which were captured by Du Ziren's eyes. Oh, so Shang wants to help me that much? What a good supportive partner. On the other side of the sofa, Du Ziren struggled to keep himself from looking at the peaks wrapped in the towel. Sliding the Game Pass reward experience bar until the end, he glanced at the potential crystal core. If only there were some missions. Getting this thing, Xingxing's strength would probably increase a bit, right? In his thoughts. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the treehouse door. Who is it? Xiao Shengsheng hurriedly ran into the bedroom, quickly changing into her outerwear. Oh Shangsheng, it's me, Linya, and Lu Su. We want to discuss something with you. What's wrong? After hurriedly putting on the crystal armor, Xiao Shangsheng wrapped herself in the military uniform and walked to the door, opening the wooden door. At the door, Linya and Lu Su looked strangely into the room, as if confirming they weren't disturbing someone before boldly stepping inside. Shangsheng, that's Senior, he's not here, right? Linya grinned as she looked towards the bedroom, and Xiao Xingxing's face immediately turned red. Oh no, Sister Linya, what are you thinking? Senior Ziren has his own matters. Oh, that's good. That's good. Upon hearing that Du Ziren was not around, Linya's smile gradually faded. She glanced at Xiao Xingxing's younger siblings in the bedroom, and suddenly her expression became serious. I say, Shangsheng, are you planning to stay in the underground black market forever? Sister Linya, what do you mean? Hearing this, Xiao Shengsheng frowned. She recalled Linya's first plea for Senior Ziren to go to the second-line safe camp. Actually, I still have the same idea. That is, the four of us go together to the Luzhou safe camp. What do you think? Pointing to Lu Su beside her, Lu Su nodded, clearly indicating that this opinion was decided together. I think this place is pretty good. We are still enjoying the best treatment. Why do we have to go to the big camp? Xiao Shengsheng instinctively resisted. As if anticipating this scene, Linya shook her head and quietly closed the bedroom door. Shengsheng, do you think I'm eager to go to the second-line safe camp for what? For better treatment? No. I have an old father too. My only goal is safety. Safety? Yes. Shengsheng, have you ever thought about what would happen if the last King Seed zombie started killing in the base? If it harmed your younger siblings, what would you do? In the end, it's still the third-line safe camp that's too poor. Our guard can only stop scavengers, but any higher-level zombies, she can't hold back. But the second-line safe camp is different. Not to mention their camp is large, even their guards have temperature monitoring abilities, which can completely block any zombies. Even if something happens in the camp, there are quite a few superpowered individuals in the second-line safe camp. Just think about it, the safety factor. Linya chattered on about the benefits, while Qiao Shengsheng pursed her lips, still a bit hesitant. Until her eyes narrowed, mentioning Du Ziren. Moreover, Shengsheng, don't you want to meet your senior? Senior? Just think about it. With the level of a senior, they must be at least in the first-line safe camp, right? We don't even know what the review standards are for the first-line safe camp. Even if it's just to broaden our horizons and reduce the distance to our seniors, we should head towards the big base. Going to the second-line safe camp. What kind of treatment can we expect? Finally, as soon as Du Ziren was mentioned, Xiao Shengsheng actively inquired. Well, if it's a superpowered individual, they can definitely get in. But the treatment is just average. At least you need to be a superpowered individual to stand firm in the second-line safe camp. Or, special talents like Lu Su can also have good treatment. And then, Linya continued, her gaze shifting back and forth between Xiao Shengsheng and herself. What? And there's another way. That is to form a team composed of several superpowered individuals of level 7. Such an entry would also have decent treatment. Superpowered individuals of level 7? Inside the small wooden house, the three women stared at each other in silence for a while. If they were to form a preliminary mercenary group with just the three of them, it wouldn't matter if Lu Su's strength was a bit low, but Xiao Shengsheng and Linya's strength definitely couldn't be lower than superpowered individuals of level 7. Otherwise, such a group going to settle in the Luzhou safe camp would definitely be eliminated. It's probably a bit early to talk about this now. It's fine. We can form a team first, improve our strength in the mining black market, and then set off. Linya skillfully smoothed things over, while Qiao Shengsheng tightened her grip on her sleeve, softly murmuring, to get closer to my senior, do I have to start from reaching superpowered individuals of level 7? Alright then, Linya, do you have any missions you want to do? Lifting her small face, Qiao Shengsheng summoned the courage of the temporary captain she had at that time. I'd been waiting for you to say that. Let's go. We'll check out the mission room first. Tap tap tap. With a wave from Linya, the three girls walked out of the treehouse in sync. On the sofa, in front of Du Ziren, a pop-up notification jumped out crazily. New mission updating. Growth mission Heart of Strength. Sensing Qiao Xingxing's desire for strength, when Qiao Xingxing's ability level reaches superpowered individual level 7, she will receive a permanent luck +1 reward. Development mission Doomsday Squad. In a crisis doomsday, one person's ability is always limited. Please find suitable members as soon as possible to form a 4-person superpowered squad. Reward for forming a superpowered squad. Unlock everyone's training progress information. Map updating. New map Luzhou Safe Camp, Wanbei City unlocked. Information about the levels of safe camps is being unlocked. Come and take a look. Oh, did so many missions get activated all at once? Looks like something big is about to happen. Clicking on the game pop-up, Du Ziren followed closely behind Qiao Shengsheng and the others, arriving at Underground Level 2. He opened the description of the safe camp. The classification of safe camps is as follows. Level 3 Safe Camp, a small camp with more than 200 residents and an ability user stationed, classified as a Level 3 Safe Camp. Level 2 Safe Camp, a medium camp with more than 1,000 residents and an super ability user, or awakened, stationed, classified as a Level 2 Safe Camp. Level 1 Safe Camp, a large camp with more than 5,000 residents and an awakened, or evolved, stationed, classified as a Level 1 Safe Camp. National Special Level Safe Camp, a top-secret base with members of the Dawn Squad stationed. What the hell? I thought a Level 1 Safe Camp was already impressive. What is this national special level? And there are members of the Dawn Squad stationed? The Dawn Squad is that powerful? That name seems a bit familiar. He looked at the information about the safe camp in surprise. As a player with a god's eye view of the game, Du Ziren learned about the information of the national special level safe camp that no one else knew. Although, he didn't know what use this information would have. He scrolled down the map panel, and on the dark map, the icon for Wongbei City appeared below the mining black market. Above it, an icon wrapped in smoke flickered with light points. The Luzhou safe camp also appeared on the map. Looks like this new safe point will have to be visited sooner or later. Closing the map, as an experienced player, Du Ziren was clear about the operations of unlocking maps later on. Tap tap tap. A group of people streamed into the mission room. To Du Ziren's surprise, the receptionist here had turned into Lin Ping. "Hi sister, are you going out to take missions?" Behind the bar, Lin Ping lay carelessly on a dirt chair, looking at a fashion magazine. Is this under Lin Ping's management now? Xiao Shengsheng was a bit surprised, while Linya shrugged helplessly. Didn't Underground Level 3 grant permanent residency? So, it doesn't matter whether there's a doorman or not. My brother is lazy, so the work in this mission room fell to him. I see. In their conversation, Xiao Shengsheng frequently glanced around, her expression inexplicably darkening. After the recent King Seed Zombie incident, the mission room had suddenly become much quieter. Almost no ability users could be seen. Let me see what missions are available. It would be best to gather more at once. Lu Su casually surveyed the mission list posted on the wall, suddenly spotting a rolled-up mission order. Mission: explore the borders of Wangnan City regarding information on the zombie squad, danger level, high. Mission details: in the river channel of Baiha village, there seems to have always been a special group of zombie squads. They have never moved close to the village road until recently. Someone discovered they are approaching the mining black market. Suspected to have received the last command from the King Seed Zombie. Please investigate the zombie situation near Baiha village. Mission rewards: white quality crystal core *10, silver coins *100. Damn, this task has a backstory. Picking up the crumpled task sheet, Lu Su was about to take a closer look when Lin Ping glanced at it and immediately laughed. This task looks pretty simple, right? But I advise you not to take it, huh? Why? It's simple. Lei Zhiyong took this task last night, and he probably got bullied by zombies. He left overnight with Yang Miao, but they still haven't come back. Guess what could make two people with decent abilities not return for so long? What exactly happened? Before Lin Ping could finish, the expressions of the others changed. That batch of zombies has a problem. It could be some new type of ability zombie. While Linya and Lu Su speculated, Lin Ping shook off the dust from his clothes and slowly took out two more task sheets from the bar. I say, why not take a look at these two? They seem to be distributed by the Lu Province Safe Camp. Oh, what are they? Xiao Shengxing took the sheets, and the rewards for these tasks were indeed substantial. Task: investigate the strange zombie and scavenger death incidents. Task difficulty: intermediate. Task details: on the main road between the Lu Province Safe Camp and the Black Market, it has been discovered that there have been too many recent deaths of beast zombies and scavengers, suspected of an unknown creature committing a massacre. Please investigate the root cause and report to the Lu Province Safe Camp. Task reward: green quality crystal core *1, 1-year residency right at the Lu Province Safe Camp. Task: investigate the moving baby zombie horde. Task difficulty: advanced. Task details: it is suspected that a large number of strange baby zombies have moved from afar to the Anhui province area, and those who went to investigate have basically not returned. Please investigate this moving zombie horde as appropriate. Task reward: green quality crystal core *2. Wow, these two tasks don't look simple at all. Leaning closer to Qiu Shengsheng, Lu Su looked at the descriptions of the two tasks. Her little face tensed up. Indeed, especially this baby zombie horde, it sounds off. With the outside being so dangerous, the fact that these baby zombies can survive means they're not simple. If you ask me, Shengsheng, we could investigate that strange zombie death incident. What do you think? After a simple analysis of the task difficulty, Linya leaned towards doing the least difficult investigation of the zombie death incident. Xiao Shengsheng rubbed the task sheet in her hand, her expression still hesitant. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a new pop-up appeared on Du Ziren's game panel. Apocalypse Survival Game Chapter 1, Riot Main Storyline Updating. Main task: choose one. Baiha Village Zombie Army Investigation difficulty 3 stars. Zombie Death Investigation difficulty 4 stars. Baby Zombie Army Investigation difficulty 5 stars. Please do your best to complete the above tasks, and rewards will be given based on your completion level and impact. Please note, This task is the final chapter of the Riot arc. The difficulty is relatively high. Please pay attention to any detailed developments. A new chapter fame is waiting to be unlocked. These 3 tasks are all related to the main storyline? Could there be some connection among them? Staring intently at the difficulty descriptions of the 3 tasks, it seems that the most dangerous task, the investigation of the Baiha village zombies, which made Lei Zhiyong delay his return, is actually rated as the easiest by the game system. If Du Ziren weren't here, Xiao Shengsheng and the others chose the task of investigating the abnormal zombie outbreak, and Du Ziren estimated they might soon face disaster. Something's off. It felt like these 3 tasks were somehow connected. Du Ziren opened the map panel and took a closer look, his eyes narrowing. The zombie legion of Baiha village was to the left of the mining black market. That abnormal zombie outbreak incident occurred above the mining black market, and that so-called baby zombie army was right to the right of the mining black market, showing it was approaching. Looking at it this way, it seemed like there was an inexplicable encirclement by 3 forces. Damn it, I think I understand. Why is this chapter called Riot? If the zombies from 3 sides come at the same time, wouldn't the base become unsafe? What to do? Should we split up or take people and run now? As his gaze hesitated, Du Ziren suddenly looked at Lin Ping. If we take people away now, Shangshang has her family with her, and they might encounter new ability zombies on the way. If we don't know the details of the enemy's abilities, fighting would put the younger siblings in danger. Splitting up is even less possible. If Lei Zhiyong, a level 7 ability user, couldn't handle it, a few people splitting up would be like seeking death. But if we first resolve the recent Baiha village incident and then return to the mining black market at the earliest opportunity, there might still be a chance to deal with those 2 tasks before they explode. The crisis at Baiha village is the least, and it's the closest in the city, completely feasible, to prevent any issues at the mining black market while we're out. With his thoughts racing, Du Ziren looked at Linya. Linya, tell your brother to be careful. If anything unusual happens at the base, immediately head to the entrance of Underground Level 3. Use Earth-type abilities to seal off the entrance to Underground Level 3 and notify Qin Wan at the first opportunity. Du Ziren's sudden voice startled Linya. She looked around repeatedly, confirming that no one else had heard, and then asked softly, Senior, you're here? Yes. The current situation is quite complicated. Just consider it my overthinking. Tell your brother to take it easy. If anything feels off, seal off Underground Level 3 immediately. I understand. Linya quickly ran to the bar and pulled Lin Ping's ear. Hey, sister, what are you doing all of a sudden? Lin Ping yelped in pain and waved his hands in protest. But, upon hearing Linya whisper, the senior has a task for you. His playful expression instantly vanished, and after listening solemnly to the instructions, he nodded. Don't worry, Underground Level 3 will definitely be fine. That's good. Although he didn't understand why this senior was making a big deal out of it. As long as it was the senior's words, the siblings would take it as a divine decree without any doubt. Hey Linya, what are you doing? Xiao Shengsheng looked at Linya in confusion, and Linya casually brushed it off. Nothing. Just greeting my brother. Watching Xiao Shengsheng bury her head back into the task list, a hint of jealousy appeared on Linya's face. She knew why the senior didn't remind Xiao Shengsheng about these things. It was because he was worried that Xiao Shengsheng would be concerned about her younger siblings at home. Silly sweet little sister. I really envy you, being so cherished and protected by the senior. If I had a guy protecting me like that, I wouldn't even mind being treated like a dog, let alone being a wife. In her heart, Linya silently cursed as she looked at the mission list. Just as everyone unanimously decided to carry out the investigation of the death of the abnormal zombies. Choose that one, the investigation in Baiha village. Suddenly, a familiar, steady voice came through. Senior Ziren? Senior? Is Senior going to investigate this? Once the voice was heard, everyone respectfully looked around. Even though they saw nothing, they unconsciously lowered their heads, their attitude devout. This task has some implications, but with me around, there shouldn't be any major issues. Since the senior has said so, then, Lin Ping, we'll take this mission. I want to see what kind of nonsense can hold back Lei Zhiyong and the others. Hearing the senior speak, Linya immediately felt more confident, her voice becoming a bit louder. Senior Ziren, you're back? Yesterday. With her little face flushed, Xiao Shengsheng really wanted to ask about the follow-up to the bath incident. Let's solve the task first. Some things need to be said at the right time. A gentle pat on her shoulder made Xiao Shengsheng shiver, and she instinctively nodded. All right, then, let's set off. Tap. The small team of 3, all women, now walked out towards the safe camp, with inexplicable confidence. The sun was high in the sky, shining brightly. On the outskirts of Baiha village, the snowmelt flowed, and the surrounding fields of withered corn swayed in the wind. Surrounded by cornfields on both sides, a narrow path leading directly to Baiha village was currently playing out a bizarre scene. Dried corpses. Countless dried corpses crawled on the ground, motionless. Their bodies were sunken, wrinkled, and twisted, like dehydrated vegetables. Their skin, tight against the bones, was dark, resembling piles of dead wood collapsed on the ground. The only visible thing was, the eyes of the dried corpses flickered with dark holes. Zombies. A discerning eye could recognize at a glance that these countless dried corpses were actually decayed zombies that had not eaten for a long time, tortured by time, and exposed to the elements, nearly losing their ability to walk. They were on the brink of death, seemingly posing no threat, like an old man running out of oil, only able to crawl on the ground. But, amidst this pile of dried corpses, a giant tree trunk protruded from the roadside, with an old woman hanging from it by a rope, swaying in the air above the pile of corpses, like dried meat constantly shaking and twitching. The old woman's mouth opened slightly, her face full of wrinkles as if they would fall off upon touch. She kept groaning, struggling to emit a trembling sound. Captain. Captain. Baiha village entrance to the outskirts. The dense cornfields, long neglected, had grown wild, reaching the city road. At this moment, a team of young and handsome men and women were parting the corn and walking towards the village entrance. Captain Xiao, did you know? It is said that here, the legendary ability user solved the first zombie incident right here in Baiha village. Among the team, a short young man with a perm was pushing aside the corn while looking into the distance. Oh, Lu Yuan, you know about this? The leader, a tall man with a buzz cut, muscled and jokingly looked at the young man with the perm. Captain, you know I usually just handle the exploration, and I like to check out human history materials when there's nothing else to do. Not only is this the first battlefield of that legendary ability user, moreover, I heard, the Dawn Squad, you know, right? The first batch of ability users from that country, Dawn Squad 001 and 002 were appointed here back then. Lu Yuan, is that true? Those two, wherever they go, are big shots suppressing everything, right? How could they have stayed here? Lu Yuan proudly boasted about his knowledge, while a girl with twin tails shook her head in disbelief. Hey, I say, Yuan, you can despise my abilities, but don't look down on my knowledge reserve, okay? Just as he was about to argue with the girl with twin tails, tap, stay quiet. Suddenly, at the back of the team, a girl with a buzz cut turned cold and pointed at the corpse pile at the village entrance. Something's off. After her reprimand, the entire four-person team immediately stopped and quickly hid in the nearby cornfield. What the hell? What is that? Dead people? Or zombies? Crouching in the cornfield, Lu Yuan stared blankly at the anomaly at Baiha village entrance, finally focusing on the old woman hanging from the tree. Hey, why is there still a living person? Captain, look. The buzzcut girl didn't rush to act but looked towards the muscular man at the front of the team. Sun Shangnan, protect Yuan well. Lu Yuan, start observing the opponent's energy level. Watch my signals. This time's mission, we must not ruin the reputation of our Luzhou Contradiction Squad. Understood, Captain. After the muscular man gave the order, everyone stood ready, looking straight ahead. Lu Yuan gradually narrowed his eyes. In his line of sight, the corpses crawling on the ground emitted a faint white light from their head area. This was his ability, perception. Perception does not sense the opponent's ability attributes, nor the detailed abilities, but can perceive the opponent's ability level. As long as there is enough time, regardless of how many targets there are, Lu Yuan can sense the opponent's ability level. Ability user level 1. Ability user level 2. Ability user level 1. Captain, seems like there's nothing wrong. These are just small fry. All are ability users level 1 and 2, bean sprouts. After sensing for a while, Lu Yuan disdainfully shook his head. This time's mission, investigate the moving zombies in Baiha village. The mission, shared from the mining black market to the Luzhou safe camp, was rumored to be incredibly difficult by the mining black market, making it seem like a tough job. But in the end, is this it? Hey, 3-line safe camp is just 3-line, and this little bit of zombies is classified as high difficulty. Captain, I think those 10 white crystals are going to be given to us for free. Slowly standing up from the corn pile, Lu Yuan lost all the vigilance he had just moments ago. Really? But I heard they fought against a king zombie. They shouldn't be afraid of this, right? The muscular man also slowly stood up, stroking his chin, hesitantly looking at the old woman hanging from the tree. Hey, what? King zombie? I estimate it could only handle ability users level 9, based on how they suppress their base. What about us? We are a team of all ability users level 7. This is the gap. Huh, with a shrug, Lu Yuan even took the initiative to walk towards the entrance of Baiha village. Hey, did you see that old woman? What's going on? The muscular man still seemed a bit uneasy, and Lu Yuan smiled. That one? Her condition seems a bit unstable, but she looks like a level 1 ability user. I estimate that she came here to pick up a task from the black market, but ended up getting caught and is now left here by the zombies. Captain, are you overreacting a bit? As they spoke, Yuan and Sun Shangnan also walked over. Even if there is a problem, the four of us working together can easily take down those zombie piles, right? Yuan tilted her head and smiled playfully. Xiaoshan, are you feeling extra tense because your sister-in-law is about to give birth? Nonsense. I'm telling you, when you're out, you must be extra careful. Tap tap tap. Just as Xiaoshan wanted to remind them again. Tap 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 in the distance, another set of footsteps sounded. Who? Turning back, in the rustling cornfield, it seemed there were 3 humanoid figures moving. Who? After the words were passed over, the other side suddenly froze in action, and a cold shout came back. It's people. Who? A team competing with our conflict team for the task? Lu Yuan squinted, vaguely seeing 3 dense white air currents approaching. Let me see. Level 4 ability user. Level 3 ability user. Level 5 ability user? What kind of small fry is this? He shook his head disdainfully, until a section of corn nearby was pushed aside, revealing the faces of Qiu Xingxing's team. 3 little girls? Xiao Shan was taken aback. He never expected that this task would also be taken by 3 little girls. Coupled with Lu Yuan's earlier assessment of strength, his previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Sure enough, the black market really pulled in. Such strength coming to execute a high-difficulty task is truly an insult to the words high difficulty. Hey, you can go back. This task, our Luzhou conflict team has already taken it. He waved his hand towards Qiu Shengsheng and her team, causing them to pause. Ha, you from Luzhou also took this task? Of course. Not to mention this, even the tasks of investigating baby zombies and investigating the sudden deaths of abnormal zombies, we have people taking them. Do you think those rewards are something you can get? The serious, arrogant, and harsh words came, causing Qiu Shengsheng and her team to frown. Indeed, the other side had the capital to be arrogant, but such a self-righteous attitude was truly infuriating. Shengsheng, look. Linya bit her lip, looking at Qiu Shengsheng, but actually seeking Du Ziren's opinion. What about 4 level 7 ability users? No matter how impressive they are, can they outshine their seniors? If they get to this task first, her small fists clenched tightly. Although Qiu Shengsheng was also unhappy with the other party's attitude, she understood the principle of first come, first served. Just as she hesitated, Du Ziren, who had been following at the back, suddenly had a new option pop up before him. Option 1, go straight to rescue the old woman, risk unknown. Option 2, try to get closer to the corpse pile, likely increasing survival rate. Oh, this is getting interesting. Looking at the 2 options that suddenly popped up, Du Ziren decisively chose option 2. After playing the apocalypse survival game for so long, he knew the game's quirks all too well. Choosing the first option would definitely lead to problems. Choosing the first option meant you had to spend money to deal with unknown situations. If any details were mishandled, and if anything happened to Qiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren would not be pleased. Option 2, by observing up close, could increase the survival rate, which already indicated the trickery behind this pile of corpses. A normal pile of corpses wouldn't trigger something like survival rate, would it? The game system rates this mission as medium difficulty, and there's a reason for that. After hesitating for a moment, Du Ziren took a few steps forward and looked towards the distant contradiction team. Hey, I advise you, do not approach that pile of corpses casually. You can't handle it. Are you kidding me? If he could take risks with his own abilities, how could this small team of ability users, level 7, handle it? Oh, so you guys are also a 4-person team, and there's an invisible man? What? Can't show your face, huh? The sudden voice left Xiao Shan momentarily stunned, but after a brief moment, he looked at Lu Yuan beside him. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly, his eyes fixed on the source of the voice, until he saw a thick, white mist rise, then he scoffed, "How the captain? This guy only has the strength of ability user, level 4. I thought so. No wonder he likes to hide." Hearing about Du Ziren's strength, Xiao Shan's expression darkened, and he completely disregarded his remarks. If you ask me, Are you afraid of coming here for nothing, so you're deliberately saying this to trick us into leaving? Sorry, but your tricks from those third-line safe camps won't work on us, Yuan sneered. The 4 members of the contradiction team looked over in unison, filled with disdain, coldness, and contempt. To be honest, having strength in the apocalypse can indeed allow for such behavior. But Du Ziren was genuinely trying to help. Forget it. Anyway, you won't listen, Shang, let's avoid the village road. I'll take you to investigate first. Looking at the 4 with exasperation, Du Ziren deeply understood one thing. Some people, if they want to die, you can't save them. But, Senior Ziren, they insulted you. They said Shang is fine, but they said you. Clenching her small fist, Xiao Shang looked a bit angry, and she had even pulled out a gun from her chest. Is Shang really that afraid of me being talked about? Senior. Forget it. Don't waste time, let's go. Rubbing Xiao Xingxing's head, Du Ziren forcibly led the group to quickly bypass the entrance road of Baihe Village. Tap. The game screen before him somewhat overlapped with last night's Baihe Village. This made Du Ziren suspect that the game developer must have visited Baihe Village for inspiration. If the game company learned from Black Myth, Yukon, and used drones to scan and collect map information, then the path I took last night, would it also be recorded in the game? Speculating, Du Ziren pushed aside the corn and followed his memory towards the path. Unexpectedly, he actually wandered around in the cornfield and gradually saw a ruin. That was Baihe Village. Damn, wow, you really can do it. With a somewhat surprised expression, Du Ziren didn't expect that he was merely thinking about using the path known only to the second-rate folks of Baihe Village to bypass the pile of corpses and then appear from behind the village entrance to observe the situation of the pile of corpses. He didn't expect that this game scene would be exactly the same as reality. Damn, this game's real scene collection is so impressive. If you don't compete for the Game Awards, it's no wonder you're not popular, you dog. After cursing the game developers in his heart, Du Ziren took the lead, weaving through the ruins. Senior, you seem to be quite familiar with this place? Lu Su seemed to have noticed something, and Du Ziren shrugged nonchalantly. I've been here before. How long ago was that? Du Ziren fell silent. How to explain this? Before your game development promotion? I was here? Fortunately, Linya broke the awkwardness in time. Senior, what about those people from the Luzhou safe camp you mentioned? They'll probably die. Well, they deserve it. How dare they say the senior is only a level 4 ability user? They must be blind. Tap. Another silence fell. Du Ziren couldn't respond to this, it seemed. He really was only a level 4 ability user. No wonder the others looked down on him. Forget about them. He waved his hand, and Du Ziren's gaze suddenly sharpened. Isn't there something you haven't noticed? What? Where are Lei Zhiyang and Yang Miumia? Oh right, where are they? As soon as this was said, everyone's expression darkened. Right. Among the 2 of them, Lei Zhiyang is a level 7 ability user. Where did they go now? Could it be that they were eaten by those corpses that are only level 1 ability users? Rustle, the scene returned to the village entrance of Baihe Village. Watching Xiao Shangsheng and the others walk into the dense cornfield, the 4 members of the contradiction team couldn't help but laugh. Still investigating? This is hilarious. They need to investigate such a trivial matter. Truly the noobs of a third-line safe camp. Lu Yuan chuckled, and the teammates beside him grinned, their expressions disdainful. All right, forget about them. At first, I was worried that I wasn't detailed enough. Now it seems, if the black market of the mines is filled with such goods, the previous King Seed zombie really has no justification. Let's go. Follow me to rescue that old woman. Perhaps if we save her, everything will be revealed. Waving his hand, Xiaoshan took the lead toward the pile of corpses. Roar on the ground, a few hundred corpses lowered their heads, exhaling hot air. Their crimson eyes fixed on the 4, yet they remained motionless on the ground. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think we're noobs from a level 3 safe camp? Even if you set up an ambush, what can you do? A bunch of level 1 ability users trash, thinking they can. Lu Yuan's mocking voice grew closer. Creak suddenly. The old woman hanging from the tree seemed to sense the crowd's approach, shaking her body continuously, letting out mournful wails from her cracked lips. Go! Hurry up! Go! Old lady, as a level 1 ability user, you can come here to take risks. To be honest, I admire you. Now you don't have to panic. Let me tell you, standing in front of you is a team of abilities that can rank in the top 10 of the Luzhou safe camp, the contradiction team. Don't worry. We'll rescue you right away. Laughing heartily, Lu Yuan didn't take the old woman's words seriously at all. I'm not an old woman. My name is Yang Miao Miao. I'm only 22. Hurry, hurry. The old woman's wrinkled mouth, almost toothless, stubbornly squeezed out these words. But, after saying this, not to mention Lu Yuan, even Xiao Shan shook his head. It seems that long-term torment has driven this old woman mad. These zombies are really something. Do they actually think of sunbathing the old woman to death and then eating her? Everyone, get ready to act. With a serious expression, Xiao Shan's arms and legs trembled rapidly. The color of his skin flickered and twisted between pale yellow, slowly transforming into 4 sharp silver spears. Ability, Hardened Spear. This is the combat power that Xiao Shan takes pride in. Behind him, Sun Xingnan's arms came together in a vertical one, and her whole body lay on the ground. Her arms propped up on the ground, slowly merging and expanding, forming a black, giant shield. The giant shield was propped up in front of Yuan, who closed her eyes, a faint white halo emanating from her body, and circular light patterns quickly lit up beneath her feet. Blessing, Wine Listener. Blessing, Thorn Queen. After the 2 black and white circular patterns lit up, Yuan quickly opened her eyes and looked at Captain Xiao Shan. Buzz. Suddenly, countless small black spikes bulged out from Xiao Shan's hardened spear, and a gust of wind swirled around his limbs. Good, let's go. Under the special, Blessing ability, Xiao Shan's aura surged to Ability User, 9th rank, and his hardened spear, seemingly heavy, unexpectedly rushed towards the corpse pile with lightness. Roar, roar. For some reason, such a fierce pressure came, but the zombies in the corpse pile remained calmly lying on the ground. Ha ha, I told you, they are already out of energy. Look at their skin, each one is as wrinkled as what? If you ask me, I can. Lu Yuan, hiding behind Sun Shangnan, was just about to make a sarcastic remark. Suddenly, he felt his face go slack, and it seemed like a few of his teeth had cracked and fallen out. Ugh, after a dry heave in his throat. Wow, he actually spat out more than a dozen yellowed teeth. How is this possible? Looking incredulously at the fallen teeth, which were yellow and foul-smelling, Lu Yuan couldn't understand why he could vomit such things. Even if these were his own teeth, they couldn't possibly be in this state. He hurriedly reached out to fumble around in his gums, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but freeze all over. His mouth felt loose, and a smell of old age wafted out. Ugh, just with that little fumble, he couldn't stand it and dry-heaved, trembling uncontrollably. Ugh, it wasn't just him. Even in this brief exchange, Yuan and Sun Shangnan showed different symptoms. Buzz. First, Sun Xingnan's ability, Giant Shield, seemed to unconsciously shrink a few outlines. She lay on the ground, constantly gasping for breath. It seemed that merely maintaining the giant shield had already exhausted her greatly. Why am I so tired? With my ability level, even if I hold up a giant shield for an hour, I wouldn't even break a sweat. Breathing heavily, Sun Xingnan's back was already soaked. Itchy, so itchy. Yuan kept scratching her arms, her skin inexplicably itching. When she looked down, her once smooth arms had, for some reason, developed large patches of wrinkled dead skin, and beneath the dead skin was a dark mass, with spots of age appearing. What is this? No, don't! The unbearable itch was maddening. After Yuan exclaimed, Lu Yuan and Sun Shangnan both turned to look at her. Yuan, how did you end up like this? Their pupils dilated. Because, in their eyes, Yuan's youthful face had suddenly sagged. Her long white hair, her shoulders drooping, her height had shrunk by several inches, and on the exposed skin outside her clothes, there were large patches of wrinkled dead skin. What kind of girl is this? This is clearly an old woman. You guys? Lu Yuan and Sun Shangnan stared blankly at Yuan, and Yuan stared back at them in the same daze. They were the same. One was a toothless old man with white hair, mouth agape. The other was an old lady lying on the ground, pale-faced, gasping for breath. This is her Yuan's teammate? The 3 of them kept saying you for a long time, unable to snap out of this sudden situation. Staring blankly at each other, no one knew what had happened. Tap. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the core combat force of the Contradiction Squad, Xiao Shan strode forward, his whole body like a fierce wind and sharp arrow, thrusting towards a prone dry corpse's head. Bang! In his memory, the scene of the other party's head exploding and blood splattering did not occur. He finally got tricked. What? The withered old corpse smirked. Immediately, its shriveled body began to swell at a visible speed, as if it were rejuvenating right before Xiao Shan's eyes. Giggling, a strong hand grabbed Xiao Shan's hardened spear, the dry corpse. No, more accurately, the zombie before him could now be described as a muscular corpse. The muscular corpse grinned, and began to exert force, pulling Xiao Shan's left hand hardened spear towards itself with great strength. Crack, the sound of twisting bones echoed. Xiao Shan's face changed in shock. The other party was trying to dislocate his arm. You dare! With anger in his eyes, Xiao Shan prided himself on being able to fight several rounds with superpowered individuals under Yu Yuan's blessing. Not to mention, it was a first-tier ability user zombie? You, die for me! The other hardened spear raised, attempting to directly smash the muscular corpse's head. But, under the muscular corpse's sinister laughter, the left-hand hardened spear was actually snapped off, a stream of bright red blood gushing down from his left shoulder. Immediately, a shrill scream spread throughout the entrance of Baiha village. Wielding the left-hand hardened spear, the muscular corpse played with it for a while. Having lost the enhancement of his original body superpower, that hardened spear instantly turned into a withered arm. Human, you are too weak. The proud zombie lifted its head, looking down at Xiao Shan. You. Xiao Shan clutched his completely exposed left shoulder, continuously retreating. He didn't know why, but he felt an inexplicable sense that the zombie before him was exceptionally tall. The impression it gave him was at most that of a superpowered individual third tier. But, why did he have no resistance at all? Leave those behind to you. The zombie waved its hand behind it, and the three dry corpses crawling on the ground slowly got up. As they rose, their bodies quickly filled out, as if they had instantly returned from old age to their prime. You dare! Seeing these zombies targeting his teammates, Xiao Shan braced himself with one arm, blocking their path. He raised the only remaining right arm hardened spear, only to realize that his right arm hardened spear seemed to have shrunk by an inch. What is this? Captain, run quickly! Suddenly, a hoarse, desperate shout came from behind. Turning around, he saw an old man trembling on the ground, waving at him. Captain, your superpower level has dropped from superpowered individual 7th tier to superpowered individual 1st tier. They are all superpowered individuals 3rd tier zombies. Run! The old man screamed hysterically, trying to stand up and run towards Baiha village. But, like the gnarled roots of an old tree, the old man couldn't run fast at all, only able to walk slowly. Useless. Suddenly, a large hand tightly gripped his neck, and Xiao Shan's body was lifted off the ground. Feeling the burning pain in his neck, Xiao Shan turned to look. A tall zombie had already picked him up, squeezing his neck while walking towards the three in the distance. He struggled desperately, but under the zombie's grip, his legs flailed about, his struggles resembling a chick acting spoiled. No, don't! Yu Yuan screamed, and as she turned, her whole body collapsed weakly to the ground. Yuan! Sun Shengnan hurriedly retracted her arm and rushed to support Yu Yuan. Grabbing Yu Yuan's arms, she realized that she didn't even have the strength to pull her up. Humans, truly a fragile race. Become the tribute to the king. Suddenly, three tall figures loomed over the two women. Sun Xingnan's back trembled suddenly. A gigantic black hand had already pierced through her chest, extending out from her belly. Amidst Yu Yuan's screams, the zombie's arm skewered Sun Shengnan, lifting her high. With its gaping maw, it began to gnaw on Sun Xingnan's head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Yu Yuan fell to the ground, watching the scene before her, her heart nearly stopping. Is this hell? Before she could say anything else. She too was lifted by a large hand gripping her neck. Help me! In the distance, Lu Yuan stumbled and ran a few meters. Suddenly, a strong corpse jokingly picked up a stone from the ground, a cold smile at the corner of its mouth. Noisy! Bang! The stone, propelled with great force, flew out. With a whoosh, a dark hole exploded open at the back of Lu Yuan's neck, blood gushing wildly. His body stood dazed in place for a while, and ultimately, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. No! Xiao Shan kept screaming in despair, witnessing his teammates die one by one before his eyes bloodshot. Yet he could only twist his neck under the immense strength of the strong corpse, gradually losing his vision. What is happening? In the last moment before his sight faded, Xiao Shan saw Yu Yuan's body being lifted by several strong corpses beneath a large tree. And then, a group of dry corpses stood up, their bodies swelling and filling out. They each leaned over Yu Yuan, constantly devouring her body. The horrific screams continued, stimulating Xiao Shan's nerves. Foolish thing, come to find this king's bad luck? Amidst the sounds of flesh being devoured, a gaunt dry corpse slowly crawled up from the ground. Wherever it passed, all the dry corpses began to fill out. Rustle on the tree, the swaying old woman struggled continuously, tears shimmering in her eyes. You, don't worry, Little sister, just trick those little sisters over here, and you can be free, the gaunt dry corpse teased, and the old woman in the air seemed to wrinkle even more. At that moment, even Xiao Shan, no matter how dull he was, understood what was happening. Time. It was the ability of the time system. It was the accelerated flow of time in the area. His 3 teammates had aged in an instant, and because of their aging, using their abilities would seem powerless. Why couldn't he defeat a 3rd-tier ability user zombie? Because he had aged too. The other side exhausted, while he was full, hence the battle. Among this batch of zombies, there must be one that could accelerate the flow of time in the area. From the very beginning, it had aged this batch of 3rd-tier ability users into a ground full of 1st-tier ability users, dry corpses, lowering everyone's vigilance. The old woman hanging on the tree was actually a young girl. However, to lure in the assisting ability users, it deliberately aged her, making her speech slurred. Thus, as soon as the assisting ability users entered the area with accelerated time flow, they could immediately cause the ability users to age, reducing the opponent's combat power. The zombies on their side would then remove the aging effect, turning into strong corpses. Strong corpses attacking human old men? Isn't that just giving it away? No wonder. No wonder everyone who comes here to investigate can't go back. No wonder. In the last moment of struggling to breathe, Xiao Shan inexplicably thought of the advice from Du Ziren at that time. I regret it. Despair flickered in his old eyes. Put. The next moment, dozens of gaping mouths filled with fangs approached him, all biting open his skull. Tap tap tap. Meanwhile, in Baiha village, Du Ziren, following his memory, finally found the path to the village entrance in the snow-covered Baiha village ruins. Hey, everyone stay alert. In front, if anything unusual happens, immediately stay quiet and find a place to hide. Calling out to the 3 women behind him, Du Ziren walked along the long path. In the distance, the dense mass of black corpses at the entrance of Baiha village was exceptionally eye-catching against the snow. However, this time, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. Tap tap tap. Pushing aside the cornstalks, Du Ziren moved forward a bit more until he clearly saw a pile of corpses gnawing on several white bones, and then he paused. Hiss. It seemed he had already thought of something, remaining silent. Behind him, Lu Su stretched her head out, squinting her eyes for a long time, still somewhat unclear about the situation. Hey, what about that contradiction team just now? Could it be they left after gathering information? That old woman hasn't been rescued yet, right? It can't be. Are they really that heartless? Linya also didn't understand the situation before her. After all, that pile of corpses was only ability user level 1, and they really didn't qualify for 4 ability users level 7 to investigate. Senior Ziren, what do you think? We can see here? Xiao Shengsheng scratched her little head, not understanding what they needed to discover to take action. But, as long as it was what the senior said, she would definitely carry it out without hesitation. Let's wait and see. They were just lying still a moment ago, and now they're gnawing on bones. There's still a smell of blood in the air. They might have just started eating. Just them. It can't be. They're only ability users level 1, and they're so old. Could they be gnawing on the bodies of scavengers? Du Ziren's voice came, and Lu Su was somewhat unconvinced. I don't know either, but that batch of zombies gives me a strange feeling. In any case, let's wait. Crouched in the cornfield, Du Ziren remained motionless. As long as no one appeared, if that group of corpses really had a problem, they would eventually expose themselves. The 4 gradually fell into silence, staring intently at the distant corpses. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Finally, a thin, purplish zombie couldn't hold back any longer and slowly crawled up from the ground. It leaned against a big tree and waved at the old woman hanging above, surprisingly pulling out a flickering lightning ability crystal core from its body. Because it was too far away, they could only hear it laughing. Then it opened its mouth and began to lick the crystal core. Pat pat. The old woman's body was probably struggling violently, shaking continuously, and a few drops of crystal clear tears fell from above. Poof! Suddenly, a splash of water exploded on the thin zombie's head. The thin zombie's face was instantly distorted by the rushing water. Vile creature! Smack! Immediately, the thin zombie slapped the old woman's face, viciously swallowing the crystal core. Anung had seemed to be chewing without satisfaction, slowly pulling out 4 white ability crystal cores from its body. Like chewing jelly beans, it stuffed 1 white crystal core into its stomach. Pat pat. Meanwhile, the old woman hanging above was crying more and more desperately. Hiss! The scene in the distance made the few people in the cornfield frown tightly. This is it. Really only ability user level 1? The crystal cores it's eating look like they have a high ability level. Lu Su clicked her tongue, her expression gradually turning to confusion. Something's not right. Something's not right. Did you notice? The first crystal core he ate was the lightning ability. This ability isn't particularly rare, but it's not common either. Why did he have to show off to the old woman when he ate that crystal core? That old woman just used water ability to attack him, right? Is she angry? Which water ability user could be angry because someone ate a lightning crystal core? Who could fit that description? Linya's gaze flickered, and Xiao Shengsheng was already covering her mouth in disbelief. Sister Linya, you mean, the one hanging there is Yang Miao Miao? That zombie ate Lei Zhiyong's crystal core? Silence, endless silence. No one dared to think that Lei Zhiyong was already dead. Yang Miao Miao had turned into an old woman? Could this be possible? But even if it seemed impossible, this connection between them was indeed the most fitting. Hey, I guess. The 4 crystal cores that zombie pulled out just now belonged to the 4 members of the contradiction team. Suddenly, Du Ziren's voice rang out again, and the entire cornfield fell into a deathly silence. They are 4 level 7 ability users. This can die too? Lu Su's mouth fell open, and Du Ziren smiled calmly. Nothing is impossible. You have to know, abilities can change in countless ways. Perhaps, something we never expected just happened. Now we should think about how to save Yang Miamia. Or, with the information we have now, can we analyze the opponent's abilities? The opponent's abilities? The ability to instantly kill 4 level 7 ability users. And also made Yang Miamia old? Linya's face was puzzled. Little did she know, her words made old were like a revelation to Du Ziren. Made old. Hey, you guys say, if a person gets old, can their organs still withstand the manipulation of abilities? Except for certain special abilities, if a person gets old and uses abilities, their power definitely won't be as strong as before. After Qiao Shengsheng muttered this, Du Ziren suddenly realized, I got it. It's time. The flow of time. Only this way could it be possible to instantly kill the opponent. As soon as this was said, the people around hadn't reacted yet, and Du Ziren looked at Yang Miao Miao. It's very simple. Their pile of corpses is now also in the area where the flow of time is accelerated, and Yang Miao Miao is there too. Imagine, if they entered the area of accelerated time flow, and the opponent removed the effect of accelerated time flow, what would happen to those corpses? Would they turn from old corpses into young corpses? Moreover, if the zombies turned into strong corpses, what about humans? Once a person enters and is affected by the accelerated flow of time, what would happen? After Du Ziren's long string of remarks, several women were left speechless. The result would be a person entering and turning into an old man, facing a group of strong corpses with a decrepit posture? Xiao Shengsheng was the first to react and spoke astonishingly. No wonder Lei Zhiyong fell. No wonder. A chorus of sighs arose. Looking again at the seemingly useless pile of corpses that had not yet died, everyone's gaze grew wary. After a long time, Du Ziren turned to look at Xiao Shengsheng. Shang, do you want to train yourself? I said, do you want to become stronger through battle? Yes. With a decisive nod, Du Ziren smiled peacefully. Then good. You just need to come with me now. The rest of you, assess the situation. Once you see Yang Miao Miao return to her original state, come to support. Senior, are you just going with me? There was still a bit of worry in her heart. Before Qiao Shengsheng could finish her question, Du Ziren made another shocking statement. Strictly speaking, you go alone. I'll be watching you from the side. Don't worry, they can't hurt you, because your ability is very special. My ability? Very special? Qiao Shengsheng stared blankly at the air. Du Ziren had never explained to her what her ability of immortality really entailed. Yes, your ability has a special resistance. Just think of it as, you can take more hits than others. A casual explanation. Du Ziren really didn't want this little girl to know the characteristics of immortality, so that every time she fought, she would end up battered and then slowly recover. As a wife, she should look beautiful. So that's how it is. No wonder I wasn't afraid of the fire at the dog factory last time. With Senior Ziren accompanying me, I'm not afraid. Tightening her combat uniform, Qiao Shengsheng slowly crawled up from the cornfield. So, Senior, shall we go? Tap tap tap. Following Qiao Shengsheng, Du Ziren quietly clicked on the recharge plus sign behind ability deactivation with some unease. This time, the Baiha village investigation incident was actually targeting not the main character Qiao Shengsheng, but the current companions. Who would have thought? Just imagine, if he had rushed in without understanding, Qiao Shengsheng might have been fine, but teammates Lu Su and Linya might not have made it. Genuine teammates are hard to find in the apocalypse. Moreover, their existence was directly related to the mission of establishing the team. Currently, although he roughly understood the abilities of the hostile zombies. However, what was still unclear was the ability level of the opponent. Ability deactivation was indeed domineering, but if the opponent had a superhuman-grade ability of time flow speed, how long could his ability deactivation be effective against them? Would it affect the golden quality of immortality? If the opponent got desperate and decided to fight with their superhuman body? To give my wife a safe monster hunting zone. Recharge. After clicking the plus sign, a pop-up window appeared. Temporary combat power recharge options open. Option 1. You can choose to recharge 20,000 yuan to gain half an hour of ability deactivation. Superhuman, second stage experience permission. Option 2. You can choose to recharge 200,000 yuan to gain half an hour of ability deactivation. Awakened, second stage experience permission. What the hell? 200,000? Wasn't it just 100,000 last time? Remembering the last time he recharged for dog transformation, which was at most 100,000 yuan, Duzirin felt that the game developers were getting more and more greedy. This time's recharges doubled, based on ability deactivation being a purple grade ability. Different grade abilities have different prices for increasing temporary combat power. Players can choose the temporary ability power they want to increase. It seemed that the game pop-up heard Duzirin's complaints, and the latest explanation appeared. What the hell? So according to you, if I have a golden quality ability in the future, wouldn't I have to spend 400,000 to recharge combat power? Yes, 400,000? If my parents knew I was spending so much money on games, they would probably scold me to death. Her finger hesitated over the recharge button. Ziren-senpai? Suddenly, Xiao Xingxing's nervous voice came through. Seeing her huddled up, looking like a little dog hiding in a pile of corn, Duzirin felt uneasy. Damn it, it's just money, right? Spend, spend, spend. My wife can't take any grievances. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 200,000 yuan. Your current balance is 6,597,500 yuan. Starting to unlock the skill Awakener ability deactivation. Your Awakener experience time remaining, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. With a series of notifications, Duzirin suddenly felt a surge of power throughout his body. Instantly, he felt full of confidence. Shang, don't be afraid. I am always here. Just go forward. They can't touch you. Okay. Tap tap tap. The small figure peeled away the thick corn, and Xiao Shengsheng revealed her little head, looking towards Baiha village entrance. Roar. At this moment, countless dry corpses crawled on the ground, gnawing on various bones and joints, looking like a pack of vicious dogs. Tap tap tap. As Xiao Shengsheng got closer, their movements gradually stopped. Creak. The old woman hanging from the tree struggled violently, and upon seeing Xiao Shengsheng, her emotions became uncontrollable. Woo. Shangsheng, don't come over, please. Tears streamed down her face. The torment of this short day would be unforgettable for her life. But Xiao Shengsheng looked up at the old woman and smiled reassuringly. I know, you are Yang Miao Miao, right? Don't worry, I will rescue you soon. You are foolish, even if it's that senior. Here, enough, shut up. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, a thin, purple zombie slowly crawled out from the pile of corpses. Its already decayed eyes looked at Xiao Shengsheng, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Why is it just you alone? Where are the other two women? Ziren-senpai said. Dealing with you is enough with just me. Slowly drawing a military dagger from her waist, Xiao Shengsheng did not dare to be careless. Ha, those few ability users, level 7, are all dead. You alone. Can't really think we are all ability users, level 1, right? Seemingly amused by Xiao Shengsheng's words, the thin zombie twisted its neck, and its emaciated body began to swell with a crack sound. Crack. At the same time, several crawling corpses on the ground were also rapidly inflating. Little girl, today, I will give you a lesson. Don't be deceived by the surface phenomena. You will soon become our fresh meat dinner. Those hiding will be too. Thud. 3 or 4 strong corpses quickly approached Xiao Shengsheng, trying to grab her arms and cruelly tear them apart. He. The sharp, eerie laughter drew closer. In the air, Yang Miao had already closed her eyes. She admitted that the senior was indeed powerful, but once placed in an area where the flow of time was accelerated, her body aged, and using abilities would just be a joke. The zombies here had abilities that were truly extraordinary. At that moment, the team leader Lei Jian was torn into 6 pieces just after shouting a couple of times. That scene was something Yang Miao would never forget for the rest of her life. No, she shouted in despair. Poochie. Suddenly, a warm splash of blood could be heard from below. It's over. She She is dead? With her eyes tightly shut, Yang Miao dared not imagine the horrific sight of Qiu Shengsheng being dismembered. But, the next moment, roar roar, what echoed was not the woman's scream, but a series of tragic roars from the strong corpses. Roar roar, the stench of blood wafted up, and Yang Miao squinted her eyes to look down, instantly causing her pupils to constrict. Corpses. 4 strong corpses lay sprawled on the ground. All were headless, with blood gushing from their necks. And beneath her, a tall woman with delicate features and a cold expression was continuously swinging a bloodstained dagger, her face filled with disgust, looking just like a proud rose with thorns. How is this possible? You, who are you? Looking at the tall woman, Yang Miao was somewhat dazed. The slender figure was at least 1 meter 80, and her features were exquisite, her body toned, with only coldness in her eyes, every movement exuding indifference, resembling a queen of the apocalypse. Yang Miao, it's me, Qiu Shengsheng. You don't recognize me anymore? The tall woman looked up, and Yang Miao was stunned again. You, Qiu Shengsheng? You have grown up? Stunned, foolish, bewildered, Yang Miao couldn't understand. Why was this perfectly poised woman beneath her? How could she be Qiu Shengsheng? Or rather, why had everyone else aged, yet only Qiu Shengsheng here had turned into a mature woman? Why was that? Me, I have grown up. Trying to move her body, Qiu Shengsheng then realized that her once loose combat uniform was indeed a bit tight now. Ziren Sr.? The cold and beautiful face turned to Du Ziren, who was also taken aback. Damn! So it turns out, Shengsheng has grown up, and she is so beautiful? In a corner unseen by others, Du Ziren had already revealed a pig-like expression. Perfect. So perfect. If before, Qiu Shengsheng was only 18 or 19, with a kind of youthful softness and naivety. Now, the Qiu Shengsheng before him perfectly matched Du Ziren's fantasy of an apocalypse goddess. Cold and proud eyes, striking features, and curves that the military uniform couldn't hide. This is the adult version of Qiu Shengsheng. After admiring Qiu Shengsheng for a while, Du Ziren finally came to his senses. He understood. Qiu Shengsheng's ability was immortality. Based on this trait, once she entered the area of accelerated time flow, her body would continuously age, but because of the immortality trait, her body would be stuck in the most perfect stage for a certain period. So, only Qiu Shengsheng would not age into an old person here, but would instead become a woman. What a gain! I didn't expect to see what my future wife would look like in the next dungeon. Snap snap. While no one was paying attention, Du Ziren had already walked around the adult like Qiu Shengsheng several times, constantly screenshotting. This posture resembled a player taking screenshots while dressing up their wife in a character customization game. Ziren senpai. I feel like my body right now. It's so hard to adapt. The cold, proud eyes only reveal a hint of girlish shyness when looking at Du Ziren. Can we wait a moment? Senpai. You. Du Ziren remains silent, only crazily taking screenshots. In the distance, within, Baihe village, Lu Su and Linya were also dumbfounded. What? Who the hell is that perfect woman? Linya exclaimed angrily. It seems to be Teen Cho? She just cut down a few zombies and suddenly grew up? As a woman, Lu Su couldn't help but blush when looking at the adult version of Qiu Shengsheng. The other party indeed had a full aura and appearance. Damn. So Shengsheng has become so charming when she grew up. I said that senpai is always. No way. Realizing she had said something wrong, Linya hurriedly covered her mouth. How come you haven't aged? Behind the pile of corpses, a purple-skinned, emaciated zombie looked at Qiu Shengsheng in disbelief. Not only had she not aged, but it seemed her strength had also increased. Her own time acceleration was actually a positive boost for her? After taking a few more screenshots of that adult version of Qiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren finally realized, TMD, they were still fighting. Shengsheng, go ahead, strive to break through to ability user level 5. Understood. A steady voice came. Qiu Shengsheng's perfectly curved body tensed, and the combat uniform on her body had turned to ashes and was slowly dissipating due to the time acceleration. The crystal core armor wrapped around Qiu Shengsheng's voluptuous curves, and the silver light immediately reflected at the entrance of Baihe village. You freak! What is your ability? Attack! It seemed that upon seeing the crystal core armor, and feeling the threat, the emaciated zombie felt a sudden heaviness in its heart. With a wave of its hand, all the lying corpses bulged up, at least 20 strong zombies, roaring as they charged towards Qiu Shengsheng. Shengsheng, stay calm. If necessary, I will intervene. Du Ziren's voice echoed in her ears. Qiu Shengsheng's narrow eyes narrowed, her left hand tightly gripping a dagger, she simply responded with an puff puff puff. Suddenly, Xiao Xingxing's body vanished without a trace, and right in front, among the originally charging group of strong zombies, heads began to fly. Puff puff puff. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. As heads continued to fly, the necks of the headless corpses gushed with blood, and one by one, the headless bodies fell to the ground. Damn! Damn! The emaciated zombie saw the situation getting worse and hurriedly cancelled the time flow interference on Xiao Shangshang. Puff puff puff. Among the flying heads of the strong zombie group, a small figure slowly appeared. Hoo. After this restoration, the normally aged Xiao Shangshang immediately gasped for breath, and her moving figure's speed became visibly faster. Poochie. Another slash aimed at a strong zombie. This time it only pierced into the opponent's neck, not severing the head. A familiar girl's voice came, and Du Ziren's expression tightened. From his perspective, Xiao Xingxing's strength had just taken off and was erratic. Current ability level of Xiao Xingxing. Ability user level 8. Ability user level 9. Ability user level 4. Because time keeps accelerating, Shangshang has grown up, and her strength has also increased. Now, her strength has diminished again. Has the time flow rate been cancelled? Squinting at the emaciated zombie, the other party was also staring intently at Xiao Shengsheng, a hint of relief slowly appearing on their face. This monster, can it actually consume my ability enhancement? Quick, now's the time. Kill her, kill her. Roar. After the command from the emaciated zombie, countless dry corpses surged and swelled. In an instant, groups of sturdy corpses pounced towards Xiao Shangshang. But Xiao Shangshang was not flustered at all, her already shrunken body stubbornly wielding the dagger. Poochie, with a sound, another sturdy corpse head flew up. Thump thump. Her heartbeat quickened. Xiao Shangshang watched the tide of corpses approaching, her expression resolute, softly murmuring, "It's okay, it's okay. Senior Ziren is here." With Senior Ziren's words, "I will not die." Gripping the dagger tightly, she charged towards the tide of corpses without hesitation. At this moment, Du Ziren fixed his gaze on Xiao Xingxing's ability level. Xiao Xingxing's current ability level, ability user 4th stage, 388 for 400, 399 for 400, 11 out of 500. Congratulations! Xiao Xingxing's ability level has been promoted to ability user 5th stage. Is this the charm of golden abilities? Can one grow stronger through battle? Just as Xiao Shengsheng was about to be surrounded, Du Ziren's gaze turned to the emaciated zombie, his expression tightening. Nullification field. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the entire Baiha village outskirts seemed to ripple with a slight disturbance in space. What? The emaciated zombie seemed to sense some fluctuation, its whole body stiffening. Before it could react, all the dry corpses revealed their true forms, transforming into unified, ability user 3rd stage, sturdy corpses, and its own body began to thin from its previously robust stature. The previously inscrutable strength gradually settled at ability user 9th stage. Who is it? Who is interfering with my ability? It looked around in panic. Without the enhancement of time flow rate, the emaciated zombie had the strength of an ability user 9th stage, but it was merely physical power. How could it not be terrified? It looked around in fear, but Du Ziren had no time to pay it any mind, instead calling out to Yan Miao Miao, who was hanging from a tree. "Hey, what are you still dawdling for? Cooperate with Shengsheng, kill the enemies." Creak creak. The old woman hanging on the tree, due to the failure of time flow rate, gradually regained her form. With short sky blue hair, Yang Miao Miao was staring blankly at her surroundings. "Say, senior, kill the enemies." Understood. In a hurry, she looked at the surrounded Xiao Shangshang, and as her thoughts focused, circles of water membranes surged on Xiao Xingxing's crystal core armor. "Shangshang, don't be afraid. Water membranes can block attacks, you just need to attack with all your might now." Understood. Yang Miao Miao's voice came from the tree, and Xiao Shengsheng boldly let go, engaging in battle among the countless, sturdy corpses. Roar roar. Countless foul-smelling fangs and mouths bit down on Xiao Shengsheng's neck, all rebuffed by the water membranes, with a ripple. Poochie poochie. Under the power of ability user 5th stage, with each dagger thrust, a sturdy corpse with a punctured forehead fell to the ground and died. Although the zombies at the entrance of Baiha village are all tier 3 ability users, at the end of the day, a tier 3 is still a tier 3. Once the assistance of time flow is gone, the threat isn't that great. "Hey, Linya, come help." After calling out to Linya in the cornfield, a rustling sound came from the cornfield. Tat tat tat. The strong zombies continued to attack Xiao Shangshang, and suddenly, dense spikes of earth erupted from beneath their feet. The earth spikes, like spears, pierced through the lower limbs of the strong zombies from below, emerging from their necks. Roar roar, the sounds of zombie roars and screams echoed continuously. It was clear that the zombie army, numbering at least 40 or 50, was about to be wiped out. You. The emaciated zombie could no longer sit still. Everything is because of her. Its resentful eyes turned towards Qiu Shengsheng, its muscles trying to swell again, attempting to forcibly enhance its power with time flow, acceleration. But, buzz, there was always a force in the air restraining it. Its proud time flow, acceleration had temporarily diminished its combat power. No, kill her. It's all because of that woman, because of her. It's all because of her that I lost my abilities. It's all. Crack, the weak claws clenched, actually scratching 10 grooves into the ground. The emaciated zombie stared fixedly at Qiu Shengsheng, its body arched, wanting to use the physical strength of a Tier 9 ability user to forcibly kill Qiu Shengsheng. But, I say, what are you mumbling about, you dried-up corpse? Suddenly, a steady voice rang in its ears. You are the monster that makes abilities ineffective? How could you possibly have both invisibility and ineffectiveness abilities at the same time? Are you perhaps Wang? You're talking too much. Crack, another sound of bones breaking echoed, and the emaciated zombie's neck suddenly constricted, its face twisting at a visible speed. Du Ziren had just been standing next to this thing, hearing everything clearly. This guy actually wanted to harm his wife? Is my wife leveling up bothering you? Crack, just a slight bend of his big hand. The emaciated zombie shot up like it was going to heaven, its neck completely crack-broken, its head tilting to the side, like a whip. Shaking the emaciated zombie he was holding, Du Ziren looked bewildered. No, I didn't use much strength. You just died like that? Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm currently using the physical strength of a temporary awakened. Then forget it. You can die. He casually threw the emaciated zombie's body out. With a loud bang, the body actually crashed into a big tree, its head exploding, and the thick old tree standing by the roadside also creaked and broke in half. Boom! The sound of the trunk falling came, and the 4 women all looked towards the headless corpse under the tree, their expressions becoming increasingly spectacular. Ziren Sr., when did you make your move? It seems like I just heard a swishing sound, and that leading zombie was dead? Hiss. Senior is indeed terrifying. Roar, when those strong zombies saw the emaciated zombie was gone, they immediately panicked and ran chaotically towards the cornfield. With their leader dead, these subordinates were in complete disarray. Puff, with Qiu Shengsheng at the forefront, the situation suddenly reversed, and several women chased after the fleeing zombie, resulting in a massacre. In a moment, the zombies lay sprawled on the ground, at least 50 crystal cores, placed at the entrance of Baihe village. Qiu Shengsheng, accompanied by 3 women, looked eagerly at the air. Senior Ziren, these crystal cores, please make sure to. No need. You all can distribute them. I see your strength, it's quite tight. Waving his hand, Du Ziren had no intention of taking the crystal cores this time. After all, the few women who seemed to have the shape of a small team actually had somewhat low strength. With such strength, going to the Luzhou safe camp would definitely lead to being looked down upon. Senior, what about you? I don't need crystal cores for now. By the way, Shengsheng, help me get that guy's crystal core. Pointing to the corpse of the emaciated zombie under the tree, Qiu Shengsheng immediately understood and quickly rummaged through the shattered body. Before long, she came back holding a round, black and white crystal core. Senior Ziren, please take a look. Your Doomsday Survival character is delivering a new gift to you. Do you accept? Accept. As he casually picked up the strange crystal core, Du Ziren's eyes suddenly brightened. Time Crystal Core 1/3. Collect 3 crystal cores to unlock the golden quality ability. Time. What? Golden ability? Playing with the Time Crystal Core in his hand, Du Ziren didn't expect the quality of this thing to actually be golden quality. But what surprised him even more was, this thing actually required 3 to activate the time ability? Isn't that harsh? Where am I supposed to find the other 2? Silently putting away the crystal core, Du Ziren inexplicably thought of the remaining 2 missions from this rebellion arc. Could it be the remaining 2 are in those 2 missions? Just as he was hesitating, Thud Yang Miao directly knelt down on the blood-soaked ground. Senior, please take me in. What are you doing? I have nowhere to go. I want to join your team. She lowered her head, speaking her request with great trepidation. Yang Miao knew very well who the real mastermind of Qiu Shengsheng's small team was. Of course, it was precisely because Du Ziren was a permanent member of this team that she wanted to join so badly. You want to join Xingxing's team? Squinting his eyes, Du Ziren looked at the 4 people beside him. This scale indeed resembled a superpower small team. If Yang Miao Miao joined, the small team's missions would be completed. Shang, what do you think? You are the leader of this team. Passing the decision-making power to Qiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren respected his wife's wishes first. With Miao Miao here, the water ability should be useful anywhere. I think there's no possibility of refusal, right? Qiu Shengsheng actively extended her hand to Yang Miao Miao, whose face lit up. Captain Qiu, are you agreeing? Thank you. Hastily grabbing Qiu Shengsheng's hand, Yang Miao Miao's face was filled with excitement. Buzz at the same time. A game pop-up appeared before Du Ziren. Mission, assemble team, completed, team members, Captain, Qiu Shengsheng, members, Linya, Lu Su, Yang Miao Miao. Team specification, initial, unlock the current ability levels of the 4 members. Qiu Shengsheng, ability user level 5, 121/500, Linya, ability user level 5, 435/500, Lu Su, ability user level 3, 280/300, Yang Miao Miao, ability user level 4, 323/400, dense information kept popping up, and Du Ziren kept stroking his chin. Sure enough, in any pay-to-win game, there's always a way to train team members. Damn it! I just don't know if there's a way to draw operators. Do I really have to find the SSR rare characters in the storyline? Quietly contemplating, none of the 4 on the road dared to speak, just blankly waiting for Du Ziren's orders, all looking towards the void. I have to say, when 4 beauties looked at him at the same time, it really had the flavor of an RPG game, camping and waiting. After a long while, hey, you 4, each take 12 crystal cores, split them up, and work hard to improve your ability levels. Next, everyone, hurry back to the mining black market. Yes, with a single command, the 4 divided the crystal cores, and quickly rushed towards the mining black market. Meanwhile, Luzhou's second-line safe camp. Unlike the old, shabby, and hastily built mining black market, the Luzhou safe camp is a 42-story office building located in the city center of Luzhou. It stands in the middle of the city, so out of place among the ruins. The bright curtain wall glass surprisingly shows no signs of wear from time. In the sky, the corpse-like zombie birds circle around, seemingly oblivious to the people coming and going inside the building, screeching wooya wooya as they flap past the edges of the curtain wall glass. Inside the building, people walk busily about their own affairs, seemingly accustomed to the zombies outside. If one looks closely, they can actually find that the tall office building has strange lights flickering faintly along the edges of its outer walls. Luzhou Safe Camp 30th Floor Conference Room. At this moment, in the large conference room, only a dozen people sat along the table. Each of these people had a badge of a moon embedded on their chests, which is the designation for ability users within the base. Let's talk. None of the 3 mercenary groups sent out have returned? At the head of the conference room, an elderly man with a solemn expression looked at the dozen or so ability users below. Everyone whispered to each other, chattering non-stop. It's been almost half a day. The Contradiction Team, Extreme Team, and Beast Transformation Team have all gone silent. Considering the distance from Wannan City to Luzhou, they should have completed the mission and returned by now. Even if they didn't complete the mission, they shouldn't be missing. Could it be something happened? No way. The Contradiction Team and Extreme Team are both half-baked ability users level 7, I can understand. But the captain of the Beast Transformation Team has the strength of a super ability user. Could it be? The whispers grew louder, making the elderly man at the head of the table look increasingly grim. Bang bang bang. He knocked on the table with his large hand, and the room immediately fell silent. Ahem. I know everyone is ability users, and facing zombies is already second nature. But this time, I feel a pressure from the void. You all know, I haven't felt this way in a long time. Bring up the map of Anhui Province. Understood. With a wave of his hand, the projector in the conference room displayed the regional map. Slowly standing up, the old man pointed to the lower, left, and right directions on the map, his eyes squinting into a line. On the left is the zombie army from Baiha village. What's on the right is the baby zombie, and below is that aberrant zombie massacre incident. Come on, tell me, what do these zombies want? This, old Bai, do you mean that the zombies want to surround us? A man in sunglasses looked doubtful among the crowd. Wrong. They want to first surround the mining black market, eliminate them, and then the 3 armies will converge. Then they will launch a full-scale attack on our Luzhou safe camp. Ha! Are they tired of living? The man in sunglasses scoffed, but the old man glared with fierce eyes and slammed the table. Ha! Have you forgotten how we were slaughtered by them before? It's been 100 years. 100 years. It seems calm, but there hasn't been any notice from above for a long time. Thinking the worst, they now have the ability to eliminate superpowered individuals. If we let them develop, the three armies will converge. At that time, do you really have confidence that our Luzhou safe camp can withstand their attack? The old man's voice was intense. The conference room fell silent immediately. Then, old Bai, do you mean? Suddenly, a girl with a single ponytail stood up from a seat near the left. As the saying goes, when the lips are cold, the teeth will die. If we let the mining black market suffer, then the next to suffer will be us, the Luzhou safe camp. What I mean is, rescue, Flash, Zhao Ziang, Echo, Su Chang, Mirror Girl, Fong Huiguang, step forward. Yes. With the old man's command, the man in sunglasses, the ponytailed girl, and a man in a floral shirt all stepped forward, respectfully looking at the elder. You, go straight down to investigate the aberrant zombie sudden death incident. You, go stop the baby zombie from moving. The last one, go resolve the Baiha village incident. Resolve this mission before the crisis brews. Any objections? No. All right then. Depart. As the elder's command ended, the conference room vibrated with a buzz, and the three who stepped forward instantly disappeared. Outside the first floor entrance of Luzhou safe camp, Zhao Ziang, holding one arm of Fong Huiguang and Su Chang, appeared in the snow. The two looked calm, gazing at the abruptly changed scene, as if they had grown accustomed to it. This is the ability of Flash, Zhao Ziang. Under the superpowered Flash ability, even while carrying people, he can instantly cover a distance of 100 meters, which is incredibly abnormal. Hey, since Old Bai has assigned the mission, what do you think? How should we distribute these three missions? Adjusting his sunglasses, Zhao Ziang tilted his head, seemingly not taking the elder's warning to heart. I'm fine with anything. Fong Huiguang replied coldly, while Su Chang forced a smile. Hi, isn't this simple? I'll suggest the safest method. We three act together. With Ziang's Flash, we can first deal with the most bizarre baby zombie, then find the culprit behind the aberrant zombie massacre, and finally resolve the Baiha village incident under Flash. The speed and time will definitely be enough. I disagree. Su Chang, excitedly finishing his sentence, was abruptly interrupted by Fong Huiguang's cold face. What if we take too long to deal with the baby zombie together? What's going on with the situation in Baiha village and the death of the aberrant zombies? It's affecting the black market in the mines. Whose fault is it? It shouldn't be that serious, right? Su Chang still had a grin on his face, but Fong Huiguang shot him a glare. Lives are at stake. Just because it's convenient for you, you treat it like a game? Hey, you, Fong Huiguang, what do you mean? I'm just considering us, aren't I? As it looked like they were about to start arguing, Zhao Ziang scratched his head and quickly pulled Su Chang away. No. Since everyone can't get along, how about this? Ladies first. Fong Huiguang, you choose the mission first, and we can execute it separately later. I'll go deal with the source of the death of the aberrant zombies. It's right below the G camp, and I'll follow this matter all the way to the black market in the mines. As for you guys, do as you please. With a flick of her ponytail, Fong Huiguang maintained a cold expression and quickly headed off into the distance. Tisk, tsk. Look at this arrogant woman. After she walked far away, Su Chang scoffed, and Zhao Ziang chuckled. This woman must think that just because her ancestors were from the Dawn Squad, even if she comes to the second-line camp, she's above us, right? Ha, ridiculous. Just a waste eliminated by the Dawn Squad. If you ask me, Ziang, it's a pity your ancestor didn't make it into the Dawn Squad. Hey, don't say that. She's already set off. What about us? Of course, we should work together to deal with the baby zombies first. How long will it take to waste time getting to that problem in Baiha village? True. Hearing Su Chang say this, Zhao Ziang smiled knowingly. He placed a hand on Su Chang's shoulder, and the two of them flickered and disappeared. Guanshan Road. As the main road connecting Annan City directly to Luzhou, it is covered in snow year-round, with no one passing through. Buzz, but now, the road was swarming with flies. The air was filled with a foul odor, and the ground was covered in blood. The bodies of mutated zombie dogs, zombie birds, and zombie deer were piled everywhere. Most of their bodies had already rotted, with their heads all having clean cuts, as if a butcher had swiftly severed their heads. The headless corpses were decaying, with maggots wriggling. No, don't! At that moment, a hysterical scream echoed. Thud in the foul-smelling snow. A man with unusually split leg muscles was constantly looking around, running at a speed no less than that of a small car. Don't follow me, don't! He kept looking back in panic, as if he was afraid of something. He, a strange zombie growl echoed in his ears. Swish! A scarlet bone knife grazed the back of his neck, and with a buzz, a spray of blood erupted from his neck, a chunk of flesh flying out. Ah! Ah! The man screamed as he clutched his neck but dared not slow down at all. His running speed was increasing. He was sure that at this speed, even a small car couldn't catch up to him. But, the laughter was getting closer, showing no signs of fading away. Damn it! Damn it! I shouldn't have taken this mission. What the hell are you? The nearly desperate roar echoed along the road as the man sprinted straight towards Lujo. He imagined, as long as he encountered an outgoing, superpowered individual on the road, perhaps he could still be saved. If he could meet Shining Zhao Ziang, he might even be able to counterattack. But, Buzz, the blood-red bone knife this time actually came slicing through the air from in front of him. How is that possible? How could you possibly get in front of me? His pupils widened, and a flash of blood appeared on the man's neck. His body was still running forward, but that head with its bulging eyes, with a gurgle, had already fallen to the ground. Puff puff puff. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. The headless corpse sprayed blood in a fountain while still running, the face on the head rolling away in astonishment, watching its own body run off. An absurd, strange, and shocking scene was playing out. The man's mouth twitched nervously, as something was about to lift his head. Tap 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 in the distance, a capable woman's figure ran over in the snow. Wu Ji, you? The woman looked at the headless corpse running past her, her gaze blankly fixed on the floating head. Fong Huiguang, run quickly. The head let out a final nervous scream. Wu Ji's eyes were gradually turning gray, life fading away. Thud after his head rolled away in a strange manner, a bloody, crystal core fell from his brain, then suddenly vanished. As if something had just taken the crystal core in an instant. Who is killing? Fong Huiguang looked around in shock, but saw nothing. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, the ground was littered with headless animal corpses. Looking further away, one could see the headless bodies of 3 out of the 4 members of the extreme team, piled together, dead beyond any doubt. A chilling laughter inexplicably filled the air, accompanied by the sound of crunching, sending shivers down one's spine. Are you eating Wu Ji's crystal core? Fong Huiguang's eyes widened. She couldn't see clearly, couldn't see at all what had killed Wu Ji. As the captain of the extreme team, Wu Ji could manipulate all his muscles, unleashing strength beyond that of a human. Just that terrifying running speed. What kind of monster could instantly sever his head at such high speed? The sound grew closer. Fong Huiguang's breathing became inexplicably rapid. With a buzz, a flash of bloodlight flickered past her face. Mirror skin, reversal. Crack crack crack, her face suddenly erupted with dense shards of glass. Buzz, that blade, as swift as a cold light, actually pierced into Fong Huiguang's face and refracted out. In the air, a sound of confusion seemed to emerge. But soon, Buzz, in the blink of an eye, a cold wind swept in from behind Fong Huiguang. The time difference between the front and back was barely a second. It's over. This monster. It's definitely not just a mutated zombie, so simple. Buzz, goosebumps erupted on the back of her neck, dense lenses sprouting forth. Fong Huiguang's breathing began to quicken. This was undoubtedly the most pressured battle she had faced since becoming a superpowered individual. What kind of monster could strike twice in mere seconds? From 2 directions? Buzz, the knife once again pierced into the mirror, and suddenly everything around fell silent. Mirror? Interesting. The cold voice fluctuated, now far, now near, now left, now right. Fong Huiguang's heart raced thump 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 nonstop. She couldn't believe it. What on earth did she have to do to complete this series of attacks? Godspeed? That was too fast, wasn't it? Come again. The sound clearly came from the left, but the blade's wind fell right by her ear on the right. Mirror, full rebound. Buzz, not daring to be careless, Fong Huiguang's body was covered in countless cracks of mirrors. After dodging that strike, she quickly retreated several steps, and the cracks on her body were actually merging. Buzz, immediately after, Fong Huiguang actually disappeared from the path. Oh, rebound. Invisibility? Your proficiency in your abilities is quite impressive. A chilling voice echoed continuously in the path, and Fong Huiguang almost forgot to breathe, her body shrinking in the corner. She had no confidence in facing this thing. In fact, she didn't even have the confidence to last a few rounds against it. Abnormal. Too abnormal. She couldn't see it at all, nor did she understand what it was doing. If she kept passively using mirror rebound, the moment her abilities were exhausted would likely be the moment she met her end. Old Bai was right. These military zombies. Something's off. Thud thud, her heart was racing, and Fong Huiguang fell silent. Hiding? are we? Boring. So boring. Tick-tock tick-tock in the distance, about 10 meters away, blood inexplicably dripped from the air, extending all the way toward the mining black market. Fang Huiguan didn't dare to breathe, silently starting to move. She didn't even dare to immediately mirror, fearing that thing would launch a surprise attack. No. That thing is heading toward the mining black market. If it gets into the mining black market, it will definitely be a one-sided massacre. In a hurry, she retreated toward Luzhou, and after confirming that there was no movement, Fang Huiguan quickly took out her walkie-talkie. Hello, this is Mirror Girl Fang Huiguan. Headquarters, please respond. Hello, this is headquarters. What seems to be the problem? Quickly notify the mining black market to evacuate immediately. May I ask, what has happened? The existence of massacring abnormal zombies. Their abilities are very strange. It seems, even superpowered individuals can't last a few minutes against it. What? Tick-tock, snowflakes danced peacefully, and in front of the entrance to the mining black market, Sister Xia comfortably curled up in a pit. Oh dear. I wonder when these days will come to an end. Scratching her somewhat oily hair, Sister Xia thought about whether she should buy some dirty water to wash up tonight. Step. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps approached, but Sister Xia paid it no mind. After all, so many people came and went in a day, she had gotten used to it. But, along with the sound of footsteps, there was also the drip of falling water. In the air, there was a faint smell of blood. Hoo-hoo-ha! Sniffing, Sister Xia looked up toward the tunnel entrance. In a daze, at the bright entrance of the cave, it seemed like a humanoid figure was standing there, about 1.80 meters tall, covered in a strange black-purple hue. She couldn't see the person's face, but the strangest thing about this person wasn't their skin color or shape, but rather, their left arm was not an arm but a long, slender bone-colored knife. The long knife swayed beneath them, continuously dripping blood. You are. Sister Xia was just about to question the other party about their origins. He, the sound came closer and closer. In the next moment, in the blink of an eye, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared behind the wire door, standing right in front of her. At that moment, Sister Xia saw clearly. It was a zombie. A strange zombie, with bulging black veins all over, a bald head and black eyes, and a bone knife hanging from its left arm. You, what? Her mouth opened wide, just about to say something. Sister Xia's head flew off, rolling on the ground. Blood splattered from the deep pit. Outside the iron door, a group of scavengers huddled in the pit looked inside with uncertain expressions. Blood. Not good. Something. Thud, no one had a chance to scream. A foul wind blew through. At least 50 scavengers stood at the entrance of the mine, their heads all eerily dropping to the ground. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed, blood pooling into a puddle. The smell of blood completely spread at the entrance of the mine's black hole. Step, and that strange zombie was no longer visible, only its he laughter echoed in the cave, moving deeper into the underground second level, behind the doorway. I always said people's aesthetics were good back then. The first lingerie model from 100 years ago, my inside the task room, Lin Ping kept flipping through the magazine in his hand, passing the time. Isn't it a bit too quiet today? After a moment, he looked up at the task room, and surprisingly, there wasn't a single person inside or outside. Damn it! At this rate, this mine black market is going to fail. Rubbing his head, Lin Ping originally wanted to just lie back and relax. But for some reason, he remembered a phrase from his senior. If you encounter anything unusual, immediately seal off the underground third level and hide. Is that being too cautious? He initially wanted to brush it off, but thinking of his senior's strength, Lin Ping still slowly walked out of the task room. However, as soon as he stepped out of the task room, he felt something was off. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. His right eyelid kept twitching, and Lin Ping inexplicably felt a pressure in his chest. Thud in the distant dirt path, 3 or 4 heads, with shocked expressions flew into the air, several jets of blood gushing out. Damn! Instantly, Lin Ping was dumbfounded. What the hell? Silent killing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Ping would have doubted, was he sitting in the task room, and without any noise, he would never suspect anything was wrong outside. Damn! Something's wrong. His heart was pounding fiercely, and recalling his senior's words, he immediately disregarded everything else and rushed towards the entrance of the underground third level. Step, leaping into the entrance of the underground third level, Lin Ping waved his hand. Thud thud thud, the thick metal blocks immediately sealed and buried the hole in the pit. Creak creak, when the elevator reached the ground, he hurriedly shouted, "Not good. Upstairs. Upstairs has been slaughtered by a monster. Not good. Upstairs has been slaughtered. Slaughtered." Lin Ping's panicked voice echoed continuously in the underground third level. Before long, on countless tree canopies, more than a dozen ability users poked their heads out with their families. I said, "Lin Ping, you can't be serious, right? There should be limits to jokes." "Exactly. We just experienced a large-scale sacrifice, and you actually have the nerve to make such a joke? How can there be a massacre without a single scream?" With countless disdainful gazes directed at him, Lin Ping's face turned anxious, and he stomped his feet in panic. There was no way out. It was eerily quiet above, not a single scream had been heard, and no one believed that the underground level 2 had been slaughtered. "It's true. It's true. Damn it. That thing, whatever it is, kills so fast. Head flying in the air. People didn't even have time to scream. Stop talking nonsense. How could there be such a ghostly thing? I'll go take a look." One ability user could no longer bear it and immediately jumped down from the canopy, heading towards the elevator. Don't go. I've already sealed off the entrance to the underground level 3. Don't let that thing discover us. Otherwise. Looking up in fear, Lin Ping was genuinely scared that thing would come down. You have to know, not only were the remaining ability users here, but their families were too. If that thing came down, the mining black market, it would all be over. You keep talking nonsense every day. No seriousness at all. What are you sealing off? Are you bored? My friend is still on the second floor. If you ask me, how could there be a massacre without any noise? Just as he was about to be rebutted again, rustle on the central canopy, Xinhuan's figure slowly emerged. She had already heard the general situation through the trunk, her face displeased, ready to scold Lin Ping a few words. "I say you, do you know how insulting this joke is? Tell me, what kind of massacre could be completely silent? Even if there are no cries from the victims, there must be the sound of footsteps in pursuit, right? Is there? Do you say there is? I really wasn't joking. If it weren't for the senior reminding me, I might have been sitting in the room, suddenly done in without knowing." Indeed, that thing kills in a very strange way. Lin Ping was at a loss for words, unable to explain. Silent killing, who could believe that? Senior? Upon hearing the word senior, Xinhuan finally relaxed her tense face. She knew that no matter how bold Lin Ping was, he wouldn't dare to joke about that senior's identity. Narrowing her eyes into a slit, Xinhuan still had some doubts. "Are you saying that senior said there would be danger here? That's why you deliberately sealed off the entrance to underground level 3? It's not that there will be danger. It already exists. She still wanted to rebut Lin Ping a few more words. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the walkie-talkie responsible for connecting with the Luzhou safety camp rang. "Hello? Hello? Is this the person in charge of the mining black market, Xinhuan?" The voice on the other end was very anxious, and as soon as Xinhuan heard it, her heart suddenly sank. "Yes, may I ask, what happened?" "It's like this. We have dispatched super ability users to investigate that abnormal zombie sudden death incident. According to reports from the frontline super ability users, it is said that the culprit has the ability to instantly kill ability users. So, please, your safety camp, immediately organize an evacuation or hide. Because that thing is heading towards you." "What?" The voice in the walkie-talkie was not loud, but everyone around could hear it clearly. The phrase "instant kill, superhuman" made everyone's face turn pale in an instant. Are you kidding? There isn't a single superhuman in the mining black market. If that thing really comes, wouldn't it just slaughter us all? Lin Ping, did you really see heads flying? Xinhuan's lips were trembling. She now realized that what Lin Ping said might actually be true. Of course. Damn it. I was almost scared silly at the time. I know you won't believe me when I say this. If it were me, I wouldn't believe that a being could kill so quickly either. Damn. If it weren't for the senior's warning, I estimate that it would have already killed us all in the third underground level. Silence, deathly stillness, dumbfounded. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Ping, dazedly wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Now, looking up towards the higher levels, their bodies were trembling all over. What kind of thing has come up there? Thump thump, heartbeats inexplicably quickened, and Xinhuan dared not be careless. Boom, with a wave of a large hand, countless giant tree roots rushed to block the entrance to the third underground level. The thick trees intertwined like snakes, blocking the earthen tunnel below the entrance, turning it pitch black. Slowly exhaling a breath, Xinhuan felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness. Thanks to that senior for the early warning. Otherwise, the senior is truly remarkable. Did he predict this? Is he in the atmosphere? Seniors are indeed seniors, so farsighted. Just as the words of relief were spreading, boom! A sudden rumble echoed from the sealed pit. Boom boom, a large amount of soil fell from above, and a bone-colored blood knife was embedded in the dense tree trunks. Immediately, a grotesque face with black veins bulging looked down at the crowd beneath the tree roots. He, it kept grinning maliciously, as if looking at a pig in a pen. Boom boom, the left-hand bone knife suddenly swung up and down rapidly, the frequency so fast that its movements were indistinguishable. But what was visible to the naked eye was that the blocking trees instantly shattered and twisted, collapsing under the continuous cracking. Is this thing? Watching the appearance of that strange zombie, everyone gaped. Is it really it? Did it slaughter the upper levels all by itself? Damn! That knife is so fast and fierce, if it hits a person, it would instantly dismember them, right? Damn! Thank goodness the senior warned us in advance, otherwise, gulp gulp, countless sounds of swallowing echoed. Everyone stared at that strange zombie, lost in thought. Hurry, Lin Ping, work with me, block the gap. Okay. Only Qin Wan and Lin Ping reacted the fastest, starting to activate their abilities, dirt and branches swirling, piling up at the entrance to the third underground level. Boom boom, the sound of the bone knife chopping continued. Lin Ping and Qin Wan's faces turned pale, their abilities rapidly depleting. Puff puff puff, for a moment, the speed of blocking and digging seemed to be at a standstill. But the corners of their mouths were bitter. They could already feel the monster above the exit seemed to show no signs of fatigue. Its rapid knife movements showed no intention of slowing down. Hoo, at this rate, we will eventually exhaust our abilities and be broken through by that guy who will come down and kill us. Qin Wan's face was desperate, and Lin Ping gritted his teeth. No way! Since the senior realized that a disaster would come, that means he will come to save us. The senior? Huh? The gaze turned towards the direction of Qiu Xingxing's home. Qin Wan knew that what the senior truly cared about might only be the pair of children from the Qiu family. But even so, as long as they could hold on until the senior returned, there was still hope. Outside the mining black market, Fang Huiguang sniffed the bloody smell coming from the cave, her face dark and oppressive. After notifying headquarters at the first moment, she feared whether the mining black market would be able to receive the news and evacuate in time. Now it seemed it was too late. Damn it! Is there nothing I can do? Clenching her fists, Fang Huiguang dared not be careless, her whole body surging with energy as she walked deeper into the cave. Until she saw a huge black zombie continuously waving a bone knife, hacking at a circle of tree roots below, her face suddenly filled with astonishment. It should be that monster. But now, what is it? Approaching cautiously, through the gaps in the tree roots, Fang Huiguang saw a group of survivors below, their faces tense. They actually survived. And they even organized a defense? How is this possible? I notified headquarters too late. How could they react before the zombies arrived? Could it be someone here sensed that thing approaching? Or did some expert predict the three armies' encirclement and prepare in advance? In Qingshan County City. This is a city on the right edge of Wan'an City, once known for its beautiful Jiangnan water town. At this moment, under the gloomy snowy scene, the entire Qingshan County City was filled with ruins. The snow on the streets was thick, the glass of the shops on the commercial street was shattered, and the interiors were in disarray, showing no signs of human presence. Buzz buzz buzz, the drifting snowflakes in the air shook strangely every 100 meters or so. Suddenly, Zhao Ziang's voice came from the distorted sky. Is the intel wrong? My buddies have circled around the right side of the city several times. Where are the baby zombies? Where's the zombie army? After a shockwave of air, Zhao Ziang grabbed Su Chang's shoulder and abruptly appeared on a street. The two looked left and right, and indeed found no abnormalities. Ziang, something's not right. Not only did we not see the baby zombies, but could it be that they crawled far away? But there are no footprints in the snow on the ground. Do you think we came too late? Su Chang rubbed his chin, stepping on the thick snow, making a crunching sound. Came too late? How is that possible? In just half an hour, you tell me, can a group of baby zombies crawl over 100 kilometers out of the county? Zhao Ziang scoffed, taking off his sunglasses and looking suspiciously around. Could it be they hid? Right here in the county? Su Chang agreed with Zhao Ziang's thought, and the two exchanged glances, then walked towards the surroundings of the street. Step. The thick snow was fluffy and even, not like it could hide a baby. Looking towards the disheveled shops, the goods and clothing mannequins inside were toppled over, dust piled thickly, even less likely that any living beings had been inside recently. Hiss. Strange. Could it be that there really is no baby zombie army? They had already swept through nearly half of the shops, and here, let alone zombies, they hadn't seen a single living creature. A dead city. A pure ruin. then let's finish scavenging and head to the black market. Anyway, didn't old Master Bai say that the zombies are going to unite to attack the black market? We can just wait there in advance. After Su Chang made the suggestion, Zhao Ziang nodded. Alright, let's quickly check out the clothing store in front. He pointed to a mannequin that was leaning awkwardly in a clothing store beside him, and Zhao Ziang was about to say something. Thud! Suddenly, in the cobweb-filled room, a mannequin suddenly fell to the ground. Who? Zhao Ziang instinctively shouted. There was no wind in the shop, and a mannequin could not just fall over for no reason. Who? Su Chang also shouted, and as his voice spread, the dust on the floor of the room instantly stirred up. Cough 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 cough. Amidst the swirling dust, a half-grown child with a face full of dirt timidly peeked out from behind a mannequin, holding a children's denim jacket. He shrank his body, the children's jacket draped over his shoulders while he hugged it, as if he had just been looking for clothes that fit. A child? Hiss. There is still a child here? Su Chang's expression froze. To see a living person in such a ruined county town was indeed rare. Hey, child, you. Zhao Ziang scrutinized the little boy, whose outfit was quite interesting. The boy wore a denim jacket on his upper body and a girl's long skirt on his lower body. He also had a thermos hanging from his chest, and a thin little bird perched on his shoulder. I have to say, it was indeed eye-catching. Brother, I'm just taking a piece of clothing. I didn't provoke you, right? The little boy's eyes were filled with fear of strangers. Clearly, children like him, when encountering scavengers trying to take food, usually ended up getting beaten. It's okay. Looking at the boy's innocent eyes, Zhao Ziang waved his hand. He slightly lowered his guard and looked steadily at the boy. I ask you, are you the only one here? Many people were chased away by the babies, ran far away. I still have a little eagle, hiding. He poked the little bird on his shoulder, and the boy timidly retreated into the room. Is that so? Zhao Ziang squinted his eyes, feeling that something was off. Where did those babies run to? To the right. Is that so? Are you just passing through here, or are you living here long-term? Just passing through. We were originally from Wanbei City. Oh, that makes sense. Could it be that group of baby zombies really ran far away before? Scratching his head, looking at the timid child, Zhao Ziang frowned and walked into the room, wanting to take the child with him to evacuate. Su Chang, it seems you were right. We came late. Before he could finish the word late, Su Chang behind Zhao Ziang suddenly had a dazed look in his eyes. He should have been the age of an uncle, but the stubble on his face had disappeared, turning into the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Are you talking to me? The young Su Chang looked at Zhao Ziang in confusion, and Zhao Ziang turned his head. Of course, you. Turning back, Zhao Ziang was stunned. A child. In just a short moment, Su Chang had disappeared from behind him. A child wearing Su Chang's floral coat had inexplicably appeared. He stared blankly at himself, as if his intelligence had not yet developed. Who are you? Wawa. Under Zhao Ziang's gaze, the child stammered and unexpectedly burst into tears. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that the child's size was continuously shrinking. 4 or 5 years old, 2 or 3 years old, until a baby wrapped in a floral shirt slowly lay in front of Zhao Ziang, curled up, and was still shrinking. Wawa, the crying stopped, and that baby actually turned into a small ball of flesh, gradually shrinking into a tadpole shape. This. His pupils widened. What did Zhao Ziang see? He saw a creature regressing in growth. Is that a fertilized egg? This. Thud. Suddenly, a sound of a bottle cap twisting came from behind, and the child in a denim jacket on top and a skirt on the bottom walked slowly towards Su Chang's floral coat. Su Chang was already gone. Only a mass of blood was writhing on the clothes. The child squinted and poured the blood from the clothes into the thermos. It was hard to imagine that while pouring the blood, the child emitted a sound similar to a corpse's groan. Looking at him again, Zhao Ziang felt a bit dazed. TMD. This kid is not a child. It is the leader of the baby zombies. As for where the large number of baby zombies went, do I need to ask? That thermos must be full of fertilized eggs. The baby zombies have all been turned into fertilized eggs, hidden in his thermos. No wonder the baby zombies were nowhere to be seen. You. Feeling that his intelligence was being toyed with, Zhao Ziang felt no anger, only fear. Buzz. The air around him vibrated, and Zhao Ziang wanted to run. He was afraid that he would also be turned into a fertilized egg. Run? From the moment you saw me. Sorry, you can't escape. The corners of the little boy's mouth curled up, and after staring fixedly at Zhao Ziang, his pupils began to darken. His size was also shrinking back to that of a high school student. Memories seemed to be blurring. Shouldn't I be in school? Why am I here? He stared blankly at the abandoned shop. Little eagle. The little boy silently stroked the small bird on his shoulder. Ew! The next moment, the originally emaciated little bird suddenly twisted its bones and grew into a gigantic eagle. The eagle's beak moved, and with a puff, it pierced forward, already stabbing into Zhao Ziang's young head. I remember. The captain of the beast transformation team. His ability is to turn into a mutated eagle. You turned him. Thud, the young Zhao Ziang stammered, and in the last moment of death, he regained his current memories. But he also forever lost all his memories. He superpowered? Just a muggle. It's time to go to the black market in the mine to deal with that anomaly. Crack, crack, crack. Twisting the cap of the thermos, the little boy's face showed a cold smile, and with one person and one bird, they stepped into the snowy scene and disappeared. Tap, 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 tap. Outside the black market in the mine, led by Du Ziren, Xiao Xingxing's 4-member team rushed desperately towards the cave entrance. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Thick blood pooled together, continuously flowing out along the sloping tunnel. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Step, step, step. As a group of people stood at the entrance of the black market mine, their feet splashed in blood, all their faces went blank. Red, a sea of scarlet. Creepy, a horrifying scene filled the cave. Everywhere they looked, there were heads lying on the ground with wide open eyes, their expressions frozen in a moment of terror and unease. Piles of headless corpses were stacked in the dirt pits, some still oozing fresh blood. Drip, 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 drip. On the iron gate separating the underground level 2, the iron mesh was covered in tiny beads of blood. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. Is this a massacre? Lu Su's face turned pale, while Yang Miao stared at the countless headless bodies, her lips turning purple from biting them. It seems like a single knife was fatal. And the knife was struck at the moment when the others couldn't react. Just as the expression appeared, the knife was swung out. How did it do that? So many people, and not a single one reacted? Silence, shock, panic. At this moment, the nerves of everyone in the team were greatly impacted. Indeed, is this the riot chapter? Du Ziren suppressed his discomfort and silently covered his nose. Damn it! Does this game have to be so realistic? Xiao Jing, Dad, little brother. Just as a few of them hesitated, Xiao Shengsheng and Linya seemed to have thought of something and rushed towards the iron gate, without a care. Danger! 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 The moment they moved, red, danger, warnings kept popping up on Du Ziren's game screen. Moreover, a line of warning pop-ups kept flashing. Warning! Warning! The riot chapter has reached its climax, and all your subsequent actions will affect your survival chances, as well as the survival chances of the game protagonist. Please make good use of everything to clear this chapter. The blood-red warnings kept pulsating, and Du Ziren didn't dare to be negligent, immediately grabbing Qiu Shengsheng and Linya's arms. Stop! A commanding voice rang out, causing both women to shudder. Senior Ziren, my brother, my sister. Senior, let me go, my useless brother, and the old man who can't move. I'm afraid for them. Both women's faces were filled with anxiety and panic, their brains had crashed. Calm down. Du Ziren held onto their hands tightly, already prepared to use canine transformation to control them if they didn't listen. Are you kidding? A character that could instantly slaughter dozens of people and make the game system determine danger, Du Ziren had never seen before. He couldn't afford to be careless. If Qiu Shengsheng died, and he died too, what if he had to restart his account? Money didn't matter. Du Ziren just felt that if Qiu Shengsheng's game character was gone, he might find it hard to like another electronic character again. She was the girl who had accompanied him all the way. Think carefully. What can you do against a monster that can instantly slaughter everyone if you go down there? The scolding echoed in front of the iron gate, and both women's faces froze. Under the pressure of the recent tension, no one wanted to think about what they would encounter if they went down. They just wanted to save their family. Senior Ziren, I know it's very dangerous down there. It's so dangerous that even your existence makes me a bit wary. But I don't want my younger siblings. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Crystal tears shimmered in Qiu Shengsheng's eyes. Du Ziren couldn't stand to see a woman cry, especially Qiu Shengsheng. Don't worry. Linya, do you remember what I told your brother before I left? I remember. But with such an existence. At least I told them, which means they still have a chance to escape. Now, no one knows what's down there. Going down is just asking for death. I know you're afraid of your loved ones suffering. I will go down to take a look. I will go. Letting the woman he loved cry in front of him was not something a man should do. Duziren didn't know what was below, nor did he know how terrifying the thing that made the game system label it as dangerous could be. All he knew was one thing: he wouldn't let this damned game ruin the hard-earned happiness of Qiu Shangshang. I will take it step by step. Step by step, I will lead her to a world of happiness. His large hand slowly reached out, and Duziren wiped away the tears on Qiu Shangshang's face. Ziren, Senior, the situation may not be that bad. In times of danger, one must make the best use of everything. Standing in front of the iron gate, Duziren's mind raced. Since it was something that even the game system rated as dangerous, then the ability failure he had always relied on might not work on it. Even, it could chop off his head in an instant. Utilize all conditions. Utilize. Looking around, Duziren turned to Lu Su. In the absence of knowledge about the situation below, Lu Su's ability became particularly important. Lu Su, can you sense how many zombies are below? It seems there's only one active, but there's another presence. It seems to be hiding and not moving. Hearing this, Lu Su looked strangely at the iron gate. 2. The one hiding is probably not a zombie, because if it were a zombie, there would be no need to hide. In other words, there's still a person hiding down there. What about the third underground level? Can you sense anyone? For now, I can't sense anything. Is that so? It can instantly decapitate, instantly kill dozens of people. Just to be safe, it also has to not fear ability failure. In a 1v1 situation, he glanced at his current ability panel. Spatial Blade? The opponent can quickly decapitate, which means its speed is fast enough. The Spatial Blade might not even matter to it. Canine Transformation? Flame? Bloodline? Steelization? Wait, Steelization. After focusing on steelization, Duziren's dim eyes finally lit up. Prepare for the worst. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, if the opponent struck and his head fell, what if his steelization ability reached the level of an awakened? Could it chop off his steel bones? I got it. This time, I have to find the flaw of this guy on my own. Clicking the plus sign next to the ability steelization, a line of text popped up. Temporary Combat Power Enhancement Options Option 1, Recharge 5,000 yuan, Activate Super Ability Steelization Power for half an hour. Option 2, Recharge 50,000 yuan, Activate Awakened Steelization Power for half an hour, Activate the Awakened Skilled Diamond Body. This is it. Without hesitation, Duziren pressed the recharge button. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just made a transaction of 50,000 yuan. The current balance is 6,547,500 yuan. The awakening period of the hardened ability is unlocked. The awakening skilled diamond body is unlocked. Remaining experience time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. A series of messages flashed before Duziren's eyes, and he felt as if his whole body had been infused with some kind of reinforced concrete, incredibly solid. Diamond body, huh? He tried to move his body, and under the friction of his skin, a series of clang sounds echoed. Good heavens! He had directly turned himself into a diamond warrior. Remember my words. No one is allowed to come down. If you still recognize me as your senior. Clang. After pulling open the iron gate, Duziren turned to glance at the 4 women outside. Qiu Xingxing's eyes were filled with tears. Senior Ziren. Senior, I have held you back again. You have done very well already. I won't let anyone take away your happiness. After softly comforting her, Duziren resolutely walked toward the dark tunnel. Pat. On the familiar long path, thick blood and the bodies of the dead were everywhere. Sensing the stench of blood, Duziren's expression turned solemn as he followed the path, finally arriving at the entrance of the 3rd underground level. Bang! 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 Before he could approach the recessed opening, a terrifying collision sound, mixed with the tremors of the ground, continuously echoed around. What terrifying power! Reflecting on the ground's vibrations, Duziren squinted and saw that the underground entrance, which used to be easily accessible, was now frequently flickering with a dark silhouette. Yes, the reason it was called a dark silhouette was that the naked eye could not capture what kind of form it was. At this moment, in Duziren's eyes, that silhouette moved at a terrifying speed, and he could vaguely see its surrounding shadows flickering, constantly rising and falling as if performing some action. With each flicker of light and shadow, the ground trembled frequently, and wood chips and dirt were continuously drifting from the opening. As expected, this thing's movements are ridiculously fast. With his nerves taut, Duziren quietly approached the silhouette. Until he saw the thick ground beneath it, he let out a long sigh of relief. The original downward tunnel was already tightly wrapped in soil and tree roots. It seemed Lin Ping had taken his words to heart. Phew! Thank goodness! The cave is blocked. which means Xingxing's younger siblings are temporarily safe. If something happened to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, with a cold gaze directed at the silhouette, even though Du Ziren couldn't capture how it was moving, relying on his diamond body, he boldly spoke up. I say, aren't you tired from smashing for so long? Bang, 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 bang. In the empty underground space, as Du Ziren's voice echoed, the rapidly moving dark silhouette gradually solidified into the form of a tall, black-faced zombie. It hesitated and looked toward the source of the sound, its bone knife pausing. Who? That mirror woman? No, you're not her? The sinister, hollow eyes turned to him, and Du Ziren felt as if he were being stared at by a fierce beast, his body instinctively tensing up. But, at the same time, a line of game data appeared before Du Ziren's eyes. Special class ability Zombie Strength, Esper second stage ability, unknown danger level, high. Esper second stage, huh? Then I shouldn't underestimate it. Even if its abilities are outrageous, there's no way it could chop off the head of a awakened in one strike, right? Analyzing in his mind, Du Ziren's steps unexpectedly moved forward. Tap tap tap, heavy footprints appeared on the ground, and Du Ziren's voice rang out again. Killing so many people. I mean, before you became like this, you were human, right? Is it that after awakening your abilities and self-awareness, all that's left for you is slaughter? The words carried a sense of judgment, and the black-faced zombie's hollow eyes narrowed. This is the first time I've seen someone face me, not running away, but actively coming forward. Human. The bone knife in his left hand hung high, and Du Ziren stared intently at the black-faced zombie, trying to analyze its abilities. Buzz. But, in just the blink of an eye, the next second, the bone knife, that was still suspended in the black-faced zombie's hand, with a clang, had bizarrely been placed against his own neck, sparking a dazzling flash. Zzz, the spark exploded, and Du Ziren instinctively felt a heat at his neck. By the time he regained his senses, his neck twisted, and a shallow white line had already appeared on it. Good. So fast. What kind of speed is this? Even Godspeed couldn't possibly reach someone in the blink of an eye and finish a strike, right? So, is this the reason why heads fell on the first floor? Touching his neck, Du Ziren couldn't help but marvel at the other's strength. Strong. This, black-faced zombie, was definitely the strongest boss he had encountered since playing this game. This sheer power was far more terrifying than the last, king-type zombie. Ha? Tempered? Or is it a little turtle in the awakening period? A cold voice suddenly came from the east, and Du Ziren looked up to see that dark, tall figure had somehow already stood in the eastern corner, swinging its bone knife. You? When did you? Before Du Ziren could finish his question. Zilla clearly, he could still see the thing standing in the east, yet sparks erupted from his back. Zzz, following that, his chest, face, and lower body were bombarded with terrifying sparks that exploded densely from his body in an instant. Clang clang clang. In just a second, this black-faced zombie had at least slashed him hundreds, if not thousands of times. Your turtle shell is pretty hard. But, the moment your ability skill dissipates, I guarantee your body will be cut into pieces. Even though the blade light was still flashing before his eyes, the black-faced zombie's venomous voice came from behind. It was as if this monster could ignore time and appear anywhere in an instant. Canine transformation. Ability failure. Frantically activating other interfering abilities, Du Ziren tried to control the thin black zombie. But, the direction pointed by the ability 1 second, the next second this monster was already gone. Fast. It was so fast that it was impossible to capture with the naked eye. Damn it. This zombie's movement speed is off. If I can't capture its position, then how about a direct area attack? Instinctively, he clicked the plus after the canine transformation ability. Spend 100,000 yuan to activate canine transformation. Spend 1 million yuan. The options loading bar hadn't even appeared yet when Du Ziren directly pressed the one that cost the most. Ding! Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent a total of 100,000 yuan. Current balance, 6,447,500 yuan. Your canine transformation ability is entering the awakening period. Without bothering to check any spending information, a wave of energy surged through Du Ziren's body amidst the flashing blades. Canine domain. Familiar skills, familiar sensations. But, after the surrounding space fluctuated, the rapid blade light showed no signs of stopping. How? How is this possible? A chilling voice still echoed in his ears. How? How can this be? In an area attack, how? How could it not turn into a dog? Surprise, confusion, daze. Just when Du Ziren thought the BYD game had a bug, the sparks around him suddenly dissipated, and the terrifying assault came to an abrupt halt. A tall, dark figure appeared abruptly 50 meters away from him. I didn't expect I didn't expect you to have other awakening abilities. Good, good. If I kill you, can I eat 2 awakening cores? After Duziren showcased his new ability, the black-faced zombie not only showed no fear but instead trembled with excitement. You bastard. Looking at the shattered bone knife in the opponent's hand, Duziren's expression shifted between dark and light. Why? Why did the previous AoE K9 transformation area attack not hit it at all? Could it really be faster than the instant opening of a 50-meter skill domain? Teleportation? Blink? No, it can't just be that simple. Just now, while it unleashed so many blades in an instant, the voice appeared behind me while I was still thinking. A person's thought process can cover a lifetime in a second, yet it had already struck before my thoughts even finished. Rather than saying its speed was too fast, it was more accurate to say it ignored time, appearing anywhere at will. Ignoring time? Wait, time? Touching the time core in his pocket, Duziren recalled the requirement of 1/3 of the core. In an instant, a hint of speculation appeared in his eyes as he looked at the black-faced zombie. There was a possibility. Only this possibility could allow it to evade attacks in the 50-meter instant K9 domain and successfully escape. That is, time pause. Yes, it could only be that the K9 transformation had already activated, and the black-faced zombie paused time, quickly leaving the 50-meter area. Although the speed of the K9 transformation ability is also fast, under time pause, it is an absolutely stagnant space. Even if it had been hit, under the frozen time, the ability would be frozen, yet it could still move without any impact. Hiss. No wonder. No wonder the ability failing had no effect on it. As long as it maintained movement under the frozen time, I could never catch it. This means that the reason it appeared to be 100 meters away 1 second and then suddenly struck down ahead the next second was not because of its incredible speed, but rather, it was because it froze time, quickly approached, and then struck down the head. Ordinary people wouldn't even have time to think before their heads hit the ground. This is the answer to why there were no survivors in the mine. Staring blankly at the black-faced zombie, Duziren fell silent. Game development team, NM is gone. The difficulty is set so high? Once again, I greet the ancestors of the game development team. Duziren was just about to step closer to the black-faced zombie. Damn, I just took a step, and this guy appeared in another corner in the blink of an eye. You can't catch up to him at all. Time pause, it's so buggy. Damn, how to deal with it? How to deal with it? Duziren's mind was racing, wanting to personally take down the black-faced zombie, but it seemed unlikely at the moment. The sinister laughter echoed in the underground space, and the figure had completely disappeared. But Duziren knew it hadn't vanished, it was hiding in the time pause. Dealing with it. There's another possibility to deal with it. Ruffling his hair, Duziren thought of one last possibility. That is the game protagonist Xiao Shengsheng. Xiao Shengsheng has the immortal trait of rebirth after death and regeneration of severed limbs. Aside from these additional abilities, the main ability is to continuously enhance her physique, making her immune to supernatural powers. If Xiao Shengsheng could keep fighting the black-faced zombie, as long as she had a moment's chance to pull the black-faced zombie out of time pause, Duziren could, it, and there would be a chance to completely kill this zombie. Shengsheng? Could it be? Once again greeting the game planner from SM Game Company, Duziren hesitated too much. Xiao Shengsheng is so cute, why should she risk her life? I want to see how long your ability can last. The sinister voice echoed in the underground space, and Duziren's face darkened. After much hesitation, an unexpected voice rang out. This senior, do you have a way? If there's no way to deal with it, I'm afraid the two zombie armies on the outskirts of Wannan City will soon converge. With your combat power, it's better to protect yourself and retreat. Although my companions went to stop it. Given this guy's strength, I estimate my companions might not be able to hold it off. A faint, cold voice sounded, and Duziren was taken aback. You're the one who's been hiding all along? No wonder you're an adult in the awakening period. I am Fong Ruiguang from the Luzhou Safe Camp, Mirror Girl. I'm responsible for stopping this guy. But Fong Ruiguang's voice was filled with self-reproach. After hesitating, Duziren ultimately decided to execute the last method. If there are really other zombie armies coming, he couldn't waste time with this black slim zombie. Damn it! Even if I have to fight alongside Shengsheng, I won't let her get hurt at all. Quickly clicking on the recharge pages big wheel, he entered the lottery pool. Duziren looked at the 648 option and directly went for 1010 draws. Your bank card ending in 0304 just. Shut up, Snow Leopard. Not bothering to check the deduction reminder, Duziren quickly clicked on lottery, and lines of winning prompts came in. You have 1 small horn *45. You have 1 Thunderfire crystal core, purple, *1, guaranteed. You have 1 metal crystal core, white, *3, windblade crystal core, green, *6, small horn *5. You have 1. Amidst the countless dense messages, Duziran quietly took out 7 metal crystal cores from the warehouse. Hey, MS. Fong, I have a favor to ask of you. Ha, you say. Help me deliver these crystal cores to the exit of the mine, to a girl in silver armor. I need her to use these crystal cores and come down safely. This. Fong Huiguang stared blankly at the 7 crystal cores that had suddenly appeared in the air. She didn't understand what sending the 7 crystal cores up now would mean. But what she resisted even more was, why did it have to be her who delivered them? Although asking this question seemed a bit foolish, Fong Huiguang was not an idiot. What if she walked up and attracted that black-faced zombie? Even if she was in the mirror invisibility state and it would be hard for it to find her, what if? What if she couldn't shake off its pursuit? Last time, it hadn't chased her because it was in a hurry to leave. What would happen if she provoked it this time? Even if she thought 1,000 steps ahead, she and this senior were merely acquaintances. Was it possible for the other party to use her as bait to lure the zombies away while she made her escape? At this moment, it was not surprising that Fong Huiguang was overthinking, because she was afraid of dying, and she had seen too many inexplicable schemes in this apocalypse. Although she wanted to save the people in the black market of the mine, she indeed needed this senior to guard here, but all of this was based on her own safety. Fong Huiguang hesitated. In the face of the possibility of life and death, she hesitated rationally. Are you afraid that once you move, that guy will chase you? There is indeed a risk to this. However, beings like it, whose minds are polluted by slaughter, upon seeing my elephant, would probably stay put, waiting for my abilities to run out to kill me. Compared to you, it wants to eat me more. If it tracks you, shouldn't it be more afraid of my elephant running away? So, your danger exists, but it's not very great. I know, as a stranger, you might not believe my words, but I, Duziran, guarantee that I will never do anything that would make innocent people take the fall for me. Duziran's persuasive voice came through. Under the long string of words, Fong Huiguang had no reaction at all. But, as soon as she heard the name Duziran, Fong Huiguang's body suddenly froze, and she trembled as if electrocuted. What did you say? You are called Duziran? Oh, what's wrong? Mutu Du, Zi Shang Ren Yi Ziran? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Can you let me see what you look like? Ha! The sudden turn of events left Duziran dumbfounded. Aren't we buddies? I asked you for help, and if you don't help, why do you want to see what I look like? If you really are Duziran, I will definitely help you deliver it, even if it means death. Ha! A resolute voice suddenly came from the corner, leaving Duziran bewildered. What is going on right now? Forget it, there's no time to think too much. The key is to get the crystal cores into Shang Shang's hands so she can activate the crystal core armor and come down. Buzz 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 in the void air, a steel-bodied boy slowly materialized. For the first time, Duziran faced the game character in his true form. I said, if I show my face, you can help me? He looked around suspiciously. Clang in the corner, a pocket watch suddenly fell. Fong Huiguang's hands trembled uncontrollably, her face unable to hide her excitement, and she hurriedly picked up the pocket watch, staring intently at Duziran. Yes, it really is you. Ha, what are you talking about? Peace Messenger Duziran, is it really you? How did you end up here? An excited, trembling voice came through, and Duziran felt that the woman opposite him had gone mad, disappearing in a huff. You've seen it. Are you going or not? Going. Please give me the crystal core, I will definitely complete the mission. At this moment, Fong Huiguang's tone was filled with reverence, admiration, and affection. Detected new character Fong Huiguang has a favorability level of 92 towards you. You can bind Fong Huiguang's perspective at any time and issue voice commands to her. Ha! Stunned. Utterly stunned. Duziran never thought of himself as a pretty boy who could charm women with his looks. But today, hey, he really showed his face and captured an NPC? Hiss, is it that the bro is really handsome? Or is this NPC just infatuated? For a moment, he couldn't think too much. After throwing the crystal core in his hand, a strange ripple appeared in the distance, and the 7 crystal cores instantly vanished. Tap tap tap. Stepping forward, Fong Huiguang ran towards the distance. She didn't care whether her actions would attract that black-faced zombie. Right now, she looked like she was under a love spell, her face flushed with excitement. Like a lovesick girl, she clutched the crystal core, in one hand and a pocket watch in the other, running wildly. Clang clang clang. The pocket watch swayed in the air, and when it popped open, it surprisingly revealed a large group photo. In the photo was a construction site. At the sight, Du Ziren, a black dog, 2 girls, and 2 boys stood together, making a peace sign for the camera. Among them, one girl wore a school uniform and the other a reporter's outfit, both of them secretly glancing at Du Ziren. And in this photo, with careful attention, Du Ziren and the girl in the reporter's outfit were separately highlighted. Thump 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 thump, heartbeats raced to the point of explosion. Fong Huiguan lost her usual calm, constantly murmuring, "Great-grandma, great-grandma, you were right, you were right, he won't die, he will definitely appear in the future. He has already appeared before his granddaughter today. I will fulfill the Fong family's ancestral teachings and swear loyalty to him." Tap tap tap, the footsteps grew fainter. Du Ziren watched the footprints leave, his gaze sweeping around. He, the chilling voice did not dissipate. He guessed correctly, this guy had set his sights on him. The dual, Awakened One's crystal core had already surpassed the existence of the entire mining black market. Just ask yourself, would you think about fried chicken while eating steak? The black-faced zombie wished it could grow eyes all over Du Ziren right now. As long as Du Ziren dared to move, this guy would truly follow him. If it weren't for me going up and leading this guy to Shang Shang, I wouldn't have to sell my looks. Grumbling resentfully, Du Ziren was unaware of how he had instantly charmed an NPC. He could only attribute it to his good looks. Tap 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 tap, in front of the entrance to the mining black market. Xiao Shengsheng and the others were seriously watching the movements behind the iron gate, when suddenly a sound of footsteps approached. Ha! Has the senior returned? Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned, and they saw a woman covered in mirrors slowly emerging from the darkness. She looked at the few people suspiciously, her face full of vigilance. Who? Stop! If you don't stop, we will take action. When Xiao Shengsheng instinctively thought the other party was some kind of zombie, she and her companions were just about to make a move. The woman walked straight to a spot just over 10 meters in front of Xiao Shengsheng, and after sizing up her face for a moment, she softly uttered, "Is it you? Senior Ziren, is this who you're interested in?" The tension that had been building up suddenly froze at the mention of Senior Ziren. An inexplicable feeling surged within her, a sense of displeasure as if something precious had been snatched away. Her small face tightened, and Xiao Shengsheng didn't know why. She had been worried about what was happening below, but now hearing a woman say Senior Ziren over and over, jealousy flared up in her heart, and her tone turned icy. "Who are you?" "Me, whom I am Senior Ziren's most loyal servant." "Ha? Servant? Servant?" Fong Huiguan raised her chin, and her entire body transformed from a mass of lenses back to skin. Underneath her tight black thermal leather outfit, her curvaceous figure was revealed. With a single ponytail, she had a charming oval face, exuding an air of nobility and cold pride. She scrutinized Xiao Shengsheng as if assessing a rival. From the worried tone of Du Ziren just now, it seemed he was quite afraid of this woman in silver armor getting hurt. But after a few careful glances, Fong Huiguan thought this woman was at most cute, with nothing particularly outstanding. Strength? Not stronger than herself. Figure? Not better than hers. As for temperament? As a mature woman, she completely outclassed this little girl. What exactly does Senior Ziren see in you? Fong Huiguan scanned Xiao Shengsheng, who was also staring back at her. Pressure. From this suddenly appearing woman, Xiao Shengsheng felt a sense of pressure. The two locked eyes, a standoff. Only Linya and the others looked confused, staring at Fong Huiguan in bewilderment. No way! In such a short time, how did a maid appear? Could it be? Was the situation below too tricky? Did the senior summon her? But thinking about it, it made sense. For someone of the senior's caliber, having a combat maid by their side was only right. TSK. I can't see through this woman's strength, and her looks and figure are both top-notch. Our Captain Xiao is in a bit of danger. Linya observed like an outsider, playfully analyzing, just as Yang Miaomio was about to chime in. But unexpectedly, Xiao Shengsheng exploded with anger, her small face taut. What is your relationship with Senior Ziren? A maid. Haven't I already said that? What maid? Guess? Fong Huiguan deliberately blinked, her long eyelashes carrying a teasing hint. You. Just as the tension was about to explode, Lu Su's expression tightened, frequently glancing outside the mine black market. Hey, don't get into a jealous spat yet. Something's not right. There are many life signs approaching this way. It might be other zombie armies coming. This isn't the time to argue. You say you're the senior's maid. What exactly are you here for? In a panic, she looked at Fong Huiguan, who then seemed to remember something and reluctantly took out 7 metal crystals from her pocket. Here, Senior Ziren asked me to bring these to you. He said to meet him below while ensuring your own safety. Seeing the 7 metal crystals, Xiao Shengsheng instinctively thought of the design for crystal armor. Senior, does he need me? Ha! Don't be so self-important. I estimate. The senior just wants you to be a distraction, a supporting role. I don't think someone with your abilities can help with anything. With those sharp words, Fang Huiguang instinctively thought that Du Ziren only needed Qiu Xingxing's assistance as an afterthought. She was unclear about the relationship between Du Ziren and Qiu Shangshang, but she knew, passed down from her ancestors, Du Ziren only had an online girlfriend, and they had never met in person. In other words, she had a chance. She had a chance to connect with the legendary peacemaker and fulfill her family's long-held wish. Of course, if she could become the other person's partner. Every time she thought of this, Fang Huiguan would feel very excited. But, sizzle sizzle sizzle, as a rush of steam surged, Fang Huiguan was dumbfounded. Click click, 7 metal crystals were embedded one by one into Qiu Xingxing's armor, emitting dazzling light. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the flowing brilliance inside each fist-sized crystal quickly faded. But on the crystal armor, a layer of grayish-white metal light inexplicably surged. The aura of a third-level Esper suddenly emerged. WH. What? The legendary crystal weapon? How do you have this? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Huiguang had always thought that the armor on Qiu Shangshang was at most just an iron suit to prevent zombies from scratching her. But now it seemed she was terribly wrong. This is something only the first-line safe camp has. How could you, an Esper from a third-line safe camp, have it? You, unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Even having stayed in the Magic City first-line safe camp before, Fang Huiguang had only seen some Espers take out weapons like Crystal Dagger and Crystal Gauntlet. But such weapons, as long as they were crystal weapons, sold for sky-high prices in the first-line safe camp. Now, Qiu Shangshang was covered all over with crystal armor. How could this not leave her bewildered? Where did you get all this? Aren't you the senior's maid? These were all given to me by Senior Ziren. What, you didn't know? As if having turned the tables, Qiu Shangshang proudly raised her wrist armor, leaving Fang Huiguang speechless. What exactly are you to Senior Ziren? He would give you such things. Then you can go ask him yourself. Now, I need to help Senior Ziren. Moving with the shimmering metallic luster of the crystal armor, Qiu Shangshang couldn't afford to be slow. Even though she felt a bit pleased to have thwarted this sudden maid, she was more worried about Du Ziren's safety. Tap tap tap, rushing deep into the tunnel, Fang Huiguang watched Qiu Xingxing's back, gritting her teeth. No, my ancestors lost to an online love interest. In this lifetime, I will not lose to a little girl. Stomping her foot, Fang Huiguang followed closely behind Qiu Shangshang and ran into the tunnel. Hey, what do you think? Outside the tunnel, Linya, like a bystander, jokingly looked at Yang Miao beside her. Yang Miao seemed to snap back to reality from the performance in the crystal armor. What do you mean? I mean, who do you think is the real deal with the senior? Does that even need to be said? Complete defeat. Captain Qiu completely defeated that woman. You didn't see it. That woman saw that set of crystals glowing. Her eyes went wide. Look at this. This is called favoritism. The senior is really willing to give everything to Captain Qiu. I think so too. Just don't know how far the senior and Captain Qiu have gone. The two discussed like spectators. Knowing that her senior was handling things well below, their mood became less tense. Instead, it was Lu Su, who frequently glanced outside the mind black hole, her expression one of surprise. In her detection, there should have been a large number of entities approaching here, but outside, there wasn't a hint of movement at all. Hee, little turtle, how much longer can you last? In the underground level 2 of the mind black market, the voice of the black-faced zombie echoed around Du Ziren once again. The gloomy voice seemed to just brush past his ear, but Du Ziren squinted and saw nothing. Looking intently at a spot 50 meters away, he could occasionally see a black light flickering. It was moving. This black-faced zombie was crazily moving within the time pause. It was bouncing around his face, yet he had no way to deal with it. Damn! SB Game Merchant, can't you let me spend a bit more money? Let me experience the ability of the Awakened in one go? Can't I just take it out in seconds? Clicking on the recharge page, Du Ziren wasn't afraid of any superpower disappearing. The experience time for the Awakened was up, and he could just renew it. With the zombies outside attacking, he wouldn't get into trouble no matter what. The only thing he was worried about was Qiu Shangshang and this game's judgment mechanism. You can't hold on much longer. Awakened. Hee, the sinister laughter continued, and sparks kept flying around him. That damn thing was testing his superpower strength with a bone knife again. Buzz in front of him. There was only firelight, but not a hint of a human outline. Just as Du Ziren was frowning and feeling restless. Tap tap tap, Senior Ziren. Qiu Shangshang, clad in metallic battle armor, hurriedly looked over. You. Seeing sparks erupting from thin air, Qiu Xingxing's face turned anxious, and without caring about anything else, she rushed over. Shangshang, It's fine. Your younger siblings are well protected, Do Ziren instinctively comforted Xiao Shengsheng, subconsciously thinking that the girl's heart was heavily burdened by her family. Little did he know. Senior Ziren, you're not hurt, right? Are you okay? Her small face was filled with anxiety and worry, wanting to get closer to Du Ziren but being constantly pushed back by the sharp knife light. Senior. She reached out, and a burst of sparks shot from her hand. The girl bit her lip, disregarding everything, just continuously looking at the invisible Du Ziren, stubbornly pressing her hand against him. On her tense little face, only her eyes were slightly red. Senior. Does it hurt? Amidst the flying sparks, that worried and uneasy gaze truly made Du Ziren's heart skip a beat. So it turns out, he was also so important in Xiao Xingxing's heart? Silly, how could I get into trouble? But aren't you afraid of getting your hand chopped off? I'm just afraid for Senior Ziren. Afraid that Senior Ziren will get hurt. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Probably having eaten a mouthful of dog food nearby, the black-faced zombie couldn't hold back. The subsequent attacks frequently struck Xiao Xingxing's crystal core armor. He, another little turtle? Good. Bang bang bang. The crystal core armor was visibly cracked by the bone knife. Xiao Shengsheng squinted her eyes tightly, trying to discern the presence of the other party, but all she could hear was the cracking sound of the crystal core armor. Shengsheng, are you afraid? A familiar steady voice came through, and Xiao Shengsheng could feel a figure seemingly standing in front of her. I'm not afraid, as long as it's Senior Ziren calling me. Even if it's a dead end below, even if I don't have this armor on me, I will come. Her small fists clenched tightly. Xiao Shengsheng looked ahead, as if making a vow. No need to be so serious. Everything is under control. Shengsheng, next, I need you to help me. Can I help Senior? Yes. This time, only you can help me. I must help Senior. It seemed that for the first time, feeling Senior Ziren's need for her made Xiao Xingxing's face inexplicably flush. Don't be nervous, the zombie is currently hiding in a time pause. However, it will briefly appear at the end or beginning of each attack. Shengsheng, I want you to seize that moment and hit it briefly. Do you have confidence? Can I do it? Doubting her own abilities, Xiao Shengsheng shrank her neck. You can. Besides you, no one else has the chance to hit her. A warm breath sounded by her earlobe, and Xiao Xingxing's face tightened. I understand. In the past, it was always Senior helping me. This time, even if I have to exhaust all my strength and shatter into pieces, I will hit it. Slowly drawing out the military dagger from her waist, Xiao Shengsheng quickly distanced herself from Du Ziren, frequently glancing around. Do you see me? Can you hit me? Human, do you expect a woman? Then fine, consider it an appetizer before the main course. I will devour her. Crystal core. A chilling laughter echoed in the air. The next moment, clang clang clang, a sound like a torrential downpour erupted in Xiao Xingxing's chest. Fast, almost impossible to catch. Xiao Shengsheng had just reacted when a dagger was swung out in front of her. Clang clang clang. Behind her, dense sparks exploded again. Can I really do it? Her pupils dilated. Xiao Shengsheng began to doubt herself, but thinking of Senior Ziren's words, I can only rely on you now. Thump, thump. Her heart inexplicably raced. Xiao Shengsheng, this time, you must make it happen. You have relied on Senior so many times. Now, it's time for Senior to rely on you. Struggling to widen her eyes, Xiao Shengsheng knew that once she looked back, that attack might have already shifted in another direction. So, she focused only on what was in front of her. The dagger in her hand felt numb as she waited for a moment, for the black-faced zombie to end the time pause, the brief moment of appearance. You? Just you? All your abilities are temporary. You! Clang in the midst of the words, sparks erupted above Xiao Xingxing's head this time. The helmet of the armor shook, and a faint golden hue appeared in Xiao Xingxing's eyes, as, immortal and indestructible, began to activate. As the battle time increases, resistance to abilities will also emerge. This was what Du Ziren was most optimistic about regarding this ability. You should die. Clang the assault above Mingming's head continued, but in the next moment, a bone knife suddenly slashed towards Xiao Xingxing's neck. Xiao Xingxing's pupils widened, her hands moving so quickly they were almost invisible. She saw it. She truly captured it. From the shadow that moved without a clear outline, a massive bone hand knife abruptly swung down. Clang, the harsh sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Wah! What? The bone knife. The bone knife did not strike the armor, but rather a dagger blocked the bone knife. This time, I will let my Senior rely on me with peace of mind. I can. Buzz, the dagger vibrated, and with a loud boom, it collided with the bone knife. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the dagger shattered. But, boom! A white shadow suddenly flew out, and the ceiling of the second underground level collapsed in a shower of dust and stones. When the dust settled, a gigantic bone knife was already embedded in the ceiling. This attack not only missed Qiu Shengsheng, but even she had severed its arm with a single strike. You! The astonished voices echoed around, the voice of the black-faced zombie fluctuating in distance. No one knew where it was hiding. It worked! Du Ziren's face lit up with joy. As expected, it required the game protagonist to make an appearance. However, this success also cost Qiu Shengsheng her only weapon. While pondering how Qiu Shengsheng would counterattack the black-faced zombie next time, a pop-up window flashed before Du Ziren's eyes. Detected that your game protagonist has lost their main weapon. Opening new prize pool. You can now go to the game prize pool and draw various game characters' special weapons. In the distance, Fong Huiguang shrank in the corner, her eyelids twitching constantly. She can actually help Senior Ziren? How is that possible? Her heart was filled with fear of the black-faced zombie, and Fong Huiguang could not fathom that this woman had just recklessly charged forward. Even truly helped her senior block the invisible attack. Damn it! This woman, she looks so weak. How is she so brave? What the hell? Special weapon? Good. So this is what was waiting for me. A nap came with a pillow. Just a second ago, she was worried about how Qiu Shengsheng would block the opponent's assault. And the next second, a special weapon popped up? Shengsheng, keep up the good work. I will find you a new handy weapon right away. After reminding Qiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren directly clicked on the new big roulette. Next to the previous prize pool roulette, a special weapon prize pool button had appeared. As soon as he clicked in, the rewards on the big roulette instantly transformed into a uniform selection of weapons. Crystal Core Dragon Blood Dagger, gold, a dagger forged from the bones of a mutated Snake King, capable of cutting through iron and gold. Once embedded with a crystal core, it emits a dragon's roar with each attack, disrupting the enemy's nerves. Crystal Core Water Lotus Gloves, green gloves made from the leaves of mutated water lotuses, naturally enhancing the condensation of water-type abilities. Once embedded with a crystal core, it can release a one-time skill water bullet. Crystal Core Perception Necklace, blue, an accessory made from the eyes of a mutated octopus, allowing the wearer to sense the presence of any ability creatures. Once embedded with a crystal core, it can avoid interference from mental-type abilities. Dazzling! The new weapons on the roulette were simply mesmerizing at first glance. It seems that none of them are lacking, yet it feels like any of them can be used by Qiu Shengsheng. Shengsheng should still be used to. The dagger, right? Trying to click on the Dragon Blood Dagger, a compatibility rating popped up next to the weapon's description. The highest proficiency special weapon of Qiu Shengsheng, after being used by Qiu Shengsheng, activates a special bonus, Luck +1. What the hell? Another luck value? It seems my Shengsheng is naturally a bit luckier than others? Forget it, let's go. Directly opened the recharge interface, Du Ziren glanced at the luck value accumulation setting on the weapon pool, and very consciously did a 10 consecutive draw for 648. Ding! Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 6,480 yuan. Current balance 6.43 million. Detected excessive spending in the game. Our bank reminds you to play moderately and not to become addicted. Snow Leopard, shut up. Ignoring the bank's text reminder, Du Ziren directly pressed the 10 consecutive draw. Bang bang bang, the light circle on the lucky roulette began to spin, and then a dazzling meteor animation flashed by. Congratulations! You have obtained Crystal Core Diamond Belt, green, *3, Crystal Core Perception Necklace, green, *4, Crystal Core Water Lotus Gloves, blue, *2. Triggered the 10 consecutive draw guarantee mechanism. Congratulations on obtaining Crystal Core Fire Snake Gun, purple, *1. Your current luck value accumulates to 64.8 points. Keep it up, damn. I knew it. Impatiently looking towards Qiu Shengsheng's direction. Buzz, after Qiu Shengsheng successfully severed the black-faced zombie-esque bone knife, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. But, good. You actually managed to catch my movements. You're not simple either. Since you can hurt me, then I must kill you. A chilling voice came, and a dark silhouette could be vaguely seen writhing. Puff puff puff. Immediately, the surface of the dark humanoid silhouette seemed to erupt with dense white spikes. Ordinary people's eyes might not be able to catch what was happening, but Qiu Shengsheng could see. The tall black-faced zombie-esque body was actually bulging with bone spines, looking just like a hedgehog person. After it grinned menacingly at Qiu Shengsheng. Clang clang clang. In just a moment, the crystal core armor instantly exploded with terrifying scratches. Xiao Shengxing tried to take out the pistol from her arms to resist, but with a clang, the pistol was just drawn out, and the next second it was already sliced into pieces of iron shavings. Wanting to reach out and grab the black-faced zombie's body, the palm of her hand with the armor kept vibrating. For a moment, Xiao Shengsheng felt like a caged bird surrounded by blades, weak and helpless. Hurry up! Damn luck value! Increase for me! Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 64,800 yuan, your current balance is 37 million. The bank's reminders kept coming, and Du Ziren kept clicking on the 10 consecutive draw. Your current luck value accumulates to 323. Congratulations! This draw has obtained a luck value bonus, guaranteed to produce a golden item. Buzz, the light spots on the roulette kept flashing. Finally, congratulations, you have obtained Crystal Core Dragon Blood Dagger, Golden, *1 from this draw. There was no time to carefully look at what was obtained from this draw. Du Ziren hurriedly took out the Dragon Blood Dagger directly from the warehouse. Roar! As soon as this thing was taken out, the dragon head on the dagger began to writhe. Ignoring the scales surrounding the dagger vibrating, a cold wind blew around, chilling to the bone. Right, there's still the crystal core. To be on the safe side, take the best one. Roar! A fierce roar echoed from the dragon's head. Even the attacks of the black-faced zombie began to pause, with many gazes turning this way. What is that? Fang Huiguan was already dumbfounded. The moment the dragon blood dagger appeared, the air around it grew cold due to the scales on the dagger. That's not a sign. The materials on this dagger must be made from the body of a monster, at least from an awakened. This weapon. It can't be of blue quality, right? Just as she hesitated for a moment, Buzz after Du Ziren took out a Thunderfire crystal core from his body, Fang Huiguan was completely stunned. Purple quality crystal core. Senior Ziren. No way. You can't be using this to feed the crystal weapon, right? This is too wasteful, isn't it? Thunderfire crystal core? You. Even the black-faced zombie had no interest in attacking Xiao Shengsheng at this moment. Is there really someone using a purple crystal core as a consumable? Is this like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit? Crack! When that shimmering crystal core filled with electric light and flames was embedded into the dragon blood dagger. Roar! The dragon pattern coiling around the blade of the dagger suddenly came to life, and a surge of roaring sounds instantly echoed in the underground level 2. Roar! Like an ancient primal intimidation. Under the roar, everyone's body began to tremble instinctively, so much so that everyone forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the dragon head on the dagger roaring fiercely. What terrifying power! Holding the dragon blood dagger in his hand, Du Ziren's expression tightened as he walked towards Xiao Shengsheng. He couldn't throw the dagger, nor could he overly display its power. Otherwise, it was very likely that during the action, the black-faced zombie in the time pause would snatch the dagger away. Quickly putting the dragon blood dagger back in the warehouse, Du Ziren hurried to Xiao Shengsheng's side, and with just a pat on her shoulder, the previously roaring dragon blood dagger had already appeared in Xiao Shengsheng's hand. Shengsheng, help me, kill it. What is this? Looking at the dagger with the fierce dragon head in her hand, Xiao Shengsheng could feel the terrifying power surging from the scales on the dagger. Her small hand gripping the dagger trembled. Your Doomsday Survival character has successfully bound the exclusive weapon, Dragon Blood Dagger. Golden grade items cannot be transferred or unbound. Xiao Shengsheng is equipped with the exclusive weapon. Gain special buff, luck +1. Lines of prompts jumped out from the game window, and Du Ziren's expression was excited. Shengsheng, this time, let the senior rely on you. Senior Ziren, Shengsheng understands. Wielding the dragon blood dagger, the scales on the dagger surged with thunder and fire, and the air around emitted a sizzling sound of burning. You, who exactly are you? How could you have such a thing? The material on this dagger, how do you have it? And just now, where did you hide the dagger? The roar of the black-faced zombie echoed in the air. Crisis! It truly felt a sense of danger from this dagger. That's a crystal weapon embedded with a purple crystal core. Clang clang clang, more sparks erupted from Du Ziren's body. As expected, just as Du Ziren guessed, this guy would try to snatch the dragon blood dagger from him. But, the proud gamer god, how could he not utilize the Yi warehouse function? Shengsheng, there's one more chance. You know when it is, right? The sound of sparks began to gradually fade, and Du Ziren's voice echoed in Xiao Shengsheng's ears. At that moment, the two seemed to be in sync. I understand. Ziren-senpai, I know when the opportunity you mentioned is. Gripping the dragon blood dagger tightly, Xiao Shengsheng surprisingly closed her eyes. Her palm kneaded the scales on the dagger. Suddenly, it's now. Buzz a series of bone blades slashed down towards Qiu Xingxing's wrist holding the dragon blood dagger, but she seemed to have anticipated it, manipulating the dragon head on the dagger, which immediately opened its mouth and roared. Roar! The sound from the primordial chaos exploded at close range. Buzz, the black silhouette that had been flickering before her suddenly became clear, revealing the grotesque form of the black-faced zombie. You? How could you? The hollow eyes of the black-faced zombie widened, and Qiu Xingxing's expression turned cold. Both me and Senpai guessed it. You would want to seize this dagger, so I was waiting for you to come and take it. It's this moment. Dragon roar! Roar! At the instant her wrist twitched, the dragon head of the dragon blood dagger continuously screeched, and at the moment the black-faced zombie's head inexplicably trembled and froze. Buzz! A blood-red light flashed by. Roar! The dragon's mouth gradually closed, and when the sound of dragon roar dissipated, a huge black head flew up. A massive headless black corpse crashed to the ground. Boom! Amidst the rising dust, finally, the previously invisible, zombie appeared before everyone. You! What else? What else are you hiding? Guliulu, the head, now without a body, rolled on the ground, stubbornly looking at Du Ziren. Du Ziren let out a breath and shrugged. What? You, a game character, want to confront a player? You! The hollow black eyes gradually sank. With a thud, from its head, a black and white crystal core slowly slid out. This is the second one, right? Actively stepping forward to pick up the crystal core, a pop-up window lit up before him. Time crystal core, harvest. Time abilities activated, 2/3, currently possessed, time, acceleration, time, pause. So, only one more crystal core left to unlock the golden ability time? Rubbing the crystal core in his hand, he tucked it into his pocket. Du Ziren looked around. The scene in the second underground level was undeniably tragic. Headless corpses everywhere, heads scattered about. Blood still dripped gurgling onto the ground, telling tales of their sorrow. Ziren senpai, we did it! Holding the dagger in her hand, Qiu Xingxing felt a thrill of excitement after surviving a disaster, and without thinking, she opened her arms and hugged Du Ziren from behind. Ma'am, we succeeded. I said, only you can punish it, because you are. The words the protagonist stuck in his throat, and Du Ziren inexplicably uttered a phrase. Because you are the person I value the most. The arms hugging Du Ziren hurriedly loosened. Qiu Xingxing couldn't understand what this most valued meant. Is it that he values her potential the most? Or does he value her as a person? Senior Ziren. In short, Xingxing has helped you once. Qiu Xingxing's face flushed red, and Du Ziren smiled. Yes, now, you can help me too. Perhaps in the future, I can rely on you like this. Senior, do you rely on me? Suddenly reminded of that incident in the shower room, Qiu Xingxing's neck turned red. If you rely on me like that in the future, it seems like, not bad at all. Her thoughts began to get tangled, and Du Ziren looked at Qiu Xingxing with a doting gaze. This scene was unexpectedly harmonious. Oh right, senior. I need to return this to you. As if realizing something late, Qiu Xingxing hurriedly wiped the blade of the dragon blood dagger, and handed it over with both hands, wanting to return it to Du Ziren. Senior, this is really too precious. With it, perhaps, ability users can compete with superpowered individuals. Take it. This was originally prepared for you. Otherwise, do you think I took out a dagger for no reason? Her face inexplicably flushed again. But, it already belongs to you. No one can take it away. Consider it a reward for helping me this time. Shang. Reward? Stroking the dragon blood dagger, Qiu Xingxing fell into silence. In fact, she wanted to hear a different answer, like, this is a gift just for you. The two of them exchanged words, while on the other side, Feng Hui looked at this scene, gritting her teeth. Damn woman, why? Does Senior Ziren dote on you so much? He gave you the dagger and the crystal core like this. You've already gotten ahead of me, confusing him first? Alright, I acknowledge your potential in this battle. But in the future, I will absolutely not give you another chance. Absolutely not. Mining black market first level cave. Hey, do you guys hear that? The sounds below seem to be gradually quieting down. Linya stood in front of the iron gate, trying to walk inside. Suddenly, no, everyone, stay alert. Lu Su's sharp reprimand echoed in the dim cave. What's wrong, Lu Su? I detected. There are many life signs approaching this way. The number, at least around 1,000. What? Upon hearing this, the three women immediately felt a sense of crisis, staring blankly at the cave entrance. Gurgle on the ground, the scarlet blood was still spreading, and the foul wind blew against their faces, making the three women's expressions tense. But 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed. The imagined sound of 1,000 zombies rushing in did not appear. Ha! What? What is going on? Lu Su, did your ability malfunction? Yang Miaomio looked at Lu Su suspiciously, who shook her head. Impossible. My ability has never failed so far. Even that time with the king-type zombie. As long as you give me time, I... Step. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps crunching through the snow came. Who? The three of them suddenly fixed their gazes on the cave entrance. Tap. The sound of footsteps on the snow continued, and a strangely dressed little boy walked in, a small bird perched on his shoulder, holding a thermos cup, his face trembling. You all good. I got lost with the scavengers. The boy's face was filled with fear, clearly frightened. His small stature, less than a meter tall, shivered in the cold wind, and with that timid gaze, anyone who saw him would feel a pang of sympathy. Big sister, can I come in and hide? The little boy spoke without waiting for Linya and the other two girls to agree, already stepping into the cave. Child, did you see anything outside? Linya's expression was strange as she stared at the boy. As he walked, the boy seemed to be thinking, It seems everyone was chased apart by a group of zombies. The boy's lips trembled, as if recalling a terrifying memory, tears shimmering in his eyes. Oh, this little kid. Yang Miaomio felt a twinge of compassion and was about to take a couple of steps forward to comfort the child. Slap! In the next moment, she felt a weight on her shoulder, and Lu Su pulled her back several steps, squinting her eyes and coldly saying, Child, something's not right with you. Ha, Lu Su, what's wrong with him? First of all, it's suspicious that he survived alone. Saying he was lucky is understandable, but how could he happen to find this place? Among the scavengers, it's most taboo to bring a child. He's not one of our scavengers. Then he must be an outside scavenger. You finding this place is already a point of suspicion. Secondly, I never doubt my abilities. My abilities, tell me. You alone have a moving signal with 1,000 life signatures. Forgive me for being blunt, but you look like a child on the surface. Actually, you're a monster, right? After Lu Su's cold voice rang out, Linya fell silent, but earth spikes were already brewing beneath her feet. Sister, what are you talking about? I was guided here by the scavenger, Grandpa from this side. I just want to stay for a while. The little boy's face was pitiful, showing no signs of anything wrong. Enough! You're a boy, not afraid of all the corpses in this cave? Your courage is also suspicious. Besides, everyone here has been slaughtered. Where did you find a passerby? I warn you, take another step closer, and we'll take action. Lu Su's right eyelid kept twitching. An inexplicable sense of unease rose in her heart, starting from the moment she encountered this child. For some reason, this child felt less like a human and more like some mutated zombie. He, big sister. Can't you all just get along with me happily? Why tear the skin? That would be so pointless. It's too late. You few have a pretty good foundation. You can barely be my dogs. Tap. The little boy's footsteps did not slow, but this time he did not argue anymore. Instead, he slowly lowered his head, twisting the thermos cup in his hands with a crack sound. What is he doing? Yang Miaomio was confused, and Lu Su's right eyelid twitched even faster. Quick! Interrupt him. Linya, do it now. She urged Linya in a panic. But, big sister, are you calling me? Wow, so many corpses. Mommy. A delicate voice of a young girl suddenly rang out. Lu Su turned her head to look, and beside her, Linya had unknowingly transformed into a girl of about 10 or so, her face filled with terror as she glanced around. Wow, Daddy! Little Linya was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she fell to the ground with a thud. This, I understand now, your ability is. Lu Su looked at the little boy in fear. The boy slowly raised his head, and his originally pure and innocent face now appeared strangely mature and eerie. You're quite good. Become my dog. You. The tone inexplicably shifted from anger to doubt, and Lu Su's body began to shrink. She returned to the age of 14 or 15, staring blankly at the little boy, her body still shrinking. Hello, little sister. By the time Lu Su had turned into a mere 3 or 4-year-old, the boy picked her up and held her in his arms, looking as if he were comforting her. While little Lu Su, confused, cried loudly in the boy's embrace. Not bad. Let's build some feelings, and then I'll give you another chance to grow. You'll be my dog. As he stroked the back of little Lu Su's head, the boy's lips curled into a playful smile. His gaze silently turned towards the direction of the iron gate, where Linya and Yang Miao had already become wailing infants, lying on the ground and sobbing. Humans, this race is still too weak. Turning into childhood, memories will fade away. As long as I train you like dogs and let you grow again, those of value in this base will all be my dogs. Don't you think so, little eagle? He patted the little bird on his shoulder. Chirp. The bird snuggled closer to the boy. Ha ha ha, boring. Really boring. The people below won't be slaughtered by that guy, will they? Well, let me join the fun and see if I can turn that guy into my dog too. Kaka kaka. After twisting the thermos in his hand, pools of blood flowed out from the cup. Drip drip. Then, visibly, the liquid in the cup began to pulse and swell, actually expanding into shape. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. Nearly hundreds of blood-colored spheres expanded, each the size of a baby. They seemed to grow as if ignoring time, transforming into blood-soaked infants. While the rising and falling cries of infants immediately echoed throughout the cave. Looking around, wasn't the cave entrance now filled with nearly 1,000 blood-colored monstrous infants? While these infants had sharp fangs and claws over 10 centimeters long, crawling on the ground, resembling 1,000 ferocious beasts, devoid of any human presence. Go down, eat to your heart's content. The little boy waved his hand. Pat pat pat. Thousands of infant zombies surged like a tide, rushing into the underground second level. Mining black market underground second level. Senior Zirin, is it safe now? Xiao Shengsheng quickly walked to the entrance of the underground third level, peering inside with concern. Rustle rustle rustle. In the passage of the underground third level, having not encountered an attack for a long time, the tree roots were slowly loosening, revealing a gap for the survivors below to observe the outside situation. Hey, Xiao Shengsheng, Leader Qin? Through the gap, after exchanging glances, both Xiao Shengsheng and Qin Wan relaxed their expressions. Xiao Shengsheng knew that since Qin Wan was safe, the family below was probably safe as well. And Qin Wan also understood that Xiao Shengsheng's survival meant that the senior had returned, and the base was secure. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The roots of the trees continued to unravel, and from the third underground level, various ability users kept jumping out. When they saw the headless corpses scattered across the second underground level, everyone's faces turned pale with horror. This, so tragic. Damn zombies, Senior. This time, thanks to your foresight in considering the possibility of an enemy attack. Otherwise, Qin Wan's face was ashen as she respectfully bowed to those around her. I'm sorry, I'm also stretched thin and can only do this much. Du Ziren looked at all this with a heavy heart, feeling inexplicably downcast. This game portrayed both the reality of human nature and the helplessness of the weak exceptionally well. At this moment, even though they had won, looking at the headless corpses scattered around, few could muster a smile. Weak. In the end, it's still because we are too weak. Zombies don't choose other safe camps, they only pick us because we are soft targets. Qin Wan clenched her fists, her face filled with rage. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, falling silent. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an unchanging principle. Even zombies understand this. Senior Zirin, if you ask me, you might as well take them to settle in the Luzhou safe camp. This place is basically destroyed. The remaining ability users might as well go to the Luzhou safe camp, or at least they can ensure their family's safety. Fang Rui stepped forward at the right moment. Her words instantly resonated with everyone. Du Ziren frowned slightly, but he had already guessed it in his heart. Sure enough, the second fame is to let Xingxing's team establish a foothold in the new base. After pondering for a moment, Du Ziren was about to remind Xiao Shengsheng to prepare for the move. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, from the upper levels, a hurried sound of rushing footsteps echoed. What's going on? An ability user looked in surprise at the source of the sound and quickly walked a few steps closer to the Iron Gate tunnel. In the darkness, a bright red spherical object flew towards them at high speed. Then with a thud, the red sphere landed directly on the ability user's head, extending its small, thick limbs to tightly grasp the user's face. Get off! Get off! The ability user frantically clawed at the sphere on their face, but the seemingly thick limbs, with sharp claws, had already pierced through the user's neck and back of the head. Eek! A strange scream erupted, and a red baby head emerged from the sphere. The baby opened its mouth, and a set of fangs bit down hard on the ability user's skull. Splat! In an instant, a spray of blood erupted, and that ability user had a large gash opened in their head, their body convulsing before crashing to the ground. The entire process took only a few seconds, and a rare, powerful ability user was thus killed in a face-hugging attack. This scene was reminiscent of the facehugger from Alien, causing Du Ziren's expression to darken. Sizzle sizzle, the tiny baby zombie continued to cling to the ability user's face, gnawing away. The sound of chewing echoed in the second underground level, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Eek! However, just after the first baby zombie appeared, a large number of bright red spheres began to flash and dart through the dark passage. Thud thud immediately after. Countless red spheres came rushing towards them. Most of the ability users stared blankly at this scene, and with a thud, they were all grabbed by the faces by the baby zombies. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed incessantly, and in an instant, this place resembled a skinning hell. Hey, what's going on? Fight back. Aren't you all ability users? Get away, get away. Ripping. The screams, roars of anger, and the sound of flesh being torn apart resonated like a deafening magic sound in the space. Duziran looked around, and almost all the ability users were standing there in a daze, being knocked down by the baby zombies. They had no awareness of resistance at all. Or rather, they had no defensive reaction whatsoever. By the time the baby zombies lunged at their faces, they hurriedly tried to fight back, only to have their entire faces chewed off and die. Throughout the entire resistance process, not a single ability user used their ability. Hey, what are you all dazed for? Use your abilities. Thud thud, blood splattered everywhere, and Duziran watched as the people around him were attacked as if they were in a stupor. What the hell? This should be the last group of baby zombies in the mission, right? Why isn't anyone attacking? Could it be? Is there some reason? Glancing at his ability failure indicator that had already lit up, it seemed that at this moment, he was the only one still able to think in the entire underground level 2. Suddenly, a familiar scream rang in his ears. Fong Huiguang actually revealed herself, staring blankly at her surroundings, trembling all over. She seemed to have lost all her previous calmness, like a girl who had never seen a fight, looking around in panic and letting out a wail. Daddy! Mommy! Tears rolled down her cheeks, and Fong Huiguang curled up in a corner, her face pale. Hey, you! What are you doing appearing now? Looking at Fong Huiguang in confusion, it was the same situation again. Everyone was dazed, as if they had developed dementia. They couldn't use their abilities to fight back? Damn it! What kind of ability does the enemy have? Aga! In the sky, another crimson figure flew in, heading straight for Fong Huiguang's face. Get away! Boom! In an unseen corner, a ball of flame shot out from Duziran's hand, directly blowing the baby zombie in the air into a pulp. Daddy! Mommy! Woo woo woo! Fong Huiguang huddled in the corner, already starting to sob. Duziran looked around, feeling inexplicably flustered. He wasn't afraid of how difficult the mission was, but rather worried about whether Qiu Shengsheng would be affected. Shangsheng! Shangsheng! Looking around in a panic, Qiu Shengsheng was also standing dazed at the entrance of underground level 3. Baby zombie leaped up and pounced on the back of Qiu Shengsheng's neck, its fangs gnawing at the back of her head. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of daze, Qiu Shengsheng actually spun the dragon blood dagger in her hand, and with a thud, she sliced the baby zombie in half. Daddy and Mommy said, I have to be strong. I have to protect my little brothers and sisters. I can't die. Even though she had killed that baby zombie, Qiu Shengsheng's small hands were still trembling, as if she had lost her previous calmness. Shangsheng! Duziran hurriedly ran to her side, and Qiu Shengsheng turned her head suspiciously to look around. Who? The dagger suddenly thrust out, and she was like a panicked little rabbit, waving her weapon. Shangsheng, don't you recognize me? Duziran took several steps back, and Qiu Shengsheng squinted her eyes. You? Who are you? It's me, Duziran, your senior. Senior? As she pondered those two words, Qiu Shengsheng slowly lowered her dagger, her expression strange. I really don't know you, but I really like your voice. I don't reject you. Under the crystal core armor, Qiu Shengsheng's tense face relaxed slightly, revealing a hint of blush. She couldn't understand why she instinctively felt such a strong fondness for this invisible voice. Do you really not remember me? Looking at Qiu Shengsheng's bewildered face, Duziran glanced around and began to piece things together. Memory? It seemed that everyone had lost part of their memory. The reason why all the ability users stood there in a daze, being attacked by a group of baby zombies, was simple. They had lost the memory of becoming ability users. At that moment, they only knew who they were, not even clear on why they were in the mind black market. In such a situation, who could suddenly react to a baby zombie? Damn it! Does this last zombie also have the ability to make people forget? Shangsheng, hide behind me! Calling out to Qiu Shengsheng, she looked puzzled in Duziran's direction. Why do you want to protect me? Don't ask. Just hide behind me. Although she felt a sense of rejection towards strangers, she couldn't understand why. Upon hearing Duziran's voice, she felt no aversion at all. Silently standing near that voice, Qiu Shengsheng gripped the dragon blood dagger, her gaze starting to drift again. From the direction of the Iron Gate, an endless stream of baby zombies surged forward like a flood, continuously approaching this way. It was visible to the naked eye that almost everyone had 3 or 4 baby zombies clinging to their faces, constantly gnawing at the ability users. Yeah, the baby zombies, rushing and continued to pour forth, and without a target, they instinctively looked towards Qiu Shangsheng and Feng Huiguang. Yeah! Countless spheres instantly rolled up, pouncing towards both sides. Shangsheng, we will meet up with Feng Huiguang. Stand in the corner, I will block all attacks. Instinctively calling out behind him, Du Ziren thought Qiu Shangsheng would follow him. But he didn't expect that what came from behind was a cold voice. Who are you? Mom and Dad said that if you go with strangers, you'll be killed and made into stew. Turning around, he saw that Qiu Shangsheng was now a delicate girl of about 13 or 14, wearing oversized, crystal core armor, looking at him with hostility. Du Ziren was also stunned. The little girl was indeed very cute, but her eyes were nervously looking at him, far too unfamiliar. Are you Shangsheng? Who are you, uncle? Why can't I see you? Protected too well by Du Ziren, Qiu Shangsheng stared blankly ahead, her face full of confusion. Forget it, there's no time. You follow me first. Grabbing Qiu Shangsheng's shoulder, Du Ziren lifted the miniature Qiu Shangsheng and ran towards Feng Huiguang in the corner. In midair, more than a dozen baby zombies were already falling, aiming straight for Feng Huiguang's face. Feng Huiguang. No! To be precise, the 8 or 9-year-old Feng Huiguang was now crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, frozen in place, as she was about to be pounced on and devoured by the baby zombie. Get away! From Du Ziren's shoulders, 4 twisted blood vessels suddenly burst open from beneath his skin, wildly dancing towards the sky. The assault of the blood vessels resembled the long tongue of the liquor from before. This was an ability Du Ziren had never used before, Bloodline. Buzz buzz buzz. After several blood vessels lashed out in the air, more than a dozen baby zombies were instantly pierced and turned into a spray of blood, falling all around with a whoosh. Wow, uncle, you're amazing. A childish voice came from beside him, and Du Ziren looked down, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Qiu Shangsheng. She had shrunk again. Now she was just a little cutie about 4 or 5 years old. Her body was curled up in the oversized armor, her pair of dark eyes looking at Du Ziren, filled with admiration. My mom and dad said, the stronger a person is, the more they deserve respect. Uncle, I want to marry someone like you in the future. The innocent words made Du Ziren's expression extremely strange. Alright, the electronic wife has turned into an electronic child bride. Shangsheng, I really didn't expect you to be so lively when you were little compared to now. He patted Qiu Shangsheng's little head and lifted her up, placing her next to Feng Huiguang. The surging wave of baby zombies continued, and seeing hundreds of baby zombies rushing towards the tunnel like a Red Sea, Du Ziren calmly opened the game pop-up. Flame ability user level 3, plus, bloodline ability user level 2, plus. Looking at these two abilities, Du Ziren calmly clicked the plus button. Option 1, spend 10,000 yuan to activate the temporary combat power of flame and bloodline ability users. Option 2, spend 100,000 yuan to activate the temporary combat power of flame and bloodline ability awakeners. Flame ability awakener skill Heavenly Burning waiting to be activated. Bloodline ability awakener skill Sea of Blood waiting to be activated. Activate. Go all in. Without hesitation, he clicked on the two most expensive options. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 100,000 yuan, current balance 6.33 million. The power of Flame and Bloodline Awakeners is being activated. Remaining time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Ignoring the bank's account message, Du Ziren could clearly feel a wave of scorching heat surging within him, as if all his meridians were excitedly boiling. Eek! A mass of baby zombies curled into a ball, one after another pouncing towards Du Ziren. In an instant, the sky was like a sea of red clouds. Alright, let's see how powerful this pay-to-win skill really is. Heavenly Burning. Gazing at the sky, a ball of blazing fire ignited in Du Ziren's palm. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Wherever his eyes landed, the air twisted in an oddly scorched manner. Ew! The first baby zombie that lunged at him hadn't even extended its limbs before it landed on Du Ziren's face. Boom! Its skin shriveled and smoked, and suddenly a ball of fire exploded from within its twisted red body. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the small body was blown to smithereens. At the moment the corpse was blown apart, it was even turned into a sky full of black ash by the high-temperature flames. Eek! The subsequent baby zombies lunged with claws bared, and Du Ziren's gaze turned cold. Not a single one will escape. Boom! Boom boom! Raising his eyes to the crimson sky, the ground was a mass of baby corpses, and after a sudden scorching sizzle sound, a wave of raging fire exploded. Boom! Terrifying flames surged from the baby zombie, spreading like a wave of fire, and in the entire underground level 2, corpses flew everywhere, instantly turning into a sea of flames. Eek eek! The once ferocious tide of baby zombies was suddenly engulfed in flames, their screams filling the air. Eat! Eat! The flames devoured their bodies, and in an instant, many baby zombies were burned to a crisp, blackened and dead. Wah wah wah! Like a biological instinct, they began to fear. Even as their bodies were nearly burned through, they started to turn back one by one. Wah wah wah! The cries of agony and roars continued. But, in the sea of fire, Duziren's face was cold. I said, not a single one will escape. Sea of blood. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, from the twisted flames, a humanoid silhouette suddenly erupted with dense blood-colored lines. Like countless red snakes twisting and intertwining, they surged towards the iron gate. Swish swish swish! It was overwhelming. Truly overwhelming. Countless red lines pierced like swords, and the retreating baby zombies hadn't crawled out a few meters when thud 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 they were all pierced through the forehead. Thud thud! In the sea of fire, Duziren's figure slowly moved. At this moment, his body resembled an octopus, with twisted, winding blood vessels protruding from his surface, twitching and swaying. Thud! Countless blood vessels surged and twitched, and with each sway, 4 or 5 charred baby zombies perished. Eek! Eek! The cries echoed in the cave. Just moments ago, the baby zombies had been so joyful, now they cried out in agony. Finally, as a wave of fire erupted from the entrance of the mine black hole, booming in the charred cave, the ground was littered with blackened baby zombie corpses. Some were twisted, some had their heads pierced, none were spared, and none escaped the mine black hole. Thud thud thud! Heavy footsteps approached, and Duziren stood alone at the entrance of the mine black market. Behind him, there was already a dead silence. In this way, it can be considered a complete extermination of the last wave of zombies. But I wonder, where did that last time zombie hide? Standing alone at the cave entrance, a moment later, a series of eek eek sounds came from behind Duziren. Hot! Hot! Turning around, he saw Qiu Shengsheng, clad in oversized armor, awkwardly making her way over. She was now only about 4 or 5 years old, and because of the power of immortality, even trapped in the armor, she could still crawl forward. However, now Qiu Shengsheng was simply a little child. Those big, bright black eyes were fixed intently on Duziren. Shengsheng, why are you still following me? Stay down there, later. Afraid. Just as Duziren was about to persuade Qiu Shengsheng to go back, a clear, childish voice interrupted him. Afraid? Are you afraid? Afraid? Those innocent big eyes looked at Duziren, and his heart sank. Then why did you come to find me? Not afraid. Not afraid. Her tender little hands hugged Duziren's thigh, causing his heart to skip a beat. Do you mean, if you follow me, you won't be afraid anymore? Not afraid. Ha ha ha. You. Gently stroking the childlike Qiu Shengsheng, Duziren was just about to take a picture of her, thinking he would use the childlike Qiu Shengsheng as his lock screen wallpaper and that adult-like Qiu Shengsheng as his desktop. Suddenly, tap 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 outside the mining black market, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Looking in the direction of the voice, it turned out to be Linya and her group. Linya, Yang Miao Miao, Lu Su, and 2 men in uniforms with a crescent-shaped badge on their chests. This group of 5 was followed by a timid-looking boy, who was constantly glancing towards Duziren. You guys? With suspicion, Duziren looked at the group but did not move forward. Instead, he slowly picked up Qiu Shengsheng and hid her behind him. Hey, friend, don't be nervous. I am Su Chang, a superpowered person from the Luzhou safe camp. I was sent to rescue you. Sorry, we arrived late. Su Chang's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he looked genuinely remorseful for being late to the rescue. Hello, I'm Zhou Shou. I'm also here to help. Sorry. The 2 superpowered individuals moved directly towards Duziren, while Linya and her group looked at Duziren with wary expressions, their faces flickering uncertainly. Ha! Duziren smiled. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice exploded at the entrance of the mining black market. Su Chang and Zhou Shou froze, their expressions darkening. Friend? You. I said stop. Friend, don't be nervous. We're all human. We definitely won't harm you. Yeah, we're here to rescue you. The 2 explained, still trying to approach Duziren. He, do you think I'm stupid? That kid, stop pretending. Fixing his gaze on the little boy behind the crowd, it was Linya who spoke this time. Friend, this child was saved by us during the battle. He is definitely not a problem. Why would a superpowered person target a child? Ha ha ha, what did you call me? Linya? The questioning voice came again, and Linya's face stiffened. You, what about me? Child, or rather, time zombie reversal. Is there any point in continuing this act? The cold gaze turned towards the little boy, whose innocent expression gradually twisted into a sneer. Clap clap clap, his palms kept clapping, his eyes looking at Du Ziren with some admiration. Impressive, impressive, how did you figure it out? I don't think that just because you have a bit of human wisdom, you can play me for a fool. Let me tell you, your setup has too many flaws. Oh, first, these female superpowered individuals were left by me above. You tell me, if the people below are shrinking, why are the people above fine? The only possibility is that they have already been controlled. Second, you might not know, but there is a teammate down below with these two superpowered individuals. She told me that the other superpowered individuals went to stop the zombie army, but the zombie army still came. Doesn't this mean they failed their mission? Since they failed, how could the two of them still be alive in front of me? Ultimately, they were still controlled. As for how they were controlled, I think it's quite simple. You probably can reverse the flow of time in the area, right? Once the human body is reversed, the brain's memory will definitely follow suit, reverting back to childhood. For a naive and ignorant child, you can casually educate them and then slowly revert them back to adulthood, thus mastering their thoughts. You say, my guess isn't wrong, right? Du Ziren gazed at the little boy, whose smile faded, replaced by surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect you to analyze so much. I say, how about you become my dog? You three brothers are really interesting. Time acceleration, time pause, time reversal. I've already taken down two of them. You actually want me to be your dog? What? You're not running away now. Are you not afraid of death? A cold voice came, and the little boy shrugged. I admit, you are indeed impressive. I thought that the baby zombies I sent would completely occupy the entire base. I didn't expect you to be an awakener with both flame and bloodline abilities, and you took them all down. Oh, I forgot. You also have the ability of invisibility. I really didn't expect such a master to be hidden in such a small place. Still not running after knowing? Since you've seen through my plan, I'm sorry. From the moment you saw me, you've already lost. You shrink for me. Suddenly, the little boy's tone changed, his eyes glaring at Du Ziren. But 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. Du Ziren remained unchanged. What? You want to turn me into a child and strip my memories? How is that possible? You didn't lose your memory down there. Are you relying on the awakener's physique to resist? Even now, even if you haven't shrunk, your abilities must be completely exhausted. I still have people. I have 2 superpowered individuals, plus me, that's 3. 3 against 1, you should be the one afraid. It's you. Even without seeing Du Ziren's changes in true form, the little boy's confidence remained. He was certain that Du Ziren had wiped out the baby zombies, and his abilities must be nearly depleted. Su Chang, Joe Beast, go! With a wave of his hand, Su Chang's eyes sharpened, his mouth just moving for a moment, and the surrounding air began to ripple and distort. As for Joe Beast, his back inexplicably began to spasm and twist, his bones cracking as a pair of wings slowly extended and fluttered. Echo and Beast transformation. They seemed to be very tricky abilities, but Du Ziren nearly scoffed. If you don't run now, you're dead for sure. You don't think just because you're an awakener, you can act all high and mighty. You're just a strong bow at the end of its strength, you're just pretending. The little boy's expression darkened, about to scold again. Ineffective field. Canine transformation field. Buzz 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 suddenly. The area within 50 meters erupted in a buzzing sound, a strange wind swirling around. How is that possible? Lu Su, does he still have abilities? In a panic, he looked at Lu Su, who also stared blankly at the little boy, adult. My abilities have failed. What? Instinctively looking at Su Chang and Joe Beast. Woof woof. At this moment, where were there any people? In front of Du Ziren, there lay a Pomeranian and a Bichon Frise, their eyes vacant and hollow. How is that possible? How could this happen? A person, a mortal, how could it be? How could one simultaneously possess the 5 abilities of ineffective, canine transformation, flame, bloodline, and invisibility? You are a king? You are not human? Shock, fear, tremor. Du Ziren's power completely intimidated the little boy. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, it's time to set off. A cold voice came, and Du Ziren looked at the little boy. Woof! Instantly, the little boy's limbs disobeyed him and he lay down on the ground, his body twisting, slowly crouching on the ground in the posture of a hairless dog. Come here! Du Ziren waved his hand. Woof woof woof. The hairless dog responded and pat pat pat. It didn't run out a few steps. Boom! Its dog head suddenly exploded, a ball of flame soaring into the air. Boom, as the body of the hairless dog separated, a ball of flame exploded, and the sky was filled with burning flesh, sizzling. A black and white crystal core fell to the ground with a thud. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the first chapter riot of the Doomsday Survival game. A game pop-up prompt appeared. Du Ziren squinted and let out a breath. Looking back at the timid little Qiu Shengsheng who was holding onto him, Du Ziren's expression tightened. Not good. I need to take advantage of the time reversal effect and snap a few childhood photos of my wife. Click, click, click. He took a series of screenshots of little Qiu Shengsheng until he saw her body slowly recovering. Then Du Ziren strolled towards the corpse of the hairless dog. Clang, when he picked up the black and white crystal core, a new prompt appeared before Du Ziren. Congratulations! You have successfully gathered the 3 crystal cores of time reversal, time pause, and time acceleration. The game has activated the fusion function. You can spend currency to fuse and upgrade unnecessary crystal cores. After fusing the 3 time crystal cores, you will obtain 1 golden crystal core time. Using this crystal core, you will gain the golden ability time. The game pop-up kept bouncing, and Du Ziren silently put away the time crystal core. Seeing a new fusion icon appear in the lower right corner of the game interface, his expression darkened. Damn it! The most annoying gem fusion upgrade has also been copied by this damn game. This thing is a real money grinding feature. Forget it. Using the crystal core will also require Xingxing's purification water tank, so I should handle the aftermath here first. He glanced at a few people outside the mining black market. After a while, Qiu Shengsheng was the first to recover. The silver gray on her crystal core armor faded, and her aura froze again. Congratulations! Your Doomsday Survival character Qiu Shengsheng, due to the effect of the crystal core armor, has upgraded her ability level to ability user level 6. Current training progress 3/600. Oh, is it because of the characteristics of the crystal core armor that using 7 crystal cores will definitely upgrade 1 level under the super ability 3rd stage? If that's the case, then the task of Heart of Strength will be completed soon. Silently observing the changes in Qiu Shengsheng's aura, Qiu Shengsheng looked around in panic. Ziren Senior? Senior? Aren't we in the underground 2nd level? How did we come out? Her memories of shrinking seemed to have completely vanished, and she was in a daze. Shengsheng, don't worry, everything is taken care of. A calm, familiar voice came, and Qiu Shengsheng slowly calmed down. How did we end up here? Shengsheng, how did you come out? Wow, Joe Beast, what are you doing here? I don't know. I just remember seeing a little boy, and then, wow, I remember now. I also saw a little boy with Zhao Ziang, and then I don't remember anything. Where's Zhao Ziang? Outside the cave, everyone looked at each other, all confused. Until, tap tap tap, from the mining black hole, Feng Huiguan and Qin Wan slowly ran out. Senior, are you still there? Both women respectfully called out to the surroundings, and after Du Ziren responded with a sound, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ziren Senior, after you dealt with that black-faced zombie, I remember a baby zombie army appeared? There were so many burnt baby corpses underground, all you're doing, right? Feng Huiguan looked at the void with admiration, and Du Ziren thought for a moment before casually explaining. You were all affected by the time reverse effect. The leader of this batch of baby zombies can make your memories revert to childhood. Thus, when the baby zombies attacked, your memories froze, and you couldn't react. To protect you, I simply killed them all. The calm voice came, and both Feng Huiguan and Qin Wan were momentarily speechless. Simply? Killed them all? That was 1,000 baby zombies. The way you say it makes it sound as easy as stepping on ants. As expected of Senior Ziren, with just a gesture, you suppressed a batch of zombies. Feng Huiguan's face turned even redder. Su Chang and Zhou Beast exchanged glances and then suddenly realized. So that's it. No wonder we lost our memories. This Senior, thank you for saving our lives. Without any pretense, the 2 big men immediately bowed to the void. They clearly knew that without this invisible Senior, they would probably still be enslaved. No worries. Leader Qin, let's first integrate the base. I think it really is time to move. A faint voice came, and Qin Wan lowered her head, her face full of bitterness. Understood. Senior, I'll go right away. Tap tap tap. After a while, at the mining black market underground 2nd level, zombie corpses and human corpses were thickly piled into 2 small mountains. In the entire mining black market, there were only a dozen surviving ability users, and ordinary people were only the family members of ability users who had shrunk in the underground 3rd level. The apocalypse is this cruel. The law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak, is a bloody reality. Sigh. Looking at the horrifying pile of corpses, everyone lowered their heads in sorrow, remaining silent for a long time. My condolences. Leader Qin, in the apocalypse, for humanity to survive, we must struggle harder and huddle together for warmth. I know this is very cruel, but it's the truth. In the future, you all come to the Lujo Safe Camp. Let's work together and strive to survive until the Magic City First Line Safe Camp. Fong Huiguang stepped forward and softly comforted Qinwan a few words. Qinwan nodded and walked towards the underground third level. Everyone, all start preparing to evacuate. Bring as many convenient supplies as possible. Everyone head to the Lujo Safe Camp. A low-pressure voice came from the loudspeaker of the big tree, and the survivors lowered their heads, their faces heavy as they began to go back to their homes to pack. Senior Zirin, when do you think it would be more appropriate to depart? Fong Huiguang respectfully looked around, and Du Ziren silently observed everything, thinking for a moment before giving a response. Tomorrow morning, I suppose. Everyone is already very tired. Alright, tonight, we few, superpowered individuals, will guard the entrance of the cave. Thank you for your hard work. No problem. Respectfully bowing to the void, Feng Hui and the others did not dare to delay in moving the survivors, and the three of them walked towards the cave entrance together. Senior Ziren, are we really leaving? Xiao Shengsheng asked weakly. Clearly, the little girl was still a bit reluctant to part with the recently stabilized little nest. Shengsheng, you must understand, for safety, hiding and fleeing is a humiliation. If you want to escape this life of running around, as long as you are strong enough to establish your own camp, you will never have to leave or be on the run again. Senior, I will. Heavily nodding, Xiao Shengsheng followed the group down the third underground level, via the mine elevator. Upon reaching the familiar cabin, Xiao Shengsheng comforted her younger siblings, while Du Ziren sat on the sofa, slowly opening the mission panel. Mission, Act 1 of the riot has been completed. Mission evaluation, see, survivors from Xiao Xingxing's team survived, rating +1, Xiao Xingxing's family survived, rating +1, successfully collected 3-time crystal cores, rating +1, rating upgrade, S, beginning to calculate reward experience points. Your Game Pass level +1 million experience points. Congratulations, the progress of the Pass channel is 100%. Please claim your reward. Claim. Opening the Game Pass interface, the experience channel of the pass had reached its end. Continuously clicking on the last pages, potential crystal core, reward, a row of reward items flashed before Du Ziren's eyes. Congratulations, you have received Small Horn *95. Congratulations, you have received Thunderfire Crystal Core *1. Congratulations, you have received Potential Crystal Core *1. This pass has ended. We welcome you to activate a new version of the pass next time. Test. There's a new pass. You really are something. Game developers. Looking at the shiny, potential crystal core in the warehouse, Du Ziren's gaze turned to Xiao Shengsheng in the bedroom. Xiao Shengsheng was currently ability user, level 6. Even if her potential was poor, using the potential crystal core would ensure she reached ability user, level 7, right? Thus, that part of the strong mission should also be achievable. Of course, raising Xiao Shengsheng's ability level was one thing, but ensuring the entire team members leveled up was also crucial. They were set to depart for the Lujo Safe Camp tomorrow. There, with their own abilities, they could certainly secure a good place for Xiao Shengsheng to stay. However, there would always be times when they were not around, and Xiao Shengsheng would inevitably be targeted. So, helping the few team members grow stronger, so they wouldn't be looked down upon, was also of utmost importance. It seems I need to make some arrangements tonight. Sister, do we just need to pack some food? What about bedding? Sister will buy you new ones. What about clothes? Sister will work hard to earn money. Oh sister, I don't want you to be too tired. How about we just bring everything? In the bedroom, Xiaoning and Xiaojing sensibly sought Xiao Xingxing's opinion, and Xiao Shengsheng smiled as she lightened their burden. The scene was very warm, yet also quite helpless. After a while, when they had packed most of their things, the two children were already drowsy. Only then did Xiao Shengsheng return to the sofa, quietly looking around. Senior, are you still there? Yes. Senior Ziren, you're still here? There are some matters that need arranging. What matters? About your future. Future? As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Shengsheng was taken aback. Clearly, she had never thought about long-term plans. She bit her lip, vaguely remembering that she used to be different. But, ever since Senior Ziren appeared, she had become carefree. The other person was like a large umbrella, blocking all the storms on her path. She only needed to smile under the umbrella and live without worries. In the future, are we going to the Lujo Safe Camp? I, along with Linyet and the others, should apply to form a mercenary group, right? Tilting her little head, Xiao Shengsheng cautiously looked around. That's right, but with your current abilities, you might still be a bit lacking. So, before you get there, I think you need to improve a bit. What do you mean? You take this first. As soon as the words fell, a strange diamond-shaped, golden crystal core rolled out from the sofa. Senior, this is not a supernatural crystal core. You should take it to the bathroom and use it. As for the other members, we'll talk about it after you finish using it. In Du Ziren's eyes, Xiao Shengsheng would always be the first. He did not intend to share this potential crystal core with the other members. I understand. Perhaps knowing Du Ziren's concerns, Xiao Shengsheng didn't say much this time, picking up the potential crystal core and heading towards the bathroom. Splash. After a while, the sound of running water echoed in the bathroom. With a plop, it sounded like something fell into the water, followed by a series of armor removal sounds. So hot. Hiss. From behind the wooden door, the girl's occasional moans could be heard, and Du Ziren's ears perked up, fatally able to see the graceful figure behind the wooden door. Senior Ziren? Are you still there? A long string of bubbling sounds followed. Without thinking, Xiao Shengsheng must have buried her head in the water like a little frog again. She didn't seem to mind Du Ziren watching her, she was just shy about revealing anything in front of him. How does it feel? You are outside? A hint of disappointment leaked from her voice as Xiao Shengsheng's head surfaced, looking towards the wooden door. I feel very comfortable. Senior, what exactly is this crystal core? If it feels good, just lie down and rest for a while. Then, I understand. Splash. The sound of splashing water echoed, and Du Ziren forced himself not to look in the direction of the bathroom, quietly opening the team roster. Team members: Captain, Xiao Shengsheng. Members: Linya, Lu Su, Yang Miaomiao. Team specification: Initial, Xiao Shengsheng. Ability user level 6, 133/700, 166/700. Linya, ability user level 6, 66/700, 99/700. Lusu, ability user level 4, 123/500, 165/500. Yang Miaomiao, ability user level 5, 211/600, 233/600. From the shared training progress, Xiao Shengsheng's training speed was not slow, and she was expected to reach ability user level 7 tonight. As for the other team members, Du Ziren was surprised that during the fight against the zombie tide, they still had relatively low ability levels, but unexpectedly, they all broke through tonight. It seems they all practiced with the crystal core tonight. In that case, Shang, have you thought about what your team should be called? I asked towards the direction of the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shengsheng responded quickly. Actually, I have thought about it. Oh, so it seems you also want to have your own team, Shang? I want to call it Rose Team, Senpai, what do you think? A questioning tone came through, and Du Ziren smiled. Why call it Rose Team? Because you want it. Even though we are all girls and seem delicate and weak, just like roses. But that's not the case. Even delicate and vibrant roses have a thorny side. I think roses suit us very well. I see. Then when you apply, just use this name. I believe that one day, this team name will resonate throughout the Lu Prefecture safety base. Mngulu. The sound of bubbles in the bathroom grew louder, and I had no idea what Xiao Shengsheng was doing. After a moment of silence, Du Ziren began to organize the inventory in the warehouse. While extracting 7 metal crystal cores for Xiao Shengsheng, he also extracted quite a few other crystal cores. When extracting the dragon blood dagger, he also pulled out several other crystal weapons. After organizing the inventory, he occasionally glanced at the training progress of the other members. Feeling a stir in his heart, Du Ziren clicked on the fusion function. The fusion interface was somewhat similar to some game's fusion interface, with 3 slots and a fusion button. However, the fusion button displayed 100 per attempt. What the hell? I knew this damn game had bad intentions. Anyone who has played equipment-based online games knows that gems level up, weapons enhance, all require game currency to initiate an upgrade, and the success rate is extremely low. The purpose is to make you keep failing upgrades until you run out of currency and have to recharge to make money. This thing is a bottomless pit. A conscientious producer might give you a guaranteed enhancement, but if they're not, you can just cry. If you succeed once in 100 enhancements, consider yourself lucky. Right now, Du Ziren vaguely felt that this fusion was quite a trap. He tried sliding a few Earth attribute, white, crystal cores, thinking, useless, crystal cores, fusion upgrades, giving them to other members to speed up their combat power improvement isn't bad either. However, after sliding 3 crystal cores up, a pop-up window appeared. Would you like to initiate a 100 yuan fusion? Current success rate is 50%. Successful fusion grants 1 green, Earth Radiant Crystal Core, failure results in the loss of 3 crystal cores. You can initiate a 200 yuan guaranteed fusion, which has a 60% success rate, and if it fails, the 3 crystal cores will still exist. What the hell? A trap? A sky pit? Just a glance at this fusion probability made Du Ziren realize how absurd this was. He originally thought of fusing a purple crystal core for several team members to enhance their combat power. Now it seems blue crystal cores aren't bad either. Fuse. I don't believe it. Can my luck be this bad? After clicking the 100 button, a deduction message floated by, and a flash of light erupted from the fusion disk. Buzz, congratulations, you have successfully fused 3 white earth element crystal cores, obtaining 1 green earth radiant crystal core. Do it again. Unfortunately, you failed to fuse. You lost 3 white earth element crystal cores. Try again. So unfortunate. It was as if he had been struck by a plague god. After one success, every subsequent attempt ended in failure. Watching the earth element crystal cores nearly burn out, Du Ziren became obedient and activated the guaranteed fusion at level 200. Yet even so, with a 60% probability, he still failed several times. Fortunately, the guaranteed fusion did not consume any raw materials. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just accumulated a total expenditure of 6,000 yuan. Finally, when he saw a blue earthwall crystal core appear in the warehouse, he stared blankly at the consumption message. After that, he learned to be cautious, almost every time activating the guaranteed fusion at level 200. Only when blue wave crystal cores and blue divine knowledge crystal cores appeared in the warehouse did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it! Fusing these blue crystal cores is such a hassle. If I were to fuse my few time crystal cores, wouldn't that be the end? Grateful that he hadn't rushed to fuse his time crystal cores, Du Ziren glanced at the bathroom and called out, "Shang Shang, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Oh, after a sweet response, Du Ziren quickly walked out of the treehouse. Meanwhile, Du Ziren's voice echoed in Linya's wooden house. "Linya, bring Lu Su and Yang Miaomio here. I'm waiting for you under the central crown." "Senior?" Hearing that familiar voice, Linya immediately climbed out of the wooden bathtub at home. In a hurry, she put on her outer clothes. A moment later, under the central crown, it was already deep night here, with few people around. Linya stood respectfully under the crown with Lu Su and Yang Miaomiao motionless. "Senior, may I ask why you called us?" They looked weakly into the darkness until 3 shiny crystal cores suddenly appeared in their hands. "Take them. These are the crystal cores corresponding to your attributes. If you digest them tonight, your combat power should increase again." What is this? The 3 women stared in astonishment at the crystal cores in their hands, their eyes wide open. Blue crystal cores. They were the blue quality crystal cores that they never dared to dream of on ordinary days. How could they be given to them by their senior? "This gift of yours is truly too." Holding the crystal cores with great reverence, the 3 women's faces flushed with excitement. "My meaning is very simple. You improve your combat power. First, it won't hold Shang Shang back, and second, I hope you can take good care of her. If you can do it, there will be benefits in the future. Of course, if you can't, you will be eliminated, and naturally, stronger people will become Shang Shang's teammates." Du Ziren understood the reasoning of both reward and punishment. Giving a few team members crystal cores was nothing. After all, he had previously consumed purple crystal cores, so these were truly insignificant. However, if he could cultivate a few death servants for Qiu Shangshang, that would be a profit. Everything was to pave the way for Qiu Shangshang. I understand. Senior, don't worry, Linya, will definitely look up to Team Qiu in the future. Linya licked her lips. She knew very well who this senior cared about. Holding the crystal cores, she immediately knelt down respectfully. Me too. The other 2 women were not foolish and immediately followed suit, kneeling down. "Very good. I hope you can walk together to the end. Of course, when there are differences in the team, if anyone dares to harm Shang Shang." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gust of cold wind blew by, and the 3 girls hurriedly lowered their heads. "Senior, we wouldn't dare. We absolutely wouldn't dare. Our lives are all given by you, Senior." "Good. Remember what I said today, take these." Thud, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared in front of the 3 girls, and then a circle of belts, a necklace, and a glove slowly floated before them. Those were the crystal core weapons. Crystal core, diamond belt, green. Crystal core, perception necklace, green. Crystal core, water lotus gloves, blue. "Senior, what is this?" Linya's eyelids twitched wildly. Looking at the G belt that resonated with her, she finally understood. Damn, is this the thrill of clinging to a big shot? Damn it! How much love and benefits does Qiu Shangshang get from the big boss? While enviously thinking, Linya buried her head even lower. "Take them. These things are for you to protect your lives. Of course, for the consumption of the crystal cores, you have to figure it out yourselves. This is the benefit for your loyalty to Shang Shang. What happened tonight stays between us. Also, if you can avoid using the crystal core weapons, it's best to hide them. Yes, a respectful chorus sounded, and Du Ziren kept hearing notification sounds in his ears. Linya's favorability towards you +5, current favorability 91, admiration. Lusu's favorability towards you +65, current favorability 83, Yang Miaomia's favorability towards you +72, current favorability 94, admiration. You have unlocked the permission to ask questions and command team members individually. Go back and cultivate. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see your growth. Yes. With a faint call, the few people under the tree crown began to retreat towards their own directions. Half an hour later, inside Qiu Xingxing's treehouse, Du Ziren sat on the sofa, looking at the member information of the Rose team, his expression gradually becoming gratified. Everyone's cultivation progress had accelerated significantly, and it seemed they were using their own crystal cores to break through. Suddenly, a task notification popped up in the game window. Qiu Xingxing's current ability level, ability user level 6, 699/700, 712/700. Congratulations! Qiu Xingxing's ability level has broken through to ability user level 7. Task Heart of the Strong has been completed. Qiu Xingxing gains a permanent hidden attribute, Luck +1. Follow-up task for Heart of the Strong has been unlocked. Heart of the Strong, Qiu Xingxing's desire to become stronger is still rising. Assist Qiu Xingxing in becoming a super ability user. Unlock Qiu Xingxing's new appearance. Luck +1. Another Luck +1? Shang truly is the game protagonist. Every time she grows, there's a luck bonus? Could this be what they call the child of destiny? Stroking his chin, Du Ziren looked at the task of Heart of the Strong. If this task continues to exist in the future, then Qiu Xingxing's luck will stack infinitely. Right now, her Dragon Blood Dagger's luck value, combined with her own, is already 2 points. If the newbie 3-piece set hadn't been destroyed, it would now be 3 points of luck. Du Ziren wasn't sure what 3 points of luck meant, but at least in other game characters, he had never seen the value of luck. Perhaps, this is Xingxing's uniqueness? In the midst of his doubts, the wooden door of the bathroom opened, and Qiu Xingxing, wrapped in a thick towel, looked out with a flushed face. Senior? Under the mist, her exposed neck and shoulders were pale pink, and her face was as rosy as a peach. A head of long hair draped over both shoulders, her shy demeanor was irresistibly charming at first glance. Even though Du Ziren only took a quick look, he couldn't tear his gaze away. Qiu Xingxing seemed to have grown a bit taller and more beautiful. Rubbing his eyes, Du Ziren forced himself to remain calm. I'm still here. Oh, in a hurry, he rushed to the side of the sofa, or beneath the white bath towel, her slender legs crossed in an alluring manner, delicate and petite. Senpai, are you leaving tonight? The question caught Du Ziren off guard. What did that mean? I shouldn't be leaving. What's wrong? Can I make a small, unreasonable request? What is it? Can I sleep with my head on your arm, senpai? Like that time? With her big, watery, pitiful eyes looking up, Du Ziren silently shouted, my wife is so cute 1,000 times in his heart, but still put on a calm facade. Sure. Then, can I lean over? With a damp, warm head, she lay down at one end of the sofa, and Du Ziren turned slightly, placing his arm under Qiu Xingxing's neck. Somehow, when her soft neck touched his arm, Qiu Xingxing's lips curled up. She even turned her face, smiling innocently like a child. Fool. Looking at her, Du Ziren inexplicably thought of himself as a child, spoiled in his parents' arms. How nice. Just watching Qiu Xingxing squint her eyes in satisfaction made Du Ziren feel content. Senpai. Probably exhausted from a day of battles, Qiu Xingxing lay on her side and slowly began to talk in her sleep. Senpai. Ziren. He didn't know what she was dreaming about, but she was calling his name while giggling. Du Ziren shook his head helplessly and quietly opened the fusion interface. The long night was too much to just waste away. It's time to solve my ability problem. He clicked on the fusion slot, one by one inserting 3 time crystals into the slot, and directly selected the guaranteed fusion of 200. He expected this thing would probably fail dozens of times, burning through his own resources. But his finger barely touched 200. In the next moment, a flash of golden light flickered. Congratulations! You have successfully fused the golden crystal time crystal. By using this crystal, you will unlock the golden time ability. Successful? One time. Why? Did I get lucky? Staring blankly at a huge, black and white crystal in the warehouse, Du Ziren was utterly confused. Senpai until Xiao Shengsheng rolled over restlessly on the sofa, her flushed little face turning to face him. Senpai. Her little mouth pouted, and beneath the large bath towel, the geography of her body was vast and boundless. After staring blankly for a moment, Du Ziren fixed his gaze on Xiao Shengsheng. Could it be because of Shengsheng's luck? Ugh. Rubbing his head, Du Ziren could only think this way. After staring at Xiao Shengsheng's little face for a while, he slowly withdrew his hand from under her neck, reluctantly watching her silly smile, and shook his head as he walked into the bathroom. Although he was a god among game users, this game plot had proven to be quite tricky for Du Ziren. The urgent need to strengthen his own power could not be delayed. Plop. He took out the black and white crystal core from the warehouse and stuffed it into the crystal core inlay of the purification water tank. Click, click, click. Before long, the black and white powder merged with the water flowing into the tank, transforming into a strange gray water. Without hesitation, Du Ziren unbuttoned his clothes and jumped directly into the tank. Gurgle, gurgle. Unlike other crystal core baths, soaking in the crystal core water of the time crystal core brought no sensation at all. Cold? Hot? There wasn't even a hint of a sticky feeling. But, even without any sensation, the gray in the pool was slowly being absorbed through Du Ziren's pores. Perhaps this is time. It flows away without any sign, it changes. Ha. Unknowingly, Du Ziren lay in the water tank. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids fought against each other, and in a daze, he saw a scene. National Special Security Base. It was a hall full of technological vibes, with the words National Special Security Base flashing on the metallic walls, surrounded by researchers in white lab coats moving about. Du Ziren just stood there. Countless people passed by, all bowing respectfully to him. Lord 001, Lord 001. Amidst the countless voices of respect, the scene around Du Ziren flickered continuously, and this time he appeared in a huge conference room. The conference room was dim, without a long table, but lined with 10 stone seats numbered from 1 to 10. Each seat was occupied by a humanoid in golden armor. The faces of these people were unclear, and their figures indistinct. The only thing that could be discerned was that everyone's gaze was directed at the person in seat 1. Captain, I heard things are quite chaotic over in the wasteland lately. Captain, if you ask me, I should just go deal with them myself. Captain, the Rose Squad has been quite impressive lately. Countless voices inquired, looking towards the presence in seat 1. In the darkness, the man in the stone seat 1 slowly curled his lips into a smile. Suddenly, his gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, directly locking onto Du Ziren, who was peeking. You have come? What? Plop. Suddenly caught by the gaze of one, Du Ziren's body trembled, and the next moment he stood up directly from the purification water tank. Huff huff huff. The pressure from the other party was quite significant. Du Ziren gasped heavily, looking around in fear and confusion. A dream? What kind of dream am I having? He raked his wet hair, and a line of game pop-ups jumped in front of him. Your hardened ability and bloodline ability have a high compatibility. Under the mediation of the time ability, you can upgrade and merge into a new ability, Green, Blood of Steel. Do you want to merge the new ability?